In the realm of the Azure Spirit Continent, within the borders of Yinxin Kingdom, the spring of the 4th year of Qingli dawned. Where on earth am I? Am I still in the homeland? In the verdant grass, Gu Ming awoke in a state of bewilderment, surveying his surroundings. The mountains rose and fell, an unbroken chain, while the sky loomed low and the vast sea of clouds surged. Raising his gaze, he beheld two figures darting about like beams of light, locked in a fierce duel, mirroring the epic battles he had envisioned among the cultivators. In the distance, he could even discern the flutter of a white-clad woman's skirt, revealing a hint of spring beneath. Far more alluring than the landscape itself. So fair, so long, so radiant. As he became entranced, Gu Ming suddenly froze, his pupils narrowing in shock. Wait, a glowing sword? People soaring through the skies? No wires in sight? Had he unwittingly stumbled onto a film set? The special effects were astonishingly lifelike, and the actors displayed commendable dedication. Who claimed that domestic entertainment had waned? This was truly remarkable. Suddenly, a visible sword aura sliced past Gu Ming's ear, carving a ravine into the ground that stretched for several meters and emitted steam. Gu Ming was stupefied, reaching down to retrieve a severed lock of hair, his entire being engulfed in a chill, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Something felt amiss in this unfolding narrative. In a moment of panic, Gu Ming pondered his current predicament. He vividly recalled the previous day, when the thrilling finals of the Akina Mountain car race had ignited the adrenaline of onlookers. The driver in second place, in a desperate bid to overtake the leader, accelerated through a turn, defying caution. He launched hundreds of meters into the air, crashing down with a thunderous explosion, fortuitously striking Gu Ming, who was squatting in a field of rapeseed, caught in the act and unable to wipe himself clean. Upon regaining consciousness, he looked up to find two figures embroiled in a fierce aerial combat, their swords flashing with deadly intent. In a fit of rage, Gu Ming exclaimed, "What the hell? I was just minding my own business." But then a realization dawned upon him. Had he somehow crossed over into another world? As a mere mortal, accepting such a fate was rather simple. Glancing upward, he observed the battle in the sky drawing to a close. The white-clad female, swordswoman, exuding a cold and formidable aura as she leveled her sword at the man opposite her. From their conversation, he discerned the man's name was Lin Tian, while the woman was called Shangguan Ling, embroiled in a drama of unreciprocated love and resentment. Though Gu Ming was but a commoner, he possessed a kind heart. Enough of this. Let us all take a step back and cease hostilities. The two combatants, however, remained undeterred, their brows furrowing with annoyance at Gu Ming's interruption. "Lin Tian, you have lost. As per our agreement, you shall no longer pursue me. My focus is on the path of cultivation, and I shall not entertain any romantic entanglements. You should give up this obsession," Shangguan Ling declared, her voice resolute. Lin Tian's expression darkened, a scoff escaping his lips. "Shangguan Ling, do you truly believe you can escape me? I will have my mother propose to your Shangguan family." "Huh! The Shangguan clan cannot contend with my Lin family. You will inevitably become my woman." Shangguan Ling met his gaze with cold disdain, her sword sheathed as she replied, "Such foolish delusions. I have already joined the Wuxin sect. No matter how powerful your Lin family may be, they cannot reach the Wuxin sect. Abandon this hope." With that, she shot a glare at Gu Ming. "You little rogue." Upon finishing her words, Shangguan Ling soared away on her sword, vanishing into the horizon. Gu Ming, left bewildered, could only think, what rogue? I was merely admiring her. Such are the whims of the mundane world. Shaking his head, Gu Ming prepared to embark on his journey of transcendence. Just as he was about to depart, Lin Tian's figure appeared, blocking his path with a malevolent gaze. Gu Ming paused, observing Lin Tian's pretentious demeanor, and remarked, "You wouldn't be harboring unrequited feelings and seeking to vent your frustrations on me, would you?" Lin Tian responded with a cold smile, emanating a fierce murderous intent that made the surrounding flora bow and the dust swirl violently. "You guessed correctly. Your reward is death." In a flash, a deadly sword light shot towards Gu Ming, leaving him momentarily stunned. This was not the script he had anticipated. Panic-stricken, he turned and fled, exclaiming, "Big brother, it's a new character. Don't do this." Golden Finger's old grandfather's system's demon swords. Suddenly, Gu Ming felt a dizzying sensation as his vision spun, his head severed and rolling to the ground, consciousness fading as if ensnared in a quagmire, surrounded by darkness. It was over. Gu Ming was dead. With Gu Ming's demise, Lin Tian felt a significant weight lift from his heart as he sheathed his spiritual sword. And, he thought, feeling much more at ease, Su Ganling, just wait. I will make you kneel beneath me and moan in submission. As he crushed Gu Ming's skull beneath his foot, Lin Tian was about to leave when a transmission talisman suddenly illuminated. Confused, he picked it up, and an anxious voice rushed through, "Big brother Sob Sob, you must hurry back to the Lin family. Mother, she..." Lin Tian was taken aback, his heart racing. What happened to Mother? Mother suddenly exploded. She exploded? Lin Tian was bewildered, feeling as though the sky had fallen. His mother was a formidable cultivator at the Golden Core stage. How could she possibly explode? Sob Sob, she was just recounting amusing tales from your childhood. And suddenly, she exploded, splattering me with blood. Please return quickly. Lin Tian was beside himself with urgency and rushed towards the Lin family. After his departure, Gu Ming's corpse mysteriously vanished, as if it had never existed. A day later, in Luohua town, an old temple lay in ruin, shrouded in dust and cobwebs, with cracks marring the once sacred idol. There, on the grass, Gu Ming awakened, clad in coarse hemp garments and with disheveled hair. He sat up bewildered and rubbed his aching head. I am not dead. Surveying his surroundings, confusion etched on his face, he muttered to himself, something is amiss. Did I restart? Is this a new character? What is happening? At least let me farm some low-level monsters to accumulate experience. Gu Ming's spirits soared, though belated. The Golden Fingers had finally arrived. Endless lifespan, immortal and indestructible. This beginning is secure. At that moment, the information panel updated. Killed by Lin Tian, sacrificed to resurrect the host, and granted one card draw opportunity. 8 black cards flickered with a faint, ethereal glow in the void, visible only to him. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow, hesitating for a moment before casually selecting one card. Lin Tian is a cultivator. His mother is likely a cultivator as well. How unlucky could I be to draw a useless skill? He murmured, and the card trembled slightly as surrounding light particles flickered, revealing the inscription, Yellow Rank Superior Technique, Falling Wind Palm, Proficiency, Major Achievement. Note, Tiered Technique requiring spiritual energy assistance. Gu Ming fell silent, glancing at his grimy hands with a deep sigh. I find myself devoid of spiritual power. What use is a martial art to me? It feels akin to being capable of numerous encounters in a single night, yet lacking a partner. Rising to brush off the dust from my attire, I, Gu Ming, arrived at the entrance of the city god temple, gently sweeping my sleeves. With a heart brimming with ambition, I felt as if I were an otherworldly sage. And I spoke slowly. In the realm of cultivation, your nightmare has arrived. The future #1 in the world has come to this place. An elderly passerby observed the beggar-like Gu Ming and shook his head with a sigh. Poor beggar, dreaming under the sunlight, nearly driven mad. With a scoff, Gu Ming deemed it beneath him to engage with such a mundane soul. After all, he was destined to be the world's greatest. A paragon so coveted that sex would clash violently for his recognition. Why stoop to the level of a commoner? What a farce it would be to lose his dignity. 3 days later, emaciated and weary, Gu Ming slumped by the roadside, his cracked lips barely whispering, his eyes clouded with confusion. What is this? The script has gone awry. I'm a transmigrator, a protagonist with a golden finger. How could I possibly starve to death? Surely, he would be the first transmigrator in history to perish from hunger. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, tears of grievance spilling from his eyes. He realized that the life of a transmigrator was nothing like the tales depicted. There were no fortuitous encounters, no powerful mentors, no beloved companions, not even a laborious task that others would offer him. Robbery? He lacked the strength. Theft? He did not possess the skill. Apart from courting disaster, he could think of no way to escape his plight. Yet the taste of death was truly unbearable. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to experience the card of death. Amidst his lamentations, a frail, white-haired figure approached. The elderly man crouched down and offered Gu Ming the only 2 meat buns he possessed, along with a silver ingot weighing 10 taels. Gu Ming looked up, perceiving the figure before him as his angel. But something felt amiss. The old man's face was ashen, a visage reflecting profound despair. Without a second thought, Gu Ming seized the meat buns and devoured them greedily, watching as the old man turned to leave. He called out in a muddled voice, "Hey, dear angel, have you encountered some hardship? Might you share it with me? If I am able, I shall lend my full support. For these 3 days." The old man was the first to show kindness towards Gu Ming, and regardless of the reason, in a sense, he had become his savior. The old man paused, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. "Forget it. You are on the brink of starvation yourself. What help can you offer? They are the heavens of Luohua town, not mere mortals to provoke." Gu Ming ravenously consumed the 2 meat buns, nearly choking in the process. Observing this, the elderly man handed over his only water pouch made of cowhide. "Ah, we are all pitiable souls. In my lifetime, I have done good yet received no reward." As the old man prepared to depart, Gu Ming, having regained his composure, grasped the elder's arm. "In the end, death is inevitable. Speak to me. Perhaps I truly can assist you." Gu Ming was no saint, yet gratitude was a principle he held dear. Upon hearing this, the old man settled down against the wall, his face etched with sorrow, and began to recount his tale. The essence of the narrative reveals that an elderly man, whose son perished under the tyranny of a bully due to relentless toil, finds himself confronted with an insidious demand for compensation, 10 taels of silver. As the villain deems his son's demise on his territory an ill omen, lacking the means to pay, the old man resorts to offering his sole granddaughter to the brothel, the Wanhua Lu, as a means of settling his debt. In a bid to redeem his granddaughter, he endures years of deprivation and hard labor, accumulating the requisite 10 taels over the span of 3 years. However, the bully coldly informs him that the total cost for his granddaughter, Zhou Xiaohua, who has consumed his resources for 3 years, amounts to 100 taels of silver. The old man, now acutely aware of his futile quest to rescue Zhou Xiaohua, is consumed by despair. In his sorrow, he prepares to relinquish the 2 meat buns meant for her and the 10 taels of silver to a confidant, contemplating suicide. Upon hearing this, the confidant is enraged. "Is there no justice? Is there no moral order?" he exclaims. The old man shakes his head, responding bitterly, "There is none. The corruption of officials has rendered the common man unworthy of justice or morality." For the first time, the confidant deeply comprehends the harsh realities of their world. His brow furrows in contemplation. He then turns to the old man and states, "I have a plan to help you rescue your granddaughter." The old man, momentarily taken aback, gazes at him with a numbed expression, clearly skeptical. "Since you have no other options, why not take a chance on a dead horse being treated as a live one?" The confidant smiles, bringing a glimmer of hope to the old man's bleak existence. "Is it truly possible?" The confidant rises, regaining some strength, dusts himself off, and gives an affirmative gesture. "Yes, consider this 10 taels as payment. Tell me your granddaughter's name and appearance. Wait outside the Wanhua Lu, and I assure you she will return safely. However, once you have her, leave Luohua town immediately and do not look back." The old man nods fervently, expressing his gratitude as he departs. Observing the elderly man's frail, hunched figure, the confidant sighs softly, a hint of resignation in his voice. "It seems I must face death once more. The experience is one I truly wish to avoid." With a murmured lament, he makes his way toward the clothing shop, realizing that in his current state as a beggar, he cannot even enter the Wanhua Lu Chapter 2, the melody of the brothel, the decapitated feast the Wanhua Tower. The sole establishment of its kind in the town of Luohua serves as a favored venue for cultured scholars to indulge in music and entertainment. Unlike the imagined opulence of brothels in bustling cities, Wanhua Tower possesses a more understated charm, lacking the extravagant allure one might expect. At the crimson-painted wooden railing facing the street, elegantly attired courtesans, dressed lightly and adorned with exquisite makeup, leaned against the railing, emanating a heady scent of rouge. They captivated passers-by, who, after a moment's hesitation and a resolute determination, succumbed to the allure and stepped into the embrace of the Wanhua Tower, surrounded by the alluring courtesans. Gu Ming spent 10 taels of silver to procure 2 sets of fine garments, one tailored to his own measurements and the other to fit Zhou Xiaohua. Along with the clothing, he acquired a wide-brimmed hat, a fire starter, oil, a glass vial, and a dagger, crafting 5 rudimentary incendiary devices. As a time traveler, possessing such contrivances seemed entirely reasonable. At this moment, Gu Ming stood outside the Wanhua Tower, clad in black attire, his tall figure somewhat gaunt but still possessing a certain elegance. With a bit of care, he could easily be mistaken for a dashing young gentleman. With a black bundle slung over his shoulder and the wide-brimmed hat adorning his head, he strode purposefully into the establishment. Noticing his arrival, the madam hastened to greet him, scrutinizing his appearance with playful laughter. "Your attire is quite unique, sir," she remarked. Gu Ming lowered his voice, its chill cutting through the air. "Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. A private room, with the finest food and drink." The madam, seasoned and well-versed in the ways of her patrons, recognized that Gu Ming was likely a figure of high status, one who preferred to remain in the shadows. Such customers often shared a common trait. They were difficult to please, yet generous in their spending. With a tinkling laugh, she replied, "Very well, please follow me." The madam personally guided Gu Ming to a top-tier room and instructed her subordinates to prepare a lavish feast. As Gu Ming surveyed the table laden with exquisite delicacies, he struggled to contain his desire, feigning calmness. Understanding his silent signal, the madam summoned 10 women to present themselves. Gu Ming cast a glance over the selection, but remained silent. The madam, taken aback, wondered at his indecision. Surely, among such beauty, one could be chosen. "Are you concerned about the price, sir?" she inquired with a playful laugh. "Not at all. Let us find someone to your satisfaction," she added, as she presented batch after batch of women. Yet Gu Ming did not nod in approval. The madam, puzzled, nearly assumed that Gu Ming might be a troublemaker, were it not for his distinguished demeanor. "Sir, what specific qualities are you seeking? Perhaps you could offer a hint?" she asked, her smile tinged with exasperation. Gu Ming remained still, finally speaking, around 16 or 17 years old, with some experience. The madam paused, signaling for another group to be brought in. This time, Zhou Xiaohua appeared among the 10. Gu Ming's gaze settled upon her, and he declared, "She will do." Without question, the madam retained Zhou Xiaohua and led the others out of the room. Gu Ming rose, securely locking the door behind them. In the midst of Zhou Xiaohua's astonished stare, he removed his hat, and with a swift, tempestuous motion, he descended into the room, resembling a ravenous spirit rather than a mere visitor to a brothel. Zhou Xiaohua possessed a pleasing appearance, resembling the girl next door, with a physique that was unremarkable, neither particularly alluring nor provocative. After a brief moment of hesitation, she began to delicately unfasten her skirt, revealing her fair skin adorned with a pink bodice and undergarments. Gu Ming, without lifting his gaze, retrieved a set of men's clothing and some black powder from his satchel. "We shall proceed with the transformation. Whatever it takes to appear like a man," he asserted. Zhou Xiaohua, taken aback, looked at him with confusion as she accepted the garments and the black powder, her voice barely above a whisper. "Young master, if you have a penchant for companionship, there are indeed handsome young men within the Wanhua Tower. Would you require?" Gu Ming paused, his attention drawn to Zhou Xiaohua's peculiar expression, a fine line of discontent appearing on his forehead. Zhou Xiaohua hastily waved her hands, her anxiety palpable. "Young master, that is not what I meant. It matters not. Your grandfather, old Zhou, sent me to rescue you. If you wish to escape Wanhua Tower, you must heed my instructions." Zhou Xiaohua was taken aback, staring at Gu Ming in disbelief. Gu Ming took a deep swig, wiping his mouth before recounting his encounter with her grandfather in a few brief words. Upon hearing that her elderly grandfather was contemplating suicide, Zhou Xiaohua panicked, collapsing to her knees, her body trembling. "Please, I implore you, save me and my grandfather. I do not fear being trapped here for eternity, but I dread for my grandfather." Gu Ming sighed softly, assisting Zhou Xiaohua to her feet. "I owe your grandfather a debt of gratitude, and my purpose here is to repay that. Listen closely. No matter what I do, You must ignore it and leave Wanhua Tower without delay. Do you understand? Zhou Xiaohua nodded vigorously, but at that moment, she noticed Gu Ming's gaze lingering on her budding figure. Though modest, it was enticingly fair. Young master, there is still time. Perhaps we could. Hey, what are you saying? I am a virtuous gentleman. This is not the time for such discussions. Quickly change into your attire and prepare yourself. Gu Ming pushed her aside, internally chastising himself for his impure thoughts, recognizing her youth. To suppress his base desires, he continued to indulge in his meal, resolute that if he were to perish, he would do so with a full belly. Zhou Xiaohua cast a lingering glance at Gu Ming before donning the black attire, binding her curves tightly, draping a loose robe over herself, and applying the black powder. Transforming into a delicate, dark-skinned athlete, she awaited quietly until Gu Ming had satisfied his hunger. Once finished, Gu Ming stood, patting his round belly with satisfaction. After so many days, I finally enjoyed a hearty meal, though it may be my last. He muttered, shouldering his pack and turning to Zhou Xiaohua. It will be chaotic outside soon. Take this opportunity to leave. Your grandfather awaits you in the alley to the left of Wanhua Tower. Zhou Xiaohua's expression turned anxious. Benefactor, will you be safe? Gu Ming grinned reassuringly. Do not worry, I am invulnerable. Zhou Xiaohua, still concerned, replied, You're jesting. Remember, regardless of what transpires, do not intervene. Simply exit Wanhua Tower, or you may endanger both yourself and your grandfather. Do you comprehend? Zhou Xiaohua's face grew serious as she nodded earnestly. Understood. With a graceful wave, Gu Ming departed from the room. At the staircase, the brothel madam, attending to her guests, instantly donned a smile upon seeing him, her plump waist swaying as she approached. Oh, my dear guest, so soon 'tis TSK, so audacious. I could hear the young lady's moans from afar. A smirk tugged at the corners of Gu Ming's mouth as he neared her, gesturing for her to come closer. The madam, overjoyed, leaned in, only to find a sharp dagger poised at her throat. Ahem, my apologies, I was in a rush and forgot my money. The madam's expression shifted dramatically, turning fierce as she barked. You look respectable, but you intended to mooch off me, didn't you? Do you dare to kill me? If you do, you won't escape. And I have dozens of thugs here. Boy, drop the knife and stay as a male companion, and you might live. Gu Ming remained silent, lifting the dagger, which plunged with a sickening sound into her ample arm. When blood splattered onto his face, he momentarily paused, quickly suppressing any physical discomfort. The anguished wails echoed throughout the brothel, drawing everyone's attention as numerous thugs surged forth, blocking the staircase completely. Among them, a hulking brute, bare of shirt and with a menacing countenance, approached wielding a large knife, radiating an aura of menace, and sneered, Who dares to wield a blade in my brothel? Truly ignorant of the consequences. Chapter 3 His father is dead? Then he must be without a mother. Gu Ming smiled faintly. A person unafraid of death would hardly fear a bully. Was this a jest? Can you guess where my next strike will land? With a swift motion, Gu Ming drew his dagger, blood splattering forth as the old madam wailed and the crowd turned pale. The bully furrowed his brow, advancing with his large knife, wagering that Gu Ming valued his life and feared demise. It seemed he wished for your death to monopolize the Wanhua building. If that were the case, I shall send you on your way. As Gu Ming raised his knife once more, the old madam, terrified, felt a warm liquid streaming from her lower body. She roared at the bully, Zhu Kuei, do you wish to bring about my demise? Step back and let the young brother leave. Zhu Kuei halted, aware of the profound ties between them and the old madam's backing. He dared not act recklessly. Step back, Gu Ming whispered gently, leaning in. Do me a favor and light this for me. The old madam, unable to resist, hurriedly ignited the fire starter Gu Ming offered. Young brother, do not act rashly. I can assure your safe departure and even provide you with 100, no, 1,000 taels of silver. Gu Ming, with a dagger in one hand and a Molotov cocktail in the other, chuckled lightly. Do you take me for a child? Let you go. I would surely perish. Zhu Kuei swung his large knife, unleashing his formidable body refinement skills, shattering tables and chairs with terrifying force, coldly regarding Gu Ming. You cannot escape. Surrender obediently, and I can grant you a swifter death. Gu Ming paid him no heed. His objective was to incite chaos and ensure Zhou Xiaohua's safe retreat. A skilled fighter indeed. He praised, igniting the Molotov cocktail and hurling it towards Zhu Kuei. Zhu Kuei sneered, slicing at the cocktail. The flammable liquid splattered, igniting the surrounding furniture in an instant. Flames erupting. Zhu Kuei himself was soon engulfed in flames. Startled and enraged, he dashed toward the rockery pond, leaping into the water with a splash. Emerging from the pool, he was enveloped in white steam, his skin faintly glowing red. Gu Ming was taken aback. Zhu Kuei was indeed a formidable body refinement expert. Is this all you can muster? I am a fifth-tier body refinement warrior. Your sinister tricks cannot breach my defenses. Holding his nine-ringed broadsword, Zhu Kuei's eyes glinted with malevolent intent, fixated on Gu Ming, wishing to tear him apart. As the Wanhua building burned, the henchmen scrambled to extinguish the fire, while patrons and courtesans fled in panic. Gu Ming's ruckus had already inflicted a loss of at least 1,000 taels on the establishment. Remarkable, Gu Ming mused, retrieving another Molotov cocktail from his pack. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, as if they had encountered a plague, instinctively distancing themselves. Even Zhu Kuei couldn't suppress a flicker of trepidation. While he was unafraid of the Molotov cocktail, the experience was undeniably unpleasant. With a resounding crash, he ignited another Molotov cocktail and threw it, causing the crowd to scatter in alarm, none daring to impede Gu Ming as he took the old madam hostage and exited the Wanhua building, stepping onto the street. In the ensuing chaos, onlookers gathered at a distance, while Zhou Xiaohua remained unnoticed. A dark figure stealthily departed from the Wanhua building, turning left into an alley, meeting the old man Zhou. Old man Zhou stared blankly at the boyish Zhou Xiaohua, trembling hands hesitant to reach out. Is it truly you, my dear flower? Grandfather. The grandfather and grandson embraced, tears streaming down their faces. Soon after, they turned their worried gazes towards Gu Ming, who was besieged and trapped. Grandfather, can our benefactor escape? Old man Zhou fell silent, his expression filled with sorrow. He never imagined that Gu Ming's so-called method would be a life-for-a-life exchange. Looking up at the sky, his eyes glistened with moisture as he murmured, "In this world, there's still such good people. There exists such great benevolence." Suddenly, old man Zhou knelt with Zhou Xiaohua, bowing 3 times. "Flower, we cannot aid our benefactor. If we do not leave, all he has done will be in vain. Let us depart. From this day forth, our Zhou family shall worship no celestial deities, only our benefactor." Gripping the reluctant Zhou Xiaohua, he turned back thrice before leaving the place. At this moment, Gu Ming found himself cornered by the riverbank, with no retreat available. Not only was he a poor swimmer, but even if he could escape, Gu Ming had no intention to flee. He needed to rely on his talents to devise a means of survival, lest he perish from hunger. The Molotov cocktails in his possession quickly ran out, engulfing the entire Wanhualu in flames, and nearly all the courtesans had fled. "What a pity that Wanhualu is destroyed," someone lamented. Upon hearing this, those oppressed by Zhu Kuei and the madam cheered, emboldened by their numbers. They no longer feared Zhu Kuei. Enraged, Zhu Kuei disregarded the madam and hurled his 9-ring broadsword at the 2 men. The madam gasped in horror, her voice shrill. "Zhu Kuei, even as a ghost, I will not spare you. The Wang family will not forgive you." The terrifying power of the 5th level of body refinement pierced through both men, sending them plummeting into the river. As death approached, Gu Ming grimaced in pain. The sensation was truly unbearable. With a crash, he fell into the water, his consciousness fading. In a daze, he saw arrows piercing through the water, realizing that merely killing him would not suffice for Zhu Kuei's vengeance. "It hurts so much. I swear, next time, I shall pursue immortality." Summoning the last of his strength, he shoved the madam's body aside. He did not wish to die alongside her, as it would bring him ill fortune. On the riverbank, Zhu Kuei's expression darkened as he unleashed a punch, severing a stout willow tree in half. The terrifying force sent the onlookers scattering in fear, unwilling to linger. You all witnessed it. That man used Wang Rofeng as a shield for himself. I acted to save him. It was an accidental killing. The thugs hastily nodded in agreement. Yes, it was that villain who caused the madam's demise. The boss was wounded while saving her, ultimately avenging her by slaying the villain. Zhu Kuei nodded in satisfaction. Ordering the retrieval of the two bodies, he intended to dismember Gu Ming. Just then, a panicked servant rushed over, breathless and terrified. Master, something has happened to the Lord." Zhu Kuei seized the servant, growling fiercely. "My father is a powerful 8th-level body refiner. How could anything happen to him?" The servant quaked, stammering in fear. "The master." During the act of intimacy, he suddenly exploded, his entire being disintegrated, leaving only a mass of flesh and blood. Zhu Kuei's pupils quivered, and in a fit of rage, he shattered the skull of his servant with a single blow. "How can my father, a formidable warrior of the 8th stage of body refinement, have perished in such a manner? Utter nonsense, courting death." Zhu Kuei hastily departed from the scene, rushing home. His complexion grew increasingly frantic. How dare the servant mock him? It was highly likely to be true. "My Wanhua pavilion has been destroyed. My father has perished. That accursed plague god." A day later, in the charity house, Gu Ming awoke, gazing at his blood-stained garments, lamenting, "Oh, my new clothes." His eyes darted around, borrowing a set of black attire, similar in style, albeit with a certain odor. Uncertain of what abilities he might acquire this time, he hoped for something truly useful. Sitting atop a coffin, Gu Ming muttered to himself, examining the panel in his mind. Killed by Zhu Kuei, sacrificing his father, resurrecting the host, and granting one card drawing opportunity. His father? He must have no mother, otherwise it would have been her demise instead. Before him, radiant lights flickered, revealing 3 cards. Gu Ming, momentarily taken aback, mused aloud. Was it due to his weaker cultivation? The weaker 1's strength, the fewer the cards. Randomly selecting one card, Gu Ming prayed for a skill of great utility. Chapter 4. Resurrect, my beloved, after approximately 3 hours. Gu Ming felt as though he had lived through a night of 18 encounters. Utterly fatigued, he lay upon the coffin. Rising to an upright position, Gu Ming pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. At last, he comprehended how to embark on the path of cultivation. Surely this counted as a preliminary step. The first step in cultivation is body refinement. As the name implies, it involves tempering the mortal flesh, strengthening the body layer by layer from within, until reaching a critical point that allows the spirit to enter the body, thus unlocking the next level of practice. Body refinement consists of 9 stages, typically requiring herbal assistance. Relying solely on oneself renders the process impossible. Yet now, Gu Ming faced the dire challenge of merely satisfying his hunger, let alone refining his body. Alas, while he understood the theory of cultivation, the practical application posed a significant dilemma. The theoretical outline indicates the necessity of a body forging technique and elixirs for refinement. Yet it seemed he possessed none of these. Shaking his head, Gu Ming leapt down from the coffin. The path is arduous and long, but perseverance will surely lead to success. However, opportunities abound in the grand cities. Perhaps fortune awaits him there. Departing from the mortuary, Gu Ming began to earnestly study and comprehend this world. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed, during which Gu Ming gradually learned how to survive in this realm, relying on hard labor, begging, and a touch of deceit. Although he had not amassed any silver, he had at least avoided starvation, gaining 10 pounds, and appeared robust and invigorated. Through his 3 months of learning, Gu Ming discovered that he resided in a world known as the Cangling continent, a realm of cultivation where sects of practitioners overshadowed the mundane empires. The nation he inhabited was called Yunqing, an inconspicuous entity among the countless mortal empires of the Cangling continent. Of course, there were practitioners within these mortal empires, and quite a number at that. Particularly in the grand cities, legendary golden core experts existed, capable of traversing heaven and earth, living for 5 centuries. The nearest grand city was named Qingyan City. One day, Gu Ming finally encountered a merchant caravan bound for Qingyan City. After communicating and negotiating, the caravan leader agreed to allow Gu Ming to accompany them on the condition that he would assist with labor along the way, without pay, but with 2 meals provided each day. Naturally, Gu Ming was delighted. He firmly believed that once he reached Qingyan City, he would surely encounter opportunities to genuinely embark on the cultivation path. This caravan was affiliated with the Wang family of Qingyan City, whose patriarch was a formidable expert at the peak of Foundation establishment, renowned across several nearby grand cities. The caravan transported various goods, including spiritual herbs and silks, a hodgepodge of items. The leader was a third-tier Qi condensation practitioner, considered a master in the mortal realm. In addition to the leader, there were dozens of guards, all adept at body refinement, rendering mere novices like Zhu Kuei insignificant in their presence. The journey was relatively safe, and after half a month of travel, the caravan finally arrived at Qingyun City. Parting ways with the caravan, Gu Ming stood before the majestic and ancient Qingyun City, gazing upward in awe. Truly, it was a grand city, distinctly remarkable. On the thoroughfare, vehicles and pedestrians flowed continuously, while the occasional flash of sword cultivators soared through the sky, mirroring Gu Ming's imagination of the cultivation world perfectly. With hands on hips, Gu Ming could not suppress a smile, once again speaking to himself with renewed vigor. In a bustling metropolis, opportunities abound. After several months of systematic study, I am convinced that I have fully assimilated into this world. Its rules are firmly within my grasp. With the mindset of a modern individual, thriving is merely a matter of time. First, I shall engage in commerce, cultivate connections, procure elixirs, and refine my physique. This vast expanse shall allow me to soar freely. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the heavens unleashed a tempest of thunder, ominous rumbles reverberating through the air, instilling a sense of dread. Gu Ming paused, gazing upward at the sky, where lightning lashed out like a rampaging dragon, and marveled once more. The realm of cultivation is indeed extraordinary. Even thunder carries an air of grandeur. The dragon of thunder roared, echoing across the land, distorting the void and giving rise to dark fissures. The thunder clouds descended, enveloping the entire Qingyun city, while the mighty bolts of lightning turned a deep crimson, whipping up a blood-colored tempest that swept away dust and debris, uprooting trees in its wake. Gu Ming could not help but swallow hard. His complexion gradually paled. Was this thunder? Excessively thunderous? Is this the spectacle of thunder in the realm of cultivation, capable of annihilating the world? I can't shake off this sense of unease. Boom! The thunder dragon bellowed, and hundreds of cultivators within Qingyun City transformed into streaks of light, fleeing in a frenzy. In the next instant, all the cultivators were consumed by the crimson lightning, turning into a mist of blood, utterly lifeless. The smile on Gu Ming's face froze as he struggled to turn away. It began to rain. I shall return home to gather my clothes and visit Qingyun City another time. Clang! The void distorted, and torrents of blood rained down from above, akin to divine wrath, pinning Gu Ming to the ground, rendering him immobile. Amidst the roiling blood thunder, a figure cloaked in crimson appeared, white hair billowing wildly, exuding an aura of unparalleled magnificence. Stepping upon a blood dragon in the void, the terrifying presence surrounding him was beyond Gu Ming's description. A mere glance nearly caused him to implode. Behind the blood-clad man floated the lifeless body of a ravishing woman, her aura extinguished, seemingly deceased. The man's eyes shimmered with the power of the Azura, flames flickering, an overwhelming demonic energy surging forth to engulf all of Qingyun City. A voice, cold as that of a deity or demon, resonated from his lips. I have no father or mother in this life, no kin or friends, only my beloved Xiao Wu. Yet, the heavens conspire to separate us, and I refuse to accept fate. Dreadful heavens, if you seek to take Xiao Wu from me, I shall defy destiny. Even if it means descending into the abyss of the demonic path, even if I become a scourge loathed by all, today I shall resurrect Xiao Wu. His blood-red gaze lowered. A myriad of blood light erupted, enveloping the entirety of Qingyun City, initiating a blood sacrifice of countless lives in an attempt to revive his beloved. Demon, you shall face retribution from the Righteous Alliance. I shall confront you. The formidable city lord of Qingyun City, a cultivator at the core formation stage, merely uttered a rallying cry before he was reduced to a cloud of blood mist, merging into the body of the woman behind the blood-clad man. Gu Ming wore an expression of utter disbelief. He longed to roar to the heavens, yet the pressure bore down upon him, threatening to shatter him, leaving him voiceless. In a bustling metropolis, opportunities abound. Yet why are there so many demons? No one informed me that even in my humble pursuits, I would encounter such misfortunes. My dear brother, do not jest. If I perish, your beloved shall meet the same fate. Ha! A sudden demise. The blood-clad fiend, in a gruesome ritual, sacrifices the lives of countless souls in the city of Qingyun, channeling their essence into the form of his cherished one, unleashing a terrifying surge of vitality that soars into the heavens. A sinister grin spreads across the blood-clad fiend's face as he harnesses celestial energies, infusing them into his beloved's body, emitting a low, chilling laughter. Arise, my beloved. His voice reverberates through the cosmos, and it seems his beloved senses his call. Her eyelashes flutter, and she gradually opens her eyes. Xiao Wu. Tears of crimson flow from the corners of the blood-clad fiend's eyes as he tenderly caresses her cheek, knowing all too well the myriad hardships endured for her resurrection. Xiao Wu sits up, grasping the blood-clad fiend's sturdy hand, her touch as gentle as water, softly uttering, "Third brother, I have returned." The blood-clad fiend responds, "This all feels so surreal. I am truly afraid that in the next moment, you will vanish once more." Suddenly, a gruesome spectacle unfolds. Flesh and blood scatter. Leaving him stunned, his Xiao Wu has exploded. My Xiao Wu, curse be fate. Damn you, heavens, how dare you take my beloved from me once again? I shall not rest until I confront you. The blood-clad fiend descends into madness, ascending to the heavens, yearning to reclaim his beloved. No, are you out of your mind? Chapter 5. The Immortal Cultivation License. Spirit Plant Master in the bustling streets of Maple Forest City, amidst the beggar's den, Gu Ming awakened once more, a mask of resignation upon his face, tinged with a hint of indignation. What on earth is going on? Here we go again. Yet, that demon's beloved, one must concede, is quite an adept, is she not? The gloom that enveloped Gu Ming's heart was swiftly supplanted by a surge of unexpected joy. Perhaps this misfortune was, in fact, a blessing in disguise. After all, given his current status, he was hardly worthy of being slain by a formidable opponent. Slain by Wang San, sacrificing his wife, resurrecting the host, granting one draw opportunity. Before him lay 17 resplendent cards, and Gu Ming could not help but grin, satisfaction radiating from him. He randomly selected one card. Low-grade Spirit Plant Master, Spirit Plant Master, a specialist in cultivating and planting various spiritual herbs and medicines. Annotation. Corresponding to the levels of cultivation techniques, categorized as heaven, earth, profound, yellow, and mortal. Gu Ming's smile faltered, and he clicked his tongue, muttering to himself in resignation. Well, at least it is a skill. If all else fails, I can cultivate spiritual herbs and refine my body, which is not without merit. He then perused his status panel. Name, Gu Ming. Race, human. Cultivation, none. Physique, mortal body. Technique, falling wind palm, major achievement. Divine abilities, none. Occupation, low-grade Spirit Plant Master. Lifespan, talent, borrowed life. Observing the beggars sprawled in their den, Gu Ming shook his head. He was no beggar and would henceforth refuse to accept any alms. A passing matron glanced at Gu Ming, her eyes assessing him, and upon finding him somewhat presentable, she pinched his cheek and placed 2 copper coins in his palm. Gu Ming. He stared at her, bewildered, pondering her intentions. What do you take me for? A mere boy? What are you staring at? This is all you're worth, she retorted, turning away. Fury ignited within Gu Ming. A man may be slain, but never humiliated. Under the expectant gazes of the other beggars, he suddenly recalled that he was devoid of money. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. He approached a roadside stall, ordering a steaming bowl of bean porridge, indulging heartily. Sated, Gu Ming contentedly patted his belly and strode purposefully into the city. Upon arriving in the bustling urban area, he squatted in a corner, contemplating his next course of action. He could hardly rely on begging for a lifetime. Could he? Resorting to self-destruction? That seemed unwise as well. Suddenly, the sound of gongs and drums resonated through the streets. A grand procession approached, led by a man beating the gong with a booming voice announcing, The examination for the Immortal Cultivation sect begins now. Those wishing to participate must hurry. You have 3 days, after which it will be too late. Gu Ming sprang to his feet, hands clasped behind his back, chest puffed out, and a smile gracing his lips. I now know the path ahead. Fortune favors me by joining a sect. With my identity as a low-grade spirit plant master, I could at least secure a position as the supervisor of a medicinal garden, right? Half an hour later, Gu Ming arrived at the designated assessment area, an opulent courtyard constructed specifically for examinations, guarded by sentinels. What are you staring at? Form a line, a guard barked, wielding a sharp weapon. Gu Ming hesitated briefly before obediently joining the queue. Ahead of him stood no fewer than 100 individuals. At this pace, who knows when it would end? Within the span of less than an hour, Gu Ming was astonished to discover that it was already his turn. Was the assessment proceeding so swiftly? Shouldn't it be conducted with greater rigor? Was there some underlying scheme at play? Muttering to himself, Gu Ming strode into the courtyard. In the garden, 3 tables were arranged, one directly ahead, one to the left, and one to the right. 3 individuals were present. The middle-aged man in the center served as the chief examiner. The one on the left was responsible for registration, and the young man on the right was there to assist. Upon seeing Gu Ming enter, the young man on the right waved his hand in greeting and handed Gu Ming a form. Gu Ming accepted the document, which contained fields for his name, age, address, and the occupations of his ancestors for 3 generations. A political review? The written and oral examinations have been entirely bypassed. The path of cultivation was indeed convenient. After a brief internal debate, Gu Ming hastily filled in the form, crafting details beyond his name and age. With a hint of trepidation, he handed the form to the examiner, only to be met with indifference as the chief examiner did not even glance at it. The chief examiner fixed his gaze on Gu Ming, who in turn stared back, their eyes locked in a silent standoff. After a moment, the chief examiner, seemingly exasperated, spoke in a cold tone. The resources within the realm of cultivation are limited. For every additional cultivator, the resources diminish. Thus, each city has a fixed quota for cultivation permits each year. This year, Fenglin City has only 300 slots. Young one, do you grasp my meaning? Only by possessing a cultivation permit can you qualify for the assessments conducted by the sects and become a disciple of a prominent sect, receiving guidance from a formal master. Do you understand? Gu Ming was taken aback. The implication was unmistakable bribery. Ahem, esteemed sir, might you provide a hint? The young man on the right scoffed, displaying clear discontent. 100 spirit stones for a single slot. Gu Ming turned on his heel and departed. Nonsense. 100 spirit stones? He could scarcely afford a meal. After his exit, his information was carelessly discarded on the ground, as though it were of no consequence. Wandering aimlessly through the streets after leaving the assessment site, Gu Ming felt lost. The darkness was palpable. Under the bright midday sun, they brazenly extorted money, denying entrance to someone of his potential. Shaking his head, Gu Ming crouched back into a corner, feeling as though his future was shrouded in shadow. As the sun began to set, and realizing that no savior would appear, Gu Ming continued his aimless stroll through the streets. Suddenly, he halted, lifting his gaze to a nondescript sign. Spirit Herb Garden, in the realm of cultivation. Aside from sects and certain mystical worlds, such gardens were seldom found. Not to mention, cultivating spirit herbs required spiritual soil, an environment rich in spiritual energy and rare seeds. The growth cycle was lengthy, ranging from 1 or 2 years to who knows how many. Moreover, artificial cultivation often resulted in failure with exorbitant sunk costs, making it impractical for ordinary individuals or loose cultivators to invest time in growing spirit herbs. Wasn't foraging wild herbs far more appealing? Who among the respectable would engage in artificial cultivation? Thus, when Gu Ming stumbled upon the sign of the Spirit Herb Garden, he was truly astonished. Indeed, as the saying goes, when the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. Where there is a glimmer of hope, there lies a path for my cultivation journey. Pushing the door open, he found the room dimly lit, barely allowing for visibility. Hello, is anyone there? Leave. A low, aged voice emanated from the backyard, causing Gu Ming to pause momentarily before deciding to venture forth, undeterred by the specter of death. Upon entering the backyard, he was greeted by a subtle, ethereal fragrance wafting through the air, revealing an array of spiritual herbs, each glimmering with a faint starry radiance, incredibly alluring. An austere old man was crouched down, meticulously examining a withered and malnourished spiritual herb. Gu Ming leaned closer, peering at the herb. It was a heart flame grass, imbued with fire attribute spiritual energy, proving quite beneficial to practitioners of the fire element. This particular heart flame grass belonged to the category of attribute herbs, necessitating the nurturing of fire attribute cultivator spiritual energy or cultivation in a fire vein locale. Otherwise, its survival would be exceedingly arduous. The old man rose, his gaze piercing and cold, fixated on Gu Ming. "Do you understand the cultivation of spiritual herbs?" he inquired. "I possess a modicum of knowledge," Gu Ming replied modestly. The old man scrutinized Gu Ming from head to toe, noting the absence of any spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from him, even before his body refinement, which eased his wariness considerably. Yet his tone remained frosty and devoid of warmth. "Do you wish to stay?" "Indeed," Gu Ming responded. "That is permissible, but you shall receive no remuneration, only sustenance and shelter." Gu Ming furrowed his brow, perceiving this as an exploitation of labor. Such inequities existed everywhere. Just as he contemplated negotiating, the old man continued, "However, I can offer you a commission. For every 10 spiritual herbs you cultivate to maturity, you shall receive one of your choosing. Deal. I look forward to our collaboration. I am Gu Ming, with Gu as in to protect and Ming as in life." Without hesitation, Gu Ming accepted the terms. The old man paid no heed to Gu Ming's peculiar gesture and spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. "From now on, refer to me as Old Zhao. The room on the left side of the first floor shall be yours. Apart from your room and the backyard, you are forbidden from entering other areas without permission, where you shall be sent back whence you came. Additionally, do not pilfer the spiritual herbs." "Not a problem," Gu Ming readily acquiesced, recognizing this as his first legitimate employment and a newfound refuge since his arrival in this world. Though Old Zhao appeared to be rather unapproachable, Gu Ming felt a sense of contentment, grateful to have found a place to anchor himself. Chapter 6. The Refinement of the Body. No trivial matter, Gu Ming temporarily resided in the spiritual herb garden of the old man Zhao, leading a life characterized by a monotonous routine. His days revolve around tending to the spiritual herbs, dining, and resting, with exchanges with Zhao seldom exceeding 3 sentences. Since Gu Ming's arrival, the old man had enjoyed a newfound leisure, as Gu Ming had taken over the tasks of cooking and cleaning. Upon discovering Gu Ming's remarkable aptitude for nurturing spiritual plants, Zhao entrusted him with the complete care of the herbs, while he himself languished in a rocking chair, appearing half alive. Far from feeling fatigued, Gu Ming found joy in this lifestyle, realizing that it held a certain charm. Time, much like a man's hair, is impervious to the brilliance of the years, fading away unnoticed. A year later, Gu Ming's first batch of spiritual herbs reached maturity, totaling 28 plants. Zhao was astonished. He had not anticipated such a high survival rate for this batch. His gaze upon Gu Ming shifted, curiosity piqued. "Pray tell, how much do you truly understand?" With eyes gleaming like the herbs themselves, Gu Ming replied, "Not much, merely a practitioner of the Xian level in spiritual botany." Zhao was taken aback, his curiosity intensifying. "A Xian level practitioner? You, a mere mortal, have no right to engage with spiritual plants. How could you possibly attain such a level? Moreover, the profession of spiritual botany holds little significance. To become a true tiered practitioner, one must invest vast resources and time, gaining wisdom through experience. Typically, spiritual botanists serve as auxiliary roles or belong to families lacking cultivation talent, and you do not seem to fit either category." Gu Ming felt no trepidation regarding Zhao's probing inquiries into his secrets. After all, he was invulnerable. Moreover, after a month of interaction, he had come to understand Zhao's character. Though he appeared gruff and indifferent, his integrity was commendable, a rarity. "As long as I can fulfill the tasks you assign. Is that not sufficient?" Upon hearing this, Zhao nodded, refraining from further questions. He was intrigued by Gu Ming's secret, but not overly so. "Very well, as per our agreement. You may select 3 spiritual herbs." Gu Ming was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at the unsmiling Zhao. Choose without hesitation. Do not dawdle. Zhao added, a word of advice. If you wish to cultivate, it would be wise to select body-refining herbs. With that, Zhao turned to leave, leaving Gu Ming alone. Watching Zhao's departing figure, Gu Ming smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you. Gazing at the vibrant array of spiritual herbs, he could not help but grin. Who says that effort bears no fruit? Subsequently, Gu Ming selected 3 herbs from the 28 newly matured mortal grade plants. Note: newly matured, possessing spiritual essence and efficacy, classified as mortal grade. However, should they continue to grow and surpass 100 years, they would ascend to yellow grade. Similar to these, he chose a blood fusion grass, a bone spirit flower, and a mystic shadow herb. Both the blood fusion grass and the bone spirit flower served as body-refining herbs, while the mystic shadow herb was more commonplace, yet held greater value than the former two. Carefully uprooting the mystic shadow herb, he placed it in a specially crafted wooden box. Gu Ming then proceeded to the apothecary to sell the spiritual herbs. The shopkeeper appraised Gu Ming with a measured glance. Sensing no fluctuations of spiritual energy, his demeanor grew distant. Upon opening the wooden box and observing the Xianyu grass, he spoke in a measured tone. A 1-year-old, ordinary grade Xianyu grass, of moderate quality, estimated at 6 spirit stones. Gu Ming paused, recalling the old man's reminder before his journey, and decided to introduce himself. I am affiliated with the old man Zhao's spiritual plantation. The shopkeeper was taken aback, a glimmer of respect flickering in his eyes. Clearing his throat, his attitude transformed. He smiled and said, Young brother, why didn't you mention your connection to the old man Zhao sooner? In that case, this Xianyu grass is 12 spirit stones. The excess shall serve as a welcoming gift. Gu Ming felt a wave of joy, expressed his gratitude to the shopkeeper, and took the spirit stones, along with the wooden box, an essential item for storing spiritual herbs that he couldn't afford to lose. As for Zhao's identity, he remained indifferent, focused solely on hastening his physical refinement and entering the body refinement realm. Arriving at a shop that sold spiritual instruments, Gu Ming was overwhelmed by the plethora of items used by various cultivators. However, the most ordinary grade spirit sword cost 100 spirit stones, far beyond his means. His aim was to acquire a storage bag for convenience in carrying items. Upon reading the description of the storage bag, he didn't wait for the shop assistant to approach, instead choosing to leave the shop with a sigh, shaking his head. He decided to procure some medicinal powders, fire stones, silver needles, and other tools necessary for his body refinement. As for the storage bag, it was a luxury he dared not dream of for now, let alone the fact that even the most basic low-tier storage bag was valued at 50 spirit stones. The usage method required spiritual awareness, a faculty he lacked entirely. An hour later, Gu Ming spent 5 spirit stones on the essentials and hurried back to the spiritual plantation. He rushed into the kitchen, preparing a bucket and ample cold water. According to the foundational theories of cultivation, one needed a bucket filled with cold water, into which the body refinement powder was to be dissolved, followed by the addition of fire stones, gradually heating the mixture akin to boiling a frog in warm water. By grinding the spiritual medicine to a liquid state and integrating it into the water, then utilizing silver needles to puncture acupoints and open meridians, one could achieve body refinement. This was a choice devoid of body forging techniques. Though less effective, it bore its own dangers. Observing Gu Ming bustling about with a smile, Zhao the old man intentionally strolled outside the kitchen. Gu Ming inwardly grumbled, wishing he would move farther away. This old fellow, who usually vanished, was now present at his critical moment, causing a disturbance. With a decisive slam, Gu Ming shut the door, inciting Zhao to kick the wooden door in frustration. Gu Ming stared at Zhao, bewildered, wanting to ask, "What is your issue, old man?" Zhao took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "You wish to refine your body. Do you know how to use the silver needles to puncture acupoints?" Gu Ming shook his head. "I don't know. I'll learn as I go." "Zhao, do you know the optimal heating speed for the fire stones?" "No idea. As long as it works for body refinement, that's all that matters." Gu Ming waved dismissively. "It won't kill me. What is there to fear?" Zhao's expression was one of exasperation, with a hint of annoyance shadowing his brow, and he let out a cold snort. Indulgence is folly. The pursuit of cultivation is no trifling matter, and one cannot act recklessly. Pray tell, from whence did you acquire such methods of body refinement? Gu Ming scratched his head and replied, a book on the foundational theories and outlines of cultivation. Old Zhao laughed in disbelief. He had never encountered anyone so reckless in his lifetime. Huh, let's strike a bargain. 10 spirit herbs, and I shall assist you in your body refinement. Gu Ming furrowed his brow. 10 spirit herbs equated to several years' worth of his earnings, and it hardly seemed worthwhile. Observing Gu Ming's hesitance, old Zhao was thoroughly amused. Countless individuals had once begged him to refine their descendants' bodies, only to be rebuffed. This fellow, hesitating over 10 spirit herbs, particularly his own, was truly absurd. Witnessing old Zhao's rising ire and fearing expulsion from the spirit herb garden, Gu Ming hastily acquiesced. A deal, a deal. I consent. However, let us be clear. If you fail, I shall not part with the herbs. Old Zhao stifled his anger, dreading that he might lose his temper and strike Gu Ming down with a single blow. Chapter 7. 5 years, refining the body to the 5th level stripped bare. He entered the barrel, closing his eyes, enduring the pain without a flinch. Gu Ming, slightly bashful, turned away, leaving only a pair of white shorts. As he descended into the water, he quickly shut his eyes under the scrutinizing gaze of the elderly Zhao. With a wave of his hand, a faint ethereal glow emerged, grasping the blood fusion grass and bone spirit flower from a distance. Merging them with his spiritual power, they transformed into a viscous essence that infused the water. After a brief pause, Zhao retrieved 10 wooden boxes from his storage ring, suspending them in the air. With a flick of his sleeve, the boxes opened, revealing 10 fragrant spiritual herbs that morphed into liquid and mingled with the water. Startled, Gu Ming nearly opened his eyes but was promptly admonished by Zhao. Do not move. Obediently, Gu Ming remained still in the barrel. Zhao took a deep breath, extending both hands. His left hand shimmered with red spiritual light, gradually raising the water's temperature in a controlled manner. With his right hand holding a silver needle, he skillfully navigated the 360 acupuncture points of Gu Ming's body, opening the meridians to absorb the essence of the liquid. As Zhao's speed increased, beads of sweat surfaced on his forehead. Focus and channel the essence according to my guidance. Refine your body, he instructed. It would be painful, but one must endure. Gu Ming felt a strange sensation as if his skin could breathe, devouring the spiritual liquid. His bones and flesh tingled as if countless insects were gnawing at him. This sensation, surprisingly, felt less daunting than that of death. Time passed slowly as the essence was consumed, black impurities seeping from his skin. An hour later, Zhao's complexion turned ashen, and he scolded, "What a wretched constitution! Why is there so much filth?" While speaking, he refined 10 more spiritual herbs, rain-fusing them into Gu Ming's body for further refinement. Gu Ming felt somewhat helpless, uncertain of how to change his condition. Another hour passed, and Zhao gradually withdrew his strength, nearly collapsing against the wall, breathing heavily, his expression a mix of exhaustion and contemplation. Have I truly become this weak? Time is running short. Gu Ming opened his eyes, his body encrusted with dark filth, yet feeling remarkably light and invigorated, as if he had been reborn. Observing Zhao's near collapse, Gu Ming was alarmed and instinctively reached out to assist. Zhao, however, rose with a hint of disdain. You're filthy. Go wash yourself. Your willpower is commendable. Enduring such pain, even with a poor constitution, you may achieve great things in the future. By the way, you owe me 20 spiritual herbs. With that, Zhao turned and departed, appearing significantly aged. Gu Ming stared at Zhao's retreating figure, a complex sigh escaping his lips. Thank you, he murmured, bowing respectfully, fully aware of the immense debt he now owed Zhao, though he had been rather casual in his approach towards Zhao's status. It was evident that the old man had paid a significant price to aid him in refining his body. After cleansing himself of the grime, Gu Ming made his way to a tavern, ordering fine wine and procuring a variety of ingredients to prepare an abundant feast. Old Zhao gazed at the lavish spread of delicacies and fine wines before him, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Were it not for Gu Ming's commendable character, he would never have agreed to assist another in body refining once more. You have now reached the first stage of body refinement. All impurities have been expelled from your body. Henceforth, you must avoid extravagance, as the elixirs required for each subsequent stage are quite numerous. Gu Ming scratched his head, smiling as he poured wine for old Zhao. I understand, and I shall abide by your words. This feast is in gratitude for your kindness, a debt I shall remember. And should the opportunity arise, I will repay it in kind. Ha! Such bravado over merely the first stage of body refinement, old Zhao retorted, downing his drink with evident pleasure. Not bad, not bad. You still possess a semblance of conscience. Gu Ming offered the remaining 5 spirit stones he had to old Zhao. Observing the old man's perplexed expression, he clarified, well, I know these spirit stones are insufficient, but they constitute my entire fortune. I will work to repay the debt. As my hometown saying goes, one must honor their debts. Gu Ming adhered to his principles. Kindness must be repaid, debts settled, and grievances avenged. Old Zhao stared at the spirit stones, lost in thought. After a lengthy silence, he suddenly smiled and accepted the stones. We are even now. You owe me nothing further. Your compensation shall remain as originally agreed. Gu Ming, that's not what I meant. Realizing that further hesitation would lead to unnecessary complications, he sighed internally, deciding to engrave this kindness in his heart for future repayment. Subsequently, old Zhao's demeanor shifted from his previous aloofness to one imbued with warmth and humanity. After a joyful meal, old Zhao returned to his residence, forbidding Gu Ming from approaching. Gu Ming smirked, diligently tidying up and tending to the spirit herbs. As dusk fell and he returned to his room, Gu Ming introspected, feeling an overwhelming strength coursing through him. On Earth, I would likely be considered a minor expert, wouldn't I? Testing his might, he estimated it to be around 300 pounds, surpassing the average for those at the body refining stage. Is this the feeling of a prodigy? I am indeed formidable. Gu Ming resumed his tranquil existence, sleeping, tending to spirit herbs, eating, and now incorporating a practice regimen. The technique he practiced was the Swift Wind Sword Technique, a foundational sword art bestowed by old Zhao that required no spiritual energy and had no rank. Initially, Gu Ming trained using a bamboo sword, prompting old Zhao to craft him a wooden sword out of concern. Every morning at dawn, he would wield the sword 1,000 times, again at noon, and yet again at sunset. This cycle continued tirelessly. After 5 years of diligent practice, Gu Ming had mastered the sword technique with exceptional skill, yet he remained relentless in his repetition. Old Zhao, perplexed, could not help but inquire. You could request that I provide you with a different foundational technique. Gu Ming firmly refused. I find a sword to be quite elegant. This shall suffice. Moreover, one should not be greedy. Mastering a single sword technique is ample. No matter how extravagant others may be, a single sword can cut through all. Old Zhao fell silent, unexpectedly finding merit in Gu Ming's words. Over the 5 years, he observed old Zhao's health declining, visibly aging day by day. Gu Ming had inquired numerous times, but old Zhao consistently evaded the topic, leaving him feeling helpless. In hindsight, Gu Ming has made remarkable progress, achieving the remarkable rank of a 5th-level master in body refinement within a mere 5 years, with his arm strength surpassing 2,000 pounds, a feat both formidable and awe-inspiring. Observing Gu Ming's proud demeanor, the elderly Zhao, with his hair turned gray, could not resist a derisive remark as he reclined in his rocking chair. After 5 years, you remain at the 5th level of body refinement. You truly are a genius. Gu Ming chuckled sheepishly, suddenly feeling bashful at the unexpected praise. A mere exaggeration, he replied modestly. Zhao, half amused and half irritated, retorted, do you think I am complimenting you? Even a stray dog could ascend beyond the body refinement stage to the energy condensation stage within 5 years. Look at you, diligently practicing, relying solely on your own efforts to draw spiritual energy into your body for refinement, moving at a pace slower than a tortoise. Gu Ming scratched his head, offering a sheepish grin but saying nothing in response. In truth, his motivation lay in repaying a debt, albeit small, yet significant enough for him. After all, with an endless lifespan, even if it took him a century to refine his body, it would not pose any detriment. Chapter 8. The Path of Solitude. Old Zhao furrowed his brows and suddenly spoke. You do not intend to return my elixir, do you? Certainly not. Gu Ming replied softly, meeting Zhao's piercing gaze. There is a slight matter. Nonsense. This time, old Zhao refrained from issuing a stern reprimand, instead succumbing to silence. Gu Ming lowered his head, unwilling to contradict the old man who had been both mentor and father figure, the only one in this world who had treated him sincerely. After a prolonged silence, old Zhao sighed gently. Gu Ming, my time is limited. A wave of shock surged through Gu Ming, leaving him feeling inexplicably hollow, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. How could this be? You are a master, capable of living for hundreds or even thousands of years. Old Zhao shook his head, a complex sigh escaping his lips. I have damaged my foundation. My time here is not long. Gu Ming, promise me, during my remaining years, to cultivate diligently and at least acquire the strength for self-preservation. In that way, I shall have no regrets. Over the years, old Zhao had come to regard Gu Ming as his own child. A wave of sorrow washed over Gu Ming. Though he possessed boundless longevity and could not perish, he lacked the ability to alter old Zhao's fate. He felt weak, as feeble as a fledgling. Very well. I promise to cultivate diligently and take good care of your elixir garden. Old Zhao smiled faintly, saying no more. As he closed his eyes and swayed gently in his rocking chair, gesturing toward the elixir garden, his meaning unmistakable. In the days that followed, Gu Ming dedicated himself to refining his body with elixirs, practicing swordplay, nurturing the elixirs, and leisurely wandering through Maple Forest City. 3 years later, Gu Ming finally reached the 9th level of body refinement, completing his training, with his arm strength reaching 6,000 pounds. Over the course of 8 years, he swung his sword 9,720,000 times, significantly enhancing his foundational skills. Day after day, he toiled relentlessly, regardless of wind or rain, never yielding to fatigue. Seasons changed, and one day, filled with joy, Gu Ming approached old Zhao. Old man, I have broken through to the 9th level of body refinement. May I now begin to condense qi? Old Zhao looked at Gu Ming, somewhat speechless. 8 years to reach the 9th level of body refinement. It must be said that such talent was ill-suited for cultivation. Yet, Gu Ming's tenacity brought old Zhao comfort, and he was reluctant to dampen his spirits. Very good, very good. With the assistance of elixirs, you have indeed progressed swiftly. Next, we move on to condensing qi. You must absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, guiding it through breath control and intention, drawing the energy into your body and condensing it in the lower dantian. Unlocking specific acupoints to promote the circulation of qi. By executing a complete cycle of qi within your body, you can break through to the first level of qi condensation. This is closely linked to one's constitution. For a gifted individual, perhaps it could be accomplished in 3 to 5 days. Gu Ming paused momentarily, then turned to old Zhao. What if one's talent is rather poor? Old Zhao hesitated, then replied, for the first cycle of qi, even with poor talent, one should certainly enter the first level of qi condensation within half a year. Hearing this, Gu Ming exhaled in relief. Achieving the first level of qi condensation within 6 months did not seem insurmountable. 6 months later, old Zhao gazed at Gu Ming, who was still in the process of guiding the spiritual energy through the cycle, lost in contemplation. Sensing the faintly melancholic gaze of Gu Ming, the elderly Zhao coughed softly and offered words of comfort. Old as I am, I speak of time and haste to spur you on. In truth, even the most gifted among us requires a month to complete the first cycle of the Great Zhou. For those with lesser talents, a year or more is entirely reasonable. Gu Ming, do not lose heart. Persevere and forge ahead. I understand. Thank you, old man, Gu Ming replied, brimming with confidence, vowing to reach the first level of qi condensation within a year. 2.5 years later, the silver-haired Zhao gazed upon Gu Ming, who had achieved the 9th level of body refinement, and felt a pang of reluctance to dampen his spirits. Ah, Gu Ming, I must confess, I have misled you again. It is quite normal to take a decade or more to break through to the first level of qi condensation. Have faith in yourself. Zhao harbored a vague suspicion that Gu Ming likely lacked the aptitude for cultivation, possessing a mixed spiritual root of the most inferior kind, a rarity indeed. Yet Gu Ming remained undeterred, firmly believing that if 2.5 years were insufficient, then 10, 100, or even 1,000 years would suffice to enter the realm of qi condensation and embark on the path of cultivation. I understand, old man. I shall strive earnestly and not disappoint your expectations. As he watched Gu Ming depart, Zhao coughed again, blood seeping from his lips, a bittersweet smile gracing his features. Time was truly running short, little one. Make the most of it. Years slipped by like fleeting shadows. A decade later, Gu Ming knelt beside the bed, gazing at the frail, ailing Zhao, his heart heavy with sorrow. His own cultivation level remained at the 9th stage of body refinement. Zhao, with his clouded gaze, looked at Gu Ming and sighed. Young one, I have but one regret in this life, and now I bear another. Gu Ming offered an awkward smile. 13 years without breaking through to the first level of qi condensation was indeed absurd. Do not worry, old man. I will one day transcend into the realm of qi. Zhao fell silent, for in the face of death, words often turn tender. He advised, do not cling too tightly to your ambitions, lest you fall into madness. Perhaps cultivation is not your destiny. With your talent for growing spiritual herbs, you could live a life of comfort. My journey has reached its end. The path ahead is yours to tread alone. Gu Ming's face reflected sorrow and reluctance. After 22 years together, their bond transcended that of father and son. Old man, what regrets do you still hold? I shall fulfill them for you. Gu Ming had once inquired about who had harmed Zhao's foundation and sought to uncover his past. But Zhao had remained tight-lipped. He shook his head, his expression grave. They are not foes you can afford to confront. This is an old man-esque grudge, and there's no need to involve you in it. Remember, after my passing, leave this place within 3 days, depart from Maple Forest City, and do not return. My belongings carry a dangerous aura. I cannot bequeath them to you, for they would only bring trouble. Given your current strength, possessing them would not aid you, but rather bring peril to your life. I will leave you some provisions, sufficient for a worry-free life. Heed my words, the world of cultivation is fraught with danger. Seek out a secluded place and live out your remaining days in peace. Zhao, aware of Gu Ming's extraordinary potential, was reluctant to see him enter the perilous realm of cultivation. Gu Ming nodded, refraining from rebuttal, for when one stands on the brink of death, it is wise to acquiesce to the heart's desires. Old man, I have but a single request. What is the unfulfilled regret you carry? He inquired. In the future, should I possess the means, I may aid you in realizing your wishes. Otherwise, this shall become my obsession, my lament. After a prolonged silence, the old man, Zhao, sighed deeply, his voice barely a whisper. I have a daughter, named Zhao Ningyi, who cultivates at the Ice Cloud sect. When you have the opportunity, please visit her on my behalf. I owe her so much. Gradually, Zhao's gaze became murky and unfocused. Throughout my life, my stubbornness and pride have led me to lose and miss much. This is my retribution. After my passing, do not concern yourself with burying me. Let the heavens and earth consume my body, allowing it to decay here. Ningyi has always been intelligent, gifted, and independent. I do not worry for her. What troubles me is you, my child. Remember, do not force matters. Perhaps you are not suited for the path of cultivation. Gu Ming rose, brushing away the tears from his eyes, and meticulously cleaned Zhao's remains, dressing him in the prepared burial attire. He laid him to rest in the herb garden, erecting a monument, surrounding the grave with seeds of spiritual herbs. Gu Ming sat before Zhao's grave, personally preparing 22 dishes and 2 flasks of fine wine. Zhao, let us drink until dawn. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. With a broad smile, Gu Ming raised a cup, pouring one for Zhao as well. How about that? But there shall be no fishing. Come, come, I drink to you, and you shall suffer 2 cups as penance. Zhao, allow me to teach you the drinking game. The second head, 666, he mused, feeling the weight of solitude settle upon him once more. Gu Ming downed the contents of the flask, staring blankly at the sky, lost in thought. Chapter 9. Revenge is a dish best served late the following afternoon. Gu Ming awoke from his slumber at the grave of the old man Zhao. After kneeling thrice in reverence, he rose and, taking 3 steps backward, softly spoke, Old Zhao, I am departing now. Rest assured, I shall visit Zhao Ningyi. You can rest well. While packing his belongings, Gu Ming discovered a cloth pouch beneath his pillow. Upon examining it, he realized it was a storage bag. Fearful that Gu Ming might struggle to utilize it, the old man Zhao had thoughtfully infused a trace of his own essence into the bag. Although he lacked spiritual awareness, Gu Ming could effortlessly retrieve and store items with a mere flicker of intent. The storage bag was modest in size, approximately 10 cubic meters, containing 1,000 spirit stones, 100 low-grade spirit herbs, 1,000 taels of gold, and some silver coins, among other things. Additionally, there were 2 martial arts manuals, both of the yellow rank, one for the Cloud Wind Steps and the other for the Earth Dragon Shield. One facilitated escape, while the other provided defense. It was evident how much Zhao feared for Gu Ming's life. With a soft chuckle, Gu Ming returned the items to the storage bag. He found the higher-level techniques beyond his comprehension, rendering them useless to him, akin to a mere hindrance. Besides these items, there were also 2 sets of black clothing and a letter addressed to Zhao Ningyi. He placed his personal belongings into the storage bag, glanced back at the place he had called home for 22 years, and turned to leave. Gu Ming did not disturb the old man Zhao's storage ring, spirit herbs, or other possessions. All were left buried alongside him as part of his burial rites. With a wooden sword at his waist and the storage bag nestled against his chest, Gu Ming departed the spirit herb garden and, adhering to Zhao's final instructions, exited Maple Forest City. 3 days after Gu Ming's departure, 4 enigmatic cultivators arrived at the spirit herb garden. Upon confirming Zhao's demise, their expressions were a mix of complexity. Once the most formidable figure in the Yinxin Kingdom, his fall was both tragic and lamentable. The title of the strongest in a mortal empire held little weight in the eyes of sex. He was merely a larger ant. And to pass away peacefully was a grace bestowed by the celestial beings. It was indeed a pity that his body-refining method had not been passed down. Rumors spoke of a young man appearing by his side in his final 22 years. Could he have been Zhao's successor? Should he be eradicated entirely? Perhaps not. Moderation is key in all matters. Let us take him away and report to our superiors. The rest is irrelevant to us. The 4 individuals placed Zhao's body into a storage bag and then departed Maple Forest City. In Luohua Town, Zhu Kuei, the adversary of old, awaited retribution. Gu Ming believed in settling scores, albeit belatedly. This time, rather than toiling as a laborer to repay debts, he paid 10 taels of silver for travel expenses. Wealth affords one the luxury of indulgence. 10 days later, Gu Ming returned to Luohua Town. For him, 22 years was but a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of life. Yet, for this small mortal town, time had wrought significant changes. Akin to the cycles of spring and autumn, the once young boy had established a family, his children now demanding nourishment. In Luohua Town, apart from the old man Zhou, Gu Ming found no familiar faces. He made his way directly to the former Wanhua building, which retained its charm and had flourished even further. Zhu Kuei has ascended to the 8th level of body refinement, his strength formidable and his demeanor increasingly tyrannical and reckless. He continues to oppress the common folk, abducting maidens and seizing fertile lands, instilling terror in the hearts of all. The collusion between corrupt officials and malevolent powers has rendered the common people woefully miserable, living in dire straits. Within the opulent Wanhua Lu, Zhu Kuei, engrossed in his nefarious pursuits, was abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door from a subordinate, nearly causing him to lose his composure. "Who dares disturb me? Do you not see I am engaged in important matters?" Zhu Kuei cursed vehemently as he rose, sending his underlings sprawling with a single swipe. The subordinate, clutching his reddened face, hastily explained, "Boss, someone is causing trouble. By their stature, they appear to be a formidable opponent, and we dare not act recklessly." Furrowing his brows, Zhu Kuei commanded sharply, "Bring me my blade. I shall see which fool dares to create a disturbance on my territory." Grasping his 9-ring broadsword, he strode forth, while the henchmen and courtesans hastily cleared a path. The new matron of the establishment pointed an accusatory finger at the shadowy figure in the room, indignantly declaring, "Brother K, it is he. He has scrutinized every girl in our establishment and claimed they are lacking, even insulting you as an illegitimate child." Fury ignited within Zhu Kuei, his menacing presence palpable as he entered the room, wielding the broadsword, and bellowed, "Who dares to disrupt my Wanhua Lu, unaware of their impending doom?" The figure, with their back turned to Zhu Kuei, allowed a soft chuckle before slowly turning around and removing their hat. Zhu Kuei, long time no see. Confronted by the familiar yet foreign visage of Gu Ming, Zhu Kuei was momentarily taken aback, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. This face, even reduced to ashes, would remain etched in his memory, for it was this individual who had turned his years of effort to naught and forced him to pay a hefty sum, all on the day he lost his father. How could he ever forget? Instinctively, Zhu Kuei recoiled 2 steps, as if faced with a ghost. Regaining his composure, rage surged within him, and he coldly uttered, "You are still alive and dare to come before me? Very well. This time, I shall dismember you and see how you survive." With a mighty swing of his 9-ring broadsword, he unleashed a devastating strike towards Gu Ming, the force generating a sonic boom. The onlookers displayed expressions of triumph, confident that in such a humble locale, Zhu Kuei faced no insurmountable challenges. Clang! As blood splattered, staining the floor with a rhythmic drip, Zhu Kuei's pupils dilated in horror. The broadsword clattering from his grasp as he clutched his neck, gasping, "How? Is this possible?" Gu Ming calmly wiped the blood from his wooden sword with a handkerchief, returning it to his waist, then donned his hat once more, leisurely making his way towards the exit. With a resounding thud, Zhu Kuei collapsed, lifeless upon the floor, plunging the entire Wanhua Lu into chaos as his henchmen fled in terror, too frightened to avenge their fallen leader. Observing the panicked and bewildered women around him, Gu Ming spoke with measured calmness. "Take what you can and leave Luo Hua town. Go as far as you can. Within the span of a single incense stick, those who linger shall perish." With a swift stroke, Gu Ming cleaved the air, leaving a deep scar on the staircase. The unfortunate women, realizing their plight, hurriedly gathered their belongings and fled the Wanhua Lu in desperation. Some grateful individuals bowed deeply in front of Gu Ming, expressing their gratitude before departing. Within the span of a single incense stick's burn, the once vibrant and bustling Wanhua Tower fell into desolation. Gu Ming grasped a kerosene lamp and set the Wanhua Tower ablaze once more. While brothels may exist, they must not do so in this manner. After the Wanhua Tower was consumed by flames, Gu Ming also vanished, never to be seen again. Legends about Gu Ming circulated in Luohua town. Some claimed he was a celestial master from a sect, descending to uphold justice and vanquish evil. Others spoke of him as a malevolent spirit from the netherworld, returning after 22 years to seek vengeance. Still, others regarded him as a chivalrous figure, come to rectify the injustices of the mortal realm. A month later, Gu Ming participated in the examination for the cultivation sect in Yueyan City, expending 120 spirit stones, a price increase, to gain approval, successfully passing the assessment and obtaining a cultivation license. According to the chief examiner, with this license, he could join any sect he desired. Gu Ming, however, was skeptical, yet he harbored a dream of becoming the elder brother of a prestigious cultivation sect. Just imagine, as the elder brother among countless prodigies, even the most talented would have to bow before him. That sensation would be even more exhilarating than being an elder. With such anticipation, Gu Ming embarked on the path to join a sect. The closest cultivation sect to Yueyan City was named Wenxin Sect. Ah, that name sounds somewhat familiar. Muttering to himself, Gu Ming dismissed the thought. After all, who could remember events from 22 years ago? Chapter 10. The quest for the heart of the city. Gu Ming embarked on his journey to seek knowledge and understanding, guided by the map he had purchased. This undertaking consumed a full 6 months of his life. The world was vast and desolate. Beyond the cities lay barren lands, devoid of life, where not even a bird dared to rest. With no choice but to follow the map's directions, Gu Ming pressed on, weary yet resolute. When fatigue set in, he rested. When hunger struck, he hunted for wild game. When thirst arose, he drank from the mountain springs. Despite his travels, he remained committed to his cultivation, ensuring that his daily practices were not neglected. Unlike the fresh-faced traveler who first set out, Gu Ming now bore the appearance of a wanderer, his hair tousled and his demeanor slightly haggard. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across the sky, startling him. The presence of a flying swordsman suggested a formidable practitioner, likely one whose prowess surpassed the condensation stage. Such cultivators were known for their ruthless tendencies. He was fortunate to have evaded them. In an unexpected turn, the sword light spiraled back, and a figure executed a sharp turn, hovering before Gu Ming. It was a female sword cultivator, her high ponytail swaying gracefully, clad in a form-fitting red attire that accentuated her perfect silhouette. Her poised and spirited demeanor perfectly embodied Gu Ming's ideal of a gallant sword maiden. Body refinement practitioner, where are you headed? If it is along my path, I would be glad to escort you, she inquired, her gaze surveying him from a height. Gu Ming hesitated for a moment before replying. To the heart of the mind sect. Not on my route. Should fate allow, we may meet again, she responded. With that, her sword carved a flawless arc in the air as she veered towards the distant horizon. By the way, you are heading the wrong way. The heart of the mind sect lies to the southeast. While you're traveling northwest, she added. Damn it. What a useless map, Gu Ming muttered, crumpling the map in frustration and discarding it as he turned to continue his path northwest. Along the way, Gu Ming encountered a myriad of individuals. Farmers laboring in the fields, children frolicking in play, students journeying to the capital for examinations, impoverished signs of noble families, and even a number of cultivators, though these latter seemed rather aloof, unlike the warm-hearted South Palatian. Unbeknownst to him, 2.5 years slipped by, and Gu Ming remained at the 9th level of the body refinement stage. His strength had improved considerably, yet he found himself unable to break through to the next realm. If not for the spiritual stones and silver left by old Zhao, he would have surely perished from hunger along the way. After 3 months of traversing desolate terrain, Gu Ming finally stumbled upon an inn. Though dilapidated, it was nonetheless a refuge with living souls. Upon entering, he shook off the dust from his clothes and called out, "Is anyone here?" Suddenly, his keen senses detected a faint whiff of blood, subtle yet alarming. A distinguished guest. TSK, 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 a handsome young man, surely delightful. Undoubtedly a good person. Taking a seat, Gu Ming waved his hand grandly, casting aside his disguised bundle onto the table, and removed his wooden sword. Innkeeper, bring me your finest wine and meat. Money is no object. The innkeeper, with a flirtatious smile that caused her ample bosom to jiggle, chuckled, "A swordsman, I see. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch it right away." In the kitchen, 2 mangled corpses lay on the floor, their limbs and torsos mysteriously vanished. A bald butcher gazed upon the approaching proprietress, his hand reaching out to grasp her ample bosom, licking his lips with a greasy smile. "You are quite provocative. I find myself rather impatient," he leered. "Oh, you foolish man, why the haste? There should be plenty of fine offerings outside. Let's dispatch them first, and you may proceed as you wish." The proprietress cast a flirtatious glance, ensnaring the butcher in a shiver of desire. "Delightful. Hurry, prepare him a grand feast." The butcher grinned wickedly, acknowledging, "Understood, we shall waste nothing." He brandished his cleaver, ferociously hacking at the limbs and bones, casting them into the boiling iron pot. Suddenly, a voice of disdain echoed from the doorway. Hey, at least blanch the meat to remove the stench. Doing it this way will yield a strong odor." The expressions of the two shifted dramatically as they turned to see Gu Ming, who was observing them with an amused smile. "Well, since you've caught us, we can't be held accountable," the old butcher sneered. "Kill him." The butcher cackled menacingly, his corpulent frame quivering as he swung the cleaver towards Gu Ming. With a slight raise of his brow, Gu Ming evaded and delivered a powerful kick to the butcher's knee. The force shattered the joint, sending the butcher crashing against the wall. The cleaver struck the wall just as the butcher's head collided with its back, resulting in a splatter of blood, a fatal blow. "Too lenient," Gu Ming remarked, turning to the proprietress, who trembled in terror, her demeanor pitiful. "He forced me to act thus. I am but a weak woman, too afraid to resist. Thankfully, you intervened and vanquished the villain. I would gladly offer myself in gratitude." In an instant, a flash of sword light severed her head, which bounced and rolled to rest at Gu Ming's feet. Shaking his head, he scoffed, "Too foul, too filthy, disgusting." After rummaging through the inn, Gu Ming discovered some sweet potatoes, cabbage, and inferior wine. He hastily prepared 2 dishes to accompany his drink, and after satisfying his hunger and thirst, he resumed his journey, departing from the inn. 6 months later, as per Gu Ming's calculations, he estimated that he would reach the Wenshin sect within a month. Suddenly, a flash of sword light streaked across the sky, veering sharply to hover before Gu Ming. The two stared at each other in surprise. Gu Ming, slightly exasperated, thought it remarkable to encounter Nangong Yin once more. "What a twist of fate to meet you again, mortal." Nangong Yin appraised Gu Ming with astonishment. "I have advanced from mid to late foundation establishment, yet you remain at the 9th level of body refinement?" Gu Ming's face flushed with embarrassment as he coughed and explained, "In the path of cultivation, a solid foundation is paramount. I am refining my base to ensure a farther reach in the future. Moreover, when you last saw me, I had just reached the 9th level. There's no rush. Nangong Yin's eyes sparkled with admiration as she clasped her hands in respect. You deserve to be called a fellow cultivator. I am truly impressed. I recall the month I spent breaking through to the Qi condensation stage, thinking I had laid a solid foundation. In comparison to you, I see my shortcomings. With your mindset, you are destined for remarkable achievements in the future. Farewell. May our paths cross again, fellow cultivator. As her voice faded, Nangong Yin swiftly vanished into the horizon, her speed having increased. Gu Ming sighed, pondering. Is it not the case that this time she could have taken me along, given that our paths aligned? With a heavy heart, he pressed onward. Finally, after a fortnight, Gu Ming successfully arrived at the grand city nestled at the foot of the Wenchang sect, known as Wenchang City. This city, under the direct jurisdiction of the Wenchang sect, was undeniably superior to towns like Maple Forest City. Along the main thoroughfare, a casual encounter with any passerby revealed them to be body refinement practitioners. And there were plenty of those at the Qi condensation and foundation establishment levels, with the occasional encounter of formidable golden core cultivators, if fortune smiled. The array of goods sold along the streets primarily consisted of spiritual herbs, spiritual artifacts, elixirs, and various cultivation techniques, a dazzling assortment that left one awestruck. Gu Ming marveled at this. This was the true realm of immortal cultivation. Observing the cultivators riding mystical beasts along the streets, Gu Ming was filled with astonishment, feeling as if he were a rustic villager stepping into the city for the very first time. Chapter 11. The mountains are high and the roads are long. Until we meet again, I am Yun Qingwei, and it is a pleasure to meet a fellow practitioner. Gu Ming, upon hearing the voice, turned to see a dapper young man holding a folding fan, bowing respectfully to him. Gu Ming was momentarily taken aback, but returned the gesture. I am Gu Ming. Honored to meet you, fellow practitioner. Yun Qingwei, with an air of genteel politeness, smiled and explained, Are you here to join the Wenqin sect? Indeed, Gu Ming replied. We seem to resonate well with each other. Shall we travel together? Gu Ming was momentarily startled, feeling as though he had encountered this phrase before, sensing an undertone that was not entirely amicable. That would be agreeable. However, I am not well versed in the process of joining the Wenqin sect, and I hope you might enlighten me. Of course, let us go. I shall treat you, and we can converse while we dine. The two made their way to a tavern, ordering a selection of ordinary delicacies and fine wine. With a refined smile, Yun Qingwei poured wine for Gu Ming. Do not take offense. We have yet to step into the Qi condensation realm and cannot withstand the potency of spirit food and spirit wine. We must settle for mundane fare. However, this spirit rice we can certainly indulge in some. Please, no need for formality. Let us enjoy our meal before it grows cold. Gu Ming replied. Indeed, my friend, please do not hold back. Faced with the sumptuous spread, Gu Ming set aside pretense, lifting the spirit rice and consuming the meal with the fervor of a tempest. Yun Qingwei was momentarily stupefied, his chopsticks hovering in midair, frozen in astonishment. Do eat. There is no need for formality, Gu Ming insisted, downing his cup of wine in one gulp and continuing to feast heartily. After years of hardship and suffering from hunger, he relished the satisfaction of being full. As for pride, what purpose does it serve? Yun Qingwei smiled, maintaining an elegant demeanor while eating. You are indeed a person of genuine temperament. Rudeness is rudeness. There is no need to spare my feelings, Gu Ming said, contentedly wiping his mouth. Only those who have faced the brink of starvation can truly appreciate the joy of a full stomach, especially when it comes to such delectable dishes. Once they had dined to their heart's content, Yun Qingwei turned to Gu Ming and spoke. Do you know what type of spiritual root you possess? Gu Ming was taken aback. Spiritual root? How does that pertain to joining a sect? Isn't it sufficient to have a cultivation permit? Yun Qingwei regarded him with mild surprise. What you say has some merit. However, if you possess a superior spiritual root, it might spare you some spirit stones. Gu Ming's mind was a flurry of questions. He had no understanding of cultivation. He was but a simpleton. Finally, Yun Qingwei realized that Gu Ming was utterly ignorant of these matters. He did not scorn him for his lack of knowledge, but patiently explained, I presume you hail from a more remote area and are unfamiliar with the customs of cultivation sections. The first requirement for entering a sect is a cultivation permit. This is quite straightforward. As long as one is not a demonic practitioner, an evil cultivator, or someone wanted by the righteous path, one can obtain a cultivation permit. However, this is merely the entry point. The selection of disciples begins with an assessment of one's cultivation constitution, categorized into mixed spiritual roots, inferior spiritual roots, medium spiritual roots, superior spiritual roots, and exceptional spiritual roots, as well as special constitutions. The fees vary according to the type of constitution. Wait, fees? Gu Ming exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. What is this? Paying for cultivation? Is this akin to attending school? Yin Qingyue, unfazed by the circumstances, nodded and continued his explanation. The fees varied depending on the sect. For instance, in the Wuxin sect, a disciple with a low-grade spiritual root must pay 10,000 spirit stones annually, while those with mid-grade roots pay 1,000. High-grade roots are exempt from fees, and those with exceptional roots not only enjoy free tuition, but also receive various subsidies. Individuals with unique physiques possess remarkable advantages. In addition to the benefits available to exceptional roots, they may even have a guardian who can bless their family and, upon completing their training, ascend directly to a core elder position within the sect. Gu Ming's eyes twitched. This model felt oddly familiar, evoking a strong sense of nostalgia. After a brief silence, Gu Ming spoke softly. What about mixed spiritual roots? Yin Qingyue was momentarily taken aback, chuckling as he shook his head. Anyone who can reach the 9th level of body refinement cannot possibly possess mixed spiritual roots. To advance to the 9th level of body refinement with the assistance of spiritual herbs requires at least 3 years. In that time, even a dog would not pursue immortality. Gu Ming fell silent, feeling somewhat insulted by Yin Qingyue's words, yet lacking the justification to retaliate. Was 3 years to reach the 9th level truly that poor? Well, at least I have never witnessed it. If one were to rely solely on self-cultivation, such a time frame would indeed be unthinkable. Does the Wuxin sect accept those with mixed spiritual roots? Gu Ming was aware of his financial constraints, making it unlikely for him to join the sect. But he still felt compelled to inquire, if only to quell his curiosity. Yin Qingyue regarded Gu Ming with an increasingly peculiar expression, but proceeded to clarify. Yes, but it is quite expensive. 10 years ago, there was a disciple with mixed spiritual roots who, unwilling to accept his inability to cultivate, spent his entire fortune to enter the Wuxin sect at a steep price of 30,000 spirit stones per year. It is said that after 3 years lacking spirit stones, he was expelled from the Wuxin sect, having only reached the 2nd level of qi condensation. Alas, some things truly cannot be forced. Within, Gu Ming felt like a small child lamenting to the heavens. Was it indeed impossible for him to attain immortality? With countless paths to the Tao, was there truly not a single route he could tread? Ahem, Brother Yun, may I inquire what your physique is? Yin Qingyue puffed out his chest and lifted his chin. I am but a humble individual with a high-grade water spiritual root, hardly worth mentioning. Are you serious? Yin Qingyue, noticing Gu Ming's troubled demeanor, sensed something amiss and quietly inquired, Brother Gu, may I ask how long it took you to reach the 9th level of body refinement? Forgive my boldness, Brother Yin. Yin Qingyue forced a smile, retrieving a crystal ball from his storage pouch and handing it to Gu Ming. Why not have Brother Gu test his physique? Perhaps it is merely a misunderstanding. Eager yet hesitant, Gu Ming wanted to save face, not wishing to become a target of ridicule. The two sought a room where they could sit face to face. Under Yin Qingyue's curious gaze, Gu Ming placed his palm upon the crystal ball, and in the next moment, the entire room was illuminated with vibrant colors. From the outside, it appeared as if a lively celebration was underway. Ultimately, the brilliance collided and, with a resounding pop, vanished without a trace. Yin Qingyue was astonished, his eyes wide as he glanced between the detection stone and Gu Ming. Gu Ming, brimming with anticipation, asked, so, did you see that? The light nearly blinded me. Isn't it impressive? Yin Qingyue remained silent, before exclaiming in wonder after a brief pause. Indeed remarkable. A rarity throughout the ages. I have encountered references in ancient texts. Brother Gu, your constitution must be an unparalleled mixed spiritual root, a prodigy seldom seen. Gu Ming interjected. Isn't a mixed spiritual root simply that? Why add the term unparalleled? Am I not entitled to my dignity? Yun Xingyue elucidated. Mixed spiritual roots are indeed categorized into tiers. Though it may seem trivial, yet for you, dear brother, it holds significant meaning. Roots possessing 2 attributes or 3 are classified as ordinary mixed roots, quite prevalent. In contrast, 4 attribute roots are considerably rare, comparable to those of the highest grade. His gaze turned peculiar as he regarded Guming. To possess a fusion of the 5 elemental roots, with each attribute harmoniously balanced, and to vanish without a trace upon collision. How should one articulate this? Such a phenomenon is indeed a rarity beyond compare, surpassing even that of a monstrous genius or a child of the heavenly Tao. Wait, are you praising me or disparaging me? Guming inquired, leaning over the table, his eyes fixed on the testing stone. Is it malfunctioning? Should we attempt another test? Very well, Yun Xingyue replied. The vibrant atmosphere of revelry beckoned. Guming rose, shouldered his pack, and performed a respectful gesture towards Yun Xingyue. Though our acquaintance has been brief, it feels as though we have known each other for years. As we part today, I wonder when we shall meet again. Yun Xingyue stood, exhaling softly, and returned the gesture. Brother Gu, some matters cannot be forced. However, won't you reconsider? You come all this way. Guming paused, struck by the familiarity of the words. Shaking his head resolutely, he declined. The intricacies of cultivation are profound, and with his constitution, he might become an object of study for some powerful individual. He had no desire to become a subject of experimentation. Nevertheless, to witness the grandeur of cultivation and to have met Brother Yun was already a great fortune, more than enough. Brother Yun, the path of cultivation is long and arduous. We shall surely meet again. The mountains are high and the roads are distant. Until we meet again. Guming remained undeterred. If he could not join a sect, he would cultivate at his own pace. With countless paths to enlightenment, there exists one that belongs solely to him. The mountains are high and the roads are distant. Until we meet again. Perhaps this farewell may indeed be a lengthy separation. Take care, brother. Yun Xingyue descended from the tavern, watching Guming depart, letting out a soft sigh. The lifespan of a body-refining cultivator rarely exceeds 150 years, while that of a true cultivator knows no bounds. On this prolonged journey of cultivation, it is highly probable that he shall not encounter Guming again. Truly an intriguing individual. What a pity. Shaking his head, Yun Xingyue turned and walked away. Chapter 12. Xinghua Village. Cultivating spiritual herbs, Guming departed from Wenxin City, meandering aimlessly along the broad road. In that moment, devoid of a clear purpose, he found himself at a loss regarding his next destination. The vastness of the world offered limitless possibilities. Why concern himself with trivialities? The old man had left him a considerable number of spiritual seeds, and since his lifespan was boundless, he might as well plant some spiritual herbs and strive to break through to the qi condensation realm. With resolve, Guming chose a direction at random and strode forth. He resolved that the first village he encountered would be his new abode. As seasons changed and another spring passed into autumn, Guming halted his steps, gazing ahead at Xinghua Village, adorned with blooming peach trees. Taking a deep breath, he marveled at the picturesque landscape, where mountains met clear waters and extraordinary individuals thrived. It was indeed a splendid locale, and he decided this would be the place. Upon arriving at Xinghua Village, he exchanged greetings with the village chief and generously donated 100 taels of silver, thereby securing a parcel of land for himself. This land, situated by a small stream on the eastern edge of the village, was lined with peach trees. The cheerful chirping of magpies mingling with the sounds of cicadas and barking dogs, creating a lively atmosphere. Guming planted his wooden sword firmly in the ground, draping his belongings over it. Rolling up his sleeves, he sketched a rough blueprint of his envisioned abode on the earth. With a clear vision in mind, he prepared to commence construction. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears. Turning to investigate, Guming was taken aback. The village chief arrived with villagers in tow, bearing an assortment of tools and timber. "Village chief, what brings you here?" Guming inquired. The village chief's granddaughter, Li Qiaoer, a 4-year-old girl no taller than Guming's thigh, giggled while wiping her nose. "Big brother, we come to help you build your house." With a hearty laugh, the burly Wang Ergu, bare-chested and carrying heavy logs, chimed in. As men, We're straightforward and unrefined. Now that you're a neighbor in Xinghua Village, we should help one another. If you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to ask. Of course, I'm grateful to all of you. With the enthusiastic support of the villagers, Gu Ming's house quickly took shape. It comprised a master bedroom, a kitchen, a toilet, and a simple courtyard. The villagers brought over some food, and although they intended to gift him livestock, Gu Ming hastily declined. He was not suited for raising animals. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the villagers bid their farewells. Gu Ming had initially planned to offer them some silver, but his gesture was politely refused. Li Qiaoer waved her little hand, skipping away. Big brother, I'll come play with you again tomorrow. All right. As dusk settled, Gu Ming prepared a pot of spiritual herb porridge, accompanied by some pickled vegetables. Though modest, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After a hearty meal, he stretched lazily, smiling as he gazed at the moon, speaking to himself, "At last, I have a home of my own. A task left unfinished in my previous life has been accomplished in this one." The following morning, after completing his daily training, Gu Ming hoisted a hoe and cleared a patch of land behind his courtyard to cultivate spiritual herbs. With his current physique, having reached the 9th level of body refinement, he possessed an astonishing strength of 10,000 pounds, defying all odds. In scarcely half an hour, a fertile field emerged. After sowing the seeds of spiritual herbs, I sought some rice paddies from Wang Ergu for irrigation. Observing this scene, Wang Ergu furrowed his brow in disdain, questioning whether the produce from such plants could be consumed. It should be edible. Is this not a case of utilizing waste? Startled, Wang Ergu, still harboring skepticism, departed the scene. Subsequently, I resumed my efforts in cultivating the land, planting various vegetable seeds, as I found myself in the body refinement stage, still a tad distant from the realm of fasting. 3 months later, witnessing the vigorous growth of various spiritual herbs, I felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Realizing my efforts were not in vain in selecting such a spiritually gifted locale. Li Qiaoer, clad in a floral long skirt, squatted beside a blue spiritual flower, her youthful face brimming with anticipation for the unfamiliar. Brother Gu, what flower is this? It's beautiful. It's called the blue cloud blossom. Do you like it? I shall give it to you. Li Qiaoer's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at me. Is it truly okay? I smiled warmly, generously uprooting the blue cloud blossom along with its soil, placing it in a box, and covering it with earth. When you return, dig a hole to plant it and remember to water it daily. Thank you, Brother Gu. Li Qiaoer carefully cradled the blue cloud blossom and departed. Soon after, rumors spread throughout Xinghua Village that I was an immortal. The village chief decreed that everyone must henceforth treat me with utmost respect, particularly Wang Ergu. The chief, well-versed in the nature of spiritual herbs, recognized that the flower I gifted Li Qiaoer was indeed a spiritual bloom. Upon learning that I had cultivated a patch of spiritual herbs in my backyard, the village chief became increasingly convinced that I was a hidden immortal, here to experience the myriad facets of mortal life. The matter of the immortal Gu must not be disclosed. Immortals detest having their identities exposed and being disturbed by mortals. Understood? The villagers took heed, and apart from Li Qiaoer, everyone's attitude towards me underwent a complete transformation. I was well aware of this shift, but chose not to elaborate, for the more one explains, the less one clarifies. Silence often proves more prudent. A year later, the spiritual herbs gradually matured, exuding a rich fragrance that invigorated the surrounding flora. I refrained from harvesting, choosing instead to continue nurturing them. My inability to break through to the qi condensation stage cannot be attributed to my physique. It must be due to insufficient medicinal potency. I shall persevere and strive harder. Encouraging myself silently, I continued my daily routine of cultivating the spiritual herbs. Naturally, my daily practice of cultivation never waned, though my strength saw little enhancement. Having tasks to engage in provided a sense of peace. Day after day, time slipped away unnoticed, and before I realized it, I had dwelled in Xinghua Village for a decade. The once youthful Wang Ergu now bore white hair, while a new generation of children brought fresh vitality to the village. They delighted in playing around my courtyard, though they never dared to disturb my possessions, especially the spiritual herbs. Li Qiaoer, now 18, had blossomed into a graceful young lady. Observing the spiritual herbs swaying gently in the spring breeze brought me joy, prompting me to harvest some for the purpose of concocting medicinal liquid to refine my body, expand my meridians, and continue drawing spiritual energy into my being. Just as I was gathering the herbs, a melodious voice chimed from behind me. "Brother Gu, are you once again tinkering with your spiritual herbs?" Gu Ming turned his head to gaze at the enchanting Li Qiaoer and smiled. "Ah, Qiaoer, please take a seat. I shall join you shortly after I finish with these few herbs." Li Qiaoer's brow slightly furrowed as she stared at her toes, her voice barely above a whisper. "Brother Gu, I am to be wed. My grandfather's health is deteriorating, and his sole wish is to witness my marriage with his own eyes." Gu Ming paused for a moment, then rose with a smile, selecting a particularly fine herb, placing it in a box, and presenting it to the dazed Li Qiaoer. "Congratulations. Congratulations. The little girl who always trailed behind me has grown up." He continued, "This is my gift to you. May you always be safe and joyful, and may all your wishes come true." Li Qiaoer pouted slightly, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she softly replied, "Brother Gu, I wish to always follow you." Gu Ming chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair before playfully flicking her forehead. "What? Do you intend to be my free labor? I have no need for that here. Now, you have your own path to tread, as do I. The future holds beautiful vistas. Do not dwell on the past. Go forth, and do not look back." He pressed the herbs into Li Qiaoer's hands, waving her off with a smile. With a gentle sigh, she bid him farewell, turning to leave. Gu Ming shook his head, not giving it much thought. It was merely the innocent infatuation of a young girl, a phase that would eventually pass with time. Chapter 13. The principle of the qi condensation pill. Having successfully harvested the spiritual herbs, Gu Ming returned to his courtyard and diligently followed the method imparted by the old man Zhao to continue refining the spiritual liquid, both soaking and ingesting it. A decade's worth of spiritual herbs should suffice. Gu Ming brimmed with confidence, firmly believing that this time he would achieve the great Zhou cycle and step into the first realm of qi condensation. A month later, with a powerful punch, Gu Ming shattered a massive stone, gazing at his fist, harder than the stone itself, with a heavy sigh. Yet it was still insufficient. Logically, the medicinal power should have been adequate, but something crucial was still amiss. Muttering to himself, Gu Ming suddenly realized. The elixir. Yes, it must be that only by refining it into a pill could its full efficacy be realized. He pondered whether there existed any pills pertaining to qi condensation and resolved to learn new knowledge. Determined, Gu Ming prepared to leave Xinghua village and head to a nearby town to acquire books on pill refining. Observing the unprotected herb garden and his own residence, he felt a twinge of worry. Even without the threat of theft, small demons and wild beasts would be drawn by the fragrance of the herbs, causing trouble. He needed to learn some formations, otherwise he would be utterly unprepared. The amount of knowledge to be acquired was overwhelming. Heaven, wouldn't it be easier to die once more and inherit everything perfectly? Gu Ming quickly dismissed this notion as impractical. Relying on such a method, he could die continuously for a year and still not guarantee the acquisition of skills in pill formations. It would be far more beneficial to learn on his own. Watching the children play in the courtyard, Gu Ming raised his hand to summon a few of them. "What do you need us to do, sir?" The villagers, for reasons unknown, had begun to address Gu Ming as sir from top to bottom. Initially, Gu Ming felt uneasy, as he believed he was unworthy of such a title. However, as time passed and his confidence grew, he accepted it. Patting the head of the child Wang Ermin, Gu Ming retrieved a box filled with candies from behind him. "Keep an eye on the herb garden for me. If any beasts come near, scare them off with stones. If that fails, just ignore it. Do you understand?" Wang Ermin nodded vigorously, his eyes fixed on the candies, drooling. "Understood, sir. You can rest easy." After ruffling Wang Ermin's hair, Gu Ming entrusted him with the candies to distribute among the other children, then departed from Xinghua village, heading toward Jiangma town. Upon arriving in the town, Gu Ming made his way directly to a shop dealing in spiritual herbs. In this small town, vendors of spiritual herbs were rare, and during ordinary hours, the shop was nearly deserted. Wearing a wide-brimmed hat, Gu Ming entered the shop, and the shopkeeper's eyes lit up with excitement as he approached with a welcoming smile. "Do you seek to purchase or sell spiritual herbs, esteemed guest?" "Sell. Please provide an estimate," Gu Ming replied. He produced 10 wooden boxes from his satchel and placed them on the counter, careful not to reveal his storage bag. The shopkeeper, upon seeing this, recognized that Gu Ming was an expert. Otherwise, he would not have used specially crafted boxes for the herbs. After inspecting the contents, the shopkeeper's expression shifted to one of surprise. All were 10-year-old spiritual herbs of superior quality, yet they seemed not to be wild. "That is of no concern to you," Gu Ming replied in a lowered voice, tinged with a hint of coldness. The shopkeeper's expression subtly shifted, as he suddenly realized the truth, showing a modicum of respect towards Gu Ming. The spiritual herbs were evidently artificially cultivated. Possessing a spiritual plantation indicated at least a connection to an esteemed cultivation family. Gu Ming, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat to conceal his visage, exuded an extraordinary aura. Upon careful consideration, it became apparent that Gu Ming was a scion of a noble family, clandestinely selling his family as spiritual herbs. Moreover, he hailed from a grand city, likely seeking refuge in this quaint locale to evade detection of his illicit activities. The shopkeeper, brimming with self-satisfaction, believed himself astute for having unraveled Gu Ming's identity. Ahem, let us proceed thus. 110 spirit stones for each herb, totaling 10 herbs. I shall round it to an even 1,000 spirit stones. How does that sound, Gu Ming? The shopkeeper chuckled, crossing his arms with unshakable confidence. Your herbs are of dubious provenance, unfit for sale in the grand cities. Thus you resort to my humble establishment. Gu Ming, discontented, tucked away his herbs and prepared to depart. What a lunatic this shopkeeper is, indulging in his own delusions. He mused, recognizing the herb's true worth, no less than 150 spirit stones each. As Gu Ming turned to leave, the shopkeeper's demeanor shifted dramatically. He hurriedly obstructed Gu Ming's path, ingratiatingly bending low. Dear customer, I was merely jesting. 120. No, 150 spirit stones per herb, which is the market price. Any higher, and I would incur no profit. Gu Ming halted, retrieving the herbs once more. Be expedient, and refrain from baseless conjectures. It is quite absurd. The shopkeeper, awkwardly smiling, accepted the herbs and presented a wooden box to Gu Ming. Please verify a total of 1,500 spirit stones. After inspecting the contents, Gu Ming placed the stones into his satchel and exited the shop. The shopkeeper sighed, murmuring to himself, something feels amiss. How could my deductions be erroneous? Surely, he is attempting to deceive me. I am not mistaken. Subsequently, Gu Ming procured an extensive array of books on formations and elixirs, as well as the requisite materials for their crafting alongside daily necessities, before departing from Jiangamo town and returning to Xinghua village. The monotonous days resumed, with Gu Ming sequestered in his courtyard, diligently attending to his 7 daily pursuits: eating, sleeping, cultivating, reading, refining elixirs, mastering formations, and tending to spiritual herbs. 7 years later, Gu Ming finally succeeded in concocting his first elixir. Indeed, without a formula or a proper alchemical furnace, he utilized his foundational knowledge to produce a rather unsightly black elixir. Gazing at this unremarkable creation, Gu Ming smiled broadly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. What shall I name it? Perhaps congealing chi pill will suffice, he pondered, meticulously documenting his insights, for this was a product of 7 years of experimentation, his intellectual property. One might inquire if a foundation establishment pill exists. Why not a congealing chi pill? The answer lies in the fact that the process of congealing chi is achievable by anyone with normal meridians, even those with mixed spiritual roots, rendering the need for an elixir unnecessary. Contemplating the black elixir, Gu Ming hesitated briefly before swallowing it whole. In the next instant, his complexion flushed crimson as he dashed to the restroom, beset by an overwhelming flood. For 3 consecutive days, Gu Ming was incapacitated, languishing in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. What had gone awry? My issue seems not to stem from meridians, but rather from a conflict of spiritual roots, resulting in a perfect balance that has completely depleted my spiritual energy, thus preventing the completion of the great circulation. Therefore, the purpose of the spirit condensing pill should be to disrupt this equilibrium or to facilitate the fusion of all attributes of spiritual energy. Gu Ming suddenly experienced an epiphany, sitting up with excitement flickering in his eyes. I am truly a genius. My spirit condensing pill will succeed. Ha! Just as he laughed maniacally, a youthful voice suddenly echoed from outside. "Uncle Gu, are you home?" Gu Ming paused for a moment, then rose and stepped into the courtyard, gazing at the young girl with a slight shift in his pupils. "Little one, how have you managed to return to your youthful days?" Chapter 14. The Unity of the Five Elements, the Formation of the Qi Realm. The young girl shook her head, her tender voice ringing out. "Uncle Gu, have you become confused? My mother is the one named Xiao Qiao. I am Lan Yun." Gu Ming chuckled awkwardly, finally realizing that the girl before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Xiao Qiao, was her daughter. In just 2 years, she had grown so much. Li Lan Yun, appearing somewhat speechless, sighed softly. "Uncle Gu, I'm 7 years old." Gu Ming, having dedicated himself to the study of elixirs and formations for the past few years, he had completely lost track of time, even allowing the spiritual herbs to grow wild, having not tended to them for ages. "Ahem, I apologize, Lan Yun. What brings you here? Did your mother send you to find me?" Suddenly, Li Lan Yun burst into tears, throwing herself into Gu Ming's embrace, sobbing. "Mother passed away last night." Gu Ming's body stiffened, frozen in disbelief. The little girl who had always trailed behind him, asking countless questions, had actually departed from this world? His expression shifted, and he crouched down to wipe away Lan Yun's tears gently, asking in a tender voice, "What happened? Please tell me everything." Li Lan Yun recounted the events in fragmented sentences. It seemed that 3 years prior, her father had been seduced by a vixen, abandoning the two of them. To raise Li Lan Yun, Li Xiao Qiao had toiled day and night, ultimately succumbing to illness. Gu Ming then understood why he had not seen Li Xiao Qiao for so many years. Why did she not come to find me? Or the village elder? Li Lan Yun's sparkling eyes were fixed on Gu Ming. "Grandfather passed away 5 years ago." Mother said, "Uncle Gu, you once mentioned that everyone has their own path to tread, that your paths are different, and this was her journey, one she did not wish to involve you in." Gu Ming fell silent, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes as he sighed deeply. He comprehended the truth that each person has their own fate, yet he had never anticipated that Li Xiao Qiao would depart so soon. The fragility of mortal life was indeed stark. Setting aside his current tasks, Gu Ming took it upon himself to handle Li Xiao Qiao's final affairs, personally overseeing her funeral, burial, and the erecting of her tombstone. Having gained experience from dealing with old Zhao's matters, everything unfolded with ease. After laying Li Xiao Qiao to rest by the riverside, Gu Ming sighed softly, gently stroking Li Lan Yun's little head. Li Lan Yun cried until she could no longer muster the strength, eventually falling asleep and quieting down. Gu Ming cradled her in his arms, gazing at Li Xiao Qiao's tombstone, whispering, "Do you hold it against me?" "Yes, how could you not blame me? Otherwise, you would not have borne everything alone, leaving no parting words, nor would you have faced death without a final glimpse of me." Gu Ming smiled bitterly, shaking his head as he carried Li Lan Yun away. He was immortal, impervious to death, truly unyielding. Yet Li Xiao Qiao, a mortal, would only live for a century. How could he possibly bind himself to a mortal, watching his beloved age and perish? Such a fate was too cruel for Gu Ming to endure. Alas, perhaps this was all destined. "Xiao Qiao, if there's a next life, do not cling too tightly." Gu Ming departed from that place, intending to raise Li Lan Yun to adulthood. In the days that followed, a solitary figure appeared in the courtyard of Gu Ming, Li Lan Yun, a girl who seldom smiled. No matter how Gu Ming attempted to amuse her, she remained impervious to laughter, bearing an air of melancholy that belied her youth. Gu Ming, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce to her demeanor. Beyond attending to Li Lan Yun, he devoted the majority of his time to the study of the Qi condensation pill. Over the years, in pursuit of this goal, the entire medicinal field had been nearly depleted. At long last, a decade later, Gu Ming succeeded. A vibrant, multicolored pill emerged. Or rather, a pot was unveiled. "Ha ha ha, I have done it. I have finally succeeded." Gu Ming laughed maniacally, his hair disheveled and his demeanor bordering on madness. As Li Lan Yun, now grown, approached the courtyard with a basket of vegetables, she caught sight of Gu Ming's state and furrowed her brow. "Uncle Gu, what is wrong with you?" Gu Ming coughed, hastily composing himself, and replied nonchalantly, "Nothing, just a breakthrough in my cultivation." Li Lan Yun cast a skeptical glance at him, but said nothing further, heading into the kitchen to prepare a meal. Observing her retreat, Gu Ming tucked away the pill, wiped the grime from his face, and entered the kitchen with a smile. Little Lan Yun, are you truly not considering the path of immortality? Without turning around, Li Lanyan replied, No, I will not. This same refusal had echoed countless times in their conversations. Gu Ming sighed softly. Why? Do you wish to remain ordinary for the rest of your life, to live as a mortal? Li Lanyan turned to face him, her expression devoid of emotion. Uncle Gu, do you urge me to pursue immortality out of guilt for my mother? Or is it a fear of solitude? Gu Ming's countenance grew solemn, and he fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Li Lanyan sighed gently. I do not wish to cultivate. I do not want to witness those around me perish, one by one. By the way, Uncle Wang next door is nearing his end. Will you be the one to see him off? Gu Ming's brow furrowed as memories of Wang Ergu, a robust man carrying heavy timber with ease, flooded back, as if it were just yesterday. How can this be? He is only in his 50s. Most mortals live into their 60s or 70s. Uncle Gu, do you truly believe that a mortal can reach 100? Gu Ming departed in silence, leaving the courtyard to make his way to Wang Ergu's home, determined to accompany him on his final journey. After his departure, Li Lanyan finally shed her faade, revealing a trace of sorrow as she murmured, Uncle Gu, why did you not look at my mother more during her life? Even in her final moments, she spoke your name. She wanted me to tell you that she never blamed you. It was her choice, unrelated to you. Yet I cannot reconcile with that. Li Lanyan retrieved a letter from her bosom, hesitated momentarily, then returned it to her chest. Eternal life, the path of immortality. Is it truly a blessing? Uncle Gu, are you genuinely happy in your existence? I do not wish to be like you, watching those around me fade away. I would rather share their fate, dust to dust. 3 days later, in Xinghua village, another mound of earth was added, a new grave. Gu Ming took full responsibility for Wang Ergu's funeral, and the villagers of Xinghua, naturally, did not refuse his assistance. They regarded the presence of an immortal at the burial as a blessing. In the village, the elders eagerly awaited their demise, yearning for someone to fulfill their last wishes and ensure their descendants would be blessed. Gu Ming, rendered speechless, chose to disregard these old souls. However, upon reflection, he realized that by age, he was indeed their senior. Upon returning to his chamber, Gu Ming employed the formation he had meticulously studied, establishing a rudimentary warning array. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he retrieved a vividly colored qi condensation pill, his body trembling uncontrollably with uncontainable excitement. The qi condensation realm, ha ha ha, I have arrived. After all these years, I shall finally transcend into the qi condensation realm. Gu Ming consumed his self-created qi condensation pill, focusing his breath and spirit, inviting the essence of the heavens and earth into his being, commencing the circulation of the great cycle. In that moment, his body radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, akin to resplendent neon lights, reminiscent of the colorful glow of dawn, mirroring the myriad forms of life, vibrant and diverse. Under the influence of the qi condensation pill, his 5 elemental roots harmonized into unity, blossoming within him like a lotus of spiritual roots, serving as the source from which all things seem to evolve. The Tao gives birth to 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Today, I, Gu Ming, shall also harness the 5 elemental roots to manifest all things. As his words echoed, a veil of 5 colors enveloped him, the spiritual energy circulating in harmonious rhythm, merging into one, resembling a radiant halo of hues encircling his form. First level of qi condensation achieved. The spiritual energy dissipated as Gu Ming slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, opening his eyes to behold the dazzling spiritual light upon his palm, filled with exhilaration. Chapter 15. Cultivating Immortality? Even dogs do not cultivate after the initial excitement. Gu Ming's expression gradually became complex as he softly murmured to himself, Old Zhao, I have succeeded. I have finally stepped into the qi condensation realm, my path. Indeed, stabilizing his breath, Gu Ming understood that from now on, every session of cultivation would require the assistance of qi condensation pills, for without them, the fusion of the 5 elemental attributes would be exceedingly difficult, making the great circulation of the Zhou Tian nearly impossible. The quantity needed for this endeavor was astonishingly vast. Upon entering the Qi condensation realm, Gu Ming no longer fixated on breaking through to higher realms, as he had an infinite lifespan and no reason to rush. Rising to his feet, he gazed at Li Lanyun, who was tending to the chickens and ducks in the courtyard. After a moment of hesitation, he closed the door and softly spoke, "Forget it. I shall wait until Lanyun establishes her own family before departing." Li Lanyun cast a fleeting glance at the tightly shut door, a trace of barely perceptible disappointment flickering in her eyes. Since entering the Qi condensation realm, Gu Ming had shifted his focus from pursuing breakthroughs to diligently researching alchemy and formations, immersing himself in learning new things. Most of the spirit stones obtained from selling spiritual herbs were used to purchase various books. However, due to the ancient texts on formations and alchemy being held by sects and families of cultivators, Gu Ming was left to deduce concepts on his own, expending time and energy, with his expenditure of spirit stones far exceeding that of others. Over the years, Gu Ming had secretly incorporated longevity-enhancing spiritual herbs into Li Lanyun's meals, resulting in her robust health. Although she was aging, she had not fallen ill. Unbeknownst to him, 10 years had passed, and with the aid of Qi condensation pills, Gu Ming had swiftly ascended to the second level of the Qi condensation realm. Li Lanyun, now 26, remained reluctant to marry. Gu Ming had repeatedly sought suitable matches for her, all of whom were of remarkable character and standing, yet she had rejected them all. At the dinner table, Gu Ming helplessly set down his chopsticks, observing the obstinate Li Lanyun, and earnestly pleaded, "Lanyun, you're already 26. If you do not marry soon, you will become an old maid." Li Lanyun did not lift her head, responding coolly, "I do not wish to marry. This is quite fine as it is." She raised her gaze, fixing her eyes on Gu Ming. "Of course, if Uncle Gu does not wish for me to stay, I shall leave." Gu Ming replied, "No. I merely wish to provide your mother with some closure. If you're unwilling, then so be it. However, do you truly not wish to cultivate?" Gu Ming inquired tentatively, to which Li Lanyun decisively shook her head. "I do not wish to cultivate." Gu Ming sighed. "Well then, it is settled. This will save me a considerable sum of spirit stones." Gu Ming had become quite the affluent landowner, with a total of 5,000 spirit stones remaining after expenses, an amount he could scarcely spend. Over the years, the books Gu Ming had perused accumulated like mountains, totaling nearly 90,000, allowing him to revel in the boundless ocean of knowledge. Unbeknownst to him, another 20 years had slipped by. Xinghua Village underwent its cycles of renewal. The once youthful boy had grown a stubbly beard, and the once vigorous middle-aged man was now in his twilight years. The only constant was the scenery of mountains and rivers, and Gu Ming himself. In the eyes of the villagers of Xinghua, Gu Ming was a true immortal, omniscient and omnipotent. Whether it was healing ailments, imparting wisdom, or providing funeral services, he excelled in all. Coupled with his refined demeanor and approachable nature, he was held in high esteem in Xinghua Village. No matter the doubts or perplexities one may encounter, all shall come here to consult Gu Ming. Li Lanyun, now in the prime of her middle age, remarkably retains her youthful appearance, akin to that of an 18-year-old. "Have you secretly administered some elixir to me?" At the dining table, Li Lanyun fixed her gaze upon Gu Ming. He coughed lightly, hastily denying the accusation. "How could that be? Perhaps it is due to your constant care of the spiritual herbs that you have been nourished by their ethereal energies." Li Lanyun, half believing, withdrew her gaze, choosing not to elaborate further. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, time has transformed the world. Unbeknownst to her, Li Lanyun has reached the venerable age of 95. The once vibrant companions, Manzi and Little Shurtu, have long since departed, resting by the riverside, their old graves now surrounded by many new ones. Gu Ming quietly observed the frail Li Lanyun, a soft sigh escaping his lips, his eyes, having been enriched by the passage of time, showing little tumult. "You remain as stubborn as ever. This day has inevitably arrived." Gazing at the unchanged visage of Gu Ming, Li Lanyun raised her hand, weathered by time, as if yearning to touch him, only to withdraw it once more. In the face of death, she found solace and spoke softly, "Uncle Gu, I am sorry. You have no reason to apologize. I understand your grievances. However, every soul's fate is preordained. Birth, aging, illness, and death beyond my control." Gu Ming's demeanor was calm. Having witnessed the cycle of life and death, having laid to rest countless villagers of Xinghua village, he had grown accustomed to it. Li Lanyun managed a faint smile, her gaze distant, trembling as she retrieved a letter that had been delayed for decades, presenting it to Gu Ming. My mother never blamed you. This is the letter she left for you. Gu Ming coughed softly as he accepted the envelope. I have read it. I understand. After a prolonged silence, Li Lanyun gradually closed her eyes, murmuring, Is eternal life truly a blessing? Uncle Gu, it seems you have never found joy. Gu Ming remained silent, unsure of how to respond. To possess eternal life and the gift of borrowed fate, he was truly immortal. Yet, he could not articulate what he was pursuing, nor did he comprehend the purpose of his existence. Perhaps he lived solely for the sake of living, merely to exist. Rest easy and go meet your mother. Do not keep her waiting too long. Yes, Uncle Gu, if there is a next life, I promise to accompany you in cultivating immortality, always by your side. Suddenly, Li Lanyun covered her face and wept, curling up on the bed, her body trembling. Uncle Gu, I was wrong. I am sorry. I do not wish to die. I want to stay with you always. Gu Ming sighed gently, embracing Li Lanyun tenderly, speaking softly, let the tears flow. It will bring relief. Li Lanyun, having been stubborn all her life, had endured a lifetime of self-imposed torment. She was unable to untangle the obsessions of her heart, yet she found herself dependent on Gu Ming. The nature of love is complex, encompassing not just romantic feelings, but also familial bonds. Li Lanyun felt the warmth of Gu Ming's body, her emotions gradually settling as she hummed a lullaby from her childhood, sung by her mother. The sheep bleat. The grass sways, the spring breeze turns the banana trees green, the autumn wind rises, winter snow falls, and the red plum blossoms turn white. Li Lanyun was laid to rest beside her mother's grave, and Gu Ming lingered for a long while before turning to depart. 60 years have passed, and Gu Ming has made remarkable progress, having reached the third level of the Qi condensation realm. Throughout these years, he immersed himself in a plethora of books, his mind enriched with knowledge not only of elixirs and formations, but also of various eclectic texts. While much of it seemed inconsequential, he found joy in it. He gathered all the spiritual herbs and placed them into his storage bag. After organizing his belongings, he shouldered his pack, secured his wooden sword, and on a tranquil night, departed from Xinghua village, leaving behind a legend of an immortal that would be passed down through generations. As he traversed the picturesque landscapes, Gu Ming was in no rush, for he was uncertain of his destination, and haste would serve no purpose. He roamed the mountains and waters, stopping wherever he pleased to admire the scenery by the roadside. Setting up a campfire, he sat by the brook, roasting a wild rabbit, watching the sizzling meat as it oozed with fat, unable to suppress a swallow. How delightful! This was the life of an immortal, cultivating immortality? Not even a dog would pursue that, he chuckled. Suddenly, a flicker of ethereal light darted past, leaving behind the freshly roasted rabbit meat on the ground. Gu Ming stood in stunned silence, feeling as if the world spun around him before losing consciousness. Chapter 16. The great funnel body regaining consciousness once more, Gu Ming surveyed his surroundings, finding himself in an ancient hall steeped in the essence of time. Dust lay thick upon every surface, suggesting a long period of neglect. The walls were inscribed with a myriad of strange characters and symbols, while the shelves overflowed with an immense collection of books, numbering no fewer than 1,000,000 tomes. Was this a library from an era long past? Rising to his feet, Gu Ming brushed off the dust without a hint of alarm. His curiosity piqued as he began to peruse the ancient texts. Illustrations of human meridians? The foundational theories of formations? The principles of alchemical concoction? A radiant smile spread across Gu Ming's face, for these were treasures he had never encountered before, priceless knowledge. Immersed in his studies, he paid no heed to the world outside, nor did he concern himself with how he had arrived in this place or who had brought him here. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black appeared silently behind Gu Ming, eyes like fathomless abysses, inscrutable and profound. You enjoy reading? Gu Ming was not startled. He nodded calmly in affirmation. Within books lies the golden house. My aptitude for cultivation may be lacking, so I might as well read more. Knowledge can be quite intriguing. Closing the ancient tome in his hands, Gu Ming turned his head to regard the enigmatic elder. In that instant, a chill ran down his spine. The aura of this stranger was more formidable than any cultivator he had encountered. The mysterious elder smiled faintly, seated himself upon the ground, and effortlessly summoned a book from the air into his grasp. With a gaze filled with nostalgia, he spoke softly, "These books, they're a lifetime of my collection. I remember the origin of each tome, and I am intimately familiar with their contents." Gu Ming was taken aback, waving his hand toward the ancient text. "Do you truly remember where they came from?" The elder paused, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Why bother pretending? It will be a stretch to say I remember." Clearing his throat, he subtly shifted the topic. "Young one, how about we make a deal?" Gu Ming pursed his lips, returning to his studies. "You can say what you wish. I'll consider it." Observing Gu Ming's serene demeanor, the elder regarded him with newfound respect. "I do not have much time left." Gu Ming's gaze faltered. That phrase felt eerily familiar. "In my lifetime, I have cultivated for over 10,000 years, and I cannot bear to see my legacy buried within the earth. I wish for you to be my successor, to inherit my teachings and carry them forth into greatness. My request is simple. If anyone inquires about your master, merely utter my name." Gu Ming looked at the elder with a peculiar expression. "Is there truly such an opportunity?" With a gentle smile, the elder replied, "Indeed. Our meeting is fate, and to encounter you just before my passing is the universe's finest arrangement." His gaze fixed on Gu Ming, he continued earnestly, "So, what say you? Will you accept my legacy? All the ancient tomes here shall be yours." Gu Ming pondered for a moment, then coughed lightly, glancing awkwardly at the elder. "Esteemed one, I fear I may disappoint your expectations. My talents are not worthy of mention. It seems unlikely that I could elevate your teachings to greatness, earning renown throughout the world." The elder smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed. With a wave of his hand, a pool suffused with rich spiritual light appeared in the center of the hall, its liquid resembling the essence of heaven and earth, brimming with energy. Talent was of little consequence, as long as one diligently immersed oneself in this spiritual pool day and night. Within a century, one would undoubtedly reach the nascent soul stage. Gu Ming was taken aback, astonished by such a prospect. "Little one, what are your thoughts? Within a century, reaching the nascent soul stage, all my legacies, techniques, and collections will be yours." "Very well, it's a promise." With such an opportunity, he could hardly refuse. Naturally, he was far more intrigued by the vast array of ancient texts here. If he could commit all these tomes to memory, even if he could not become a formidable practitioner, he would still emerge as a scholar well-versed in history. The elder displayed a satisfied smile, his figure vanishing into thin air, his voice echoing through the hall. "Little one, do not disappoint my expectations. Within a century, you must reach the nascent soul stage. Do not neglect your cultivation. For 100 years, you shall not leave this place. It is to protect you. There is ample food here, and once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you may fast." "Got it." Gu Ming signaled with an okay gesture, indifferent to the elder's true intentions, even too apathetic to ponder. He was well aware that the old man was suspicious and likely could not remain present for long, needing to seal himself to prevent his vitality from leaking. The motives of such an ancient being were easily discernible. Stretching lazily, Gu Ming loosened his belt, clad only in a pair of shorts, and proceeded to bring 1,000 ancient texts to the side of the spiritual pool. He stepped into the pool, leaned against its edge, and leisurely began to read. In the shadows, the elder, observing the scene, finally lay contentedly back in his coffin, isolating himself from the world with a formation. This spiritual pool, a culmination of his lifelong efforts, could defy fate and transcend physical limitations, allowing for cultivation at an astonishing pace. Alas, it was too late for success. He had only this last resort left, seizing a new life through possession. In the span of a century, Gu Ming became engrossed in his studies. He suddenly realized that he was not a poor learner, unable to grasp concepts, but rather disinterested in the trivialities of his past life. As he delved into these ancient texts, he found that he could almost remember everything with ease and develop his own insights. When he recognized this talent within himself, Gu Ming felt tears of joy welling up. He was not entirely devoid of merit. By the 10th year, Gu Ming unknowingly reached the 9th level of qi condensation, a speed that astonished even him. This spiritual pool was truly remarkable. However, he wondered if his rapid advancement might lead to to an unstable foundation. Soon, he cast aside this seemingly useless worry. What good would a foundation do me? I fear not death. Muttering this, Gu Ming continued to immerse himself in his cultivation. As for the foundation establishment, the elder had said not to worry. It should be able to establish itself. Then, in the 20th year, Gu Ming completed reading his first 1,000,000 books, a pace rivaling that of prodigies in the cultivation realm. By the 50th year, he had perused 3,000,000 ancient texts. Closing the tomes, Gu Ming could not help but let out a long sigh. I feel as though I'm sailing through an ocean of knowledge. Knowledge is me, and I am knowledge. Onward. By the 80th year, Gu Ming had read through half of the entire collection in the ancient hall. In the span of a century, Gu Ming had perused 2/3 of ancient texts, the sheer volume of which he could scarcely recall. From the distant past to the present, he had acquired an encyclopedic knowledge of formations, elixirs, artifact forging, body cultivation, demon cultivation, and dark arts, an eclectic array of myriad races' teachings. He had even delved into the 3,000 paths, the primordial genesis of the universe, the theories of cosmic operation, and the myriad perplexities surrounding cultivation, achieving a remarkable clarity. Yet one glaring inadequacy lingered. How is it that I remain at the Qi condensation realm? Has that old fellow deceived me? Gu Ming was taken aback, gazing at the now depleted spirit pool, his expression one of utter disbelief. After a century of utilizing the proud creation of that enigmatic elder, he found himself still ensnared at the 9th level of Qi condensation. As for where all that spiritual energy had vanished, Gu Ming was equally perplexed, sensing an absorption that felt both complete and incomplete. Seeking answers within his mind, an epiphany struck him. It dawned on him that his body resembled a funnel. Unless he sealed the openings, no matter how much spiritual energy he absorbed, it would merely dissipate. But how to seal it? With a surge of spiritual power, Gu Ming dried his body, donned his garments, and sat in contemplation. An hour later, a spark of realization flickered in his eyes, revealing a glimmer of joy. I understand now. If I establish a foundational path to seal the leaks, it will suffice. Utilizing the foundation as a cork to plug the gaps in my being, what a stroke of genius. However, it seems I need a foundational elixir for this purpose, specifically the 5 Elements Foundation Pill. Otherwise, the imbalance of the 5 elemental energies would render my efforts futile. Chapter 17. Who says cultivation is difficult? The path of immortality is remarkably accessible. As Gu Ming prepared to commence the refinement of the 5 Spirit Foundation Pill, a long-lost elder, who had vanished for a century, suddenly reappeared. Observing the depletion of the primordial spirit pool, he erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! I never imagined that the insignificant ant I casually captured would turn out to be a prodigy. After 100 years, I have exhausted my lifelong efforts. And even at the very least, you could step into the transformation realm with boundless potential in the future. The elder, dropping his pretense, cast a sinister smile at the bewildered Gu Ming. Hee, little one, you don't seriously think that you can seize my body? I understand. The elder's smile froze, his eyes twitching as he snorted coldly. How intriguing. Do continue to guess why I'm so intent on this. Gu Ming clutched an ancient tome in his hands, speaking at a measured pace. There are essentially 3 possibilities. First, your lifespan is nearing its end, leaving you unable to break through. Second, your foundation has been severely damaged, your body decaying, rendering any recovery impossible. Third, you have encountered a deviation in your cultivation, leading to madness. The elder's expression darkened, his teeth clenched as he replied, Well, it appears you are indeed the chosen prodigy. Now, venture a guess as to why I must ensure you reach the nascent soul realm. Gu Ming rolled his eyes, the scorn in his gaze inciting the elder's fury, wishing to strike him down with a single blow. It is merely that only a body at the nascent soul realm could barely endure your soul's power, allowing you to parasitize it. Do you know what I loathe most in my life? Being able to predict what others are thinking, the elder retorted with a sneer. You are quite adept at guessing. Now, tell me, if I were to seize your body, what fate would befall your soul? Well, naturally, it would be annihilated, or perhaps devoured by you. Have you lost your wits? This is hardly a question worthy of inquiry. I look down upon you, Gu Ming shot back. The elder trembled with rage, dark energy swirling around him, enveloping the grand hall in a shroud of his terrifying soul power. He could hardly contain his impatience, eager to usurp Gu Ming's form and torment his soul for centuries. Needless to say, you are intent on torturing my soul. I understand. You, an ancient monster, possess a twisted and perverse mindset. The elder bellowed, I want you dead, you insignificant ant. As the elder prepared to strike, Gu Ming suddenly rose, raising a hand in restraint. Hold on. The elder chuckled mockingly, a triumphant smirk adorning his features. Are you afraid now? I presumed you were fearless and begging for mercy. Too late. Gu Ming shook his head and sighed, gently reminding the elder, you are mistaken. I must inform you that I have not yet entered the nascent soul realm. Your methods are ineffective. You cannot elevate my cultivation. The elder was taken aback, his senses probing Gu Ming's cultivation, plunging him into a state of prolonged silence. He repeatedly sensed Gu Ming's cultivation level, still unable to believe his findings. He would rather attribute the issue to a malfunction in his own perception than accept the truth. That Gu Ming, after a century of absorbing the entire primordial spirit pool's power, had not stepped into the nascent soul realm. Most absurdly, Gu Ming remained at the 9th level of qi condensation. The elder staggered back 2 steps, his gaze vacant, muttering, impossible, absolutely impossible. You are deceiving me. You must be concealing your true cultivation level. Even a mere dog, upon absorbing such an abundance of spiritual energy, could ascend to the nascent soul stage. Gu Ming, displeased, furrowed his brow and pointed at the old man's forehead, fearlessly retorting, Hey, such humiliation is uncalled for. What if my talent is just a fraction less? Have I consumed your rice? Even old Zhao has never spoken to me in such a manner. Upon witnessing his hopes of seizing a new life through possession being shattered, the old man succumbed to madness, his expression oscillating between laughter and tears. The Yuan spirit pool is not merely a reservoir of spiritual energy, it embodies his very path. Otherwise, why would he require Gu Ming to absorb the power of the Yuan spirit pool for cultivation when he could simply seize the body of a nascent soul cultivator? Only by absorbing the spiritual energy from the Yuan spirit pool and integrating his cultivated path could he achieve a perfect resonance with his soul. Now that the Yuan spirit pool lay in ruins, his flawless rebirth plan was obliterated. Even if he resorted to possession, the future would be bleak. You shall perish. The old man's terrifying power erupted suddenly, shattering Gu Ming into a mist of blood, utterly obliterated. Regaining his senses, the old man's eyes turned crimson as he roared skyward. Heaven seeks to extinguish me, confronting me with this rare and worthless fool after millennia. My time is scarce. I must resort to possession for rebirth, for this flesh cannot endure much longer. I, the venerable ancestor of the heart-seeking sect, have fallen to such a fate. Yet, thankfully, among my descendants, a promising prodigy has emerged to lead the heart-seeking sect in my stead. I harbor no regrets. Meanwhile, within the secluded chambers of the heart-seeking sect, a formidable cultivator at the God transformation stage suddenly felt a surge of blood energy. Before he could react, he exploded with a resounding bang, transforming into a mist of blood. In the inconspicuous alley of Jingwu City, Gu Ming awakened with a start, hastily checking his belongings. Upon confirming that all his possessions were intact, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Now, I am no longer alone. I cannot afford to lose my storage bag. Feeling the wooden sword by his side, Gu Ming lazily stretched as a notification panel materialized in his mind. Killed by Hong Wujin, his bloodline sacrificed to resurrect the heart-seeking sect's leader, Hong Outyan. Rebirth of the host initiated. Gazing at the 20 black cards, Gu Ming rubbed his hands together, filled with anticipation. This fellow is actually a big shot from the heart-seeking sect. I must be destined to cross paths with them. With so many cards, surely one will grant me a useful skill. He randomly selected a black card. Acquired exotic fire, bone profound flame. Gu Ming was taken aback, and as realization dawned upon him, his eyes sparkled with delight. It was indeed the bone profound flame, ranked 10th on the list of exotic fires. Exotic fires are flames formed by the natural elements of the world, each possessing unique abilities, and there exists but one of each, rare and desired, even by those transcending tribulations. Their powers are immense, enhancing a cultivator's combat prowess, aiding in weapon forging, pill concocting, and array formation, a treasure of the heavens. Gu Ming was astonished that a mere god transformation cultivator could master such an exotic fire, and one as esteemed as the Bone Profound Flame. Extending his hand, a flame of profound hue slowly materialized, undulating in the absence of wind, releasing fiery sparks that twisted the void. With the aid of the celestial endowment, Gu Ming has successfully refined the Bone Profound Fire, free from the dread of its backlash. The legends speak of the Bone Profound Fire as a force capable of reviving the dead and incinerating the depths of the netherworld, thus earning its name. It is remarkable that it has fallen into the hands of a mere cultivator at the 9th level of the Qi consolidation realm. Gu Ming reflects upon the capriciousness of fate. It seems his fortune has begun to improve. Mastery over the Bone Profound Fire enhances his strength, and most importantly, it liberates him from reliance on mundane flames for alchemy. As for the increase in power, Gu Ming remains indifferent. His 9th level of the Qi consolidation realm holds little value in direct confrontation, as he would struggle against even a foundation establishment cultivator. He glances at his status panel. Name, Gu Ming race, human cultivation, 9th level of Qi consolidation physique, mortal body technique, mastery of falling wind palm divine ability, none lifespan, infinite talent, life borrowing profession, intermediate yellow rank alchemist, lower yellow rank array master, lower mortal rank blacksmith, upper Xian rank spirit plant master spiritual treasure, Bone Profound Fire. Unbeknownst to him, he has grown even stronger. The path of cultivation does not seem so arduous after all. Chapter 18. The Bounty Hunter, Spring Blossom Pavilion. Half an hour later, Gu Ming appeared in a tavern, where a table was laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. As he indulged in life's pleasures, he pondered his forthcoming plans. In that brief span of time, he had gathered intelligence regarding his current whereabouts. Jiangwu City, a relatively large metropolis within the kingdom of Yinxing, located less than 1,000 miles from the capital. The sect to which Zhao Ningyi belonged seemed to lie quite far from Yinxing, hence no urgency was required. Casting a glance at several bounty hunters nearby, each adorned with bounty tokens, Gu Ming's lips curled into a smile as he sipped his drink and murmured to himself. After all, with an inexhaustible lifespan, it would be quite delightful to experience the myriad facets of human existence. 10 years later, in Jiangwu City, within the Bounty Tavern, this establishment catered specifically to bounty hunters, offering refreshments, lodging, and a place to redeem bounties. At this moment, the raucous tavern fell into an uncanny silence as a figure clad in black entered. The boisterous hunters, who were indulging in drink and meat while boasting, turned their attention to the newcomer. The figure was dressed in a fitted black garment beneath a flowing black robe, carrying an ordinary wooden sword on his back, and a storage pouch hung from his waist. Gu Ming approached the counter and retrieved 2 blood-stained cloth bags from his storage pouch, placing them upon the counter. The heads of the infamous black and white twins. A middle-aged man scrutinized Gu Ming closely, and upon verifying the bounty, he smiled and exclaimed, "Indeed, these are the heads of the black and white twins. The bounty is 100 spiritual stones. Please take your reward." Gu Ming accepted the spiritual stones and stowed them away in his pouch. His gaze swept over the latest bounty notices, and after committing the information to memory, he departed. Once he had left, the murmurs among the patrons resumed. "It's Black Sang again. How many bounties has he claimed this month? I've counted, it's the 8th time. Does he not cultivate? Is he so desperate for spiritual stones?" In a month, a bounty hunter typically completes a single task, which suffices to cover their cultivation expenses. This individual, however, averaged over 10 each month. Excessive competition indeed. Truly, Black Sang is a paragon among us bounty hunters. I can't keep drinking. I must undertake a bounty mission myself. Do you think it's that simple? This is a perilous endeavor, each task a matter of life and death. We pursue survival, not demise. You go ahead. I intend to relish this rare enjoyment. Perhaps indulge in some music and entertainment. After leaving the Bounty Tavern, Gu Ming did not pursue further targets, but returned to his modest courtyard. Over the span of a decade, he had set aside other matters to devote himself entirely to the life of a bounty hunter. The adage, "love what you do," truly resonated with Gu Ming. He was determined to excel in every field. Despite the passage of 10 years, Gu Ming remained at the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm, his cultivation unwavering and steadfast. At this stage, he was more than capable of dispatching those cultivators who posed threats to mortals. During this time, he transformed from an obscure bounty hunter into the renowned figure of Black Sang, not due to overwhelming strength, but rather through relentless diligence and fierce competition. As for his cultivation, Gu Ming felt that his rapid advancement in the preceding century had left his foundation somewhat unstable, necessitating a period of consolidation. It was time to commence the refinement of the Five-Spirit Foundation pill. Creak! The kitchen door creaked open, revealing a 14-year-old boy clad in a gray cloth outfit, a spoon in his left hand and a spatula in his right. With delicate features and fair skin, his slender frame resembled that of a tall, slightly more robust young woman, possessing an undeniable charm. Upon seeing Gu Ming, the boy broke into a smile and bowed respectfully. "Master, you have returned?" Lin Su, the little beggar Gu Ming had found a decade ago by the roadside, was left orphaned and alone. Upon learning of his plight, Gu Ming took him in, entrusting him with the care of the courtyard, cleaning, and cooking. Over the course of 10 years, the little beggar had matured into a young man. "Please eat first. Do not concern yourself with me. Unless I command otherwise, do not enter my room." "Understood." Lin Su bowed deeply, remaining in that position until Gu Ming retreated to his chamber, before rising to continue cooking. He had long since adapted to Gu Ming's ways, refraining from unnecessary inquiries and simply obeying. Gu Ming had granted him a new life. Even if Gu Ming commanded his death, he would not hesitate. Upon entering his room, Gu Ming set up a rudimentary alert formation, concealing his presence. In the bedroom, he retrieved the materials necessary for concocting the Five Spirits Foundation pill. Raising his right hand, he channeled his spiritual energy, and with a resounding crack, the bone profound flame materialized, bathing the room in a cool, white light. Following his own understanding, Gu Ming manipulated the bone profound flame with his left hand while using his right to handle the alchemical furnace, commencing the refinement process. This unique method of alchemy was unparalleled. Should any alchemist witness it, they would undoubtedly seek to capture him for study. The Five Spirits Foundation pill required 5 types of elemental herbs as raw materials, which were to be merged into a spiritual liquid, using the 5 elemental energies within his body as a catalyst for perfect integration. Though the process sounded straightforward, it was, in fact, exceedingly complex. It demanded not only the flawless merging of the 5 spiritual liquids with the internal elemental energies, but also precise control of the bone profound flame, executed with meticulous accuracy. Even an expert alchemist would find it challenging. While an expert alchemist might easily concoct a standard foundation pill, the creation of a bespoke Five Spirits Foundation pill was a feat likely achievable only by Gu Ming, for no one else possessed such an abundance of leisure. The refinement process spanned 3 hours, and as the spiritual liquid harmoniously fused, a 5-color foundation pill gradually emerged. A smile crept across Gu Ming's lips as he reined in his aura, gazing at the Five Spirits Foundation pill in his hand with great satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad. To succeed on my first attempt, I truly am a genius." After swallowing the pill, Gu Ming hastily produced 100 spirit stones, absorbing their energy in an attempt to break through to the foundation realm. 3 days later, Gu Ming, with a look of confusion, turned his gaze inward. Is this a success or a failure? Within his body, at one of the 360 acupoints, a Five Spirits Tao Foundation had formed, effectively sealing a leak of spiritual energy. This could be regarded as success. However, other acupoints remained unsealed, still leaking energy. What in the world? Why are there so many leaks? Whose acupoints are leaking spiritual energy? 1, 2, 3, 100, 200, 300, 360. Gu Ming sighed deeply, murmuring, "Heaven, are you playing tricks on me? Must I establish 360 Tao foundations? Will I need 360 golden pills in the future?" Calculating his resources, he concluded, well, this is wholly insufficient. Cultivating really consumes spirit stones. What can I do? I suppose I must simply persevere. Gu Ming smiled faintly, his mindset shifting swiftly. 360 Tao foundations were merely trivial matters. Rising from his seat, he bathed, changed his attire, and consumed a light meal before departing the small courtyard to resume his work as a bounty hunter. Previously, his motivation was to outcompete his peers. Now, it was to establish his foundation. sifting through the bounty tasks in his mind. He ultimately settled on one concerning a target at the 8th level of qi condensation. Ji Wuming, a notorious flower thief, specialized in exploiting the innocent, particularly young maidens. You're the chosen one. Your character is despicable, and I hold you in disdain. With the target selected, Gu Ming deduced potential locations for the individual based on the gathered information. This fellow excelled in speed and disguise, and his true identity remained a mystery. Although merely at the 8th level of qi condensation, the task's difficulty was considerable, with a bounty amounting to 200 spirit stones. Let me guess, how is it that you consistently manage to find suitable targets for your nefarious pursuits? After deep contemplation, Gu Ming had formed a plan and left the small courtyard. Lin Su, as usual, paused her work, bowed respectfully until Gu Ming had departed. At Chunyun Tower, a venue for melodies in Jiangwu City, Gu Ming entered directly. Upon spotting him, the madam hurried to greet him. "Oh, isn't this the illustrious Lord He Sang? What brings you here today? Are you interested in a particular young lad? Just say the word, and I shall arrange it immediately." Gu Ming's reputation as a daring figure was well known throughout Jiangwu City. "You," the madam exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Her expression shifted slightly as she surveyed her less-than-ideal figure. After a pause, she covered her face with a light laugh, displaying a hint of shyness. "Milord, you truly jest. I am but an old maid, hardly worthy of your attention. Were I a decade younger, I would unhesitatingly showcase my exceptional skills, but alas. Oh dear, please do not tease me." Gu Ming maintained his composure and replied, nonchalantly, 10 spirit stones. "Oh, how could you say that?" The madam, visibly excited, felt youthful warmth bloom upon her wrinkled cheeks. Anticipating the unexpected, "I never thought someone would appreciate my worth. Hee. Could it be that this Lord He Sang has a fondness for this type? If he wishes to keep me, should I accept?" The madam's thoughts wandered, her movements becoming more pronounced, her confidence visibly bolstered. Chapter 19. Dancing with the clear shadow in the astonished gaze of the crowd, the matron led Gu Ming into the prestigious Tianzi room. Before entering, she signaled for 2 courtesans to retrieve her long-hidden treasure chest. As they stepped inside, the flames of gossip engulfed the entire Chunhua Tower. To everyone's shock, this gentleman harbored a peculiar taste. A mother complex, perhaps? It was possible. He was famously eccentric, known for his unusual proclivities, which seemed rather normal. The matron was nearing 60, if not already there. How perplexing to ponder. Inside the room, as Gu Ming settled into his seat, the matron began to loosen her garments. Her face flushed with shyness. Observing the matron, who appeared old enough to be his grandmother, Gu Ming felt a wave of disbelief. How could he possibly engage with her? Of course, in terms of actual age, he was old enough to be her ancestor. "Stop, what are you doing?" Gu Ming interjected, halting her actions. The matron paused, instantly understanding, and stepped forward to assist him in loosening his attire. Gu Ming was rendered speechless as he produced 10 spirit stones and tossed them to her. "Hold on, I have a question for you. If I am satisfied with your answer, you may keep the spirit stones." The matron, coming to her senses, sighed with regret, donning her clothing again, and pouted slightly. "My lord, you certainly know how to tease me. You have stirred my passions." Once seated, her gaze fixated on the 10 spirit stones, her mind consumed by greed. Usually, patrons of Chunhua Tower offered silver for entertainment, but those who provided spirit stones were undoubtedly wealthy. 10 spirit stones could secure the most exquisite experience in the establishment. Gu Ming's lavishness made it clear that his inquiries would not be trivial. "My lord, please ask, and I shall answer without reserve." Gu Ming nodded in satisfaction and proceeded with his question. "Recently, have there been any peculiar individuals frequenting Chunhua Tower?" The matron blinked, her heavily powdered face displaying surprise. "Peculiar? What do you mean by peculiar?" "Individuals who come here solely to enjoy the music and not for companionship." The matron pondered carefully and exclaimed, "Indeed, there is someone, a man who regularly visits Chunhua Tower, seated in a corner, merely drinking, without the company of courtesans. We have many cultured scholars here, and although they may not indulge in carnal pleasures, they typically prefer the service of courtesans. A man who only drinks and listens to music is quite rare. Coincidentally, we have such a visitor recently, and this man is pallid, clearly overindulging, yet refraining from carnal engagements. Most unusual." A smile crept across Gu Ming's lips. He was certain this man was Ji Wuming. As for the reason, men who frequent places like Chunhua Tower are often keen to discuss which women remain unclaimed and their circumstances. Thus, if one seeks information about a virgin, this is the ideal venue. Of course, Gu Ming was merely trying his luck, never expecting to hit the mark on his first attempt. He attributed this success to his protagonist's aura. Do me a favor, and the spirit stones are yours. The matron was momentarily taken aback, then smiled sweetly, giggling, my lord. What would you have me do? Send a message, indicating that the Gu family has a daughter, unclaimed, possessing a naturally Yin physique, and breathtakingly beautiful. Gu Ming discreetly revealed the details to the courtesan, who paused, her gaze filled with suspicion as she scrutinized him. Was the gentleman planning to deal with Ji Wuming? Thus, the peculiar individual he mentioned was indeed the infamous flower thief. Ji Wuming? Having traversed the underbelly of society for many years, the courtesan understood matters swiftly. Gu Ming had no apprehensions about the courtesan divulging the information. There were rules in their world, and had she not adhered to them, she would not have been able to maintain her foothold in such a bustling city. Knowing the information sufficed. 10 spirit stones for a single piece of intelligence, supplemented with the dissemination of some false information, should suffice, he mused. The courtesan fell silent for a moment, her face betraying her hesitation. After a moment of deliberation, she pushed the spirit stones back towards Gu Ming. His gaze sharpened as he awaited her explanation. The courtesan scoffed indignantly, her expression icy, and spoke through clenched teeth. Though I am an ordinary person, I detest the flower thief who exploits innocent women. Alas, in my youth, I too fell victim to such exploitation, resulting in my disgrace, which forced me onto this irretrievable path. Otherwise, what decent woman would willingly bear such a reputation to beg for a living? The courtesans in my spring flower pavilion are all unfortunate souls. Esteemed sir, since your aim is to confront Ji Wuming, I cannot accept these spirit stones. I am willing to cooperate with you. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards the courtesan shifting slightly. She chuckled softly and added, one must not generalize and assume that those in my profession lack compassion. Ask the courtesans in my spring flower pavilion. Who among them is not here by choice? They toil for a meager livelihood. As for those who sell themselves, once their debts are repaid, I would never force anyone to remain. Gu Ming smiled gently. Forgive me, but please keep the spirit stones. I do not lack for them. Carry out your duties well, and you shall be performing a service to the people. Seeing Gu Ming's resolute demeanor, the courtesan ceased her hesitance, accepted the spirit stones, and bowed respectfully. Thank you, esteemed sir. There's no need for gratitude. I await your news. After leaving the spring flower pavilion, Gu Ming did not return home directly. Instead, he purchased some rouge and powder, along with a set of women's attire. As dusk fell, before a copper mirror, Lin Su's lips twitched as he gazed at his somewhat attractive reflection, forcing a stiff smile. Sir, must we truly proceed in this manner? Gu Ming scrutinized Lin Su in the women's garments, a white glass skirt, wide sleeves adorned with azure ribbons, eyes like spring water, and full red lips. It must be said, he bore a certain beauty that would render ordinary folk oblivious to his true gender. In the twilight, it became even harder to discern. He appeared to be an enchanting maiden waiting in her boudoir, albeit with a somewhat larger frame. Get up and show me a twirl. Ignoring Lin Su's protests, Gu Ming urged him to rise, encouraging him to mimic the graceful women of the spring flower pavilion. Lin Su, speechless, would never defy Gu Ming's requests. In the courtyard, Gu Ming sat on a chair, observing Lin Su dance gracefully under the moonlight, transitioning from initial awkwardness to gradually exhibiting a semblance of poise. From a distance, he resembled a tall woman dancing in the moonlight. As the dance concluded, Lin Su appeared somewhat bashful as he approached Gu Ming, fidgeting nervously. My lord, do I appear pleasing to you? As I dance, casting shadows in the moonlight. How does it compare to the mortal realm? There is a certain charm to it, indeed. Well done, little Susu. Shall I continue? Of course. Is this not sufficient? A mere ruse should suffice to deceive Ji Wuming. It is indeed adequate, yet my curiosity compels me to witness more. Lin Su? He remains silent, wholly absorbed, dancing gracefully beneath the moonlight. Chapter 20. The unfortunate Ji Wuming the following day. News spread through Jiangwu City of an enchanting woman who had appeared in a secluded corner. Many yearned to catch a glimpse of her beauty. Yet the door remained firmly shut, and trespassing was unlawful, leaving them to depart in frustration. As twilight descended, Gu Ming lounged in his chair, admiring Lin Suyue as she danced beneath the moonlight. It seemed as though she was born for this art. In just 2 days, her grace rivaled that of the women atop the spring flower pavilion. Alas, she was born in the wrong era. Had it been my time, with such a figure, such beauty, and such dance, she would undoubtedly be a grand sensation. Gu Ming murmured to himself when suddenly his gaze sharpened, focusing on the rustling shadows of the trees. There, an unfamiliar and loathsome presence emerged, eyes like a wolf, fixated on Lin Su. Ah, what a scene of romantic intent, dancing under the moonlight, truly a breathtaking beauty. Ji Wuming sneered, a covetous gleam flickering across his pale visage. He leapt into action, a cloth bag materializing in his grasp as he charged toward Lin Su. Lin Su, upon noticing Ji Wuming, remained unfazed, continuing her elegant dance, every gesture and smile drawing Ji Wuming further into his desires. Oh, today, I must indulge you, allowing you to feel bliss beyond comprehension. As he drew near, a figure suddenly appeared, a fist imbued with spiritual energy crashing down and sending Ji Wuming sprawling to the ground. The tremendous force shattered the stones beneath, and Ji Wuming, taken aback, quickly realized he had fallen into a trap. Damn it, such formidable power. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but did not linger. Like lightning, he fled towards the courtyard. Just as he rose, he spotted a figure in black atop the wall, wielding a wooden sword, expressionless and fixed upon him. You think you can leave after coming here? Do you jest with my infamous name? Gu Ming scoffed, raising his sword and slicing downwards. The sword's energy surged, instantly propelling Ji Wuming back into the courtyard. Ji Wuming's eyes narrowed, revealing profound trepidation as he gasped for breath, staring at Gu Ming on the wall. You, Black Death, so powerful, no wonder. Yet, he continued, however, you have been rather careless to overlook such a beauty. With a cold laugh, Ji Wuming turned to charge at Lin Su, intending to use her as leverage against Gu Ming. Lin Su remained undeterred, dancing gracefully. Gu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile as he sat upon the wall, allowing Ji Wuming to approach Lin Su. Within mere feet, Ji Wuming's expression suddenly shifted, disbelief washing over him as he looked down. A surge of spiritual light erupted as a binding formation activated. In a chain reaction, the entire courtyard transformed into a grand confinement array, drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, weaving a vibrant tapestry of elemental laws that resembled celestial authority, rendering him immobile. Ji Wuming stood in shock, incredulity spilling from his lips. You are indeed a formation master. How is this possible? Countless strands of spiritual light enveloped him, binding him thoroughly, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. Gu Ming chuckled softly, descending gracefully without a word, first severing Ji Wuming's meridians to prevent any unforeseen complications. Foolish mortal, I have arranged 360 minor formations in my courtyard. The mere activation of one will culminate in a superior yellow-grade array, rendering even a foundation-building expert immobile, let alone someone of your caliber. Though Gu Ming fears not death, he acts with utmost caution, naturally concealing his shortcomings. Ji Wuming glared at Gu Ming with a ferocity that suggested he would relish in his blood and flesh. A dignified figure of the Black Funeral, a 9th-tier chi condensation expert, resorting to formations against me. How despicable. Gu Ming, with an expression of utter disbelief, gestured for Lin Su to cease and remarked nonchalantly, "Isn't the array my means? Defeat is defeat. There are far too many excuses. It's merely death, after all. By the way, let me share another tidbit. It was I who instructed the Madam of Chunhua Tower to disseminate that information." Ji Wuming trembled with rage, grinding his teeth in fury. That wretched woman deserves to die. But how could you be so certain I would appear at Chunhua Tower? Take a wild guess. Observing Gu Ming's cheerful demeanor nearly caused Ji Wuming to choke with indignation. Oh, and here's another secret. He is male. Ji Wuming was taken aback, staring incredulously at the ethereal Lin Su, his mind swirling with questions. "Greetings," Lin Su chirped, her voice soft yet unmistakably masculine. By the heavens, Gu Ming seized the opportunity to prevent Ji Wuming from venting his frustration, swiftly severing his head with a single stroke of his sword, shaking his head in bemusement. Lust can be blinding. However, my little Su Su is indeed lovely, so one cannot entirely blame him, can they? Lin Su's cheeks flushed crimson, utterly bashful. Master, what nonsense are you speaking? Enough, enough. I jest not. Take care of his body, and ensure you do not sully my courtyard. Tomorrow, I shall procure sweets for you with his head. As Lin Su dragged away Ji Wuming's decapitated corpse, she retorted, Master, I am no child any longer. I understand. Gu Ming found great amusement in teasing Lin Su during his leisure, a source of joy indeed. Seated upon a chair, he placed Ji Wuming's head upon the ground, kicking it about like a football while awaiting Lin Su to dispose of the remains. Once Lin Su had cleaned up, breathless, she glanced at Gu Ming, who was amusing himself with the head. Master, have I burned my clothes? Gu Ming rolled his eyes and replied indifferently, Why would you burn them? Such a waste. Keep them. I shall buy you several more sets another day. And when time permits, you may dance to entertain me. Lin Su's eyes widened as she vehemently shook her head. Master, I do not wish to. My little Su Su is the most obedient. Do listen. Very well, rest early. It is late. Gu Ming did not allow Lin Su further opportunity for rebuttal. Stretching lazily while carrying Ji Wuming's head back to his chamber, leaving Lin Su in a state of bewilderment. The following day, when the bounty for Ji Wuming was rescinded, the entire Jiangwu city trembled. Had Ji Wuming perished so swiftly? Who could have done such a thing? Who else could it be but that fellow from the Black Funeral? TSK, impressive. Ji Wuming, a master of stealth, was captured. Had it not been for the Black Funeral's already renowned reputation in Jiangwu City, one might suspect he had ensnared himself for the bounty. Ha ha ha. In the bounty tavern, numerous bounty hunters jested and bantered, their spirits high and exuberant. Gu Ming returned to the courtyard, carrying 10 sets of foundational materials for the 5 spirits that he had just procured. Upon his arrival, he noticed a figure clad in a light blue robe seated in the pavilion. Brother Haizang, congratulations. I have come to partake in a meal. I trust you won't mind? It was Li Xianlan, a friend whom Gu Ming had made over the years, known for his carefree disposition and straightforward manner. Gu Ming chuckled softly, casting his gaze towards Lin Su, who was hiding behind the kitchen, evidently provoked by Li Xianlan. Little Su Su, prepare some fine wine and delectable dishes. Understood, my lord, Lin Su replied, breathing a sigh of relief as she hurriedly exited the courtyard. After taking a seat, Gu Ming remarked with a hint of exasperation, Have you been teasing Lin Su again? Li Xianlan coughed lightly, vehemently denying the accusation. Nonsense. I was merely engaging in friendly conversation. He is simply a bit shy. However, I must admit, that little fellow Lin Su is quite handsome. If it weren't for your kindness in taking him in, who knows? In this era, the prevalence of those with a preference for the same sex is not surprising. Chapter 21. The appointment. Gu Ming shook his head slightly, a wistful nod escaping his lips. Indeed, in this era, there are always myriad matters that fall short of our desires. We can only strive to do our best. Li Xianlan remained silent for a moment, a resigned smile gracing his face, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Hailing from a family of cultivators, he could not abide the injustices of the world, nor the treachery within his own clan. Coupled with his mediocre talent, he chose to leave. Now, he roams Jiangwu City as a bounty hunter, not for the sake of spirit stones, but in pursuit of the world he yearns for. He tends to matters he deems necessary, and even those he ought not to involve himself in. Though merely at the foundation establishment stage, his reputation in Jiangwu City is equally illustrious, for he is known for his integrity, fairness, and principles. Let us not dwell on these matters. Today, I have come solely to partake in hearty revelry with Brother Haizang. Gu Ming furrowed his brows slightly, his fingers absent-mindedly tapping the stone table as he gazed at Li Xianlan. Have you accepted another bounty? Others may label Gu Ming as a reckless daredevil. Yet in Gu Ming's eyes, Li Xianlan is the true daredevil. This fellow consistently takes on heinous and perilous bounty tasks, each time courting death. At times, he cannot comprehend why Li Xianlan, a scion of a respectable family, chooses such a tumultuous and precarious existence. Li Xianlong shrugged nonchalantly, smiling as he replied, "Indeed, a mid-stage evil cultivator practicing with the blood of mortals. This is a matter I cannot ignore. In these chaotic times, if no one intervenes, how can peace ever be attained?" Each time he faces such treacherous bounty tasks, Li Xianlong seeks out Gu Ming to drink and revel. For, in his words, Gu Ming is the only friend he acknowledges. Consider it a farewell gesture. Gu Ming sighed softly, choosing not to elaborate further. He had attempted to dissuade Li Xianlong multiple times, yet the latter held steadfast to his principles, and over time, Gu Ming had grown accustomed to it. Before long, Lin Su returned, bringing with him a table laden with exquisite food and fine wine. The two engaged in conversation, drinking and discussing life until dusk fell, leaving only half a jug of celestial intoxication behind. Li Xianlong turned his back to Gu Ming and waved his hand with carefree abandon. "If I return alive, we shall drink together again." "Very well, I shall save the remaining wine for your triumphant return." After Li Xianlong departed, Lin Su tilted her head, speaking softly. "Is Master Li embarking on another perilous endeavor?" "Indeed, knowing full well the danger and the possibility of death, why does Master Li persist in this path?" "Because principles." Unbeknownst to them, another decade slipped by. In those 10 years, Gu Ming had not seen Li Xianlong again. Some whispered that he had fallen to the hands of evil cultivators. Others claimed he had left Jiangwu City, wandering elsewhere to uphold righteousness and rectify the world's injustices. While some suggested that Li Xianlong, gravely wounded, had chosen to retreat into seclusion. Yet, Gu Ming understood he would never return, forever departing from this world to seek the peace he longed for. Throughout these years, Gu Ming had tirelessly sought news of the evil cultivators, but alas, to no avail. Now, having completed 52 rounds of Foundation establishment, he was but 308 rounds away from truly stepping into the Foundation establishment realm. His true strength had long since entered the foundational realm, yet the extent of his power remained an enigma to Gu Ming. In every encounter with the most vicious and notorious bounties, Gu Ming always relied on the intricate formations and the ethereal fire, striving to avoid direct confrontation whenever possible. 10 years had passed. Li Xianlong was now 28, having matured into a man of substance. Following the incident involving Li Lanyan, Gu Ming refrained from imposing the burden of cultivation upon others, Lin Su included. Perhaps achieving a peaceful and joyful existence for a century was the aspiration of countless souls. Lin Su, now leading a contented life, believed that the pursuit of cultivation would only serve to amplify his worries. Seated in the pavilion, resting his head on the stone table, Lin Su gazed at the industrious Gu Ming and could not help but speak up. "My lord, could you not take a moment to rest? Since the disappearance of Lord Li, I have yet to witness you pause for even a heartbeat." Gu Ming smiled gently, his tone unhurried. "There is an abundance of knowledge to acquire in this world. Rather than squander time, why not immerse myself in learning? The pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds." Lin Su shook his head, unable and unwilling to comprehend this mindset. He simply wished to safeguard their small household. Over the years, the number of bounty hunters in Jiangwu City had steadily increased, yet the available bounties had dwindled. The establishment of the town suppression office by the Yinxin Kingdom was dedicated to combating these wicked practitioners. Only particularly perilous tasks, or those necessitating additional manpower, would yield any bounties. The profession of bounty hunter, with the passage of time, was swiftly becoming obsolete, prompting many to seek alternative paths. Yet Gu Ming found joy in his pursuits. In the absence of bounty tasks, he delved into the study of formations, alchemy, and artifact forging, constantly occupied with his endeavors. Time, relentless as ever, ushered in another year, with heavy snow weighing down the branches. It had been 60 years since Gu Ming arrived in Jiangwu City. Over this span, familiar faces gradually faded into obscurity, and the city underwent significant transformations. The once thriving bounty taverns now stood desolate. Lin Su had aged into a venerable figure, donned in a thick fur coat, waiting in the snow for Gu Ming's return. The sound of the gate creaking open brought a smile to his face. "My lord, you have returned." Seeing the elderly man call him my lord always felt peculiar to Gu Ming. He had long urged Lin Su to adopt a different title, but the old man remained steadfast in his ways. "If you cannot care for your health, then you must refrain from venturing outside. What if you catch a chill?" Gu Ming remarked, his brows furrowing slightly, his tone laced with concern as he led Lin Su back into the warmth of the coal-heated room. Observing Lin Su's frail form, Gu Ming's heart ached at the sight, and he sighed. Taking my elixirs will at least strengthen your constitution. Lin Su chuckled softly, shaking his head. Life and death are but the natural order of things. I'm already content to have accompanied you for so many years. Gu Ming fell silent, reflecting on how Lin Su often remained alone at home, safeguarding their shared sanctuary. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Su cautiously broached the subject. My lord, my time is limited. Perhaps you could rest for a while. Very well. The glow of the coal fire illuminated Lin Su's aged visage, and in that fleeting moment, Gu Ming seemed to glimpse the youthful countenance he had first encountered, adorned with a smile pure and unblemished. As spring gives way to autumn, a decade has passed, during which Gu Ming has never departed from the small courtyard, steadfastly accompanying Lin Su through her final days. Over these 10 years, Gu Ming has relinquished many concerns, allowing Lin Su the gift of time. Despite this, his foundation of the 5 spirits has been flawlessly established, with 360 acupoints solidly fortified, marking his true entry into the initial stage of foundation establishment. In a mere 70 years, he has ascended from the 9th layer of the Qi condensation realm to foundation establishment, a progression he feels has occurred with undue haste, leaving him apprehensive about the stability of his roots. Yet, this concern pales in significance, for Lin Su's life has ultimately reached its conclusion. On the bed, Lin Su, her hair now white as snow, gazes softly with eyes partially open, retaining a purity untouched by the vicissitudes of the world. Master, my time has come. I can no longer accompany you. I am sorry. These years have been filled with joy and happiness. Meeting you has been my greatest fortune. Forgive my selfishness, for I cannot continue to serve you. In the next life, I shall dance for you beneath the moonlight. With a gentle sigh, Gu Ming tenderly closes her eyes, laying her to rest in the courtyard. You have served me a lifetime. Now it is my turn. He prepares a lavish feast and fine wine to bid her farewell. After a considerable time, until the heavy snow blankets the new grave, Gu Ming finally rises. Gazing into the distance, where the world is adorned in silver, Lin Su has departed. I too must take my leave. Yet before I go, one matter remains to be fulfilled, a promise. To be completed, is it not, brotherly? Extracting the remaining half-jar of immortal wine from the earth, he stows it in his storage pouch. Gu Ming gathers his belongings, dons his conical hat, and departs this place where he has lingered for 70 years. Amidst the swirling snowflakes. Chapter 22. What is righteousness? What is evil? Heavy snow weighed down the branches, and every household tightly closed their doors. The ground blanketed in a thick layer of white. Gu Ming, akin to a solitary wanderer, shouldered a wooden sword and departed from Jiangwu City. His departure stirred no one, leaving behind a legend of moderate proportions. Some whispered that He Sang had met his demise during a bounty mission, while others claimed that the appearance of the local magistrate had caused He Sang to abandon his former ways. Yet others speculated. Gu Ming had expended a substantial amount of spirit stones and had recently received news of a malevolent practitioner. He intended to carry the remaining half-jar of wine to bid farewell to Li Xianlan, fulfilling a promise delayed by 60 years. 10 days later, in Fenglin County. This bustling and lively county had recently been recognized by the Yinxing Kingdom as one of the top 10 livable places, a model of civilization. In Fenglin County, the inhabitants lived in tranquility, free from worries. They were well-fed, warmly clothed, and all had occupations. Chaos and conflict had never erupted, nor were there any malevolent practitioners to be found. The credit for this peace was attributed to the county magistrate, Tian Buwei. Gu Ming did not linger, clutching the jar of aged wine, and made his way directly to the county office. Along the way, passers-by noticed his unusual behavior and observed him with curiosity. His attire clearly marked him as an outsider, not a resident of Fenglin County. Upon reaching the county office, he encountered armed guards stationed at the entrance. Observing Gu Ming's peculiar actions, the officers furrowed their brows, hands resting on their blades, displaying a watchful demeanor. Gu Ming paid them no heed, gazing up at the plaque inscribed with the words Zheng de Guangming and speaking to himself with a smile. Brotherly, I have come to honor our appointment. He ascended the steps toward the county office. Two officers drew their long blades, blocking his path. No unauthorized individuals may enter the county office. Leave at once, or face death. Gu Ming ignored their threats and continued onward, murmuring under his breath. Beneath the light lies filth and degradation. You are unworthy of these words of righteousness. Drawing his wooden sword, he slashed upward, unleashing a wave of sword energy that shattered the plaque, sending it crashing to the ground. The two officers, enraged, charged at him with their blades. Complicit in tyranny, Gu Ming scoffed, slicing horizontally with his sword. Both officers fell, their throats marked by crimson lines. Collapsing into pools of blood, Gu Ming had discerned the malevolent aura hidden deep within their eyes. These were practitioners of evil. In other words, the entire county office was a stronghold for malevolent practitioners, a veritable nest, concealed within a renowned, prosperous community, the proverbial darkness beneath the lamp. This explained why Gu Ming had been unable to track the malevolent practitioner for so many years. The most vicious of evildoers had found refuge within the county office, which accounted for the absence of such practitioners in the vicinity. For other beings cultivating their powers elsewhere, leaving the residents of Fenglin County undisturbed proved to be an effective means of concealment. Suddenly, ignorant residents outside began to angrily denounce Gu Ming. Heavens! What sort of world is this? In broad daylight, a monster slaughters conscientious officials who serve the people and the nation. Is there no justice left? Even if we cannot defeat you, we will not allow this demon to continue its wickedness, killing our virtuous officials. Fiend, cease at once and surrender, or you will surely meet your doom. Together, let us take down this malevolent being. I refuse to believe he can annihilate the entire populace of Fenglin County. The ignorant townsfolk, incited by bloodlust, were on the verge of attacking when the true nature of the wicked cultivator was revealed. A horde of sinister figures surged forth, cloaked in malevolence, surrounding Gu Ming with a palpable aura of dread. The palpable evil emanating from them rendered the shouting crowd momentarily speechless. Ahem! It suddenly occurred to me that I must fetch my grandmother from school. Wait for me. I still have dishes warming on the stove at home, and my grandson is calling me to dinner. My wife mentioned she was heading next door to Old Wong's for a trendy hairstyle. It's about that time, so I must take my leave. In an instant, the crowd scattered, realizing this was hardly a righteous battle, but rather a den of evil cultivators. The thought of their daily dealings with such malevolence filled them with dread, wishing only for their swift demise. Facing the onslaught of wicked cultivators, Gu Ming executed a fundamental sword technique. The sword energy surged like the wind, swiftly dispatching a dozen of the adversaries. These low-tier qi condensation cultivators were no match for his prowess. Treading upon the bloodied remains, Gu Ming wielded his sword in his right hand while cradling a wine jar in his left, advancing deeper into the county office. The minor henchmen posed no obstacle. Each was cut down with a single stroke. Pausing, Gu Ming raised his gaze toward the imposing figure seated high within the hall. The surrounding wicked cultivators swarmed in, encircling him, yet each hesitated, gripped by fear. Tian Buwei's eyes glinted with malice as he fixed his gaze upon Gu Ming. I am not interested in how you discovered this place, but I am rather curious as to why you harbor such murderous intent. It seems we have never crossed paths, with no enmity between us. With a thud, the bloodied wooden sword was driven into the ground as Gu Ming leisurely opened the wine jar, pouring a libation towards Tian Buwei, akin to a ritual, which only darkened his countenance further. Had he not been unable to discern Gu Ming's true strength, he would have struck first, ending Gu Ming's life. Li Xiong, I have arrived. Raising the jar, he took a hearty swig, then smashed it to pieces, finally turning his attention to Tian Buwei. Do you recall that individual from 60 years ago? Li Xianlan. Tian Buwei paused, a sudden recollection of painful memories casting a shadow over his expression. Of course, I remember. 60 years ago, an audacious foundation establishment cultivator approached me. At the time, I underestimated him due to my mid-foundation establishment strength. However, that fellow possessed formidable power, capable of battling above his level, nearly leading me to my demise. In a full confrontation, I was not his equal. A smug expression crossed Tian Buwei's face as he sneered. Do you know how he met his end? Gu Ming remained silent, confirming his suspicions. Li Xianlan did not die in battle. With his strength, even if he faced a mid-foundation establishment opponent, he could have retreated unscathed. Tian Bui took out a folding fan, the spirit artifact known as the Bai Guang fan, once belonging to Li Xianluan. I had initially intended to threaten him with the innocent lives of the entire Fenglin County, hoping he would surrender and allow me to leave. Who would have thought that fool would actually lay down his weapons, letting me have my way? Since that was the case, why should I leave? By killing him, I could continue to hide within Fenglin County. Ha ha ha. I compelled those mortals to act against him, threatening to annihilate their entire families if they did not comply. Ultimately, he met his demise at the hands of the very mortals he sought to protect, a cruel twist of fate indeed. I then eliminated all the informants, masquerading as a paragon of virtue, while the fool you speak of was merely a malevolent cultivator. How tragic it is that his corpse hung in the county office for 10 days and nights, only to be dismembered in a fit of rage, leaving no trace behind. With a stoic silence, I cast a cold gaze upon the arrogant demeanor of Tian Bui, my murderous intent sharpening with each passing moment. Tian Bui, in a calculated move, continued to provoke me, aiming to disrupt my composure. Tell me, what is righteousness? What is wickedness? Can you discern the difference? Suddenly, Tian Bui's expression hardened as he unleashed the full force of his late-stage foundation cultivation, a terrifying aura shattering the long table before him. Wielding a blood-soaked blade as he charged towards me, other malevolent cultivators quickly joined the fray. I care not for the distinction between good and evil. However, you have slain him, and for that, you must perish. Drawing my wooden sword, I unleashed a torrent of sword energy, my initial stage foundation cultivation erupting, swiftly clearing the surrounding minions, and I prepared to clash with Tian Bui head-on. Chapter 23. The capital, Tianluo City. In an instant of collision, Gu Ming was propelled backward, flying over 10 meters and exiting the Grand Hall. Tian Bui, too, was thrown back several meters, crashing into nearby tables and chairs, barely managing to stabilize his form. He gazed at Gu Ming in disbelief, his voice trembling with shock. How is this possible? A mere foundation establishment initiate possesses strength comparable to that of an ordinary late-stage foundation establishment cultivator? Regaining his composure, Tian Bui's smile morphed into a deranged and twisted expression. Cackling, well, another prodigy, truly worthy of being that person's friend. But do you genuinely believe that you, as a mere foundation establishment initiate, can kill me? A late-stage foundation establishment cultivator? Such delusions are laughable. Xie Wolf, perish! With a furious roar, Tian Bui brandished his dual blades, dark energy coalescing into a towering crimson evil wolf that lunged at Gu Ming with a ferocious howl. Gu Ming's gaze turned icy. Holding his sword in his right hand and channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with his left, he summoned a tempest that transformed into a radiant palm of light. As he advanced, the wind stirred, sending sand and stones flying. The clash of the palm wind and the evil wolf resulted in an explosion, with debris from the rooftops soaring through the air and the structure collapsing with a thunderous roar. Gu Ming remained undaunted, bracing against the residual force. With a wooden sword in hand and his eyes flashing open and shut, a stream of ghostly white fire erupted forth, shimmering with brilliance. Channeling the bone mysterious fire, he imbued the wooden sword, transforming it into a silver-hued sword of light that pierced through the sinister mist, advancing toward Tian Bui. Tian Bui snorted coldly, unperturbed, charging forward to meet him. A resounding clash echoed as blade met sword, and the bone mysterious fire surged forth, swiftly engulfing Tian Bui's large blade. Startled, Tian Bui discarded his weapon and retreated frantically, his eyes filled with horror. Exotic fire. How can you control exotic fire? This is impossible. Illuminated by the ghostly flames, Gu Ming's expression grew increasingly frigid as he clapped his left hand, commanding array rise. In the next moment, the bone mysterious fire spread from the ground, enveloping the ruins of the Grand Hall like flowing lava, forming intricate array patterns. Tian Bui was left aghast. When did you become an array master? You can arrange formations so effortlessly. You're no ordinary array master. By the time he grasped the situation, it was too late. Over the years, Gu Ming had delved into the path of formations, achieving the preliminary ability to inscribe array patterns with spiritual energy. Though his formations were not particularly strong, when combined with the lethal bone mysterious fire, they transformed into a deadly trap. Array rise. Gu Ming spoke icily as the wooden sword struck the earth. The bone mysterious fire surged from the sword, merging into the formation, manifesting as the bone mysterious array that encircled Tian Buwei. The moment he dared to move, he would be consumed by the bone mysterious fire. You cannot kill me. If you dare to slay me, those behind me will not spare you. Do you truly believe that a mere evil cultivator like me can control a county for decades without consequence? Gu Ming's hair billowed, and his garments fluttered in the tempest. Once more, he gathered the winds of heaven and earth in his left hand, forming a tempestuous palm. As the falling wind palm was unleashed, Tian Buwei panicked, exerting all his strength to resist. Yet he lost control and fell into the embrace of the bone mysterious fire. The wretched cries echoed throughout the ruins, and soon, Tian Buwei was reduced to charred remains, his bones turned to ash. Gu Ming reigned in his aura, reaching out to grasp the azure light folding fan that had been deliberately avoided by the bone mysterious fire, now resting in his hand. Opening the folding fan, inscribed with the words Tai Ping, Li, my brother, may your journey be smooth. Gu Ming swallowed a healing pill, restoring his spiritual energy, although he had not sustained severe injuries. The exertion of using the falling wind palm twice and incorporating the bone profound flame had taken a significant toll. Had it not been for the 360 foundational pathways within him, he would not have been able to sustain the power of the Shin-level techniques and the foreign fire. Cultivating additional foundational pathways would certainly be beneficial, at least for durability. Gu Ming concealed his presence, donned a bamboo hat, stowed the fan in his storage pouch, and departed from this place. Shortly thereafter, the town protector's office arrived, surrounding the county office. The leading man surveyed the scene, his brow furrowed. In addition to the aura of the evil cultivators, there was the presence of a sword cultivator who single-handedly annihilated the entire den of malevolence. This individual possessed remarkable prowess, at least at the late Foundation establishment stage, potentially at the peak of Foundation establishment. Yet, beyond these, there seemed to be a powerful flame energy of foreign fire. A cultivator capable of wielding foreign fire must surely hail from a sect. A.O. Xiaodao rose, confirming his assessment. The town protector's office behind him spoke in hushed tones. Sir, given the involvement of a sect, should we still investigate? A.O. Xiaodao shook his head. Do you dare to investigate? A Foundation establishment cultivator who controls foreign fire is undoubtedly a prodigy undergoing trials from their sect. Let this matter rest. Probing too deeply may be beyond our capacity. As you command. In the kingdom of Yinxing, the capital city of Tianluo, 18 years have passed since Gu Ming slew Tian Buwei. Throughout these 18 years, Gu Ming relied on his alchemical skills, serving as a guest elder for a small cultivation family. But after merely 2 or 3 years, he could not endure the constraints of their rules and chose to depart. He had also traversed the land as a bodyguard, engaged in business, wandered the rivers and lakes for a time, and even served in the town protector's office for a period. As the saying goes, one must love their craft. If one does not, they should seek another. Ultimately, Gu Ming decided to establish his own business, opening a general store in Tianluo City. What constitutes a general store? It encompasses alchemical products, formations, weapon forging, spiritual artifact repairs, and the crafting of talismans, a medley of various tasks. The shop was simply named General Store, a straightforward and clear title. A sign stood at the entrance, offering a brief overview of services. Over the course of 18 years, Gu Ming's cultivation progressed rapidly. Though still at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, he was merely a step away from the mid-stage. Had he not felt that his progress was too swift, he would have already reached the mid-stage of Foundation establishment in previous years. If one were to inquire why Gu Ming did not diligently cultivate to enhance his strength. He feared not death, so why pursue immortality? Moreover, a tall building rises only from a solid foundation. The more stable the base, the higher the edifice, and the greater the potential. Cultivation is no different. Gu Ming resolved to pursue the highest form of immortality, harboring grand aspirations that few could comprehend. In the sparsely populated shop, Gu Ming reclined in a rocking chair, enjoying a leisurely respite. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon his face. He checked his status panel. Name, Gu Ming. Race, human. Cultivation level, initial Foundation establishment. Physique, ordinary body. Technique, Mastery of falling wind palm. Divine powers, none. Lifespan. Talent, borrowing life profession. Low-grade alchemist, low-grade array master, high-grade artifact master, high-grade spirit plant master. Heaven and earth spirit object, bone profound fire. Shopkeeper, the only employee, Yuan Xiaozhong, said with a hint of helplessness as he looked at Gu Ming, "Our store has been without business for an entire month. If this continues, we shall be left with nothing but the cold winds of the northwest." Gu Ming, unfazed, replied calmly, "What's the hurry? Didn't Tiwi just open a month ago? Moreover, this store has only been operational for a year. We're still within the novice protection period, so there's no need to rush." Yuan Xiaozhong, increasingly at a loss for words, squatted beside Gu Ming and sighed. But in this year, we've only had one transaction, which brought in a total of 10 spirit stones. After deducting the principal, we're left with merely 1 spirit stone in profit. He contemplated fleeing, having initially sought a more leisurely job. By chance, he had decided to try his hand at Gu Ming's newly opened store. Little did he expect Gu Ming to be so lethargic, completely neglecting the business, to the point where even someone as laid back as himself could not endure it without voicing his discontent. Suddenly, Gu Ming opened his eyes wide and sat up. Yuan Xiaozhong was elated. "Shopkeeper, do you have a plan to attract more customers?" "Not at the moment. It's time for a meal. Go to the loft and procure some fine wine and delicacies. Let us celebrate last month's first transaction properly." Yuan Xiaozhong accepted the 10 spirit stones Gu Ming handed him, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Shopkeeper, we've been celebrating for a month now. Can we pause for a moment to consider how to attract customers?" Gu Ming nodded, turning towards the backyard without looking back. "You make a fair point. If you have any ideas, feel free to implement them without needing to inform me." Yuan Xiaozhong responded with a resigned chuckle. "You lazy fish." Chapter 24. Is it possible that he truly possesses such abilities? As Yuan Xiaozhong departed, 2 figures emerged outside the shop. The leading young man exuded an extraordinary aura, adorned in splendid attire that screamed opulence, as if proclaiming his wealth to the world. He paused, contemplating the words grocery store displayed prominently, then glanced at the offerings with a spark of interest. How intriguing, a master of alchemy, formations, and crafting, yet labeled a grocery store. If the proprietor is indeed genuine, he must be an intriguing individual. Behind him, a strikingly beautiful maid interjected, "Your Highness, this is clearly a scam. If he truly possessed such skills, how could he lack clientele? We should take our leave." Yin Ji, momentarily taken aback, fixed an admonishing gaze upon the maid. "Xiao Guaner, I have instructed you to maintain a low profile when we are outside, and not to reveal my identity. Do you understand?" Xiao Guaner scrutinized Yin Ji's adornments and royal attire, sensing that her master's judgment was somewhat misguided. "As you command, 9th young master." "Ah, you're such a good girl. Come here and give me a kiss," Yin Ji teased. "Your Highness, please refrain from such antics in broad daylight. It is inappropriate," she protested. At her words, Yin Ji smirked, retracting the folding fan in his hand, placing one hand behind his back, and remarked, "This Tianluo city is exceedingly dull, and my father does not permit me to leave the capital unaccompanied. This shopkeeper might indeed be an entertaining character, a diversion for me. Let's venture inside." Upon entering, they found no elixirs, spirit tools, or formations on display, just a few pieces of paper indicating what could be refined. The duo stood in astonishment. This was no grocery store, but rather a shop devoid of inventory. One might assume business was thriving, with everything sold out. The maid Xiao Guiner, rendered speechless, commented, "9th young master, I speak the truth. This is a shop masquerading as a scam, who requires materials of their own to procure elixirs." Yin Ji shook his head, waving his fan with a light laugh. "Not so. His uniqueness suggests he possesses confidence and genuine talent. I believe this shopkeeper is likely quite skilled." Pausing, Yin Ji raised his voice, calling out, "Shopkeeper, we have a visitor." Before long, a figure clad in black sauntered from the back courtyard. Sizing up Yin Ji and recognizing him as a member of the royal family at first glance. "Your Highness, what do you require?" the shopkeeper inquired. "I possess nearly all that is displayed here." Yin Ji, taken aback, asked, "How did you discern my identity?" The shopkeeper, speechless, regarded Yin Ji with a look of amusement. Your waste token is visible. Yunji chuckled awkwardly, concealing the token and redirecting his attention to the displayed items. Condensation pill? What is this? Does one truly require a pill for condensation? Yunji paused, casting a peculiar glance at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper casually took a seat, ignoring the maid's disapproving glare, and replied nonchalantly, "Naturally, I serve all who come, including those with poor spiritual roots who find condensation challenging. Your esteemed identity may render my wares unworthy of your attention." Yunji nodded, responding with a hint of understanding. "You possess some discernment. Indeed, my interests are somewhat elevated. However, I find your grocery store rather intriguing, and I am merely browsing." Guming scrutinized Yunji, feeling a stir within. Was this not a business opportunity? "Your Highness, let us collaborate. Your palace undoubtedly requires a substantial supply of elixirs, spiritual artifacts, and runes. Allow me to handle the business, and we shall split the profits 90 to 10. How does that sound?" Yunji regarded Guming with a peculiar expression, shaking his head with a faint air of arrogance. "You? Do you truly believe the palace is in one of alchemists, formation masters, or artifact crafters? While I have a fondness for spirit stones, it is contingent upon your qualifications for collaboration." Despite his somewhat eccentric demeanor, Yunji was far from foolish. Anyone could partner with him, and such frivolity was absurd. As he observed the high-quality foundation establishment pill in Guming's hand, Yunji was momentarily taken aback, his smile faltering. Upon closer inspection, his pupils trembled slightly. The quality of this elixir was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary alchemist. It exhibited the nascent formation of pill patterns. The elderly Foam, the most esteemed alchemist in the Yinqing kingdom, seldom took action and could only reach this level, failing to condense pill patterns. This venerable figure had devoted his life to the art of alchemy, now a low-tier, mystic-level alchemist. How had Guming achieved this? Could it be that he too was a mystic-level alchemist? Surely, he cannot be deceiving me. Guming merely smiled enigmatically, producing some materials, and, under the bewildered gazes of both, strolled toward the courtyard. Yunji was left with a myriad of questions. What was happening? Was he about to concoct the elixir right here? Xiao Guaner, after recovering from her initial shock, murmured softly, "Your Highness, although the Foundation Establishment Pill is a fundamental elixir, its refinement requires at least 2 hours. He wouldn't expect us to wait, would he?" Yunji replied, "That seems to be the implication. They could only wait. If he truly was a mystic-level alchemist, he would indeed be a treasure. Even within the sect, he would be a distinguished guest." Yunji felt a surge of delight. This street urchin had stumbled upon a gem, his fortune seemingly boundless. Suddenly, his gaze froze, fixating on other notice boards. Hold on, if he could concoct elixirs, did that not imply he could also craft formations and artifacts? How could this young man possibly master multiple disciplines? Before he could finish his thought, Guming emerged, holding a steaming elixir in hand. Behold, entirely genuine. Yunji accepted the still-warm Foundation Establishment Pill, its fragrance wafting through the air, gazing at the faintly shimmering pill pattern above it, rendered speechless. Taking a deep breath, he adopted a markedly more respectful demeanor. "Are you truly a mystic-level alchemist? If so, why consider collaboration? I could represent the Yinqing kingdom and invite you to serve as a guest elder." Guming reclined back in his chair, his expression composed and serene. "I am not interested. I cherish my freedom. As for collaboration, a 90 to 10 split. What say you?" Yunji's brows furrowed slightly, and just as silence enveloped the moment, Xiao Guan spoke first. "A 90 to 10 split is rather excessive." "We indeed excessive," Guming interjected. "After all, it is you who will be exerting effort. I shall merely run errands. I would settle for half." Xiao Guaner, "Are you actually able to negotiate in reverse?" Guming regarded Yunji thoughtfully, offering a light chuckle. "You are a clever individual, and I admire that. I shall reluctantly agree to your terms. As for pricing, you may determine that. I am responsible solely for the refinement of the elixirs." Contemplating the extraordinary speed of alchemical concoction and the quality of the elixirs, Yunji realized that even a half-finished product could yield significant profits. The only Xian-level alchemist in the kingdom of Yinqing seldom made an appearance. Should he choose to craft a potion, the entire nation would tremble thrice in astonishment. Yunji, with an unusually amiable demeanor, set aside his status and inquired with a smile, "Shopkeeper, you seem to occupy a lofty position." Yunji paused momentarily, then squatted beside Gu Ming and continued, "Shopkeeper, aside from potions, do you also dabble in weapon forging, talismans, or formations?" "Indeed, I possess some knowledge in those areas, though my primary focus remains on potions. Engaging in other pursuits would be a waste of time." Yunji was taken aback. Truly, this enigmatic figure before him seemed to possess a wealth of skills. An impressive feat, indeed. At that moment, Yuan Zhong returned, carrying a food container, and observed the scene with a puzzled expression. "Well then, let us dine first, and converse as we eat." Gu Ming rose and invited the two to share a meal, with Yuan Zhong naturally joining them. In his presence, there were no strict protocols. After all, he was not a mere servant of capital. Chapter 25. The Peril of Yinqing Kingdom at the Dining Table. The originally reserved little Wan'er was prepared to serve on the side, but at Gu Ming's request, the atmosphere turned joyful. Yunji found herself increasingly intrigued by Gu Ming, a seemingly inconsequential Xian-level alchemist, a rarity in the mundane world. During their conversation, Yuan Zhong was rendered speechless upon realizing that their shopkeeper was indeed a Xian-level alchemist. It was absurd. How could one of such caliber operate a shop in such a remote place, devoid of customers? After agreeing with Yunji to concoct 1,000 pills every month, all below the Xian level and of any variety, it was noted that appointments would be necessary for lower-grade pills. The same went for weapon forging, depending on his mood. After deliberation, Yunji deemed this arrangement quite reasonable. Although the master produced pills at a remarkable pace, he still required time to cultivate and restore his spiritual energy and consciousness. Thus, 1,000 pills each month was already a considerable amount. Gu Ming rolled his eyes, casually sipping his drink, and remarked, "It's simply a matter of not wanting to exert myself. I hardly cultivate. I could easily produce 1,000 lower-grade pills in just 3 days." Yuan Xiaozhong, standing nearby, offered a resigned explanation. "That's just how our shopkeeper is. You two are only our second customers since we opened." Yunji and her companion were astonished. Is it possible that a distinguished Xian-level alchemist is so lackadaisical? In that moment, Yunji found Gu Ming to be an increasingly fascinating individual. In the end, Gu Ming cautioned Yunji not to reveal his identity before they took their leave. Soon after, Tianluo City was set abuzz. A superior grade pill, crafted by a Xian-level alchemist, swept across the market, inciting a frenzy among the nobility. However, with a population of millions in Tianluo City, a mere 1,000 pills each month was woefully insufficient. The price of an ordinary mortal grade pill skyrocketed tenfold, becoming a rare treasure. In the royal palace, within the Luyu Hall of the Yinqing Kingdom, the 9th prince, Yunji, was approached by the 3rd princess, Yunqing, who playfully tugged at his arm. "9th brother, my dear sibling, we share the same blood. Will you not tell me who is the master behind these pills?" Yinqing was well aware that these pills were far superior to those crafted by the palace's alchemist, Feng Lao. Yunji rolled his eyes, slightly exasperated, and withdrew his sleeve. "Sister, it is not that I am unwilling to share, but without that person's permission, I cannot divulge their identity. You understand that a Xian-level alchemist is not someone I can afford to offend." Sitting up, Yunji spoke with an air of mystery. "Moreover, I suspect this individual is far from an ordinary Xian-level alchemist. They possess skills in other forms of crafting as well, remaining deeply concealed." Yunqing was taken aback, her interest in this enigmatic alchemist growing stronger. "Really? Yet, given your leisurely demeanor, how did you come across such a remarkable figure?" Yunji was at a loss, wondering how he had been labeled as idle. Nevertheless, he could not reveal to Yunqing that it was precisely his pursuit of amusement that had led him to cross paths with Gu Ming. Clearing his throat, Yunji maintained his composure and replied, "It is simply that the esteemed individual and I share a fateful connection." Yunqing chuckled lightly, clearly unconvinced. Rising from her seat, she huffed disdainfully, her attitude shifting dramatically as she looked down at Yunji. "My dear younger brother, you shall keep your secret safe. When our father and the others question you, let us see how you will respond." Yunqing has departed, and Yunji merely pouted. Of course, he would remain tight-lipped. Even without an imperial command, he would choose not to divulge anything. After all, gazing at the resplendent spirit stones within his storage pouch, Yunji beamed with a grin. Only a fool would reveal such information, for that would be akin to severing one's own means of wealth. Before long, other princes and princesses from the palace arrived, inquiring about the identity of the alchemist. Yunji feigned ignorance and skillfully misled them, resolutely refusing to speak, until the Emperor of Yunqing, Emperor Qing, appeared in person. Yunji, filled with trepidation, hastily rose, abandoning any semblance of nonchalance. Emperor Qing's gaze was profound as he scrutinized his most inept son. He had not anticipated that Yunji was connected to an alchemist of the mysterious rank. If he could be recruited into Yunqing, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. At present, Yunqing was embroiled in conflict with a neighboring Xixia kingdom, and medicinal pills held immense significance for a nation. Pausing in his stride, Emperor Qing surprisingly refrained from chastising Yunji and placed a hand on his shoulder, commending him. Ji, you have done well. Forging a connection with such an esteemed individual is indeed your fortune. However, you must understand, although our Yunqing possesses a mysterious alchemist, Old Feng's temperament is eccentric. Despite providing him with abundant resources, the crafting of pills is contingent upon his mood. Given that Yunqing is at war, we require a willing and dedicated mysterious alchemist to produce medicinal pills, thereby minimizing losses at the front lines. Could you recommend that esteemed individual on my behalf? Yunji sighed helplessly, summoning the courage to respond. Father, it is not that I am unwilling, but that the esteemed individual is reluctant to reveal his identity. You are aware, such remarkable figures must not be offended. Should I feign compliance and disclose his identity, it may lead to adverse consequences. Emperor Qing's brow furrowed slightly, his presence imposing yet devoid of fury, instilling fear. Yunji, the obedient little one, dare not breathe audibly. After a moment, Emperor Qing's expression softened, and he spoke. Convey to that esteemed individual that as long as he is willing to become Yunqing's alchemist, we shall endeavor to meet any conditions he sets. Yunji murmured aside, can we truly afford to support two mysterious alchemists? Emperor Qing, with an inscrutable expression, patted Yunji's shoulder. You need not concern yourself with that. I shall make the decision. Go now, this is my parting gift for that esteemed individual. As he spoke, Emperor Qing handed Yunji a storage ring. Yunji was taken aback. A storage ring. Such an item was beyond his possession, far more convenient and secure than a storage pouch. A storage pouch could be opened with mere spiritual awareness, while a storage ring required a specific spiritual recognition to access. Forcefully attempting to breach, it would result in its destruction. The storage ring Emperor Qing bestowed upon Yunji was, of course, unbound by any spiritual recognition. As you command, Father. After Yunji departed, a figure cloaked in black emerged behind Emperor Qing. Go, locate the whereabouts of that mysterious alchemist, but do not disturb him. If he is unwilling to join Yunqing, I shall confront him personally. As you command. After the figure in black left, Emperor Qing sighed heavily, a flicker of weariness passing through his eyes. The Wanquan sect covertly aids the Western Xia Kingdom. Without the support of a Grandmaster Alchemist, our Yunqing Kingdom faces dire peril. Generally, sects refrain from meddling in the affairs of mortal empires, particularly in times of war. However, rules are mere facades. The sect need not dispatch formidable warriors to intervene. For the mere provision of elixirs, spiritual artifacts, and talismans can significantly alter the course of battle. The Emperor of Qing has received intelligence that a Grandmaster Alchemist from the Wanquan sect has been enticed by the Western Xia Kingdom, clandestinely concocting elixirs for them. With the addition of the existing Grandmaster Alchemist, there are now two. As for the Yunqing Kingdom, Elder Feng is characterized by his reclusive nature, arrogance, and lofty self-regard, showing no inclination to produce elixirs beneficial to ordinary cultivators and mortals. Chapter 26. The Siblings of Brainstem Absence. After leaving the palace, Yunji, accompanied by the young Guaner, made his way to the grocery store where Gu Ming resided. This time, he had learned to be cautious, obscuring his appearance somewhat, though it proved of little consequence. At least he was not as conspicuous. Soon, he arrived at the grocery store and found Gu Ming, as always, reclining in a rocking chair, basking in the sunlight. A peculiar sensation washed over Yunji. Yet he refrained from inquiring, aware that excessive words could lead to missteps. Sir, this represents the month's earnings from the elixirs, totaling 1 million spirit stones. After deducting my commission, there remains 950,000 spirit stones, Yunji reported. Gu Ming accepted the storage pouch, scrutinized its contents with his spiritual sense, and after confirming its accuracy, transferred the spirit stones into his own pouch before returning it to Yunji. Yunji was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated on Gu Ming's storage pouch with a strange expression. Sir, with your wealth, why do you still utilize a low-grade storage pouch? Your status surely warrants a storage ring. Gu Ming cast a glance at his worn storage pouch, a fleeting complexity flickering in his eyes as he replied with a faint smile, It suffices for my needs. Do you have any other matters to discuss? Yunji hesitated, a hint of grievance lacing his voice as he implored, Sir, even if you do not invite me to a lavish meal, at the very least, allow me a moment to rest and enjoy some tea. No sooner had he spoken than Yuan Xiaozhong presented a cup of cool tea. Yunji, he shot a glare at Yuan Xiaozhong, feeling the sting of indignity that his royal status had never subjected him to before. No need for that. Pausing, he retrieved a storage ring and offered it to Gu Ming. Gu Ming glanced at it, eyes closed, leisurely rocking in his chair. The Emperor of Celebration? Indeed, sir. My father wishes to invite you to become a guest scholar of the Cloud Celebration Kingdom. Any reasonable request you make will be granted, Yunji assured. Rest assured, I did not reveal your identity or position. Haha. Gu Ming shot a sidelong glance at the adorably foolish Yunji, contemplating the challenges of growing up within the royal confines. Return and inform your father that I have no interest in engaging with worldly affairs. If he is displeased with my presence in the Cloud Celebration Kingdom, I am free to depart. Upon hearing this, beads of sweat glistened on Yunji's forehead as he hastily responded, Understood. I will convey your sentiments accurately. After Yunji departed, a striking figure, a girl disguised as a boy with delicate features, approached. Yunqing peered around with a curious gaze, finally fixing her attention on Gu Ming. Clearing her throat, she exaggeratedly deepened her voice to speak. Ahem, greetings. Gu Ming. Stop pretending. Which princess are you from the palace? Yunqing, astonished, looked at Gu Ming in disbelief. You figured it out? How did you know? Gu Ming, slightly exasperated, regarded Yunqing. You and Yunji must be very close, correct? Yunqing puffed out her chest proudly and declared, Naturally, I am the third princess, Yunqing. Did he tell you? Gu Ming shook his head and rose to head towards the courtyard, disinterested in engaging with Yunqing, who, much like Yunji, possessed a remarkably naive disposition. Yunqing followed closely behind, persistently questioning, Just tell me how you knew. Was it Yunji who said something? It must have been otherwise. How could I have concealed my identity so effectively? I frequently sneak out of the palace, and the guards have never discovered my true identity. How could you see through my disguise at a glance? Allow me to share a secret with you. I am disguised as a man, and even my father cannot discern my true identity. Quite impressive, isn't it? Why are you silent? It is rather rude to ignore someone. After all, I am the third princess. You ought to show me some respect. Gu Ming halted in her tracks, and Yunqing collided with her, rebounding from her firm chest and nearly losing her balance. A frown appeared on Gu Ming's brow as she turned to face the loquacious third princess. What do you want? Speak plainly. You are too noisy. Yunqing was momentarily stunned, a flicker of anger crossing her face. Having been spoiled since childhood, she was unaccustomed to being so disregarded. However, recalling Gu Ming's status, she huffed playfully, crossing her arms with an air of arrogance. Collaborate with me. My foolish brother is incapable of achieving anything. By working together, you shall reap greater rewards. Gu Ming shook her head and wandered into the herb garden in the backyard, casually remarking, I lack for spirit stones. Collaborating with him is merely a pastime to pass the time. Yunqing, slightly taken aback, squatted beside Gu Ming, her curiosity piqued. Then what do you desire? I wish for you to be silent, Gu Ming replied. Pouting, Yunqing indeed fell silent, following Gu Ming wherever she went. An hour later, Gu Ming sighed softly and turned to the obstinate Yunqing. What do you truly wish to accomplish? Yunqing pointed to her red lips. I shall not kiss you. Yunqing, are you unwell? Sensing Yunqing's resentful gaze, Gu Ming chuckled. Just a jest. You may speak now. Gu Ming had not anticipated that although Yin Qing was spoiled and somewhat headstrong, she was not unpleasant. Yin Qing huffed, proud as a little swan. Hee, you have still lost to me. What do you say? Do you concede? Gu Ming's mouth twitched. This girl was quite peculiar, each of them possessing their own quirks. Speak plainly. What is it that you desire? I have already agreed to collaborate with Yin Ji and cannot go back on my word. Yin Qing fell silent, suddenly trembling and stifling a sob. Gu Ming was at a loss for words. If you do not speak soon, I shall take my afternoon rest. Yin Qing lifted her tear-streaked face and softly sobbed. The kingdom of Yin Qing is at war with the Western Xia kingdom. We lack an alchemist to the Xian level to oversee matters, and my uncles have been injured, forced to endure without the use of elixirs. Each time, they return wounded. Our soldiers suffer heavy losses in their quest to protect our homeland. Therefore, I hope you will collaborate with me. I can offer you an abundance of spirit stones, far more than they can provide. Will you agree? Gu Ming, gazing into Yin Qing's tearful eyes, recognized her sincerity. After a moment of silence, she spoke. I can agree to provide you with 5,000 elixirs each month at market price. But I require you to set aside 100 sets of materials for Xian-level elixirs each month for my alchemical endeavors. The herbs needed for Xian-level elixirs take at least 100 years to mature, and relying solely on my own cultivation would take far too long. Only by refining Xian-level elixirs can I enhance my alchemical skills. Yin Qing was overwhelmed with joy, nodding vigorously. All right, I agree. Are there any other conditions you require? I shall comply with them all. Gu Ming's gaze swept over the strikingly distinct figure of Yin Qing, causing her to startle and instinctively tighten her stance. Fear evident in her voice. This won't do. Gu Ming replied. Procure me an alchemical furnace. Continuously concocting elixirs with bare hands could lead to unwanted scrutiny. Should I be discovered, it would be difficult to explain, and I might be deemed a monster. Gu Ming preferred a life of discretion. He had no desire to display his prowess ostentatiously, for his strength did not permit such flamboyance. As realization dawned on Yin Qing, her delicate cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, fidgeting. Why not inquire further? Perhaps it could yield results. Go away. Your interest in alchemy is hardly compelling, Gu Ming retorted, rolling his eyes. This woman was not to be kept. Her attempt to disrupt his resolve was intolerable. Outside the sundry shop, Yin Qing wore a perplexed expression, scrutinizing her own tall and alluring figure, plagued by self-doubt. It cannot be. Do men not favor my type? I shall return and consult my father. Chapter 27. The cycle of life and death. After Yin Qing departed from the grocery shop, a black-robed cultivator promptly entered. Before Yuan Shao could utter a word, he suddenly felt the world spin around him and lost consciousness. Gu Ming stepped out slowly, his gaze calm as he regarded the man in black. The faint aura he exuded indicated he was at least at the foundation establishment stage, a level Gu Ming could not ascertain. You, sir, are rather discourteous, and I do not appreciate it, Gu Ming remarked. The black-robed man fixed his gaze on Gu Ming, and upon realizing his only initial stage of foundation establishment, a glimmer of confusion flickered in his eyes. According to the laws of the cultivation world, a low-tier cultivator could never be a high-tier alchemist. In other words, a mystic-level alchemist, regardless of their talent, would at the very least be in the late golden core stage, if not higher. A situation like Gu Ming's was indeed a rare anomaly. A strange light flashed in the black-robed man's eyes. Gu Ming merely smiled lightly, turning back to arrange his medicinal herbs, speaking leisurely. Do not entertain any ill thoughts. The cost is beyond your means. The black-robed man's gaze sharpened momentarily, hesitating before clasping his hands in salute. Would you be willing to? I am not willing. Out of respect for that young lady, I agree to refine some elixirs for the Yinqing kingdom. That is my limit. Should you wish to push further, do feel free to test your luck in eliminating me. Gu Ming paused his actions, his calm gaze fixed on the man. The depth of his tranquil eyes only further unsettled the black-robed cultivator, who had encountered numerous cultivators, including those unafraid of death. Yet none had possessed the audacity that Gu Ming exhibited. Connecting the peculiarities of Gu Ming's cultivation level and alchemical skills, the black-robed man suddenly realized, exclaiming in shock, "Are you from the alchemy hall?" Only the sacred grounds of alchemy could defy conventions and nurture such prodigious talents. Gu Ming remained silent. The fewer words spoken, the higher the stature. After a moment of silence, the man departed respectfully, unwilling to offend Gu Ming. Muttering to himself, Gu Ming considered the Alchemy Hall a must-visit when time permits. There are surely many texts on elixirs to study, sufficient for a considerable period. Within the imperial palace, upon learning everything, Emperor Qing issued an edict forbidding anyone from entering the grocery shop to disturb Gu Ming. Observing Yin Qing and Yun Ji, he smiled with satisfaction. You have both grown. I am pleased. Ask for anything you desire, and I shall grant you on condition. Yin Qing and Yun Ji exchanged glances before speaking in unison. Yin Ji, I wish to become emperor. Yin Qing, I wish to go to battle. Emperor Qing. Consequently, the two were joyfully sentenced to 3 days of confinement. Had it not been for their meritorious contributions, they might have faced a harsher fate. Unbeknownst to many, Gu Ming had resided in Tianluo City for 8 years. During this time, the war between the Yinqing Kingdom and the Xixia Kingdom had grown increasingly brutal, nearly reaching a life-and-death struggle. Despite the assistance of Gu Ming's elixirs, the Yinqing Kingdom could not reverse its downward spiral, with news of fallen cities reaching them intermittently. The smoke of war engulfed the entire Yinqing Kingdom, instilling fear and unease in the hearts of its citizens. For cultivators, it mattered little. They could leave the Yinqing Kingdom and continue their training elsewhere. However, the common folk called this place home, having lived here for generations. If they lost their homes, where could they possibly go? If the kingdom of Yinqing were to suffer defeat, their tranquil existence would be shattered, plunging them into turmoil. As the frontiers repeatedly sounded alarms, many nobles and esteemed families began to covertly reach out to the Western Xia Kingdom, willing to capitulate in a desperate bid for self-preservation. The downfall of the kingdom of Yinqing seemed inevitable. On this day, it was not Yun Ji who was originally responsible for the transfer of spirit stones and alchemical materials, but rather Yinqing who appeared. Over the years, Yinqing had matured significantly, losing the innocence and slight idealism that once graced his brow. With a haggard complexion, he entered the general store and managed a faint smile as he handed the spirit stones to Gu Ming. Sir, please verify the count. Gu Ming accepted the spirit stones without much thought, but inquired with curiosity, where is Yun Ji? After a moment of silence, Yinqing sighed softly. Yesterday, an urgent message came from Jiangwu City. The forces of Western Xia have arrived, and we can no longer hold them back. To bolster the morale of the troops, my 9th brother has taken command and headed to the front lines to inspire our soldiers. Due to the suddenness of the situation, I was unable to bid you farewell. I hope for your understanding. Yinqing slightly bent his body, performing a courteous bow. Gu Ming's expression remained calm, showing little reaction. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to the changes brought by the tides of time. The cost of such transformations was often death. After a moment of hesitation, Yinqing presented Gu Ming with a storage pouch, whispering, Sir, this is the final batch of materials for Xian-level elixirs. From now on, there will be no need for you to continue the alchemy. The kingdom of Yinqing can no longer afford the spirit stones. In recent years, Gu Ming had acquired over 10 million spirit stones from the kingdom of Yinqing, a considerable fortune. However, as the kingdom faced repeated defeats and lost numerous cities, the rewards dwindled and the production of elixirs decreased correspondingly. Even if Gu Ming were to charge only processing fees, he could no longer bear the financial burden. Gu Ming remained silent for a moment, returning the storage pouch without accepting it. Yinqing's countenance shifted to one of alarm, and he hastily replied, Sir, please do not be angered. It is truly the state of the kingdom of Yinqing. No, I can produce elixirs for you for free, however many you need. I shall make. Yinqing stood stunned, tears welling in his eyes. After enduring for so long, he suddenly broke down, sobbing on the ground. Gu Ming sighed softly, feeling a throbbing headache, unsure of how to offer comfort. He sat beside Yinqing, quietly keeping him company, and gently spoke. Some matters are destined to be beyond our control. Even if I exhaust all my efforts to assist the kingdom of Yinqing, it will not alter the outcome. At best, it may merely delay it. Sometimes, one must learn to let go. It is the path to greater ease. Yinqing wiped his tears. A sorrowful expression etched on his face as he sat on the ground, leaning against the side of a chair, his gaze lost in the distant hues of the sunset. Sir, Why must this world insist on a struggle to the death? Would it not be better to coexist peacefully? Why must there be war? I do not understand. Gu Ming replied softly, because of desire, because of interests, because of human nature thus, there will always be a struggle for survival. There will always be war. This is an unchanging truth throughout the ages. To live well is to afford yourself the chance to change everything. Yunqing rose, regaining his strong demeanor. Turning his back to Gu Ming, nodding resolutely. I believe in you, sir. I believe in hope. As I bid farewell to Yunqing, Gu Ming withdrew his thoughts, realizing that he could neither alter nor wish to change anything. The cycle of life and death is, after all, the fundamental law of existence. Examining the panel, his details were as follows. Name, Gu Ming race, human cultivation level, mid-foundation establishment physique, mortal body technique, mastery of falling wind palm divine abilities, none lifespan, infinite talent, borrowed life profession, intermediate alchemist of the Xian level, low-grade array master of the Xian level, high-grade blacksmith of the Huang level, and superior spirit plant master of the Xian level. Heavenly spiritual objects, bone profound flame. Over the years, Gu Ming had dedicated himself solely to enhancing his alchemical skills and advancing to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Other aspects of his life had seen little change. In the ceaseless cycle of life and death, he had endured countless tribulations without a moment's respite. Life and death, through endless generations, ultimately culminate in a mere fleeting dream. With a whispered sigh, Gu Ming closed his eyes, continuing to relish this final moment of tranquility. Should the kingdom of Yunqing fall, he would once more be compelled to embark on a journey of hardship, leading a life of wandering without a home. Chapter 28. The Fall of a Nation. Departure 3 years later, 90% of Yunqing Kingdom cities had fallen, leaving only a few standing. The Western Xia Kingdom, bolstered by divine aid, grew ever stronger, advancing like a hot knife through butter, soon poised to besiege Tianluo. Gu Ming stood at the entrance, observing the panicked citizens of Tianluo fleeing, as if witnessing the transition of an era, the myriad forms of human existence. Behind him, Yuan Xiaozhong had packed his belongings, kneeling on the ground, filled with reverence and reluctance as he bid farewell. Master, I must flee north with my parents. Will you truly not leave? Gu Ming shook his head gently and spoke softly. I shall remain to see off an old friend. You should go. As he spoke, Gu Ming handed Yuan Xiaozhong a storage bag containing tens of thousands of spirit stones, enough to secure his future without worry. To give too much is to invite disaster. Yuan Xiaozhong hastily declined. Master, you have treated me like a son all these years. Gu Ming's brow darkened slightly. Can you not speak properly? Hurry and leave. If you delay, you may find it impossible to escape Tianluo. Yuan Xiaozhong was interrupted, a sheepish smile on his face. He understood Gu Ming's character. What was given would never be taken back, and he was not in dire need of those spirit stones. Exiting the shop, Yuan Xiaozhong turned back, weeping openly in sorrow. Sir, I have one last request. Speak. I have lacked a father since childhood. My mother raised me. It was your care and warmth that filled the void of a father. May I call you father? Leave. Gu Ming raised his voice, and Yuan Xiaozhong chuckled, scampering away. Watching him depart, Gu Ming could only smile helplessly. That little fellow, I hope you remain safe and thrive. Just then, the tolling of the death knell echoed throughout the capital, reverberating through the city. In the distance, Gu Ming could hear the cries of countless soldiers lamenting, calling for the prince to have a safe journey. The once panicked citizens halted in their tracks, fully aware of the significance of the tolling bells. It was for the prince who had died fighting to protect them. Even the hardest of hearts could not help but feel sorrow. As they knelt to pay their final respects, Gu Ming's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of unease crossing his mind. As expected, shortly after, Yunqing appeared clad in mourning garments, armor overlaid, wielding a spear, riding a war horse. Her countenance was sorrowful yet resolute. Dismounting, she approached Gu Ming, performing a respectful salute. Sir, my 9th brother has perished in Jiangwu City, his body fallen into enemy hands. I must personally retrieve him. Looking up at Gu Ming, Yunqing's gaze was steadfast, devoid of fear. This journey may well be my last. I am grateful for your assistance over the years. Without it, the Yunqing kingdom would not have endured this long. I can only repay your kindness in the next life. Gu Ming's brow tightened. Knowing it leads to death, Why must you go? Yun Qing hesitated briefly, then mounted her horse without looking back. Though she was a woman, the sons of the Yun family had died on the battlefield. She too would join the fray. I implore you to leave soon. The Western Xia Kingdom is unaware of your identity and may inadvertently harm you. With that, Yun Qing rode away, and Gu Ming knew that this journey would surely lead to her demise. He neither obstructed nor had the qualifications to do so. Born into this vast world, each individual has their own path to tread and responsibilities to bear. Yun Qing, enjoying the wealth and splendor that her status as the princess of Yunqing State afford her, must also shoulder the duties that accompany her title. Gu Ming's orders had not departed. Rather, they remained steadfast as ever as he engaged in his trade, meticulously handled medicinal herbs, and periodically attended to the spiritual plants in the garden. 10 days later, the Western Xia army breached Tianluo City, resulting in the death of Emperor Qing. While chaos ensued in the imperial city, some perished while others fled. The elder Feng, who had been venerated by Emperor Qing for many years, without any hesitation, revealed his true allegiance and defected to the Western Xia. In his eyes, the years of loyalty to Yunqing State held no value. The world is indeed cold, and hearts even colder. Gu Ming prepared his belongings, closing the grocery store as per his usual routine, and departed from the place he had called home for so long. Upon reaching the city gate, he found it heavily guarded by Western Xia soldiers, who forbade any inhabitants of Tianluo City from leaving. Gu Ming sought out the commander overseeing the gate and presented a substantial fee for passage. Once it was confirmed that Gu Ming was not a wanted person, he was allowed to exit Tianluo City. For these low-ranking commanders, guarding the city gate offered little more than the opportunity to collect exit fees. Fulfilling their duties without recognition from their superiors left them with even fewer prospects. In times of turmoil, having recently conquered Yunqing State, they seized any chance to profit. Thus, Gu Ming successfully left Tianluo City and made his way towards Jiangwu City. Shortly after his departure, a new warrant for his arrest was issued. The commander at the gate turned pale upon seeing Gu Ming's likeness on the wanted poster. If discovered by the higher-ups that he had allowed Gu Ming to escape, his life would be forfeit. To save his own neck, the commander feigned ignorance of Gu Ming's departure and continued the search. Within the palace, Elder Feng stood before the Emperor of Western Xia without a hint of trepidation. As a master alchemist of the profound level, he would be honored wherever he went. The Emperor of Xia was a prize to be seized. The elixirs he concocted bore the essence of unique flames, and his cultivation was not particularly high, suggesting he was a fortunate recipient of alchemical teachings. Capturing him would elevate Elder Feng's alchemical prowess, significantly bolstering the Western Xia state. The Emperor, seated upon his throne, nodded slightly. Rest assured, I have issued a citywide warrant. As long as he remains in Tianluo City, he shall not evade capture. Are you certain he does not hail from the Alchemy Palace? Elder Feng replied confidently, assuring, Fear not, I have scrutinized his alchemical techniques. They do not belong to any known lineage of the Alchemy Palace. He must be a solitary practitioner, likely rooted in a far older tradition. He scoffed at Emperor Qing, who had failed to heed his warnings and had continued to honor him, fearing to offend, which ultimately led to the downfall of the state. Others in the hall exchanged glances of disbelief toward Elder Feng, and the Emperor too harbored displeasure towards him, recognizing his self-serving nature. Had he not prided himself on his aloofness and refused to create lower-tier elixirs for Yunqing State, its demise might not have come so swiftly. Due to his status as a master alchemist, the Emperor refrained from rebuking him further, choosing to bide his time. Should Elder Feng persist in his arrogance and eccentricity, a different approach would ultimately be necessary. Throughout the journey, Gu Ming acutely felt the essence of a chaotic world where the mountains and rivers were in turmoil, and the suffering of humanity was profound, a realm where man devours man. As the Western Xia Kingdom breached the defenses of the Yunqing Kingdom, a vast array of resources were plundered, leading to the collapse of order and the emergence of numerous ruthless bandits who took advantage of the chaos. Arson, murder, and pillage became rampant, and the soldiers of the Western Xia Kingdom treated the people of Yunqing as mere livestock, mercilessly slaying anyone who dared to resist. The fate of women was even more tragic, as they fell prey to the horrors of violation. In a mere span of 10 days, Gu Ming witnessed no less than 100 scenes of unimaginable slaughter, humiliation, and the grotesque spectacle of cannibalism. Chapter 29. Accepting Me as a Disciple. You might be concerned for your heart suddenly. On the road ahead, dozens of destitute individuals fled in terror, pursued by ruthless bandits whose cackles mocked the ordinary folk. At the forefront, a bald, scarred brute drew his bow, sending an arrow piercing through the head of a slow-moving elder. Blood splattered as the unfortunate man collapsed into a pool of crimson. The others, gripped by fear, dared not pause, continuing their frenzied escape. A middle-aged woman, clutching her wailing infant, sat paralyzed on the ground. Her pupils dilated as she stared in horror at the fallen elder. Brother, oh dear, isn't this your favorite young woman? Quickly, bring her back to me. Once I have my fill, my brothers can savor the broth too. Line up, huh? And there's a child as well. We can make a delightful soup from the baby. How exquisite it will be to enjoy the soup while relishing the young woman. What a treat. The bandits roared with laughter, their vile words echoing in the air. Just as two of them dismounted, intending to seize the terrified woman, two blades of sword energy sliced through the air, severing the necks of the marauders with a swift, silencing whoosh. Their eyes glazed over as their heads tumbled to the ground, rolling away with a sickening finality. Blood gushed from their necks, splattering the earth. As the headless corpses fell, the remaining bandits snapped to attention, their fiendish gazes fixated on the figure of Gu Ming. We've encountered quite a few self-proclaimed heroes lately. Can you guess what has become of them? The bandit leader, confident in his foundational cultivation, felt no fear toward Gu Ming. In his mind, his power allowed him to stride unchallenged through the mortal realm. Unless, of course, fate dealt him a cruel blow. I'm not interested, but I know you will all meet your demise. He must be mad. The bandit leader sneered. I've seen delusional fools, but never one as foolish as you. Do you even know our boss's cultivation level? He is a foundational cultivator. With a dismissive gesture, Gu Ming unleashed his spirit wind, propelling himself forward like a flash of light, accompanied by a wave of sword energy directed at the bandits. When Gu Ming's figure appeared behind them, the other bandits found their heads separated from their bodies, tumbling down from their mounts. The bandit leader, struck with dread, cursed his misfortune for encountering such a formidable opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned his steed to flee. Gu Ming, unperturbed, wielded his wooden sword enveloped in spiritual light, sending it slicing through the air. The wooden sword arced gracefully through the void before returning to Gu Ming's grasp. The bandit leader, horrified, looked down to find a gaping wound in his chest, blood oozing forth as he succumbed to his fate. Approaching the traumatized woman, Gu Ming dropped a pouch of silver at her feet, lowered his hat, and continued on towards Jiangwu City. Not long after Gu Ming departed, a mysterious figure emerged, gazing in the direction he had taken, murmuring softly to themselves. My master instructed me to seek a successor, and upon descending the mountain, I encountered this individual. It seems this young man is destined to be connected to our sect. Though his cultivation is somewhat lacking, he can effortlessly slay opponents of the same rank, and his talent is commendable. With that, the figure vanished without a trace. Unbeknownst to Gu Ming, he had caught the attention of this enigmatic watcher, and even if he had known, he would not have cared. After all, he was invincible. So what was there to fear? Not long after, Gu Ming arrived outside Jiangwu City by the moat, where a multitude of soldiers from the Yinqing kingdom lay lifeless. In the center of this grim tableau stood a female general, her broken spear unwavering despite her grievous wounds, a shaft of a cruel arrow piercing her chest, severing her heart's pulse. Once a princess, imbued with a trace of haughty charm and noble beauty, she now lay exposed to the wilderness, a deep scar marring her once exquisite face. As memories flooded back, Gu Ming sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. Such a beautiful girl would surely not wish for her body to be left to the elements after death. He looked up to see Yunji's corpse hanging at the city gate, while the passing refugees dared not retrieve her remains. Both were cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, and under normal circumstances, their bodies could remain intact for years without decay. Gu Ming's gaze swept over the soldiers of the Xixia kingdom atop the city walls as he strode towards the gate. Alas, such is fate, should the occasion arise. He would not mind meeting death again. Suddenly, a figure obstructed his path. Gu Ming paused, looking up to find an elderly man clad in a gray robe, grinning at him. Sensing the man's unfathomable power, Gu Ming understood he was not a foe to be trifled with. "What do you want?" he asked, slightly taken aback. "Are you not afraid of me?" the old man queried, his smile widening. "Why should I fear you?" Gu Ming replied dismissively. "I am quite formidable, with a mere slap. I could end your life. Are you not afraid?" "Not in the slightest. Step aside and do not impede my business." Gu Ming frowned, irritated by the old man's antics. He attempted to bypass the old man, continuing towards the city gate. The old man, Meng Wenxiu, regained his composure, his lips curling into a smirk. "Ah, young one, you possess a certain charm. I have taken a liking to you." With a flicker, he vanished and reappeared once more in Gu Ming's path. "Child, I see in you a rare talent for cultivation, a prodigy seldom seen in a millennium. Would you care to join me in the pursuit of immortality?" "Not interested," Gu Ming replied, pressing forward. Initially, he had found the idea intriguing, but now he had no desire to join any sect or pursue any form of cultivation, preferring instead to live comfortably and adapt to circumstances. Unwilling to concede, Meng Wenxiu materialized again before Gu Ming. "I am quite the skilled pastry chef, you know." "Very impressive." Gu Ming raised an eyebrow, pausing to regard the old man. "How impressive?" Meng Wenxiu gestured, estimating, perhaps 3 or 4 stories high. "Quite remarkable." "Ah, still not interested." Gu Ming resumed his advance, noting that the oddity had drawn the soldier's attention at the city gate. He needed to act swiftly to claim the bodies before it was too late. Fuming, Meng Wenxiu puffed and glared, suddenly catching Gu Ming's eye. With a crafty smile, he leaned closer. "Are you hoping to retrieve those 2 poor children's remains?" Glancing at Meng Wenxiu, Gu Ming nodded slightly. "Promise me that you will become my disciple. Otherwise," he chuckled ominously, "I shall hide those 2 unfortunate souls, and you will search for them in vain for all eternity." With a resigned sigh, Gu Ming halted, fixing his gaze upon Meng Wenxiu. "If I were to join you, I fear your frail heart might not withstand it." Meng Wenxiu blinked, then let out a chilling laugh. "Young man, in my lifetime, I have encountered more geniuses than you have ever excreted. If it were not for your intriguing nature, would I persist in this unyielding pursuit? Rest assured, regardless of your extraordinary talent, I can endure it." Gu Ming's peculiar gaze fixated on Meng Wenxiu. "Are you certain?" "Huh. Of course." "Very well. I promise you, once I see them off, I shall accompany you." With Gu Ming's assurance, Meng Wenxiu ceased to obstruct him, standing still as he waved his sleeve, casting a barrier that enveloped the entirety of Jiangwu City. The soldiers and cultivators within the city found themselves unable to leave, paralyzed by the overwhelming and terrifying pressure that rendered them motionless, forced to witness Gu Ming retrieve the lifeless body of Yun Ji, hanging at the city gate. Carrying Yun Ji's remains before Yun Qing, Gu Ming meticulously cleared away the remnants of various weapons that lay before her. Gazing upon the small face marred by grotesque scars, Gu Ming murmured softly, "Little girl, do not fear. I shall take you home." As his words resonated, Gu Ming produced 2 spirit wooden coffins from his storage pouch, having prepared them in advance, and gently placed the 2 within. He then approached Meng Wenxiu, carrying the coffins. Meng Wenxiu spoke softly to himself. What a compassionate and loyal child. Chapter 30. If I trust you again, I am but a dog. The evening glow painted the horizon in hues of vibrant colors, lingering in the sky like a resplendent garment. In a place of great fortune, Gu Ming diligently arranged the appearances of the 2, dressing them in clean and tidy attire. He even resorted to the use of the beauty elixir to erase the scars from Yun Qing's face and body. Observing Yun Qing's return to her former stunning beauty, Gu Ming chuckled softly. "Little girl, I have truly done my utmost. Rest in peace, and should there be a next life, remember to live for yourself." His gaze shifted to Yun Ji, and Gu Ming's brow furrowed slightly. "You too, do not squander your days in idleness. In your next life, dedicate yourself to cultivation. Do not stray from the righteous path." With those words, Gu Ming fell into a long silence, heaving a deep sigh as he closed the coffin lid. Soon after, 2 new graves emerged. Yun Ji's grave was crooked and bare, while Yun Qing's was adorned with a plethora of flowers and grass, appearing far more beautiful. Meng Wenxiu, standing behind, poked his head out and remarked, "Kid, you are rather biased." Gu Ming rolled his eyes and snorted lightly. "What do you know? Girls cherish beauty. Fine. I cannot argue with you. Let us proceed. Before Gu Ming could fully comprehend, he felt the world spin around him, his vision turning into a blur of colors as they swiftly traversed through the realm. Hey, slow down, we're speeding, Gu Ming exclaimed. You old fool. You're drinking and driving. Observing Meng Wanshue sipping wine while hurrying along, Gu Ming couldn't help but express his exasperation. Meng Wanshue glanced at Gu Ming, chuckling, Kid, this is just too easy to manage. What nonsense are you babbling? Hold on tight. As he spoke, Meng Wanshue accelerated once more. This time, Gu Ming refrained from commenting. As the jostling became unbearable, he suspected Meng Wanshue was intentionally retaliating against him, though he had no evidence to prove it. After 5 hours, Gu Ming felt as though he had lived an entire lifetime, having crossed mountains and seas far removed from the kingdom of Yinqing. Kid, we have arrived. My Qingqing sect was once a top-tier power on the continent, renowned and formidable. Gu Ming, intrigued, pondered the grandeur of this Qingqing sect. How is it? Are you astonished? Go ahead, shout in excitement. I permit you. Gu Ming gaped, staring incredulously at the desolate mountain before him, a place so barren that not even a bird would choose to dwell. The sect's entrance was propped up by 2 decaying timber beams, supporting a sign covered in cobwebs. Behind it lay an array of oddly shaped boulders, the ground bare with not a single tree in sight, let alone any spiritual herbs or flowers. As he surveyed the surroundings, the only structures visible were a few dilapidated wooden huts in the distance. Gu Ming took a deep breath, casting a somber glance at the still proud Meng Wanshue. Do not tell me this is the Qingqiang sect you spoke of, once feared across the continent? Meng Wanshue tilted his head back and took a swig of wine, grinning. Of course, this is indeed the past, is it not? How long ago was that? Meng Wanshue paused, truly perplexed, as he began to count on his fingers. 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 30,000 years. Gu Ming's brow twitched with a hint of exasperation, the absurdity of it making him laugh in disbelief. Is the past you refer to from the ancient era? Meng Wanshue was taken aback, suddenly enlightened, and gave Gu Ming a thumbs up. The youthful mind possesses remarkable agility, reminiscent of ancient times. What do you think? Is there not a sense of pride in being part of an ancient sect? Are you not a bit boastful? Gu Ming let out a cold chuckle and kicked a decayed wooden pillar. With a resounding crash, the sole emblem of the Qingqiang sect was obliterated. Meng Wanshue furrowed his brow, hurriedly attempting to restore the sect's entrance. Alas, in his fervor, he exerted too much force, resulting in another thunderous sound, leaving only a plaque behind. Oh dear, my little ancestor, what have you done? This is the dignity of our Qingqiang sect. How could you strike yourself in the face like this? Gu Ming, with a helpless shake of his head, sighed towards the heavens. Can I still turn back? Meng Wanshue clapped his hands and chuckled. Of course, if you walk back to the kingdom of Yinqing from here, at your pace, it might take a century. Gu Ming was taken aback. A century? So brief? Well, that works. I have nothing to do anyway, as long as I don't linger in this desolate place. As Gu Ming turned to leave, Meng Wanshue was momentarily stunned, questioning in confusion. What are you doing? Going back. You. Oh dear, Master was merely jesting. Why take it to heart? This is all superficial. How could you, a being of such caliber, be so base as to focus solely on appearances? Gu Ming halted, suddenly realizing that Meng Wanshue was indeed a profound and inscrutable figure. He couldn't possibly be so simple-minded. I will trust you once more. After the length of an incense stick, Gu Ming gazed upon the parched spirit pool, the withered spirit fields, and the dilapidated wooden cottage, letting out a soft sigh. I will never trust you again. Meng Wanshue rolled his eyes. What could he do? The decline of the Qingqiang sect was not solely his fault. Perhaps I should trust my master one last time. After all, the Qingqing sect was an ancient force, with its heritage still intact. Gu Ming paused, realizing that indeed, despite its downfall, such an ancient sect would not lack ancient texts. The tomes of the bygone era would undoubtedly provide ample knowledge for him to absorb for a considerable time. But as he surveyed the dust-laden, crumbling cave, he found little more than a few scattered books. Gu Ming turned back to the slightly awkward Meng Wanshue. If I trust you again, I might as well be a dog. Meng Wanshue, embracing a resigned demeanor, positioned himself in front of Gu Ming. You have now stepped into the forbidden grounds of the Qingqiang sect. Should you refuse to join, I shall have no choice but to erase your memories to prevent the leakage of our sect's secrets. Gu Ming, with an expressionless face, pointed at the tattered books. Is this it? Forbidden grounds? I wouldn't even use it as a restroom. Meng Wanshou's expression hardened, and he spoke with gravity. How can you speak so? While it may be the truth, such words should not belittle our sect. There are two choices. Either I erase your memory, or you remain here. Gu Ming sighed softly, contemplating that he had nowhere else to go. Although this unreliable master was indeed enigmatic, his strength was formidable. Very well, what is my status now? Gu Ming resigned himself to stay for the time being, accepting his fate. Meng Wanshou cleared his throat, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Inner disciple, core disciple, true disciple, or holy son, choose any you wish. What do you say? If all else fails, you might as well assume the roles of steward, protector, elder, or even master of the mountain. Observing the dubious gaze of Gu Ming, Meng Wanshou cautiously ventured, shall the old man abdicate, allowing you to become the leader of the Qingqing sect? I could take on the mantle of the supreme elder. Gu Ming, indifferent, continued his leisurely stride towards the exit. Let us first discuss the current state of the Qingqiang sect. Very well, my obedient disciple, please take a seat. Meng Wanshou dusted off a chair, inviting Gu Ming to sit while he stood attentively beside him. In the twilight of the ancient era, too distant, let us focus on the essentials. Ahem. At present, our sect comprises merely 3 individuals. You, me, and my master, who is now the supreme elder, currently in seclusion at the back mountain. As for my master's master, the venerable ancestor of the Qingqiang sect, he has long since wandered the world and is unlikely to return in the near future. Gu Cheng's expression darkened, realization dawning upon him as to why the Qingqiang sect had fallen into such disarray, with the 3 of them at the helm. No sect could withstand the burden. Chapter 31, on the 10th century plan for the revival of the Qingqiang sect. Ah, my dear disciple, is this not splendid? There are no rigid rules. We ourselves are the rules. When one is well fed, the entire family thrives. Should you require resources for your cultivation, I shall procure them for you. No, I shall seek them out. Rest assured, our sect shall never engage in intrigue. We shall protect our own. Whoever dares to wrong you, I shall shatter their entire lineage. How does that sound? Gu Ming only heard the phrase no rules. Very well, as of today, I declare myself the eldest senior brother of the Qingqiang sect, and you shall be the sect leader. Together, let us strive to elevate the Qingqiang sect to new heights. Observing Gu Ming rise with fervor and enthusiasm, for a moment, Meng Wanshou was taken aback and hastily interjected. No, my dear disciple, one of you is more than sufficient. We need not seek grandeur. Do not concern yourself with that. Whose words carry more weight? Mine as the eldest senior brother, or yours as the sect leader? Gu Ming scoffed lightly and replied nonchalantly. Meng Wanshou, naturally, it is your words that hold greater authority. Then heed my command. From this day forth, idleness is forbidden. The rules shall be dictated by me. The revival of the Qingqiang sect shall commence with us. Watching Gu Ming's spirited demeanor, Meng Wanshou felt an inexplicable headache. He had sought a disciple merely to retreat from his position, to lounge like his master. Meng Wanshou contemplated escape, wishing to be a hands-off manager, yet he could not withstand Gu Ming's resolve and was compelled to remain and assist him in rebuilding the Qingqing sect. In the dilapidated courtyard, Meng Wanshou yawned, his gaze hazy as he looked at Gu Ming. Gu Ming had somehow procured a blackboard, upon which he inscribed his grand plan for the revival of the Qingqiang sect. Master, please pay attention to the lesson. Meng Wanshou hurriedly sat up straight, puffed out his chest, resembling a dutiful student. Gu Ming was quite satisfied. Although his seemingly unreliable master was not particularly dependable, at least he was obedient. As the saying goes, one must love their craft. While he may not excel in cultivation, he is adept in matters of business. This time, Gu Ming set a goal for himself, to restore the Qingqing sect to its former glory. In his projected timeline, he estimated that a span of 1,000 or 2,000 years would suffice. On the blackboard, he wrote, on the 10th century plan for the revival of the Qingqiang sect. Meng Wanshou paused, puzzled, and inquired, My dear disciple, what does the 10th century plan entail? Gu Ming cleared his throat and began to explain at a measured pace. It is quite simple. The plan for the revival of the Qingqiang sect is divided into 10 phases, each with a century as a small target. I anticipate that after a millennium, the Qingqiang sect shall regain its former splendor. Meng Wanshou rolled his eyes and shook his head. My dear disciple, it is not so simple. Among the continent's foremost powers, which one has not been built over tens of thousands of years? Starting from scratch in a millennium is highly improbable. Why not focus on cultivation instead? I can teach you some truly formidable techniques. What do you say? I still do not know your cultivation status and must first understand. Gu Ming shot a glare at Meng Wanshue, who merely pouted and obediently fell silent. Was he seeking a disciple or merely inviting trouble? Subsequently, amidst Gu Ming's incessant discourse, Meng Wanshue found himself utterly overwhelmed, his expression one of despair. The initial step involves nurturing spiritual plants to restore the ethereal energy of the Qingsheng sect. This desolate, forsaken mountain is hardly a place one would choose to join the sect willingly. Constructing edifices is paramount. The more, the better, across all departments. Establishing spiritual formations is equally critical, with an emphasis on gathering arrays, protective sect formations, and barrier techniques. It is essential to institute a comprehensive set of rules and regulations. We shall seek out various resources for cultivation to enhance the foundational strength of the Qingsheng sect. The objective for the first century is to render the Qingsheng sect a recognizable and formidable sect. The subsequent phase involves amplifying our reputation and enrolling disciples and elders. The third stage is to bolster our foundation further, continuing our acquisition efforts and vying for supremacy against neighboring powers. The fourth stage. As the sun dipped below the horizon and twilight enveloped the surroundings, Meng Wanshue, weary-eyed, spoke softly. My dear disciple, I have a query. We lack pills, formations, and spiritual artifacts, and cultivating spiritual herbs necessitates a spiritual gardener, which we also do not possess. I can, Gu Ming responded. Meng Wanshue was taken aback, immediately invigorated, his eyes sparkling with the fervor of discovery. Really? My dear disciple, you must not deceive your master. After a short incense stick had burned, Meng Wanshue remained silent, fixating on Gu Ming. Upon witnessing Gu Ming's abilities, he could not conceal his astonishment. What kind of practitioner excels in every facet and achieves such remarkable feats? He sighed deeply. My dear disciple, if you had devoted this intellect to cultivation, you would have already entered the golden core stage. What a waste of your talent. Every skill Gu Ming exhibited required extensive time and dedication. In Meng Wanshue's perception, if Gu Ming were to apply himself wholeheartedly to cultivation, he would undoubtedly become an extraordinary talent seldom seen in a century. In that moment, Meng Wanshue felt all his tribulations were worthwhile, for he had acquired such a gifted disciple. With just a modicum of guidance, Gu Ming's future accomplishments would be boundless. Internally, he chuckled darkly. Oh, my foolish master. Just watch. My disciple will surely surpass yours. Can your dull disciple compete with mine? Ha! The following day, at the entrance of the Qingsheng sect, grand banners were unfurled. The 10th century plan for the revival of the Qingsheng sect, revitalizing Qingsheng, starts now. There's no time to waste. Upholding the principles of the Qingsheng sect to create a joyful haven. Unite to rejuvenate Qingsheng. Adhere to the 4 fundamental principles. Cultivate for the rise of Qingsheng. Meng Wanshue was left speechless. He wondered if his disciple's mind was not quite right. My dear disciple, when did you begin your cultivation journey? Meng Wanshue pursued Gu Ming, urging him to temporarily set aside his tasks and follow him in practice. Gu Ming was overwhelmingly busy, reveling in his endeavors, dismissing the notion of cultivation. Just wait a bit longer. What's the rush? Rejected, Meng Wanshue resigned himself to assisting, hoping Gu Ming would eventually tire of his distractions and promptly accompany him in cultivation. Unbeknownst to them, 2 years passed, and the Qingsheng sect underwent a remarkable transformation. Buildings adorned with ancient charm rose majestically, while plots of spiritual fields flourished with vibrant hues and fragrant aromas, enveloped in ethereal mist. The entire desolate mountain was devoid of barren patches. Even the most secluded corners were sown with spiritual seeds by Gu Ming, which, under his meticulous care, blossomed into spiritual herbs. Gu Ming surveyed the nascent form of the Qingsheng sect, a swell of pride blossoming within him. This was indeed the essence of a cultivation sect. Meng Wanshue sat slumped upon the ground, a sense of existential despair washing over him as he gazed at Gu Ming's figure, questioning the very fabric of his existence. 2 years. A full 2 years had passed, and Gu Ming had not once engaged in cultivation, dedicating himself entirely to the reconstruction of the Qingsheng sect. Disciple, do you have ancestral ties to the Qingsheng sect? If Gu Ming's forebears bore no connection to the sect, but had nonetheless poured their heart and soul into its restoration, it could only be deemed madness. At this moment, Gu Ming rolled up his sleeves and wielded a hoe. Pausing, he cast a peculiar glance at the indolent Meng Wanxiu. Master, what leads you to such a conclusion? Absent any lineage, I truly cannot fathom why you would invest yourself so fervently in the revival of the Qingsheng sect. My ancestors, and their ancestors, all they did was secure a successor for the Qingsheng sect, while they themselves roamed the continent, indifferent to its affairs. On your first day at the Qingsheng sect, you have already immersed yourself in its reconstruction. Pray tell, what compels you? Aside from a few aged souls, we possess nothing. Gu Ming appeared somewhat speechless, letting out a sigh as he regarded Meng Wanxiu. Master, your perspective is flawed. In my era, such thoughts would lead to public denunciation. A life devoid of dreams is no different from that of a drifting fish. As the eldest disciple of the Qingsheng sect, it is my unassailable duty to rejuvenate it. With that, Gu Ming resumed his labor, tilling the spiritual fields. Meng Wanxiu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Are you unwell?" "I, the sect leader, am indifferent to this. Why do you care?" Gathering his resolve, Meng Wanxiu rose and, with a cold snort, shattered the hoe beneath his foot, glaring fiercely at the bewildered Gu Ming. "No, you must not squander your innate talent. Henceforth, you shall train with me daily." Gu Ming regarded Meng Wanxiu's serious demeanor, paused momentarily, and then nodded in agreement. "Very well. 1 hour of cultivation each day." Upon hearing this, Meng Wanxiu shook his head. "At least 3 hours. 2 hours. Deal." Meng Wanxiu revealed a sycophantic smile. As long as Gu Ming was willing to cultivate and experience the joy of cultivation, he would undoubtedly devote himself wholeheartedly. With Gu Ming's tenacity, Meng Wanxiu was confident that his future achievements would know no bounds. Chapter 32. Meng Wanxiu of Pua. 5 years later, the Qingsheng sect had developed a solid foundation, resembling a genuine sect. The ground was adorned with spiritual flowers and herbs, and the spiritual energy was abundant, which left Gu Ming quite satisfied. Not far away, Meng Wanxiu crouched amidst the blossoms, toying with the soil, lost in thought. "It's impossible, absolutely impossible. My diligent disciple possesses a firm foundation and an immense reservoir of spiritual energy, far surpassing his peers. His strength is unmatched among his contemporaries. He is well versed in celestial phenomena and terrestrial geography, possesses extensive knowledge, excels in alchemy, artifact forging, array formation, and even construction yet after 5 years of my meticulous guidance. He remains at the mid-stage of foundation building." Meng Wanxiu sighed skyward and turned to Gu Ming. "My dear disciple, speak frankly. Have you been slacking off and deliberately avoiding your cultivation?" Gu Ming's constitution was rather peculiar, an exceptionally rare failure in the realm of spiritual cultivation. His 5 elemental attributes were balanced, and combined with his chaotic endeavors over the years, Meng Wanxiu was utterly unable to discern the nature of his constitution. Naturally, he had never considered such a possibility. The limit of a mixed spiritual root was the qi refining stage. It was simply impossible to break through to the foundation building stage. Scratching his head, Gu Ming offered an awkward smile and replied, "Master, I've already warned you that if I followed your teachings, I feared your heart might not withstand it." Meng Wanxiu rose, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on Gu Ming. "Now, tell me, what exactly is your constitution?" Gu Ming felt a touch of exasperation. He detested being asked about his constitution, as it felt like a humiliation. Yet, facing his earnest master, he disclosed the truth. "Ahem, I possess a 5-element spiritual body." Meng Wanxiu's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "Wait, what did you say your spiritual body was?" "A 5-element spiritual body, which means my elemental attributes are balanced." "Isn't that impressive?" Meng Wanxiu was taken aback. "What does it mean to have balanced attributes? Are you practicing the path of balance?" Upon confirming this, Meng Wanxiu slumped amidst the flowers, utterly despondent. "Alas, I shall be outshone by that old man. My disciple truly pales in comparison to his." Gu Ming approached his side, ruffling his disheveled hair in a comforting gesture. "Master, do not think that way. Consider it from another perspective. The disciples of our esteemed ancestor may not excel in other aspects compared to your disciple. Cultivation cannot solely be defined by prowess. Meng Wanshou paused, casting a skeptical glance at Gu Ming. Is that truly the case? Of course. Think about it. I am your disciple. You are responsible for my formidable cultivation, while I shall excel in other domains. Together, as master and disciple, we shall be unparalleled. Meng Wanshou stood, contemplating for a moment, and found some merit in Gu Ming's words. Suddenly, he deflated like a punctured balloon, lamenting, "But your cultivation is far too weak. It's simply not a solution. Without means of self-defense, what shall you do if others bully you?" Gu Ming continued to persuade him. "I am your disciple. To bully us is to strike at your own face. Can you afford to back down? Naturally, we must confront them directly. If you cannot win, it is still an affront to our esteemed ancestor. You can always call upon him for assistance, and if he proves inadequate, we shall seek further help. By this logic, what use is my cultivation? Can I truly surpass you all? It is impossible. I shall forever remain your cherished darling, and you shall always be my steadfast support. Given this, why should I concern myself with cultivation? Who dares to bully me? Just give the word." Meng Wanshou. "Wait a moment. I need to sort this out." Meng Wanshou crouched on the ground, lost in contemplation. Gu Ming smiled faintly, finally free from the incessant ramblings of the old man, and continued to pursue the grand ambitions of the Qingqing sect. Until the following day, Meng Wanshou reappeared, adamantly assuring, "My obedient disciple, you make a valid point. When it comes to cultivation, having someone to shield you is sufficient. If I cannot manage, there are always the old men, and their forebears, and their forebears' forebears." Gu Ming was taken aback, hastily interjecting, "Wait, just how many old men are there in Qingqing?" Meng Wanshou shook his head, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "I do not know. After all, from the ancient times to the present, I am unclear about how many old men remain above us. In any case, it is enough. Our lineage, however, is rather unambitious and carefree, unconcerned with the development of the Qingqiang sect, as long as the legacy continues." Gu Ming's eyes glimmered. Had he stumbled upon a treasure? An old man who had lived for tens of thousands of years must be an extraordinarily powerful immortal. Meng Wanshou seemed to perceive his thoughts and dashed his dreams. "I have already mentioned, these old men are unambitious and can only be summoned one by one. They will not show themselves unless the sect faces total annihilation. Expecting them to revive the Qingqing sect? Do not even think about it." Gu Ming pouted. "Well, it seems I must rely on myself." "Very well." With those words, Gu Ming shouldered a hoe and made his way to the spiritual fields, ready to tend to the medicinal herbs. Meng Wanshou followed closely behind, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "My obedient disciple, have you considered taking on a disciple of your own? Heh, you wish to escape, do you? Not a chance. You cannot leave until the Qingqiang sect is revived." Gu Ming shattered his unrealistic fantasies, realizing that with his foundational cultivation, reviving anything was a pipe dream, as he would inevitably rely on Meng Wanshou's divine transformation. Meng Wanshou sighed softly, resigned to follow Gu Ming's lead, yet he remained undeterred. "My dear disciple, your strength is formidable, and your foundation is the most stable I have ever encountered. Have you truly no desire to give another try? Not a chance. How about you attempt to cultivate the Qingqiang sect's techniques? I have no interest. I possess numerous spiritual artifacts. Do you not desire any? Spiritual artifacts? Confiscated. Have you forgotten our revival principle? The proletariat, communal ownership." Meng Wanshou was astonished, watching as Gu Ming took away his few spiritual artifacts, and he ceased to pressure Gu Ming into cultivation. "This is outrageous. That old man deceiving me into seeking a successor, and now I am embroiled in this matter." Meng Wanshou cursed inwardly. Had it not been for his master's pretext of seclusion urging him to find successor, would he have ever encountered Gu Ming? Would he have become entangled in the revival of the Qingqing sect? Of course, he could have fled, but he held fast to his principles and would not stoop to such actions. Unknowingly, a century had passed since Gu Ming joined the Qingqing sect. In that time, Meng Wanshou had completely given up. He finally recognized just how subpar Gu Ming's constitution truly was. A century has passed, and yet he remains entrenched in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Extraordinary. He pondered why Gu Ming has not aged or succumbed to mortality. According to the lifespan of Foundation establishment practitioners, after 100 years, one would not only be expected to age, but would also exhibit significant changes in both vitality and appearance. Yet, Gu Ming's vitality and visage remain entirely unchanged. As if forgotten by the hands of time, Gu Ming harbors no fear of having his little secret uncovered, attributing his prolonged lifespan to a supposed balance of the 5 elemental attributes. The excuse is rather flimsy, yet Meng Wen feigns belief, aware that his obedient disciple harbors secrets. He is not particularly curious. After a century of companionship, he has long regarded Gu Ming as his own child. Chapter 33. The Second Century Plan. The first disciple, a century has elapsed, and the Qingchang sect has transformed beyond recognition, experiencing monumental changes. Majestic pavilions and resplendent towers abound, with spiritual flowers and herbs flourishing everywhere. Gu Ming has expended millions of spirit stones to establish tens of thousands of yellow-grade formations, intricately interconnected, culminating in over 100 profound-grade formations that harmoniously fuse into a grand earth-grade protective array for the sect. Meng Wanxiu is utterly astounded by Gu Ming's prowess, having become his devoted admirer, trailing behind him to assist at every turn. Throughout these years, Gu Ming has not neglected the art of alchemy, simultaneously cultivating spiritual herbs and crafting elixirs for sale, thus acquiring sufficient spirit stones to fortify the Qingchang sect. The mountain gate is constructed with 2 colossal stone pillars, upon which the 3 large characters of Qingchang sect loom impressively, glowing with a golden light that sparkles under the blazing sun. Within a grand hall, Gu Ming feels a profound sense of accomplishment. Dedicating a century to establish a sect is far more exhilarating than mere cultivation. However, this endeavor has nearly depleted his resources, leaving him in a precarious financial state. Despite the outward grandeur of the Qingchang sect, its foundational strength is almost non-existent. Meng Wanxiu, brimming with pride, cannot suppress his excitement. If my esteemed master were to learn of my diligent disciple's reconstruction of the Qingchang sect, he would be utterly astonished. Oh, master, in what way can your disciple compare to my pupil, aside from cultivation? Gu Ming, uninterested in Meng Wanxiu's whimsical remarks, declares loudly, I announce that effective today, the first century plan for the revival of Qingchang is complete. Excellent. My dear disciple, should we not take a respite? At this rate, I worry not for you, but rather for my own endurance. Alas, I am of advanced age, and it pains me to think of myself, Gu Ming exclaims, exasperated. Master, you are at least in the early, no, mid-stage of the transformation god realm, far more robust than I, Meng Wanxiu retorts, his dissatisfaction evident. My dear disciple, do engage in some cultivation. After a century, you remain at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Your progress is rather sluggish. In my spare moments, I made a minor breakthrough, yet you seem to have completely stagnated. Gu Ming pats Meng Wanxiu on the shoulder, continuing to persuade him. Master, the revival of the Qingchang sect is of utmost priority. Personal gains and losses cannot be compared to this. Your perspective is too narrow. Your awareness requires elevation. Meng Wanxiu. At that moment, the protective array of the sect emits a warning, indicating an approaching presence. Gu Ming and Meng Wanxiu exchange a knowing glance, a sly smile playing on their lips. Our Qingchang sect's second century plan is officially underway. Outside the Qingchang sect, Han Yunqi gazes in astonishment at the imposing mountain gate and the dazzling plaque that nearly blinds his titanium alloy eyes. When did a Qingchang sect emerge here? Han Yunqi, possessing a superior lightning spiritual root, has the innate ability to cultivate freely. However, his opportunity has been usurped by connections, forcing him to bear the burden of being a loose cultivator due to his inability to afford the cultivation fees. On this unremarkable day, I initially intended to gather some spiritual herbs and exchange them for spirit stones to further my cultivation. However, to my astonishment, I stumbled upon a sect deep within the mountains and woods. Gazing at the imposing gates of the Qingchang sect, Han Yunqi sighed with a hint of reluctance and turned to leave. This grandeur rivaled that of any established cultivation sect, yet the costs of cultivating were prohibitively high. Alas, Han Yunshi came to understand that despite his considerable talent, lacking a background rendered free cultivation an impossibility, his chances would be inexplicably supplanted. Disillusioned with cultivation sex, he felt utterly despondent. Fellow cultivator, I perceive a connection between you and our sect. Would you be interested in joining the Qingqing sect? Gu Ming, accompanied by Meng Wenxiu, appeared and promptly called out to Han Yunshi. This was the top disciple of the Qingqiang sect's century-long plan. Such an opportunity could not be missed. Taken aback, Han Yunshi turned to face the two and shook his head. I have no spirit stones. It's not worth it. Wait, our Qingqiang sect offers free cultivation. Han Yunshi was astonished, confirming repeatedly until, upon receiving the desired answer, he found himself hesitating. In this world, who could expect to receive such a fortune without effort? Gu Ming stepped closer, reiterating his promise of absolutely free cultivation. Noticing Han Yunshi's lingering skepticism, Gu Ming speculated on his inner worries. Are you afraid I might deceive you? Han Yunshi silently nodded. Was that not an obvious concern? What force would forego spirit stones? Gu Ming cleared his throat. Master, show him. Meng Wenxiu scoffed inwardly, thinking, do you consider me a mere mascot? Yet, he gradually regained his composure, unleashing an overwhelming and terrifying aura that engulfed the surrounding area for miles, summoning thunder and celestial phenomena. In that instant, Meng Wenxiu transcended the appearance of a mere lecherous old man, becoming an incredibly formidable cultivator capable of annihilating cities with a single hand. Han Yunshi gaped in astonishment, rubbing his eyes in disbelief at the existence of such a terrifying power in this desolate place. Gu Ming patted Han Yunshi's shoulder and spoke calmly. Do you truly believe that with the strength of the Qingqing sect, we would need to deceive a mere qi condensation cultivator like you? Han Yunshi swallowed hard, exclaiming, I am willing to join the Qingqing sect. Gu Ming smiled with satisfaction, signaling Meng Wenxiu to cease intimidating the young man. The oppressive aura was too terrifying. Han Yunshi could hardly keep his legs from trembling. Let's be clear. Once you join the Qingqiang sect, there is no turning back. Come, sign the contract. I mean, write your name here. This is your admission notice. Han Yunshi, eyes filled with skepticism, accepted the admission notice. Its content was straightforward. Adhere to the sect's principles. Refrain from betrayal and follow the rules. The most crucial clause stated that upon entering the Golden Core realm, one could choose to leave or remain as an elder. Should one choose to depart, they must heed the sect's summons. The various stipulations were quite reasonable. Once satisfied with the terms, Han Yunshi carefully inscribed his name and looked cautiously at the two. May I ask, how should I address you? Gu Ming replied. I am the eldest senior brother of the Qingqiang sect. Han Yunshi was astonished. To be personally received by the eldest senior brother of the Qingqiang sect was an immense honor, leaving him both flattered and overwhelmed. In a sect, the esteemed senior brother is regarded as the strongest prodigy, the most formidable presence among the disciples, the future leader, and an unparalleled powerhouse. I pay my respects to the senior brother. Han Yunshi hastily bowed, not daring to be negligent. Meng Wenxiu, while leisurely picking his nose, introduced himself with nonchalance. I am the leader of the Qingqiang sect. Han Yunshi was taken aback. Wait, the leader personally came to welcome me. Is my reputation truly so grand? Could it be that I am the child of destiny, blessed with extraordinary fortune, and have been discovered? I pay my respects to the leader. Enough of the formalities. Our Qingqiang may have its rules, but we are not so pedantic. Upon hearing this, Han Yunshi let out a sigh of relief, his fondness for the Qingqiang sect soaring. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety washed over him, and he cautiously inquired, Senior brother, do I not begin as an outer disciple? Gu Ming waved his sleeve with a faint smile. No need for that. Henceforth, you shall be the inner sect's second senior brother. Han Yunshi was taken aback. What? Me? The second senior brother? After a duration equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, Han Yunshi gazed upon the seemingly opulent, yet ultimately hollow Qingqiang sect and felt as though he had been deceived. Observing Han Yunshi's silence, Gu Ming continued to persuade him. As the second senior brother of the sect, you must not present yourself in such a manner, lacking confidence in your own sect. You should set an example for the juniors to come. With a light sigh, Han Yunshi accepted his fate and bowed. The junior understands and will adhere to the senior brother's teachings. Ah, a teachable child. Far more reliable than the leader, Gu Ming thought inwardly, smirking quietly. Chapter 34. The second step of the century planned not long after, Han Yunxi's heart sank deeper into despair. The entire Qingchang sect was nothing but a hollow fade, devoid of any of the essentials a sect should possess. Techniques, spiritual tools, secret realms, sacred lands, elders, deacons, guardians, various departments. All were absent. In the Grand Hall, Meng Wanshue occupied the seat of honor, with Gu Ming and Han Yunxi flanking him on either side. Gu Ming rose, hands clasped behind his back, cleared his throat, and began to speak slowly. Today marked the first meeting since the initiation of the Qingchang sect's revival plan, and we must all take it seriously. Junior brother, you are responsible for the attendance record. Is anyone absent? Han Yunxi thought. Is my elder brother unwell? He replied, Elder brother, there are no absentees. Meng Wanshue had long since grown accustomed to this routine. Over the past century, he had been dragged into countless meetings by Gu Ming, often with little more than a vague notion of their purpose. Now that someone else was sharing the burden, he found himself considerably relieved. Gu Ming nodded and continued, First, let us applaud and welcome junior brother Han to the Qingqing sect. Sparse applause echoed in the hall. The second matter at hand is that our Qingqing sect is officially commencing the recruitment of disciples. Junior brother, I appoint you as the head of admissions. Can you manage this task? A bitter smile crossed Han Yunxi's face as he replied, Elder brother, this poses quite a challenge. Our Qingchang sect has emerged from thin air. Others will not believe it. Moreover, it seems our sect is somewhat lacking in substance. Aside from a pleasing exterior, we possess none of the essentials a sect should have. Not to mention, even if we offered free cultivation, the cost of spiritual stones is a significant issue. Gu Ming cast a confident glance at Han Yunxi. What is the rush? First, you must establish a reputation for the Qingqing sect. Just proclaim that in 10 years, we will be recruiting a multitude of disciples, elders, deacons, and guardians, offering not only free cultivation, but also generous benefits. 10 years should suffice to elevate the Qingchang sect's reputation, don't you think? Han Yunxi was taken aback. 10 years is indeed sufficient, but why wait until then? Gu Ming rolled his eyes, slightly exasperated, and explained, Isn't this to gather spiritual stones? Rest assured, give me 10 years, and I will refine hundreds of thousands of pills, talismans, array stones, and spiritual tools, enough to sustain us for a considerable time. Meng Wanshue shrugged. Do not be fooled by my age. I may not know much, but my diligent disciple is well versed in all matters. You can trust him to handle this. Just follow his arrangements without concerning yourself with my opinions. For my input is of little consequence. Han Yunxi was speechless. It was indeed an unprecedented phenomenon for a sect leader to heed a disciple's directives. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to comply, especially since he had already signed a contract binding him. Hesitant, Han Yunxi cautiously inquired, Elder brother, what about my remuneration? Do not worry. I will cover all expenses and advance you 10 years' worth of salary. With that, Gu Ming handed Han Yunxi 100,000 spiritual stones as his operational funds and salary for the next decade. Staring at the gleaming pile of spiritual stones, Han Yunxi felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. The sudden influx of wealth left him astonished. Elder brother, are you not afraid I might abscond? Gu Ming cast a calm glance at Meng Wanshue. Meng Wanshue raised his hand from a distance, shattering a colossal peak 10 miles away with a single strike. Would you care to try? Attempt it, and you will perish. Han Yunxi, frightened, quickly expressed his reluctance, realizing that in the presence of a formidable entity at the transformation realm, escape was futile. Subsequently, Gu Ming handed over the enrollment guidelines he had crafted to Han Yunxi, skillfully peddling his ideas until Han Yunxi was utterly bewildered. Go forth. I place my trust in you. Thank you, senior brother. I shall not fail in my mission. Over the span of a decade, Gu Ming devoted himself wholeheartedly to the lucrative pursuits of alchemy, artifact forging, runes, and array stones. In this brief period, he concocted nearly 4 million pills, alongside numerous other endeavors. Their remarkable alchemical speed led others to speculate that Gu Ming was not merely refining pills, but rather possessed a veritable pill palace. Upon selling these wares, the Qingqing sect's resources surged, amassing billions of spiritual stones. Meng Wenxiu, in a state of emotional upheaval, grasped Gu Ming's hand and lamented, "My dear disciple, perhaps we should abandon the reconstruction of the Qingqing sect. With such an abundance of spiritual stones, we could sustain our cultivation for centuries without concern for sustenance." "Nonsense, master. Your thoughts are misguided. This is a one-time exception. There shall be no further allowances, or I will impose a year-long suspension of your cultivation resources." Upon hearing this, Meng Wenxiu reluctantly set aside his notion. As for Han Yunxi, his tireless promotion and substantial expenditure of spiritual stones proved fruitful, igniting a fervent interest among many cultivators in the legendary Qingqing sect. Eagerly anticipating the day it would accept disciples, even members of the imperial court of the northern Zhou kingdom were stirred, with numerous cultivation families expressing curiosity and wishing to partake in the excitement. Naturally, during this time, several ill-intentioned individuals attempted to disrupt the process, but were swiftly dealt with by Meng Wenxiu, who demonstrated the might of the Qingqing sect. On the day of the official recruitment, elders and others gathered, initially approaching the situation with a sense of cautious curiosity. The cultivators Han Yunxi had bribed broke the stalemate, joining the Qingqiang sect and encouraging a surge of new disciples. A cultivator at the Golden Core stage inquired, "Master, may I ask what positions are available for one at the Golden Core stage, and what compensation might be expected?" Meng Wenxiu glanced at Gu Ming beside him, piquing the curiosity of many regarding this young man who commanded the respect of a transformation realm expert. Gu Ming stepped forward, surveying the throng of thousands of cultivators. To suggest he felt nervous would be an understatement. "Ahem, allow me to introduce myself. I am the senior brother of the Qingqiang sect. Regarding the inquiry made by this esteemed fellow, I believe it resonates with many of your concerns. Firstly, those in the early Golden Core stage may serve as deacons or guardians, those in the mid-stage as outer sect elders, and those in the late stage as inner sect elders. As for compensation, the enrollment guidelines outline it clearly, a basic salary supplemented by contribution bonuses. In simpler terms, the more you contribute, the more you earn. For instance, as a cultivator in the early Golden Core stage, you could choose a deacon position, with a monthly stipend of 50,000 spiritual stones, plus bonuses. Upon hearing this, the Golden Core cultivator eagerly expressed his desire to join the Qingqing sect. 50,000 spiritual stones, to a cultivator from a grand sect or family, was hardly a significant sum. However, for these scattered cultivators, 50,000 spiritual stones is an exceedingly generous sum. With the added commissions, their monthly income is considerable, and they need not toil endlessly, which naturally makes them eager to join. Of course, this individual was also someone Han Yunxi had preemptively secured. The beginning of any endeavor is often the most challenging. Once someone takes the initiative, everything else follows effortlessly. Within a mere day, the number of cultivators from the Qingqiang sect surged to a staggering 2,000. Had it not been for Gu Ming's observation that the numbers were nearly sufficient, recruitment could have multiplied further. In the Grand Hall, Meng Wenxiu expressed his concerns. "My dear disciple, with this approach, we risk attracting a chaotic mix of individuals. Our sect may very well encounter numerous deceitful and unqualified characters. Open admission is not well suited for this era. Should any of our disciples err, it would tarnish the reputation of the Qingqiang sect, and once that reputation is sullied, the old man will surely come after me." Gu Ming replied with a faint smile, "Fear not, master. My century-long plan has contingencies in place. The next step is to carefully select cultivators of good character and eliminate those with questionable morals." Chapter 35. The uncommon chosen one. Meng Wenxiu was momentarily taken aback, gazing curiously at Gu Ming. "My dear disciple, what do you intend to do?" Gu Ming smiled lightly and elucidated. "This time, we shall recruit 3,000 cultivators. Thereafter, the Qingqing sect will cease recruitment and instead implement an entrance examination. Those who fail will be expelled from the sect." Beside them, Han Yunxi voiced her concerns. "What if they cause trouble?" Gu Ming chuckled coldly. "We have cultivators in the transformation realm at our disposal. If they dare oppose us, we shall eliminate them." Meng Wenxiu sighed. "Well, it seems I have become the enforcer once again, with no sense of presence." As he looked at the survey form handed to him by Gu Ming, Han Yunxi gasped in astonishment. "This, senior brother, are you certain this is feasible?" "Of course. Remember, The maximum score is 100. 60 is the passing mark. Those who fail will be expelled from the Qingqing sect. We are a righteous sect and have no need for those of questionable character or incompatible ideals. Skeptical, Han Yunqi departed. Meng Wanshu took a survey form from Gu Ming, glancing at the questions with a confident smile. My dear disciple, do you think my character can achieve a perfect score? Shall we give it a try? After a short while, Meng Wanshu stared at his score of 50, falling into silence. Sipping from his cup, he pointed at the first question. My dear disciple, could you explain why this answer is incorrect? The question read, if surrounded by demonic beasts within a city and a frail woman appears outside the gates, if you choose to open the gates to rescue her, there's a 50% chance of saving her and a 50% chance of the beasts entering the city, leading to destruction and death. Options: A. Save the person. B. Do nothing. C. Kill the woman. D. Slay those who support opening the gates. I chose to do nothing. Why is that wrong? Meng Wanshu understood Gu Ming's intention. In chaotic times, one cannot be overly compassionate, risking greater loss for a lesser good. Gu Ming sighed softly, patiently explaining, Master, you cannot represent everyone. If she cries for help, will not some naive soul's advocate for opening the gates to rescue her? If that happens, disunity will ensue, and the ultimate outcome will be that the city cannot unite against the demonic beasts, leading to its downfall. Meng Wanshu's eyes widened, realizing there was indeed another perspective. So, should I choose C? No, it is a multiple-choice question. You should select C and D. Meng Wanshu fell silent, his face a mask of confusion. But why kill those who support her? Master, you must understand that those who cannot perceive the situation clearly will ultimately bring calamity upon all. Consider this. If such individuals were present in the Qingqing sect, opposing our ideals and causing internal strife in the face of a formidable enemy, would they not hinder us and provide the enemy with an opportunity? Meng Wanshu numbly nodded. It seems somewhat reasonable, yet something feels amiss. Let us consider another question. Why is this one incorrect? Meng Wanshu pointed to another question. The question read, you have two opponents, one a demonic cultivator slightly weaker than you, and the other a righteous cultivator slightly stronger than you. Both are bound to a fight to the death. What should you do? A. Sow discord, redirect their animosity. B. Show weakness, let them lower their guard. C. Collaborating with the practitioners of the demonic path, we have dealt a significant blow to the righteous cultivators. D. Seizing the opportunity when the demonic cultivators are unprepared. Launch a surprise attack and eliminate them all. I believe that allying with the demonic cultivators to confront the righteous practitioners is the most reasonable course of action. Although there are some principled concerns, the alternatives are even less appropriate and fail to resolve the issue. For instance, the fourth option of ambushing the demonic cultivators. How could we possibly annihilate them all? That choice is untenable. Gu Ming sighed helplessly and reiterated, Master, you are mistaken once again. Who informed you that this is a multiple-choice question? It is a ranking question. The answer is B-A-C-D. Meng Wanshu gasped in disbelief. With a long sigh, he tore the questionnaire to shreds, casting a perplexed glare at Gu Ming. Were it not for the fact that you are my disciple, I would genuinely wish to slap you to silence your nonsensical ideology. If we proceed according to your reasoning, our Qingqing sect will be fortunate to retain even one cultivator. You might as well expel me from a sect. That cannot be, for you are the sect leader. How could that be? Gu Ming quickly donned a fawning smile, seeking to placate Meng Wanshu. If he truly abandoned the endeavor, Gu Ming's plans to rebuild the Qingqing sect would be in vain. I will not concern myself with this. You may do as you please. Should any issues arise, well, beware the consequences. Meng Wanshu waved his sleeve and exited the Grand Hall, fearing that if he lingered, he might be unable to resist the urge to strike Gu Ming. A month later, Han Yunqi, looking haggard, arrived at the Qingqing sect's council hall to report on the progress to Gu Ming. Senior brother, as per your instructions, the assessment is complete, and now only 28 disciples remain, along with one elder at the early golden course stage. The entrance examination was exceedingly difficult. Even I barely managed to pass. Handing the results to Gu Ming, Han Yunqi rubbed his temples in exhaustion. Currently, he was a mid-foundation stage cultivator, and undertaking this task nearly left him bedridden. Gu Ming examined the results, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Not bad. It exceeds my expectations. After all, we offer free cultivation. If one is not among the chosen few, they are unworthy of entering our Qingsheng sect. From now on, we shall adhere to this standard, but to prevent any leaks. I will devise a new set of examination questions in 10 years. Han Yunqi's lips twitched in disbelief. He genuinely admired Gu Ming's boundless energy, as he was meticulous about everything beyond mere cultivation. Suddenly, Gu Ming's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized one of the test papers. Ah, a perfect score? Well, there is one. It appears to be someone named Nangong Dali. She is the only one who completed the exam in half a tea time, achieving a perfect score. And she grew increasingly enthusiastic with each answer. Gu Ming's interest was piqued, and he immediately instructed Han Yunqi to bring her forth, eager to witness the talent of this individual who seemed to possess a hint of his own essence. Soon, Gu Ming found himself in silence as he beheld Nangong Dali, standing at a mere 1.50 meters, clad in an adorable pink dress with twin ponytails. Her sparkling eyes and cherubic cheeks made her an exceptionally cute little girl. She is Nangong Dali? Her name is rather whimsical. Han Yunqi nodded and reminded Nangong Dali, "You should promptly greet senior brother." Zhuge Dali smiled slyly, her gaze appraising Gu Ming, her eyes darting with mischief, immediately revealing that she harbored no benign intentions. "Greetings, senior brother," she said, her voice melodious, tinged with a slight lilt, though it was undeniably a natural gift. Gu Ming fell silent for a moment, sensing that this young lady was far from ordinary. Someone capable of answering all his questions correctly must either be a time traveler or an abstract entity of divine essence. "Ahem, Dali, what do you think of my examination?" he inquired. Nangong Dali beamed with delight. "Quite reasonable, albeit a tad simplistic. The answers are glaringly obvious. I truly cannot fathom why they cannot pass. They're as foolish as pigs. Senior brother, I propose that anyone scoring below full marks should be expelled from the sect. Those who do not align with your ideals are unworthy of remaining." Han Yunqi's eyes twitched as she shot a fierce glare at Nangong Dali. By her reasoning, it seemed that only the two of them would be left in the Qingsheng sect. Gu Ming appeared to have found a kindred spirit, nodding in agreement. Yet he shook his head gently. "Dali, individuals like you and I, chosen by destiny, are rare throughout the ages. We cannot hold others to such lofty standards." After pondering, Nangong Dali nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, there is some merit to that. To possess talents akin to those of senior brother is already a mark of exceptionalism, and indeed, we cannot impose excessive expectations." Chapter 36. The accusation against Nangong Dali. Subsequently, Gu Ming scrutinized the information regarding Nangong Dali. The familial background was entirely blank, containing only a name, age, cultivation level, physique, height, weight, and measurements. Gu Ming cast a glance at Nangong Dali's bosom and realized it was quite developed. Nangong Dali stood at a height of 158 centimeters, aged 15, with a cultivation level at the 9th stage of qi condensation and possessing a heavenly tyrant physique. Gu Ming was taken aback, softly exclaiming as he appraised Nangong Dali, "You possess a unique physique, and a strength-based one at that. Why do you wish to join our Qingsheng sect?" Nangong Dali paused momentarily, offering a charming smile. "Because I find the Qingsheng sect to be of great character." "Ah, you possess keen insight. Henceforth, you shall be my third junior sister." "Quite good indeed." Han Yunqi and Meng Wenshu exchanged glances, speechless. Gu Ming's casual demeanor was truly beyond commendation. Thereafter, Gu Ming met with the newly admitted disciples, along with the Soul Sect steward. Initially, the audience harbored skepticism, but upon receiving a substantial allocation of spirit stones, they could not help but beam with delight. Those who passed the assessment were, to varying degrees, unconventional thinkers. They cared not for the sect's reputation, as long as benefits were at hand. Once the arrangements were finalized, Gu Ming returned to his alchemical pursuits, striving diligently for the revival of the Qingsheng sect. In the second decade, the recruitment of disciples resumed. Many had prepared in advance, only to find that Gu Ming had altered the approach, the questions had changed, and ultimately, fewer than 30 individuals remained. In the third decade and the fourth. A century later, the Qingsheng sect boasted 283 disciples, 3 stewards, 2 guardians, 1 outer elder, and no inner elders. Gu Ming ceased his obsession with recruiting disciples and initiated a third centennial plan aimed at enhancing the disciples' capabilities, vigorously developing the internal structure of the sect, establishing a foundation befitting a sect, including a library of techniques, training rooms, and more. Throughout these years, Gu Ming seldom made appearances, with most responsibilities falling to Han Yunqi. Over the span of a century, his cultivation advanced to the Golden Core stage, officially becoming a sect steward. Yet all were aware he was essentially equivalent to the sect leader, as he bore the brunt of all sect affairs. Nangong Dali, endowed with astounding talent, also ascended to the initial stage of the Golden Core realm within a century, demonstrating rapid progress. However, once entering the Golden Core stage, breakthroughs became arduous. A small realm could demand decades, and those of lesser talent might find themselves forever stagnating at the Golden Core stage. As for Gu Ming, his cultivation similarly progressed at a remarkable pace, finally reaching the late foundation establishment stage after a century, his strength solid as a rock. In contrast, his alchemical skills had reached the level of high-grade mystic, rivaling those of alchemical elders from major sects, his technique increasingly refined. His mastery in formations had ascended to mid-grade mystic, while his weapon forging skills had improved to low-grade mystic. Yet his proficiency in spirit herb cultivation remained stubbornly at high-grade mystic, unable to advance. Gu Ming felt quite helpless to elevate his spirit herb cultivation level. He would need to engage with millennial spirit herb cultivation, but where would he find the time? Stretching languidly, he retrieved the finished elixirs from the alchemical furnace and placed them in a box. Shortly thereafter, a voice echoed from outside the alchemical chamber. "My dear disciple, may I enter?" "Certainly." Gu Ming reigned in the exotic fire. It was best not to expose this matter, as it would be difficult to explain. Meng Wenqiu gazed at the scattered boxes filled with elixirs, having long grown accustomed to the sight. Sitting beside them, he spoke softly, "My dear disciple, those little ones in our sect are not to be underestimated. Many factions hold significant grievances against our Qingcheng sect." Gu Ming, momentarily taken aback, brushed his robe and inquired curiously, "What is the matter? These are my carefully selected disciples. How could there be any issues?" With a look of exasperation, Meng Wenqiu sighed. These youngsters prioritize their own interests above all else, resorting to deceitful tactics and underhanded schemes, inciting widespread discontent among the cultivators of the Northern Zhou Kingdom. However, there is a silver lining. They fiercely uphold the honor of the Qingcheng sect, supporting one another. Quite commendable, indeed. Gu Ming rolled his eyes, thinking it was obvious, as he had meticulously crafted those challenges to filter only the elite. If they lack capability, who can they blame? Some truths remain, with me around. They cannot cause much upheaval. Meng Wenqiu nodded in agreement, considering the petty squabbles among the disciples to be trivial. He then continued to regale Gu Ming with amusing tales from recent years within the Qingcheng sect. Han Yunqi had consistently toiled away, taking charge of all matters, large and small, while Gu Ming and Meng Wenqiu remained attached. Nangong Dali was quite a character. The seemingly adorable young girl wielded her strength with abandon, having taken down several disciples, creating a ruckus throughout the sect. Gu Ming paused momentarily and cleared his throat. "Well, she is just a little girl. Her playful spirit is understandable." He chuckled, recalling how the over-a-century-old girl had stealthily tugged at his beard the previous night. Had he not reacted swiftly, his beard, cultivated over many years, might have suffered the same fate. Meng Wenqiu shot him a glance and continued his tirade. "This is merely the tip of the iceberg. No one in the sect can rein her in. The treasures other disciples painstakingly acquired, she seeks to challenge others for them, wagering items she covets. Furthermore, she has somehow procured spirit bricks, which she delights in using to strike others on the back of their heads. The last time, she caused a prince of the Northern Zhou Kingdom to suffer a concussion, prompting them to seek redress. Had I not intervened personally, the matter would have escalated. While the Northern Zhou Kingdom itself was not particularly daunting, its backing by the Sword Cloud sect warranted some respect. One could not be too excessive. Gu Ming gave an awkward smile, purposefully feigning ignorance of Meng Wenqiu's gaze, knowing full well that the spirit bricks originated from him. "Enough, enough. I understand. I shall reprimand her and have her reflect on her actions." Gu Ming hastily interjected, realizing Meng Wenqiu's true intention. Satisfied with Gu Ming's assurance, Meng Wenqiu departed with contentment. Reluctantly, Gu Ming rose, storing the elixirs in his spatial bag, and made his way to the sect's grand assembly hall, calling for Han Yunqi. Upon seeing Gu Ming, Han Yunqi burst into tears, feeling utterly aggrieved. Wu, senior brother, you must stand up for me. Gu Ming was taken aback, looking at her pitiful expression with confusion. What is the matter? You're the second in command of the sect. How can you be so careless with your image? Han Yunqi wiped her tears, lowering her head, gritting her teeth, as she spoke each word with precision. That wretched girl Nangong Dali struck me on the back of the head and snatched away the dragon blood fruit I had worked so diligently to obtain. Gazing at Han Yunqi's prominent and formidable crown, Gu Ming sighed in resignation, his lips twitching slightly. Very well, I shall summon Nangong Dali to see me shortly. Here are the elixirs we have concocted. Upon their sale, a sum of 100,000 spirit stones shall serve as your medicinal fee. At the mention of 100,000 spirit stones, Han Yunqi beamed with delight, her headache instantly forgotten as she swiftly accepted the elixirs and departed in a flurry. Before long, Nangong Dali arrived, hefting an imposing giant hammer measuring nearly 6 feet in length. This formidable weapon, crafted by Gu Ming specifically for Nangong Dali, weighed an astonishing 10,000 pounds. Senior brother, oh dear, how I have missed you. With a resounding thud, Nangong Dali dropped the massive hammer, causing the palace to tremble, and lunged forward with enthusiasm. Gu Ming, effortlessly grasping her by the nape of her neck, placed her gently on the steps, his expression tinged with exasperation. What is the matter with you? Must you always cause chaos and bully your fellow disciples? Nangong Dali's head drooped, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Senior brother, they have slandered me. Under Gu Ming's stern gaze, she lowered her eyes, pouting slightly. I merely sought to exchange with them. When they refused, I had no choice but to resort to such measures. Yet, I did offer spirit stones in compensation. I did not steal. Gu Ming paused, momentarily taken aback. Though she acted recklessly, the girl did possess some principles. And what of the incident concerning the sect leader's beard? What was I to do when those ruffians from the Beizhou kingdom came to trouble me? The sect leader punished me with 3 days of contemplation. He shows no favoritism whatsoever. Gu Ming rolled his eyes. You caused the prince to suffer a concussion and only received 3 days of contemplation as punishment. Did you feel wronged? Nangong Dali protested, but it was Yang Wei who first insulted me with vile words. I merely retaliated by striking the back of his head. Gu Ming furrowed his brow. If that were indeed the case, it was somewhat understandable. Chapter 37. 100 years of holiday, very well. Henceforth, one must act with caution. Nangong Dali, the most obedient to Gu Ming, nodded vigorously. Understood, it shall not happen again. Gu Ming, with a swift motion, tapped her on the head and shook his head. What I mean is, do not allow anyone to seize upon your mistakes. Conduct your affairs with greater integrity. Take that Yang Wei, for instance. Your approach was too gentle. If you merely induce amnesia, how will he remember who was responsible? By the way, did you thoroughly rob him? Nangong Dali, with her sparkling eyes wide open, gazed at Gu Ming in disbelief. She was aware that this seemingly decent senior brother harbored a dark side, yet she did not anticipate it to be so profound. Not quite, it was too hasty. I just made my escape. As she spoke, Nangong Dali suddenly rose and began to walk out. Stop! What are you doing? Nangong Dali tilted her little head, looking at Gu Ming in confusion. I'm going to give him another visit, this time to induce amnesia and thoroughly rob him. Gu Ming. A frown appeared upon his brow as he spoke helplessly. Come back. Do not act recklessly. We shall discuss this opportunity another time. Oh, understood. Nangong Dali drooped her head, listlessly returning to Gu Ming's side. Subsequently, under Gu Ming's extensive lecture, Nangong Dali nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding, fervently assuring Gu Ming, rest assured, senior brother, I will act with utmost caution in the future, ensuring no one can find fault with me. Gu Ming, after all I have said, you only grasped a single point. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Ming quietly handed Nangong Dali a stack of talismans, patiently instructing her. These are invisibility talismans and disguise talismans. Remember, do not employ these unsavory methods against fellow disciples in the future. Nangong Dali cheerfully promised once more, then turned to skip away with her mighty hammer in hand. Be careful not to shatter my floor. Understood, understood. Farewell, senior brother. Watching her depart, Gu Ming smiled, not overly concerned. He rose, stretched, and, after resolving this matter, returned leisurely to his alchemy chamber, continuing his monotonous yet contented life. Unbeknownst to him, it was already the 48th year of his third centennial plan. Gu Ming gradually lost interest in alchemy. Repeating the same tasks inevitably led to fatigue for any normal individual. Within the sect, Han Yunxi had long since mastered her responsibilities, requiring no concern from him. Many disciples had forgotten that the Qingcheng sect had such a senior brother. Even when he walked outside, others did not recognize him, mistaking him for a newly admitted disciple. Finding Meng Wenxiu, who was currently engrossed in cricket fighting, Gu Ming squatted beside him, observing intently until he concluded, before finally speaking. Master, does our Qingcheng sect possess any particularly formidable techniques that ordinary individuals cannot cultivate? A look of delight crossed Meng Wenxiu's face. As long as Gu Ming was not obsessed with the revival of the Qingcheng sect, he could do as he pleased. The current Qingcheng sect was flourishing, and Meng Wenxiu felt it was sufficient. No further upheaval was necessary. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, after a moment, Meng Wenxiu began to speak. It appears that there indeed exists such knowledge, yet these practices are deemed forbidden, my dear disciple. Why not pursue legitimate cultivation methods instead? I possess earth-tier techniques. Do you not desire to learn them? Gu Ming rolled his eyes, disinterested in conventional methods. I refuse. I wish to delve into the forbidden arts to discern their true nature. Meng Wenxiu hesitated, understanding that forbidden techniques could not be approached with ordinary logic. They either harmed heaven and earth or inflicted self-damage. Master, your recent cultivation appears somewhat lax, as you find time to engage in cricket fights. It seems I must have Yunxi assign you some tasks. Come, my dear disciple, Gu Ming beckoned. Meng Wenxiu's expression shifted. He could scarcely endure the tedium of the Qingcheng sect, and being tasked with responsibilities would surely drive him mad. Gu Ming chuckled lightly, adeptly managing his somewhat negligent master. Before long, the two arrived at a desolate area behind the Qingcheng sect, a place where even birds would not dare to linger. Meng Wenxiu cautiously surveyed his surroundings, adopting a demeanor suggestive of mischief. Gu Ming, slightly exasperated, remarked, Master, as the leader of the Qingcheng sect, there is no need for such caution. Meng Wenxiu smiled awkwardly. I forgot. Many years ago, I was punished for intruding upon the forbidden area, enduring 3 days and nights of discipline at the hands of the elder. The psychological impact remains. Straightening his posture, Meng Wenxiu assumed an air of authority, speaking with a calm demeanor. I am the head of the Qingcheng sect, a formidable figure. What do I have to fear? Come, my dear disciple. With a flourish of his sleeve, he conjured ripples in the air, revealing a cave where the words forbidden entry were inscribed. Let us proceed. Aside from the sect leader, none can access this place. Following Meng Wenxiu, Gu Ming inquired with curiosity, Master, if these are forbidden techniques, why not destroy them? Meng Wenxiu scoffed, Nonsense. These techniques merely possess flaws. They can lead to mishaps in cultivation, yet they are powerful arts passed down through generations of Qingcheng sect's elites. Even if there are minor issues, to destroy them would be a sign of disrespect to our ancestors. Navigating the long passageway, they entered a spacious chamber adorned with towering stone pillars, each supporting a wooden box. Beside each box lay descriptions of the technique's advantages, disadvantages, and cultivation requirements. My dear disciple, you must not practice recklessly. Adherence to the requirements is essential to avoid missteps. When I first assumed the role of sect leader, I entered this space but found no suitable techniques. Thus I never returned. Surveying the area, Meng Wenxiu noted the numerous stone pillars, each containing forbidden techniques. Gu Ming nodded, then turned his gaze fixedly upon Meng Wenxiu. Master, you may leave. This place belongs to me now. Please do not hinder my work here. Meng Wenxiu shot a glare at Gu Ming. No, I cannot leave. What if you take liberties in my absence? Moreover, you are not the sect leader and lack the qualification to enter this place. The rules are mine to establish, and they do not apply to me. Here est the deal. I shall grant you 100 years of leave. What do you think? Upon hearing the mention of a vacation, Meng Wenxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he grinned. Really? Indeed. No turning back. The old man has been liberated. Ha ha ha. Meng Wenxiu's figure vanished in an instant, not a moment of hesitation to be found. My obedient disciple, this is the sect master's edict. With this decree, you may freely enter and exit this place, and should you require my presence, summon me using the sect master's token. Meng Wenshu's voice echoed from the horizon. While he had already slipped away to an unknown location, Gu Ming gazed at the ancient token in his hand, shaking his head in resignation. His master, though possessing many admirable qualities, had a penchant for mischief. Nevertheless, as long as the Qingchang sect did not encounter a nascent soul cultivator, there should be little cause for concern. With a murmured thought, Gu Ming's expression brightened, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he focused on the forbidden techniques before him. Chapter 38. Unease. The storm approaches. Upon reaching the first stone pillar, he discovered a technique known as the Dragon Elephant Suppression Magic, a celestial-grade method tailored specifically for the physically strong. This technique, formidable in nature, is not suited for those lacking a special physique. Attempting to practice, it could easily harm one's meridians. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow, recognizing its rarity among the myriad of techniques. Fortunately, their sect had just the right fit for that spirited girl, Nangon Dali. He made a mental note to invite her to this location for her training. Continuing his exploration of other forbidden techniques was an enlightening experience, revealing a plethora of diverse methods, each at least of mid-earth grade. For instance, the No Meridian Divine Art, a technique designed for those devoid of meridians. The ingenuity of the Qingchang sect's ancestor, who conceived such a skill, was commendable. He saved it to his collection. Then there was the art of the 10,000 Souls banner. Ancestor, your thoughts are dangerously reminiscent of an old acquaintance, he mused, adding it to his collection. The divine art of heavenly theft, a method to seize the very essence of heaven and earth. Should the heavenly Tao discover this, I would surely meet my demise. Who would I sacrifice then? The heavenly Tao itself? Unwise, let us set this aside. He cataloged it nonetheless. The Yin-Yang Harmony technique? No, this seems rather unsavory, doesn't it? I scoff at you, but I shall save it. The ancient demon fist of combat, defeated 10,000 times. One achieves minor success. 1,000,000 defeats yield great success. 10,000,000 defeats render one invincible among mortals. Alas, the 3,000,000th battle led to an untimely demise. He scoffed. How absurd. Failure is indeed the mother of success. But to think that one could perish 1,000,000 times and still emerge unscathed is ludicrous. I shall save this too. After a full 6 months, Gu Ming had committed all the techniques to memory. Though he may not utilize them, the pursuit of knowledge is boundless, and acquiring more wisdom is never folly. When he encountered the final technique, he was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. The celestial burial of fate, it required the sacrifice of one's own soul and flesh, entombing every aspect of oneself beneath the celestial void in exchange for unparalleled power. The magnitude of power gained would vary according to the extent of the sacrifice. Should one offer everything, they would be eternally ensnared in the celestial void, capable of transcending 2 great realms in combat. Gu Ming was astounded. This technique was truly extraordinary. Yet, each use would inflict irreversible damage upon oneself. Even at its most basic application, using it thrice would lead to eternal entrapment within the celestial void, erasing any trace of one's existence from the world. He paused, suddenly contemplating his own innate gifts. It seemed a viable option. He was unafraid of eternal entrapment in the void. Provided he perished by the hands of an enemy, a mutual destruction would suffice. However, to bring about his own demise, Gu Ming hesitated, uncertain if he could be revived. Holding the technique, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. What if he achieved a transcendence beyond time itself? Perhaps in an epoch long after, he would remain invincible even then. With a hint of self-deprecation regarding his talents, Gu Ming continued his musings. If I could summon my past and future self from the river of time, who would I have kill me? Would it be the past self, more familiar with me? Or the future? If one were to sacrifice their past self, and, upon the demise of that past self, subsequently offer up another sacrifice, this time of their future self, only for the future self to perish as well, leading to yet another sacrifice of the present self, and so on in an endless cycle, Would I not find myself ensnared in the ceaseless cycle of life and death? This cannot be. I must not act recklessly. Should I truly become trapped in this cycle, my fate would be sealed. With a hasty shake of his head, Gu Ming resolutely dismissed any foolish notions. Yet, perhaps testing it might prove intriguing. With a mutter, Gu Ming chose to set aside the potential peril of this life-stealing ability, lest he inadvertently trap himself within its confines. As the years rolled on, Gu Ming devoted himself to mastering the Heavenly Shadow burial technique, ever prudent in his preparations. Should the day arise when someone sought to harm those dear to him, he would at least be able to fight to the bitter end, protecting those around him. Although he held a detached view of life and death, it did not denote a lack of compassion. Gu Ming always believed himself to be a person of flesh and blood, at least in the present moment. Unbeknownst to him, the third century of his plans concluded, giving way to the fourth. These matters were of little concern to Gu Ming, for Han Yunshi was responsible for executing the plans according to his vision. One day, Gu Ming finally comprehended the Heavenly Shadow burial technique, reaching a state of perfection. It must be said, his insight into the technique was rather remarkable. Within a mere few decades, he ascended to the pinnacle of this forbidden art, a feat unmatched by others. Leaving the cave that housed the forbidden technique, Gu Ming calculated the time. His master still had a leisurely 40 years ahead of him. There was no need for haste. Seated alone in the main hall of the sect, Gu Ming felt a twinge of boredom. After the revival plan of the Qingchang sect fell into place, he seemed to find himself with little to occupy his time. He sought out Nangong Dali, presenting her with the dragon elephant suppression technique. Dali, this is a technique I specifically sought for you. You must practice diligently and not slack off. Furthermore, this technique is a closely guarded secret of the Qingchang sect. Nangong Dali regarded the contents of the technique with mild interest, though it was not overwhelming. She preferred combat. Understood. Master brother, how can you urge me to train when you yourself are still only at the foundation establishment stage? I have already reached the mid-golden core stage. With a flick of her hand, her formidable strength sent ripples through the air. Can you withstand a punch fueled by 200 years of my power, master brother? She boasted proudly. Gu Ming's brows furrowed, and he promptly delivered a swift reprimand, causing her to yelp in surprise, unable to retaliate. Eventually, with teary eyes and a sore backside, Nangong Dali fled, grumbling, "Wretched master brother, you'd best keep your eyes closed while you sleep tonight. If you fail to apply yourself to your training, I shall be compelled to discipline you again," Gu Ming warned, to which Nangong Dali hastily retreated, vanishing from sight. Although she possessed the strength to easily overpower Gu Ming, she did not dare. He was the one she respected and feared most within the Qingchang sect, regardless of his strength. With a resigned shake of his head, Gu Ming reclined in the seat of the sect leader, stifling a yawn. Suddenly, an inexplicable unease enveloped him as his eyelids twitched. What could this mean? Who harbors ill intentions toward my Qingchang sect? Nevertheless, I shall confront whatever comes my way. I'm not destined to perish easily, so what is there to fear? After pondering for merely a moment, he cast aside these thoughts and fell into a deep slumber. In the Wenqing sect, the newly appointed leader, Hong Dian, wore a grim expression as he scrutinized the medicinal pill in his hand. Upon careful examination, a faint aura of unusual fire emerged. Within the grand hall, formidable figures, usually vibrant in the outside world, now sat in ominous silence, heads bowed, hesitant to speak. Hong Dian's icy gaze fell upon a pill master clad in alchemical robes to his left. Elder Su, is it possible to ascertain that the strange fire used to concoct this pill is indeed the Xianyubone fire? Su Yuantong promptly replied with respect, yes. It bears an identical essence to that of the late sect master. It is well known that such extraordinary fires do not manifest repeatedly. There is but one in existence. The sudden demise of the former sect master, along with the mysterious disappearance of the unusual fire, suggests a potential connection to the alchemist behind this pill. Hong Dian's eyes glinted with a terrifying murderous intent, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet, instilling a sense of dread. Excellent. To slay my brother and brazenly employ the extraordinary fire to concoct pills. Have we traced the origins of this individual? Another elder stepped forward respectfully and responded. Reporting to the sect master, This individual hails from a newly emerged power in the northern Zhou kingdom, known as the Qingqing sect, a nameless force, indeed. However, due to their provision of free cultivation, they have recently gained significant notoriety, becoming widely known. The rise of the Wenxiang sect has only occurred in the past few millennia, and thus they are unaware of the true origins of the Qingqing sect. Across the continent, aside from the ancient powers, few are aware that this once-declined sect was, in fact, a top-tier force in ancient times, once shaking the world with its might. Chapter 39. With faith in one's heart, fearless in battle. A recently emerged minor force, daring to slay my elder brother. They overestimate their capabilities. Although I am uncertain of the methods employed to take my brother's life. The fact that he was killed silently and stealthily, followed by the acquisition of the Xianyu Bone Fire, surely indicates some nefarious means, devoid of any true skill. No wonder they are audacious enough to offer free cultivation to practitioners, harnessing the Xianyu Bone Fire to aid in alchemy, yielding results with minimal effort. Have we ascertained the identity of the leader of the Qingqiang sect, as well as the alchemist in question? The elder paused momentarily before respectfully continuing. The Qingqiang sect is not to be underestimated. Although its leader is elusive, folklore suggests he is a formidable figure at the nascent soul stage, likely in its early phase. Aside from him, the strongest in the sect is merely at the late golden core stage, which poses little threat. Moreover, the leader departed from the Qingqiang sect decades ago and has not been seen since. It is said he embarked on a journey across the continent. As for the alchemist, he is the eldest disciple of the Qingqiang sect, a practitioner at the late foundation establishment stage, which is hardly alarming. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Tang Lingfeng, their expressions tinged with skepticism. Hong Dian furrowed his brow and spoke coldly. What did you just say? A late foundation establishment alchemist of the Xian grade? Do you think anyone can become an alchemist? If he were indeed a late foundation establishment alchemist, then Elder Su's years of diligent study would have been for naught. Su Yuan, speechless, hesitated for a moment before clasping his hands and saying, Master, this individual possesses a rare flame to assist him. If he is an extraordinary alchemical genius, it is not out of the realm of possibility. Given his current strength, it is indeed improbable that he could harm the old master. It is most likely the doing of the Qingqing sect's leader. Hong Dian's brow relaxed, seemingly finding some merit in this line of reasoning. The realm of cultivation is replete with infinite possibilities. With a cold snort, a chilling aura emanated from Hong Jian as he sneered. Very well, this local nascent soul practitioner, who emerged from nowhere, dares to provoke my Wuxin sect. Since he has left the Qingqiang sect, I shall first collect some interest. I will torment him slowly, ensuring he regrets his actions. Ao De Dang, you shall lead the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall to eradicate the Qingqiang sect. I wish to take that alchemist alive. I want him to understand the meaning of being unable to seek life or death. As you command. Tang Lingfeng, at the mid-yuaning stage, turned and departed, rallying the troops and setting the spirit vessel in motion, leading a large contingent of disciples away from the Wuxin sect, en route to the Qingqing sect. The Qingqiang sect, after over 3 centuries of development, boasts only a few hundred disciples, yet each is a talent among men. At least in Gu Ming's view, they are quite commendable. Today, with nothing pressing, Gu Ming leisurely strolled through the sect, few recognizing him, observing the thriving, increasingly prosperous Qingqiang sect. An inexplicable sense of accomplishment welled up within him. Yet, following this feeling of achievement came a hint of melancholy. Gu Ming wandered aimlessly through the sect, letting out a soft sigh. 300 years may seem lengthy, yet it is but a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of my extensive life. Ultimately, this place is not meant to be my eternal abode. Suddenly, a cultured and graceful voice emerged from behind Gu Ming. The young disciple appeared unfamiliar, perhaps a recent addition to the sect. Gu Ming turned to glance, feeling an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. This individual, dressed in elegant blue attire, bore a resemblance to a cherished acquaintance from his past. Do you have any guidance to offer? Gu Ming inquired with a faint smile. Qin Li shifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings before approaching Gu Ming. He produced a luminous ore from his pocket, sparkling with the essence of a starry river, and whispered, "I possess an item known as the Spirit-Expanding Pearl. Utilizing this in your cultivation will yield remarkable results. This precious artifact was acquired by me at great peril, and since our fates are intertwined, I shall bestow it upon you for merely 1,000 spirit stones. What say you?" A hint of incredulity crossed Gu Ming's visage as he regarded the individual before him, whose refined demeanor and exceptional aura belied his duplicitous intentions. The so-called spirit-expanding pearl was clearly a counterfeit. It merely bore a superficial layer of ethereal charm, rendered utterly worthless beneath its effet aude. "Your deceit is rather rudimentary. Allow me to impart a more sophisticated technique," Gu Ming remarked. Qin Li was taken aback. He had successfully deceived other novice disciples with his seemingly harmless facade in this trick, yet here he was unmasked in an instant. Before he could gather his wits, Gu Ming seized the orb, performed a brief refinement, and returned it to Qin Li. Stunned, Qin Li gazed at the now ethereal orb, nearly convinced that Gu Ming had swapped it for a genuine one. "Though your methods are clumsy, with some study in artifact crafting, even an ordinary cultivator would be unable to discern a ruse. Keep striving, young one." Qin Li swallowed hard. He was acquainted with all the senior disciples longer in the sect than himself, yet he could not place this person. Offering an awkward smile, he hastily bowed. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed senior. May I inquire your name?" "I seem to have." Before he could finish, a sudden sound echoed, and Qin Li's pupils dilated as he collapsed, rigid and unresponsive. Nangong Dali rolled his eyes, muttering, not even recognizing the eldest senior brother warrants punishment. The commotion quickly drew the attention of nearby disciples, and upon realizing that the young man in black was the legendary and elusive eldest senior brother, they displayed a mix of curiosity and reverence, bowing in unison. "Greetings, eldest senior brother." Their collective voices resonated throughout the Qingchang sect as other disciples rushed over to partake in the spectacle. "Is this truly the eldest senior brother? Legends say he possesses 3 heads and 6 arms, towering at 8 zhong, and is fearsome to behold, yet he appears rather different." Nonsense. The eldest senior brother is said to be a reclusive powerhouse, omnipotent. Surely he must be a grizzled elder. That's incorrect. It's rumored that the eldest senior brother is a beast of legend. You are all mistaken. The eldest senior brother is a woman in disguise. Gu Ming, exasperated, thought to himself about the absurd rumors circulating. If he were to catch the source, he would not hesitate to suspend them for 3 days and nights. "No need for formalities. Disperse and focus on your cultivation." "Understood," came the obedient response. Nangong Dali waved his adorable little fist, casting a glare at the still curious onlookers. In an instant, the crowd scattered in fear. While Gu Ming would not resort to violence, Nangong Dali undoubtedly would. This little girl ought to refrain from bullying fellow disciples. She should direct her mischief toward members of other sects instead. Nangong Dali nodded obediently, acknowledging the message. As Gu Ming prepared to retreat into seclusion, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed from the heavens. Everyone was taken aback, their gazes drawn upward, where they beheld the clouds swirling ominously, ripples distorting the very fabric of space, as a colossal flying vessel, over 100 feet long, pierced through the sea of clouds. The deck of the vessel was teeming with figures, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence and intent to kill. At the forefront, Tang Lingxiu, a practitioner of the mid-stage nascent soul, recklessly unleashed his power, summoning a tempest of thunder. The flag of the heart-seeking sect flapped fiercely in the wind, resonating like the clash of weapons, instilling a sense of dread. After a moment of chaos, disciples of the Qingchang sect emerged, brandishing their spiritual artifacts with calm resolve, boldly facing the approaching vessel of the heart-seeking sect. What a heart-seeking sect! As disciples of the Qingchang sect, they were fortified by their beliefs and would not falter. Gu Ming's pupils contracted slightly. Upon witnessing the menacing arrival of the heart-seeking sect, he began to suspect the reasons behind it. Chapter 40. You are the gift I leave for the Qingchang sect who dares to call for Gu Ming. Step forward and kneel to receive your punishment. Tang Lingxiu's silhouette glided through the air, ripples emanating beneath his feet, a terrifying pressure sweeping forth, engulfing the clouds in tumultuous waves. His tone was haughty, his demeanor arrogant, showing no regard for the Qingchang sect whatsoever. "What are you? How dare you address my senior brother so casually? Old man, come down here, and I shall twist your head off. How dare you? What audacity to act so brazenly within the Qingchang sect. Step aside. I shall use his head as a chamber pot." Upon hearing Tang Lingshu's scornful remarks aimed at Gu Ming, the members of the Qingchang sect, emboldened by their ignorance, began to shout back furiously. Gu Ming's expression darkened. He longed to retort, "Dear little ancestors, this is a nascent soul cultivator, not some insignificant insect. Know your place." If it were true that Tang Lingshu merely sought to trouble him, it seemed he now contemplated annihilating the entire Qingchang sect. With a helpless sigh, Gu Ming promptly sent a message to Meng Wanxiu, though it was likely too late. The arrival of the heart-seeking sect had been abrupt and utterly unexpected. Tang Lingshu's countenance was as grim as ice, a dreadful spiritual force radiating from him, solidifying the very air. He could hardly recall the last time he had been so humiliated, especially by those who had yet to mature. "Very well, Gu Ming. You used treachery to slay the former leader of the heart-seeking sect and seize the mysterious bonfire. Today, you allow your disciples to insult me. Do you comprehend your crimes?" His voice was frigid, and as he slowly raised his hand, his sleeves rustled ominously, gathering thousands of sword lights in the air, their cold gleam ready to descend at any moment. The protective formation of the Qingchang sect was triggered, transforming into a barrier to withstand this terrifying pressure. Yet, the mere aura of his presence caused ripples in the protective array, and should Tang Lingshu decide to strike, a single blow could shatter it. Gu Ming sighed inwardly. As expected, his concocted elixirs had been discovered. However, what did he have to fear? If he truly feared the heart-seeking sect, he would not so brazenly sell the elixirs made from the mysterious bonfire. He stepped forward, approaching the gathered crowd. Nangong Dali and Han Yunqi rushed to block his path, but were deterred by Gu Ming's piercing gaze. One must not allow others to steal the spotlight during one's moment of grandeur. If I were to claim that the mysterious bonfire was merely stumbled upon by me, would you believe it? Tang Lingshu sneered. What do you think? Gu Ming's expression suddenly turned icy as he retorted coldly. Since you do not believe, there is no need for further words. It was I who killed the leader of your heart-seeking sect. So what? With such hostility displayed, and the facade of a hypocrite laid bare, it was utterly repugnant. If you wish to fight, let us fight. Ask the members of the Qingchang sect, who fears a battle? Gu Ming declared, his voice echoing through the heavens, resonating throughout the entire Qingchang sect. The cultivators of the Qingchang sect were taken aback, gazing at Gu Ming in astonishment. They had never anticipated that this elusive and enigmatic senior brother would exhibit such audacity. Unafraid of battle, he stood resolute. At worst, we shall perish together. What a heart-seeking sect. They are merely bullies, thinking they can act with impunity in the absence of our sect leader. In this era, where profit reigns supreme, encountering a selfless sect and so many like-minded friends, I have no regrets. Today, let us create chaos. If I must die, so be it. To slay my esteemed senior brother, one must first tread over my lifeless body. The initially fearful crowd surged forward, a fierce battle spirit igniting within them. This sudden surge of fervent resolve struck Tang Lingfeng's face like a resounding slap. The disciples and guardians behind him wore grim expressions, their eyes shimmering with confusion. They could not comprehend how a cultivator could so fiercely defend a sect, willing to share its fate. They considered the opposite scenario. If one day the Wenxin sect were to face a life-and-death calamity, they would undoubtedly be the first to flee. What sect? What belief? What sense of belonging? Did you mention any of this when collecting our cultivation fees? Seeking death, Tang Lingfeng, in a fit of rage, waved his robe, causing the air to tremble as a tempest of sword energy split the heavens, instantly shattering the Qingchang sect's protective formation. Everyone, obey my command. Leave none behind. Those who dare to retreat even a step, those who hesitate in battle, shall face merciless execution. Under Tang Lingfeng's threat, the previously timid Wenxin sect cultivators had no choice but to ascend into the air, charging towards the Qingchang sect. Seeing the Qingchang cultivators ready to fight to the death, Gu Ming, feeling helpless, shouted, "Everyone heed my command. Utilize the sex formation, regroup in threes, and delay as long as possible." The sect leader has received word and is rushing back at full speed. Anyone who dares to die will be expelled from the sect. Anyone who sustains injury will face a year of solitary reflection. The crowd, stunned, felt their ignited battle spirit extinguished instantly, as if doused with cold water. Turning their gaze towards Gu Ming. With countless cultivators behind him, Gu Ming sighed, aware that time was of the essence. He waved his robe, activating a new protective formation, one far more powerful than the first. Over the years, he had crafted numerous protective formations for the Qingshang sect, each layered upon the last. Even Tang Lingfeng would require some time to breach it. Tang Lingfeng, in a frenzy of anger, unleashed the full force of the Nine Heavens thunder, attacking the formation with reckless abandon. He breached one layer, only to find another standing in his way, inciting his furious wrath and a vow to tear Gu Ming to shreds. Gu Ming, uninterested in engaging him, turned his attention earnestly to the others. "You are all exceptional, my dear junior brothers and sisters. Have you forgotten the examination questions from our initiation? Regardless of the peril you face, even in the face of extermination, your first priority must be survival. Do not act impulsively." Han Yunqi's expression shifted, a hint of unease crossing her face as she stammered, "Senior brother." "Silence," Gu Ming commanded. Han Yunqi lowered her head, refraining from retorting. Nangong Dali remained silent, his adorable visage filled with fierce determination, his hands tightly gripping his twin hammers, itching to break through the formation. The crowd remained quiet. They certainly remembered that those who passed the examination were all astute individuals. Yet, some matters, though acknowledged as futile, must still be pursued. This essence is called faith. Gu Ming, understanding their sentiments, revealed a gentle smile and continued, "What? Have you not heeded your senior brother's words? Remember, you are the foundation for the resurgence and ascendance of the Qingxing sect. If, in a moment of rashness, you were to perish in this battle, would that not render my efforts in vain? The blood, sweat, and tears of my centuries of toil would go to waste. Can you bear such a thought?" Gu Ming patted Han Yunqi's shoulder softly, speaking in a low voice. "You are the second senior brother, and while they may act impulsively, you must not. After my departure, you shall assume the role of the eldest senior brother, and it is your duty to watch over our junior disciples." Gently, I caressed Nangong Dali's little head and said with a smile, "Focus on your cultivation and refrain from bullying the junior disciples. It is time for you to mature. Do not let your second senior brother bear such a heavy responsibility alone." With a deep exhale, I gradually grew solemn, raising my gaze towards Tang Lingfeng, who had shattered the final layer of the protective formation. "You are the gifts I leave for the Qingshang sect. Your survival is the greatest tribute you can offer me." As my words faded, I stepped forward, causing ripples in the void, my essence gradually reviving. In that moment, even against a myriad of foes, I would not falter. At this instant, my status as the eldest senior brother in their hearts became irreplaceable. Chapter 41. Farewell to the Qingsheng sect. No. The senior brother is merely at the foundation establishment stage. He cannot possibly be a match for that old wretch. I can only fight with all my might to buy some time. Nangong Dali hefted his giant hammer, ready to act. But Han Yunqi grasped his arm and shook her head. "Dali, the junior brothers and sisters need you more. Our senior brother has always been steady in his actions. We must have faith in him. Can you not even heed his words?" Many cultivators from the Wuxin sect circumvented Gu Ming and charged towards the Qingxing sect. Among them were formidable golden core experts. If the two did not intervene, the Qingxing sect would suffer grievous losses. "I understand." Without further ado, Nangong Dali commanded everyone to retreat into the protective formation of the Qingshang sect, utilizing the ubiquitous array to confront the Wuxin sect cultivators. Gu Ming paused momentarily, feeling a loss, as he could only achieve a brief flight. With a flicker of thought, the wooden sword strapped to his back emerged, landing at his feet. He soared into the air, swaying slightly until he finally matched Tang Lingfeng's altitude, perhaps even surpassing him by a fraction. Tang Lingfeng, upon noticing, scoffed derisively, unabashedly mocking him. "You cannot even manage to fly. I am genuinely curious where you find the audacity to obstruct me. Fear not, for today apart from you, the entirety of the Qin Shang sect shall perish." As his words fell, Tang Lingfeng raised his hand, and clouds of mist gathered in the void, transforming into a colossal palm spanning 100 zhong, reaching for Gu Ming. In that instant, Gu Ming felt the surrounding emptiness solidify, his body akin to being ensnared in a quagmire, utterly immobile. No matter how he urged the 360 foundations within him to gather strength, it was all in vain. With a soft sigh, Gu Ming shook his head in resignation. "I am still too weak. In the face of a nascent soul cultivator, I'm no different than an ant. It is good to know. I shall make you witness the destruction of everything you wish to protect, one by one. That feeling of helplessness shall be the greatest gift I bestow upon you." Ha ha ha. The enormous palm of mist closed in, distorting the space, pressing down on Gu Ming until his bones creaked under the pressure. Glancing back at the Qin Shang sect, he steadied his heart, suppressing the final remnants of reluctance, and softly murmured, "Flowers bloom and wither, clouds rise and fall. There will always come a time for parting. Little ones, master, farewell. Initiate the heavenly abyss death command." As the words left his lips, the five-colored spiritual energy within Gu Ming was instantly devoured by a surge of crimson power. His eyes opened and closed, transforming into a vivid red, while his hair turned blood-colored strand by strand, his entire aura undergoing a drastic metamorphosis. Deep within his crimson eyes, an ancient, enigmatic door appeared, adorned with intricate and profound patterns. As Gu Ming activated the Heavenly Abyss Death command, the door stirred slightly, emitting a creaking sound, and a wisp of power from beyond the Heavenly Abyss merged with him. His cultivation surged like a primal beast, rapidly ascending, shattering the shackles and condensing a blood-colored golden core within him. A torrent of red mist erupted around him, instantly shattering the colossal palm of mist and freeing him from confinement. Tang Lingfeng was taken aback, sensing Gu Ming's power continuing to rise. Fear and unease gripped his heart, and he dared not continue to toy with Gu Ming. "Do you truly believe that employing demonic methods will allow you to defeat me? Such delusions. Lightning strike, swift and deadly. Meet your demise." In his grasp, the ethereal sword summoned the thunderous wrath of the heavens. With a graceful flourish, he unleashed a torrent of sword light imbued with the essence of thunder, slicing through the four corners of the world. The air crackled with electric energy. Converging towards Gu Ming, his expression remained eerily calm, akin to a demon from the depths of the underworld, exuding a terrifying tranquility. Slowly raising his hand, a wooden sword found its way into his grip, shrouded in a scarlet mist that slithered like venomous serpents, transforming the wooden blade into a crimson weapon, devouring its original form. With one foot poised in the void, his aura ascended to the peak of the nascent soul realm, instilling dread and fear in all who beheld him. "No matter how flamboyant your techniques may be, I can sever them with a single stroke." With a sweeping arc of his sword, bloodlight cleaved through the heavens, shattering the clouds and parting the clear blue sky. As the blade descended, the myriad of thunderous sword intents dissipated into nothingness, leaving only the indelible blood-red sword intent hanging in the firmament, a testament to the terrifying might of Gu Ming's seemingly casual strike. In that moment, time appeared to freeze. The combatants, caught in their struggle, gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Was that the senior brother? He resembled a true celestial demon. How absurd! If the senior brother is a demon, then we are all mere imps. Regardless of the dichotomy of good and evil, we are reflections of our senior brother. A surge of exhilaration swept through the crowd, their morale bolstered, their strength amplified in the face of their foes. Yet, Nangong Dali and Han Yunxi exchanged grave glances, acutely aware that Gu Ming was employing a forbidden art, sacrificing his own life to carve out a sliver of hope for them. "Damn it, you all shall perish." Nangong Dali seethed with rage, his once adorable visage now radiating a chilling intent to kill. Channeling the dragon elephant suppression technique, each strike he unleashed bore the weight of countless tons, a force few in the Golden Core realm could withstand. His opponent, a Golden Core guardian, was crushed beneath his hammer, reduced to a puddle of blood. At this moment, strange runes began to manifest upon Gu Ming's face as they consumed his flesh and soul. Time was running short. Whispering a hushed word, Gu Ming's essence surged to the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, a blood-red tempest swirling around him. Old fool, I shall send you on your way. Tang Lingfeng's countenance shifted dramatically as he bellowed towards the heavens. This is not your true power. I refuse to believe you can truly vanquish me. Even in death, I shall drag you down with me. Tang Lingfeng invoked his secret technique, igniting the essence of his life, and ascended to the peak of the nascent soul realm. His ethereal sword once more summoned the celestial thunder, transforming the surrounding 10 miles into a domain of raging lightning. Embodying the cataclysmic force of the thunderous sea, Tang Lingfeng charged towards Gu Ming like a celestial thunderbolt. A smile graced Gu Ming's lips. Tang Lingfeng's invocation of secret arts granted him the power to perish alongside him, aligning perfectly with his intentions. Otherwise, he would have to hold back, feigning death at the hands of his adversary. Just as I wished. Stepping forward, a blood-red lotus unfurled, and his sword danced in tandem. A myriad of blood lotuses blossoming in the sky. Unbeknownst to him, his swordsmanship had ascended to an extraordinary level, invoking the ethereal forces of the heavens to manifest a heavenly lotus of sword intent. Subsequently, his figure transformed into a streak of bloodlight, charging towards the tempest of lightning. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, the clash of crimson and thunder resonated, a terrifying aftermath intertwining both elements, creating shockwaves that surged through the sky and earth in relentless succession. A fierce gale swept through, and the crowd braced themselves with all their might, their eyes fixed unwaveringly upon the celestial expanse. After a prolonged period, the heavens erupted with thunder and crimson clouds billowing like a mushroom, transforming into a myriad of blood-red petals that cascaded through the void. As the brilliance faded, Tang Lingfeng vanished from sight, leaving only Gu Ming, who stood resolutely, wielding a wooden sword. His long hair flowed like a river, and his garments fluttered in the wind, adorned with a cultured smile as he gazed upon Nangong Dali and the others. Senior brother has triumphed? Splendid. Our senior brother is formidable. Our senior brother is invincible. We have emerged victorious. We have vanquished the Wenshin sect. The disciples of the Wenshin sect, upon witnessing this outcome, fled in a frenzy like lost dogs, daring not to linger for even a moment. Nangong Dali beamed with joy, discarding his bloodied warhammers, and was about to soar into the skies when an unforeseen calamity struck. Gu Ming's visage became marred with countless fissures, and he shattered like a porcelain doll, dispersing into a myriad of dust that danced upon the wind, leaving behind only the blood-red petals imbued with his essence, gently descending. Live well. Simultaneously, Tang Lingfeng's soul kin, Tang Buwei, who had been traversing the kingdom of Yinqing, suddenly erupted, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 42. The Terrifying Legacy of the Qingchang Sect Master Brother. Nangong Dali sat helplessly on the ground, tears shimmering in his eyes, his entire being seemingly devoid of soul, murmuring to himself. Why? Why has it come to this? Wenshin sect, I demand that you all accompany Master Brother to the grave. With bloodshot eyes, Nangong Dali grasped his massive hammer, ready to confront the Wenshin sect with fervor. Han Yunshi seized Nangong Dali, but was instantly repelled by his overwhelming strength. At that moment, no one in the Qingchang sect could halt his advance. Other disciples wiped away their tears, their hearts ablaze with fury, eager to follow Nangong Dali and storm the Wenshin sect. Have you all forgotten Master Brother's last wishes? Han Yunshi shouted hoarsely, his voice filled with desperation. Do you not heed Master Brother's words? Enough. Nangong Dali, you seek death, taking with you all that Master Brother has painstakingly built, burying his legacy. How can you face him again in the underworld? Nangong Dali paused, his delicate hand gripping the hammer's handle tightly, choking back sobs as he whispered. Shall we not avenge Master Brother? Han Yunshi sighed softly, feeling more anguish than anyone else. Yet he knew he could not act impulsively. As the second disciple, he bore the weighty responsibility of reviving the Qingchang sect. Gently, he embraced Nangong Dali, allowing her to weep freely, murmuring, Have you forgotten? We still have the sect leader. We have our ancestor. They will avenge Master Brother. They will lead us to seek justice from the Wenshin sect. At that moment, Thunder rumbled ominously, a cataclysmic aura sweeping in from the distant horizon, enveloping the entire Qingxing sect. The overwhelming and terrifying energy caused the heavens and earth to tremble and distort, as laws warped and surged. Suddenly, an unkempt elder appeared in the skies above the Qingsheng sect, crossing vast distances in an instant. Meng Wensu, looking like a mere shell of his former self, reached out to grasp a blood-red petal, his gaze clouded and bewildered. Why has it come to this? I hurried back as quickly as I could. Foolish disciple, why did you not wait for me? My dear disciple, you promised me that you would revive the Qingsheng sect. How could you leave this world before me? Meng Wensu appeared aged, his form hunched as he sought to gather the remnants of Gu Ming's fading spirit. Yet, Gu Ming possessed the talent of life transfer. After death, all traces would be completely erased, leaving Meng Wensu with no means to find him. In his mind, countless memories of Gu Ming flashed before him. He had long considered Gu Ming as his own child. Otherwise, he would not have tolerated his reckless behavior time and again. But now, it was all too late. After a long while, Meng Wensu cast a complex gaze upon the vengeful cultivators of the Qingxing sect. Upon seeing him, the crowd knelt, their heavy voices resonating in unison, echoing through the heavens and earth. Please, sect leader, avenge Master Brother. Lead us to the Wenxin sect. We will not rest until death. Meng Wenxu let out a long sigh, his expression gradually turning frigid, with a slight movement of his hand. The sect master's token that had fallen into the forest returned to his grasp. This era has forgotten the illustrious name of the Qingchang sect. Even some petty clowns dare to defy us. If this vengeance goes unpunished, it would be unjust. Today, let the world know that our sect distastes conflict. Yet we are not afraid of bloodshed. As he spoke, Meng Wenxu raised the sect master's token, infusing it with his spiritual power, causing a burst of celestial radiance akin to the blazing sun, illuminating the entirety of the northern Zhou kingdom. Countless beings trembled in fear, gazing at the sky filled with divine light, bewildered by the unfolding events, yet the overwhelming aura instilled a sense of dread. Ancient masters of venerable sects stirred, astonished within. Is this the Qingxing token? It is said that when the Qingchang token is wielded, a cataclysmic event will ensue across the seas and realms. Who dares to invoke the Qingchang token? The sect indeed persists. With the emergence of this token, a bloodbath is inevitable. Which fool has provoked our sect once more? TSK. 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 Most of those old-timers from the Qingchang sect still live. To provoke them is to court death. With the appearance of the Qingchang token, those once traversing the mortal realm suddenly transformed, embodying the essence of celestial beings, wielding dominion over life and death. The Qingchang token? Who has dared to disturb my Qingchang sect? After countless ages, another young one has invoked the Qingchang token, albeit of a low rank, merely a trifling disturbance in the southern Yuan continent, hardly worth a stir. Return. A decayed form shattered an ancient coffin, emerging from its confinement, its terrifying aura causing even the forbidden zones to tremble. Merely by sensing its presence, the truth became evident. Just a mere ant-like sect, hardly deserving of my emergence. Shaking his head, the elder returned to his coffin, resuming his slumber. He was far too powerful, far too ancient, having lived for countless years. Among them were demons, righteous leaders, and imperial sovereigns, all hailing from the Qingchang sect, formerly its masters. However, due to the sect's tedious nature, these formidable beings chose to depart after leaving their legacies behind, traversing the continent. Though the world had changed, those of Qingchang sect would never disregard the Qingxing token. This is the rule, the legacy, the responsibility. The invocation of the Qingchang token by Meng Wenxu was of a low level, not necessitating the intervention of these ancient beings. They merely expressed their surprise before returning to their former selves. Should the highest level of the Qingchang token be summoned, regardless of where they might be or what they might be doing, it would take precedence above all else. Shortly after the invocation of the Qingchang token, two terrifying figures materialized from a void. Rebellious disciple, what has transpired? Why summon the Qingchang token? The master of Meng Wenxu, Zhou Daoi, was momentarily stunned. perplexed by the changes within the Qingqing sect. After leaving behind his legacy, he claimed to be in seclusion, but in truth, he had fled. Having been away for merely a few hundred years, he was now summoned back by the Qingsheng token, which left him bewildered. Smack! A figure even more formidable than he struck him on the head, sending him flying 1,000 meters. Rebellious disciple! How dare you speak to my disciple in such a manner? My dear disciple, what has occurred? Speak plainly. If anyone has wronged my Qingsheng sect, I shall seek justice on your behalf. Yuan Juezi's demeanor was gentle, his gaze filled with indulgence as he looked at Meng Wanxiu. In his eyes, there was a special fondness for his disciple, while regarding Zhou Daoyi, he was merely a wayward apprentice, devoid of any learning or skill. Upon seeing his grandmaster, Meng Wanxiu immediately donned a pitiful expression, presenting himself as the most obedient disciple, embellishing his accomplishments with grandiose descriptions, nearly declaring him the most exceptional heir of the Qingsheng sect. Zhou Daoyi returned in a flash, utterly astonished. Is my precious grand disciple truly this formidable? Has he orchestrated the flourishing state of the Qingqing sect? Quickly, where is my esteemed grand disciple? Summon him forth, for I wish to bestow upon him a terrestrial-grade spiritual artifact and personally impart to him celestial-level techniques. However, upon observing Meng Wanxiu's sorrowful countenance, both felt an unsettling unease. Yuan Juezi's expression darkened, and in an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The weather mirrored his mood, turning somber and oppressive. Countless bolts of lightning ravaged the skies, enveloping the entire northern Zhou kingdom, as innumerable beings trembled in fear, as if the apocalypse had descended. The emperor of northern Zhou was filled with dread, acutely sensing a palpable aura of death, as if he, the ruler of countless lives, were but an ant easily crushed by others. Chapter 43. From this day forth, the heart-seeking sect shall no longer exist. Meng Wanxiu, resembling a child wronged, raised his hand to summon Han Yunxi. This is my obedient second disciple, Yunxi. If you have any grievances, feel free to express them to the Grandmaster and the Great Grandmaster. Speak the truth. Whoever dares to bully our Qingsheng sect shall inevitably pay the price. Han Yunxi trembled, bursting into tears, his sorrow akin to that of a child over 300 years old. He could finally cease pretending, and with tears and snot, he lamented how the heart-seeking sect had been tyrannical, insulted them, and, in their arrogance, sought the destruction of the Qingqing sect. It was through the sacrifice of life, a life devoted to protecting the embers of the Qingsheng sect, that they managed to preserve its legacy against the elder of the heart-seeking sect. Listening to Han Yunxi's heart-wrenching account, the three were enveloped in silence, their faces increasingly cold with murderous intent. Oh, my dear disciple, how could you be so foolish? Bang! Zhou Dao raised Meng Wanxiu by the collar, raining blows upon him while cursing. You rebellious disciple, how dare you teach my beloved disciple forbidden techniques, leading to his demise here? You worthless wretch, I allowed you to wander, to take breaks. A formidable mid-stage transformation realm expert was as helpless as a chick in Zhou Dao's grasp, unable to resist. Yuan Juezi, without uttering a word, subtly moved his right hand, lifting Zhou Dao into the air. Zhou Dao. Faced with Yuan Juezi's unfriendly gaze, Zhou Dao was internally alarmed, his face a picture of despair as he pleaded, Master, grant me some dignity. If it weren't for your secretive escape, would this have occurred? The only rule of the Qingsheng sect is to ensure the legacy endures. Yet you gallivant off and leave this responsibility to my dear disciple and the obedient one. You truly have a death wish. The esteemed refinement of Void Realm expert was lifted and battered by Yuan Juezi, his miserable cries echoing through the heavens. Witnessing this, the onlookers were utterly befuddled. Is this the foundation of our Qingsheng sect? Indeed, it is a legacy passed down. After a prolonged silence, Yuan Juezi snorted coldly, casting Zhou Dao aside, his gaze full of authority as he addressed the Qingsheng sect cultivators. You have all done well. You have not brought shame upon our Qingqing sect. We have remained low-key for too long, and many have forgotten the name of our sect. Today, we shall use the blood of the heart-seeking sect to honor my pitiful disciple. As he spoke, Yuan Juezi's sleeves billowed, and clouds gathered, transforming into a vessel of mist. The crowd found themselves drawn uncontrollably into the cloud vessel. Brace yourselves. We shall settle the score with the heart-seeking sect. Yin Juezi's eyes blazed like torches, tearing through the void as he led everyone towards the heart-seeking sect. At this moment, Hong Jian learned of Tang Lingfeng's fall and was filled with rage. What is happening? A mere Qingchang sect has caused our sect to lose a nascent soul expert. Summon everyone. I shall personally oversee the operation to the Qingchang sect and annihilate all their cultivators. I want them to regret offending the heart-seeking sect. Understood. The Grand Elder accepted the command and had just left the main hall, preparing to relay the order for war. Suddenly, thunder roared through the heavens, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire heart-seeking sect. Hong Jian and others were startled, emerging to gaze skyward. They beheld a cloud vessel, transformed from mist, shattering the void as it approached. Upon the vessel, 3 figures stood resolutely ahead, while behind them, the disciples bore expressions steeped in murderous intent, fixated intensely on the direction of the hall of the Lord of the Asking Heart sect. Hong Dian's heart quaked with dread as he struggled to suppress his fear and unease, bowing respectfully. I am uncertain of the esteemed senior's intentions. It seems our Asking Heart sect has not provoked you. Yin Juezi's expression remained apathetic, dismissive of such insignificant beings. Meng Wenxiu snorted coldly, his aura chilling as he regarded Hong Dian. What a remarkable Asking Heart sect, attacking my Qingchang sect and then feigning ignorance. A mere inconsequential sect daring to provoke us, having caused the death of our esteemed senior brother. We have come today solely to seek justice. Hong Jian and his companions were filled with trepidation, trembling in fear. Among the trio at the forefront, Meng Wenxiu could barely contend, yet the other two. One glance was enough to induce an explosive reaction, clearly of an entirely different caliber. Could this be a misunderstanding? Hong Dian, with a steely resolve, ventured to speak, oblivious to the fact that a nameless sect possessed such terrifying entities. How unfortunate he was, having taken charge of the Asking Heart sect only recently, to attract such hidden, formidable powers. A misunderstanding? I shall annihilate you all without hesitation, and that too is a misunderstanding. Upon uttering these words, a wave of terror swept through the Asking Heart sect, leaving them devoid of even a semblance of courage to resist. At that moment, an aged figure emerged from the back mountain of the Asking Heart sect, exuding the aura of a half-step into the void refinement realm. Each stride he took sent ripples through the void, an aura of extreme terror surrounding him. My friends, there must be a misunderstanding. I am the ancestor of the Asking Heart sect. May I? Puff. Before the ancestor could finish his plea, Yin Juezi raised his hand, striking him down into a mist of blood. His soul, in a state of panic, attempted to flee, but with a mere thought from Yin Juezi, thunderous bolts descended, obliterating him entirely, extinguishing both his life and his path. If I inadvertently killed you, that too is a misunderstanding. Such ruthless methods plunge Hong Dian and his companions into despair. That was the pinnacle of the Asking Heart sect's foundation, yet it was swatted down like a fly. I am not a harbinger of indiscriminate slaughter. Above the Golden Core realm, death awaits. As for the others, depart from the Asking Heart sect. From this day forth, the Asking Heart sect shall cease to exist in this world. Upon hearing this proclamation, those below the Golden Core realm erupted with joy. Among the crowd, 2 familiar figures emerged, Shang Wanling and Yun Qingwei. After several centuries, they were fortuitously attempting to break through to the Golden Core realm. Upon hearing Yin Juezi's words, they bore expressions of relief, grateful for their steady progress over the years, instead of recklessly seeking breakthroughs. However, those at the Golden Core level and above turned pale, filled with despair. Yin Juezi's merciless voice echoed once more. I forgot to mention, the inheritors of the sect, regardless of their cultivation level, must perish. Yin Juezi was acutely aware of the nature of these sects. They charged for cultivation, and loyalty was hard to foster. Even if he spared those beneath the Golden Core realm, they would never harbor intentions of avenging their sect. Have you ever seen a company that exploits its workers go bankrupt, with the workers aspiring to rebuild it? That would be absurd. As for the inheritors, they were beneficiaries of the Asking Heart sect, akin to the second generation of a company, future successors that could not be allowed to remain. Hong Dian and the others felt as though their spirits had been extinguished, channeling all their strength to seek a path to survival. Yun Juezi cast a cold glance, and with a mere thought, he rendered their cultivation useless. Subsequently, he demanded that the ordinary disciples of the Asking Heart sect identify the rightful heir of their lineage. The ordinary disciples, having endured enough oppression, emerged en masse, pulling forth those hidden among them. Yun Juezi then turned to Nangong Dali and the others, entrusting them with the task of avenging their senior brother. Upon hearing this, Nangong Dali and his companions leaped into action, mercilessly tearing apart Hong Dian and his cohorts, leaving no trace behind. After this day, the Qingcheng sect's reputation soared, echoing throughout the Nanyuan prefecture. From that moment on, the Asking Heart sect ceased to exist. The Qingcheng sect officially ascended to become the foremost sect in Nanyuan prefecture, particularly with its enticing principle of free cultivation, which attracted countless practitioners who flocked to join. However, the entrance examination of the Qingcheng sect was exceedingly peculiar, preventing numerous cultivators from gaining entry. Remarkably, since that day, the position of senior brother within the Qingcheng sect remained vacant. No matter how prodigious one's talent, none were deemed worthy of the title. In the central plaza of the Qingcheng sect stood an enormous statue of a figure clad in black, bearing a wooden sword on his back, with a plain storage bag hanging at his waist, obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, rendering his true visage a mystery. Each new cohort of disciples was required to kneel before the statue. On this day each year, all members of the sect would cease their cultivation to pay homage. In Nanyuan Prefecture, many were left wondering about the identity of this enigmatic senior brother of the Qingcheng sect. Yet, his name remained unspoken, with only whispers suggesting that the sect's current glory was entirely his doing. Unbeknownst to them, in the distant Blood Ghost Prefecture, a young man felt a twitch in his eyelids and slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 44. The Demon Sentinel in the Realm of Blood Ghost State. Within the illustrious Tai Su dynasty, by the babbling brooks and amidst the riotous blooms, a gentle breeze caressed the mountain ravine, causing the flora to sway gracefully. The melodious chirping of birds mingled with the fragrant blossoms, while the grass flourished and the orioles took flight. The soothing sound of the flowing river resonated in Gu Ming's ears as he slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the boundless azure sky. After a prolonged moment, Gu Ming rose, gingerly patting his aching head. The after-effects of the heavenly ghost burial technique were far too distressing, more terrifying than death itself. Henceforth, he resolved to employ it sparingly. With a quiet murmur, he inspected his belongings, a bamboo hat, a wooden sword, and a storage bag, all intact. His possessions were few, remnants of his former life, with most of his savings spent on the reconstruction of the Qingcheng sect over the years. Reflecting on the Qingcheng sect, Gu Ming sighed softly. Speaking to himself, "I have perished. The old man must be heartbroken. I hope that girl, Dali, does not act rashly. My poor second disciple will have to bear the immense responsibility of reviving the Qingcheng sect." He shrugged off the past. Realizing that his connection with the sect had reached a temporary conclusion, a new chapter of his life was about to begin. Regaining focus, Gu Ming chose not to dwell on the Qingcheng sect any longer, for in the vast expanse of his long life, the sect was but a mere drop in the ocean. He glanced into his mind, revealing a panel that stated, "Killed by Tang Lingfeng, sacrifice his kin, resurrecting the host." 12 black cards materialized before him, leaving Gu Ming speechless. He had anticipated a sacrifice of his parents, yet what treasures could his son possess? With a casual flick, he drew one card. "Congratulations. You have acquired the skill of an elite beast tamer of the yellow grade." Not bad, a new skill indeed. Name, Gu Ming. Race, human. Cultivation, late foundation establishment. Physique, mortal body. Techniques, mastery of the falling wind palm, heavenly ghost burial technique. Divine abilities, none. Lifespan, infinite. Talent, borrowed life. Profession, senior alchemist of the profound grade, intermediate array master of the profound grade, junior artifact master of the profound grade, senior spirit plant master of the profound grade, elite beast tamer of the yellow grade, heavenly spiritual objects, bone ghost profound fire. Rising to his feet, Guming brushed off the dust from his robes and straightened his attire, making his way toward the mountain ravine. 10 days later, Guming arrived in Weicheng of the Tai Su dynasty. After much inquiry, he finally discerned his location, Blood Ghost State, a distant land across vast expanses from the South Yuan state. As its name suggests, Blood Ghost State is rife with chaos, teeming with demons, and the malevolent specters of wicked cultivators are omnipresent. It stands as a paradise for criminals, a revelry for the nefarious. Furthermore, Blood Ghost State is an ancient territory, home to numerous archaic forbidden zones and a plethora of old legends, igniting a fervor within Guming. The Tai Su dynasty, a first-rate power within Blood Ghost State, boasts a formidable being at the Unity Realm as its sovereign. Powers akin to the heart-seeking sect may appear formidable, yet they are merely classified as third-rate forces, holding little significance. Unlike a nation governed by mortals, where the strongest barely surpass the Golden Core realm, a dynasty represents a realm of cultivation akin to sections. It wields dominion over boundless territories, encompassing various sects and kingdoms. Within a tavern, Guming found it customary to gather information. Have you heard? Countless towns and villages beyond 100 miles have been mercilessly slaughtered by mysterious demons, leaving no survivors. How gruesome and barbaric. Alas, the world is in turmoil, particularly in Blood Ghost State, where all manner of malevolent spirits converge, plunging its inhabitants into despair and suffering. Yet, we must not complain. Our Taishu Empire is comparatively fortunate. With the establishment of the Demon Suppression Department by our benevolent emperor, tasked with quelling evil and exterminating demons. Recently, those demons responsible for the massacre of villages and towns have been vanquished by the Demon Suppression Guards, bringing a semblance of peace. Indeed, we owe our gratitude to the Emperor, who is ever mindful of the common folk, for creating the Demon Suppression Department. When my child grows up, I shall ensure he trains to become a Demon Suppression Guard, dedicating himself to the safety and well-being of the world. With a sense of purpose, I resume my drinking, murmuring softly to myself. The title of Demon Suppression Guard sounds rather impressive. 2 decades later, through relentless perseverance, I finally became a Demon Suppression Guard. Attaining this position was no simple feat. The foremost requirement was to possess a foundational cultivation level or higher, alongside the strength to defeat beasts of the same rank. This was not a challenge for me, as I handled it with ease. The real difficulty lay in the background check. The department required that candidates be free of any legal infractions for the past 20 years and have a reputable guarantor. With no choice, I purchased a courtyard in Weicheng, residing there for 2 decades. My guarantor was my neighbor, Old Neo, a former Demon Suppression Guard who, after a misadventure that cost him an arm and compromised his foundation, chose to retire and live a life of tranquility. I had intentionally bought the house next to his, and over the years, we became close, sharing drinks regularly, making it easy for him to serve as my guarantor. In the courtyard, Old Neo observed me donning a black fitted uniform, a cloak draped over my shoulders, and a bronze Demon Suppression badge hanging at my waist. A sense of satisfaction washed over him, mingled with nostalgia, as he praised, "Young lad, you bear a striking resemblance to my youthful self when I first joined the Demon Suppression Department 80 years ago, handsome and full of vigor. However, have you truly considered this? Being a Demon Suppression Guard is no trifling matter. While the rewards and status are commendable, the mortality rate is exceedingly high." Old Neo's concern was palpable, as he could hardly bear the thought of me losing my life at such a tender age. Internally, I thought, "Old man, by age, you should be calling me grandfather." Yet, I smiled reassuringly and said, "Fear not, Old Neo, you know my temperament well. If I can't win, I shall flee. My life is of utmost importance." Old Neo paused, reflecting on our years of camaraderie, and nodded. "Indeed, you are quite clever. You're certainly smarter than I was at your age and will likely outlive me. Well, anyone who can enter the Demon Suppression Department is extraordinary. I can see that you are destined for greatness. You shall surely become a gold-ranked Demon Suppression Guard, while I, despite my lifetime of effort, am but a bronze-ranked one." With a cheerful grin, I replied, "Then I shall take your auspicious words to heart and strive to become a gold-ranked Demon Suppression Guard soon." Old Neo shot me a playful glare. "You're getting cocky, aren't you? Enough of this. It's getting late. Rest well, for you must report to the Weicheng branch of the Demon Suppression Department tomorrow. With that, old Neo ambled away. The following day, Gu Ming donned his meticulously tailored demon-subduing uniform, securing the specially crafted demon-subduing blade at his waist while stowing the wooden sword in his storage pouch to avoid drawing undue attention. Exiting the modest courtyard, Gu Ming officially embarked on his new life as a demon-subduing sentinel, making his way to report to the branch of the Demon-Subduing Division. Upon meeting the head of the division, a scarce silver-ranked sentinel from Weicheng, Chu Zhiliu reviewed Gu Ming's credentials before producing a seal. After imprinting it, he handed over the appointment letter to Gu Ming. Congratulations, from this moment forth, you are a true demon-subduing sentinel. Recently, Zhao Sandao's team suffered the loss of a sentinel. You are to report to his squad. Understood. Gu Ming accepted the appointment letter and departed from the Demon-Subduing Division. Chapter 45. The Phantom Demon, this elixir. Outside the Demon Suppression Division, Zhao Sandao and his three companions wore solemn expressions, their moods visibly subdued. After a prolonged silence, Captain Zhao Sandao let out a heavy sigh and turned to the others. Do not wear such gloomy faces. As members of the Demon Suppression Guard, we have long placed life and death aside. Such occurrences are inevitable. With the arrival of a new teammate, it was only fitting to adopt a more amiable demeanor, for none could predict whether they would meet again come tomorrow. The three nodded in agreement, adjusting their spirits as they awaited the newcomer in silence. At that moment, Gu Ming emerged from the Demon Suppression Division. Zhao Sandao, upon seeing him, greeted him with a warm smile. Greetings. I am Zhao Sandao, the captain of this Demon Suppression team. You must be Gu Ming. Welcome to our squad. The other three stepped forward, eager to introduce themselves. A robust man, nearly 2 meters tall, carrying a heavy iron hammer, spoke first. I am Shi Hu, a second-tier bronze token demon suppressor at the peak of Foundation establishment. I shall be your most steadfast support. Rest assured, your back is in my hands. A tall woman with a high ponytail approached gracefully, exuding an air of aloofness as she cradled her demon-slaying blade. I am Jiling Yue, a second-tier bronze token demon suppressor, also at the peak of Foundation establishment. The final member, bearing a fierce scar across his face and exuding an intimidating aura, offered a friendly smile. Greetings, I am Song Qian, a first-tier bronze token demon suppressor, in the early stages of the Golden Core realm. From this moment forth, we are comrades. I hope you can place your trust in us. Gu Ming smiled as he extended his right hand, lightly tapping fists with Song Qian. I'm Gu Ming, the least skilled among us, in the late stages of Foundation establishment. I look forward to your guidance. The others followed suit, exchanging fist bumps. Excellent. From now on, we are a united front. We share both glory and misfortune, Zhao Sandao declared. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiling Yue and the others departed at Zhao Sandao's signal. As Zhao Sandao led Gu Ming to his new quarters, he spoke. Do not take offense. Ling Yue can be rather aloof, but she possesses a kind heart. Each of the three carries their own story, which I shall unfold to you in due time. You are somewhat unfortunate. According to our team's customs, we should have hosted a welcoming feast for you, but we have been assigned a task to hunt a demon. They have each made arrangements for their affairs in case they do not return tomorrow, and you should do the same. It is uncertain whether we will survive the hunt for the demon. Zhao Sandao proceeded to share various precautions and the perilous nature of being a demon suppressor, including details about the demon they would confront the following day. Ensuring Gu Ming was adequately prepared. Do you have any family? If so, I can make a record. At the very least, it would secure their future. Zhao Sandao inquired. Looking at Gu Ming's expression remained neutral, devoid of sorrow or joy, as he replied nonchalantly, I have no family. I am alone. One person's sustenance suffices for all. Zhao Sandao paused, momentarily taken aback, but rather than prying further into Gu Ming's family matters, he chuckled and jested. That simply will not do. If your lineage were to end with you, how could you honor your parents? How about this? Once the mission concludes tomorrow, I shall arrange a match for you, so you can secure an heir. Our positions in the Demon Suppression Guard are quite desirable. Many women hold us in high regard. Gu Ming offered a faint smile, shaking her head with a sigh. Were they not merely coveting the comfort and security afforded by the lives sacrificed by the demon suppressors? Perhaps they anticipated our demise during the mission, for the death benefits would ensure their carefree existence for a lifetime. Zhao Sandao appeared somewhat speechless, casting a glance of reproach at Gu Ming. How could someone so young harbor such a bleak view of humanity? Yet, there was a semblance of truth in her words. After all, they could bear your offspring, could they not? Gu Ming shook her head, her tone amicable. Thank you, Captain, but I have no need for that. I do not wish to live for anyone. I arrived in this world empty, and when I depart, I shall return to the abyss. Why ponder so deeply? Zhao Sandao was momentarily taken aback, his gaze filled with astonishment as he regarded Gu Ming. He couldn't shake the feeling that beneath her youthful exterior lay the soul of an ancient being. Shaking his head, Zhao Sandao chose not to dwell on it further, leading Gu Ming to her new residence, handing over the keys and reminding her of their meeting time and place for the following day before taking his leave. Gu Ming watched Zhao Sandao depart and pushed open the door to reveal a quaint courtyard, complete with all necessary amenities. In this boundless city, possessing such a small haven was a dream for many. After tidying up, Gu Ming lay on her bed, contemplating the information regarding the demon they were to confront as mentioned by Zhao Sandao. The so-called demon was a collective term, and the specific foe they faced was a shadow demon, which cultivated its power by devouring the shadows of others, currently at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Though the shadow demon was not particularly strong, its dreadful aspect lay in its elusive nature, making it difficult to capture, appearing and disappearing like a wraith. I must prepare some talismans and formations. With that thought, Gu Ming rose to begin crafting the runes and formations to combat the shadow demon. Engaging in this line of work, she found the profession of a demon suppressor quite intriguing. The following day, Gu Ming met up with the four companions, embarking on their journey to hunt the shadow demon. After 2 hours of travel, the five arrived at a dense forest shrouded in miasma, a treacherous swamp. Leading the way, Zhao Sandao unsheathed his long blade, ever vigilant of their surroundings as he cleared the path for the others. Be cautious, according to the reports. The shadow demon is hidden within this swamp. The dim light and pervasive miasma make it an ideal concealment. Do not fall victim to its tricks. Shi Hu took up the rear, while Jiling Yue and Song Qian flanked Gu Ming, intentionally or otherwise keeping her protected in the center. At that moment, Zhao Sandao produced 5 miasma pills, consuming one himself and tossing one to each of the four. The miasma is toxic. Be careful. Understood. Gu Ming regarded the subpar miasma pills with a hint of reluctance as she retrieved 4 ordinary detoxification pills from her storage bag. Captain, I possess some detoxification pills here. They should prove more effective than the miasma pills. The four stared in surprise at the superior quality pills in Gu Ming's hand. You are quite the hidden gem. Do not squander them. Those pills are clearly not inexpensive. No need, I have plenty. With that, Zhao Sandao no longer declined and gestured for the others to take the detoxification pills. Just as they prepared to proceed, Gu Ming produced a vial of pills. The four exchanged puzzled glances. Gu Ming explained, these are binding shadow pills, specifically designed to counter the shadow demon. Once consumed, we need not worry about it devouring our shadows. Zhao Sandao came to a halt, casting an odd glance at Gu Ming. I have never heard of anything like the shadow binding pill, Gu Ming. This is not the time for jest. Gu Ming curled his lips, yearning to declare that indeed, such a pill did not exist. It was a concoction he had devised himself the previous night, and it would be a miracle if they had ever heard of it. Trust me, I would not harm you. What benefit would it bring me? He elucidated in response to the skeptical gazes of the four. Stone Tiger remained silent, taking the pill and consuming it. I believe him, he stated. In light of the astonished stares from the other three, Stone Tiger grinned and scratched his head, adding, I just do. Chapter 46. Urban Mystique. Upon witnessing the scene, the three individuals promptly accepted the elixirs and consumed them, demonstrating absolute trust. Gu Ming smiled, feeling an increase in his fondness for the four. Despite their diverse personalities, their integrity was beyond reproach. Gu Ming also ingested a binding shadow pill, just to be cautious. As they continued onward, an unexpected turn of events occurred half a stick of incense later. A dark shadow flashed by, vanishing beside the Stone Tiger. Zhao Sandao's expression shifted subtly as he swung his blade, cleaving a tree in half, yet failing to harm the shadowy specter. Song Qian swiftly turned to the stone tiger, inquiring about his well-being. "How do you feel? Any discomfort?" The stone tiger scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. "It felt like a mosquito bite, but it's nothing serious. It doesn't hurt." The four turned their gazes towards Gu Ming, whose demeanor remained calm. "What is the matter?" Gu Ming inquired with a smile. Zhao Sandao took a deep breath and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you." Song Qian and Jiling Yue, though silent, also bowed in respect. The stone tiger realized that had it not been for Gu Ming's elixir, he might have been reduced to a mere shell of himself. "Brother Gu, I cannot express my gratitude enough. Whatever you ask of me in the future, I shall comply without hesitation. There's no need for such formality. We are comrades, after all." Gu Ming replied. Jiling Yue regarded Gu Ming with curiosity. She had initially thought him to be a mere burden, but it now seemed she had misjudged him. "There is no need for excessive gratitude. We are now united as one and must assist each other. However, about that elixir of yours," she paused, clearing her throat. "I never expected it to be effective." The group was taken aback. Disbelief etched on their faces at the notion that he had researched it himself. Gu Ming, feeling somewhat helpless, continued, "We can discuss this later. Our immediate concern is to deal with the shadowy specter." At this, Zhao Sandao nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. Let's not lose focus. Although we are not afraid of the shadowy specter, it is still a formidable foe at the Golden Core level, and we must not underestimate it." The group rearranged their formation, diligently searching for the specter's whereabouts. In the marsh, the specter revealed a dark head, its gaze fixated on the five, seemingly puzzled as to why its attacks had been ineffective. After a moment, the specter submerged itself into the mire, traversing beneath the surface. Whoosh! The specter launched another assault, this time targeting Ji Lingyue's shadow. With a cold huff, she had anticipated this, her eyes glinting with frost. She thrust her blade into the ground, summoning frost that swiftly spread, attempting to ensnare the specter. Seeing the specter-esque form, Song Qian leapt into action, his long knife unleashing a tempestuous force, transforming into blades of light that pierced the marsh. The specter reacted swiftly, evading the onslaught with agility. Zhao Sandao, exuding an icy aura, swiftly positioned himself in front, his voice booming, "Earth Shatter." With a powerful swing, his blade cleaved the earth, creating a chasm over 100 meters long, the earthy blade of light shooting skyward, forcing the specter to reveal itself. The stone tiger, enveloped in a faint crimson sheen, leapt into the air, his iron hammer ablaze, descending upon the specter from above. Bang! The resounding impact echoed, and the specter emitted a chilling wail, propelled towards the steadfast Gu Ming by the force of the stone tiger's strike. Upon discovering Gu Ming's relatively low cultivation, the ghostly shadow demon revealed a sinister grin, enveloping itself in a swirling cloud of black mist, intent on devouring Gu Ming. The onlookers were taken aback, and Jiling Yue, positioned closest to Gu Ming, bellowed in alarm, her body radiating an aura of frost as she swiftly approached him. Gu Ming evaded. With a slight smile, Gu Ming remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the advancing demon. As the distance closed to less than 3 feet, he subtly shifted his foot, causing 5-colored spiritual light to surge forth, materializing into a binding formation of the 5 elements. Threads of spiritual energy intertwined, forming an intricate net that ensnared the ghostly shadow demon, rendering it suspended in midair, unable to move. Gu Ming approached slowly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he assessed the grotesque creature before him. "Demons are indeed foolish," he mused. The 4 companions stood in astonishment, bewildered by the 5-element formation that had been laid out unbeknownst to them. The demon that had caused them so much distress was effortlessly captured by Gu Ming. The difference between slaying and capturing was monumental, with the latter offering double the rewards for completing the task. The 4 companions stifled their breaths, gazing at Gu Ming as if he were an extraordinary being. Gu Ming chuckled lightly, retrieving a spirit-ensnaring talisman to control the demon and handing it over to Zhao Sandao. "Captain, what do you think of our little spectacle?" Zhao Sandao accepted the ghostly shadow demon, noting the considerable value of the talisman, gradually becoming accustomed to Gu Ming's lavish resources. After securing the demon in a specially designed containment bag, Zhao Sandao surveyed Gu Ming and spoke reflectively. What skills do you lack? Alchemist? Formation master? You seem to possess a touch of everything. The four were left speechless yet filled with joy, with Gu Ming. This powerful formation master and alchemist, joining their ranks, their future endeavors would undoubtedly be bolstered, minimizing potential losses. Noting their continued curiosity, Zhao Sandao interjected. This is Gu Ming's secret. It is best not to pry. Just remember, we are a team. At this, the three nodded in agreement, patting Gu Ming on the shoulder in gratitude. No need for formalities, Gu Ming replied with a faint smile, not overly invested in their sentiments. For them, this was a matter of survival, a perilous profession teetering on the edge of life and death. For him, it was merely a way to pass the time. Upon returning to Weicheng and completing their task, the five gathered at a tavern, specifically seeking a private room. Zhao Sandao raised his goblet, directing his gaze at Gu Ming. The other three, recognizing the significance of Gu Ming's contributions, rose in unison. This time, the greatest merit belongs to Gu Ming. The capture of the ghostly shadow demon has not only doubled our rewards, but granted our team a half-month respite. Gu Ming, everything is in this drink. Thank you. Zhao Sandao downed his drink in one go, with the others following suit. Gu Ming stood, finishing his drink and addressing the four. No need for thanks. You are correct. We are a team. We share in glory and adversity. So why draw lines between us? Zhao Sandao nodded, casting a renewed gaze of respect upon Gu Ming. His calm demeanor amidst praise and reproach remained enigmatic. Jiling Yue and Song Qian exchanged glances, both recognizing that Gu Ming was no ordinary rogue cultivator. For reasons unknown, they always sensed that Gu Ming possessed a distinct aura, one that seemed to render him somewhat alien to this world. Only sure who, blissfully oblivious, engaged in jovial camaraderie with Gu Ming, toasting and sharing brotherly sentiments, intoxicated and reveling in boastful banter. Gu Ming never regarded himself as superior. He managed to harmonize with anyone, ensure whose straightforward and hearty nature suited him well. As the wine flowed, they reached the moment everyone had been eagerly anticipating. Zhao Sandao produced several pouches and distributed them among the four. The original reward for their mission was 5,000 spirit stones, but due to the successful capture of the ghost shadow demon, the reward had increased to 10,000 spirit stones. Gu Ming, being the one who contributed most, was entitled to 6,000 spirit stones, while the rest of them would receive 1,000 each. Is there an issue with that? Jiling Yue and the others shook their heads. The mission's reward had initially been set at 1,000 spirit stones per person, and thanks to Gu Ming's prowess, they had easily captured the demon, which indeed benefited them. Thus, it was only just. Yes, indeed, Gu Ming should be recognized for his primary contribution. Gu Ming remained silent. He was not in need of spirit stones. Captain, let us ensure an equitable distribution. If you continue to defer, I would have to hold back my efforts for fear of overshadowing your achievements, which would be counterproductive. The four were taken aback. Such a peculiar rationale for declining was unexpected. Gu Ming smiled lightly. I do not lack spirit stones. If fairness cannot be achieved, how can I command respect? Consider me a part of the team. Equitable distribution is all that is required. Zhao Sandao regarded Gu Ming with a deep gaze, fully aware that Gu Ming was indeed not in one of spirit stones. The 5 detoxification pills, the 5-element formation, and the spiritual sealing talismans together were valued at several thousand spirit stones. Very well, thank you. Each of them was in need of spirit stones, whether for cultivation or for their families. Gu Ming's stance was resolute. To continue deflecting would only appear inconsiderate. Chapter 47. Deceptive arrangements. As the gathering concluded, the attendees dispersed to resume their respective lives. Gu Ming naturally returned to his quaint courtyard, spending his days indulging in drinks with old Niu, engaging in idle banter to pass the time. Beneath the crimson maple tree, the two sat at a stone table adorned with a platter of braised beef and a bowl of peanuts, accompanied by 2 jugs of potent liquor. Old Niu, with hair flecked with gray and skin resembling the gnarled bark of ancient trees, bore the marks of time. Although only 200 years old, he appeared quite aged, evoking a sense of melancholy. Once a practitioner at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, a misfortune had caused him to lose his standing. leaving him barely able to maintain his foundation at the initial level. After downing a fiery shot of liquor, old Neo regarded Gu Ming with a tone of elderly concern. "Young lad, since our acquaintance, it seems I have never witnessed your cultivation efforts. At such a tender age, you have already stepped into the later stages of foundation establishment. Your future is boundless, yet you must not neglect your training." Gu Ming maintained his smile, deftly pinching a fallen maple leaf between his fingers. "Old Neo, do you believe that the return of leaves to their roots and the cycle of seasons are predestined by heaven?" Old Neo was momentarily taken aback, inwardly lamenting, "Here we go again." Each time he sought to impart wisdom to Gu Ming, whether concerning marriage, family, or cultivation, the young man would invariably counter him with compelling arguments, leaving old Neo speechless. Though he could not best Gu Ming in debate, he enjoyed listening to the young man's philosophical musings. Chuckling, old Neo took another hearty drink, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Ming. "Indeed, I am curious to hear what profound insights you have this time." Gu Ming, with unwavering composure, began to articulate his thoughts. "If fate is indeed predetermined, then it is immutable. The cyclical nature of the seasons and the return of leaves to their roots is but a microcosm of all sentient beings. Throughout history, those who dare to challenge destiny are few and far between. If destiny decrees your demise today, you shall not see tomorrow. What difference does it make whether you cultivate or not? Whether one dies early or late, death is inevitable. Why not embrace the finite time we have to pursue our desires and experience the myriad facets of the mortal realm?" Old Neo remained silent for a long moment before shaking his head with a scoff. "You always have your own twisted logic, but enough of that, I concede. I cannot out-argue you. However, you're no longer the same as before. Now that you serve as a guardian against malevolence and have entered the realm of governance, there are matters that require your utmost caution. The subtleties of human relationships can sometimes outweigh sheer strength." As he spoke, a flicker of somberness crossed old Neo's eyes. "Young lad, your forthright nature must learn to navigate the complexities of the world." Gu Ming raised an eyebrow, observing old Neo intently. "Old Neo, you seldom speak of your past. Is there perhaps more to the story behind your injury?" Old Neo shot Gu Ming a glare, taking a hearty swig from his jug. "What is past is past. Why dwell on it? You only seek to unearth my scars. I merely wish to caution you. In this world, the lines between right and wrong are often blurred, and one must not be too insistent." Gu Ming nodded, understanding the wisdom in those words. "Very well, I shall remember that." Noticing Gu Ming's nonchalant demeanor, old Neo rolled his eyes, well aware that the young man was hardly taking the matter to heart. Since the moment he became acquainted with Gu Ming, he had never witnessed Gu Ming show concern for anything, as if his presence in this world was merely an amusement for the sake of experiencing life. As twilight descended, the elderly Neo staggered away from the small courtyard, and Gu Ming returned to his chamber, setting up a formation. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to engage in a modest practice session. He arranged a simple spirit-gathering array, seated himself cross-legged, and focused his mind, drawing the celestial spiritual energy into his body. His form shimmered with five-colored ethereal light, flowing through his meridians, converging in his dantian. After 10 complete circulations of energy, Gu Ming glanced at the time, realizing that 10 days had passed. Evaluating his cultivation, a perplexed expression adorned Gu Ming's face. Why had there been no progress? It seemed that to attain the consummation of the foundation establishment stage, additional time was required. Following the foundation establishment, one would progress to the core formation stage. Under his current circumstances, it appeared he would need approximately 365 5-spirit golden pills to enter the Yuaning realm, the timeline of which was uncertain. Gu Ming shook his head, ceasing his practice, contemplating instead the study of alchemy and formations. Before long, a fortnight of leave had elapsed, and Zhao Sandow had taken on a new mission to eliminate a malevolent cultivator at the initial stage of core formation. With the combined strength of the four, aided by Gu Ming's formations, this minor adversary was easily subdued. After 2 successful collaborations, Gu Ming fully integrated into this small group, their camaraderie blossoming rapidly. Upon completing the mission, he would often seek out the elder Neo for a drink, relishing in tales of his illustrious past. Unbeknownst to him, 15 fleeting years had passed. Shi Hu and Ji Lingyue had both broken through to the initial stage of core formation. The merits accumulated by Song Qian had elevated him to a first-tier Copper Order Demon Suppressor, granting him the opportunity to form his own team and assume the role of captain. However, he declined, choosing to remain in Zhao Sandao's squad. Among the five, only Gu Ming's cultivation remained steadfast, stagnating at the late stage of foundation establishment. The others frequently urged Gu Ming to diligently pursue his training, admonishing him against his erratic commitment, yet Gu Ming paid them no heed. They had also attempted to deceive him into attending matchmaking events, all of which he skillfully thwarted. On one particular day, the four conspired once more, gathering secretly. With a shared glance, they spoke in unison. Matchmaking. Even the aloof Ji Lingyue joined forces with Zhao Sandao and the others, all in an effort to ensure Gu Ming fulfilled his lifelong commitment. Once seated, Zhao Sandao began. Miss Su from the southern part of the city is renowned for her beauty, proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and is at the age of marriage. Song Qian added, in the north, there is Zhu Sini, the only daughter of Captain Zhu Kuei of the Demon Suppressor Squad. I've already negotiated, and Captain Zhu is quite pleased with Gu Ming. There is a connection between them. Ji Lingyue interjected. I have a distant cousin who cultivates in Huangfeng Valley, having reached the consummate stage of foundation establishment. I believe they would be quite compatible. The three turned their gaze toward Shi Hu. He scratched his head, hesitantly voicing, I think the courtesan from Xianyu Tower is quite impressive. Her skills in bed are exceptional, get lost. The three glared at Shi Hu, too exasperated to engage further. After deliberation, they decided to match Gu Ming with Zhu Sini. Resolute in their plan, they concocted an excuse of team building to coax Gu Ming outside. By the banks of the Yanglu River, Gu Ming stared expressionlessly at the guilty-looking quartet. What excuse do we have today? The four exchanged glances and Zhao Sandao cleared his throat, stepping forward to pat Gu Ming's shoulder. What excuse? Nonsense. I merely happened to encounter Miss Zhu. Since I am here, what do you say? Such familiar words. Very well, this is the last time. Gu Ming, with his right hand behind his back, strolled towards the riverbank where the ornate boat lay. Lifting the beaded curtain, a refined and delicate young woman was seated on a soft couch. Upon seeing Gu Ming approach, Zhu Sini slowly rose, her gaze gentle as water. Assessing Gu Ming with a soft glance, her petite figure slightly bending in greeting. I am Zhu Sini, pleased to meet you, young Master Gu. Gu Ming nodded slightly. Please have a seat. My apologies for troubling Miss Zhu with this visit. After sitting down, he poured a cup of tea for Zhu Sini. She paused momentarily, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes as she lowered her gaze, her slender fingers lightly tracing the hem of her skirt. Young master, is it that I am too unappealing to catch your eye? Gu Ming shook his head and replied earnestly, Not at all, Mississippi. You possess beauty akin to a flower in full bloom. It is simply, what? Gu Ming sighed softly. Each person's path is different. Mine is destined to be a solitary journey upon the great road, and I do not wish to delay you, Mississippi. The reasons are beyond my explanation, but to be with me will surely lead to an unfavorable outcome. Zhu Sini was taken aback, remaining silent for a long while before suddenly breaking into a smile as she looked at Gu Ming. In truth, I came today primarily to express my gratitude to you in person. Gu Ming, puzzled, turned his attention to Zhu Sini. She explained at a leisurely pace. You may not recall, but I cannot forget the life-saving grace you bestowed upon me. 10 years ago, I was unwittingly abducted by a notorious bandit, and it was you who slew him and rescued me. To you, it may seem trivial, but how could I ever forget such kindness? Gu Ming was astonished. You're that little girl from a decade ago? How you have grown. Chapter 48. The Murder, a Final Farewell Outside the Flower Boat. For individuals waited for an extended period. Observing that Gu Ming and his companion had not yet departed, they felt a sense of anticipation. Zhao Sandao chuckled softly. In the past, Gu Ming would usually dismiss suitors with just a few words, but this time, half an hour had passed, indicating progress. Song Qian nodded in agreement, expressing optimism, for it seemed that the bond between Gu Ming and the young lady from the Zhu family was not yet severed. Ji Lingyue sighed in relief, acknowledging that it was no small feat to witness Gu Ming embark on the journey of establishing a family. She regarded Gu Ming as a younger brother, hoping for him to find a home rather than remain solitary. Before long, the two emerged from the flower boat, parting ways with mutual respect. As Gu Ming approached, the quartet eagerly greeted him, filled with curiosity. Gu Ming cast a casual glance at the group. "I told you, we're not suited for each other," he stated plainly. The four were momentarily taken aback, letting out a resigned sigh. Shihu scratched his head, still perplexed. "Brother Gu, this young lady from the Zhu family possesses both an impressive background and striking beauty, not to mention her admirable character. Why then do you dismiss her?" Gu Ming rolled his eyes, shaking his head. "It is not a matter of dismissal, but rather a question of compatibility. I appreciate your sentiments, but please refrain from expending further energy on this. To me, anyone is merely a drop in the ocean. I shall not linger too long." The four stood in silence, puzzled by Gu Ming's words. "All right, today at Tiana Tower, it is my treat," they exclaimed. "Ah, you should have mentioned it sooner. I have been craving the exquisite beast feast at Tiana Tower for ages. Indeed, the Tianzilin at Tiana Tower is a superb vintage. Today, let us take advantage of Brother Gu." With that, they soon cast aside their earlier concerns, laughing and chatting as they made their way towards Tiana Tower. As the moon hung low among the willow branches, the five departed from Tiana Tower in high spirits. Upon reaching the alleyway, Zhao Sandao suddenly halted, a spark of insight flashing in his eyes as he gazed ahead. In an instant, the others were alert, their internal energies surging. In the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes slowly rose, fixating on the five, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "Seize him," Zhao Sandao commanded sharply, leading the charge into the shadows while Song Qian positioned himself to protect Gu Ming and the others. "Stay back to prevent his escape. The captain and I can handle this." With that, Song Qian plunged into the darkness, igniting a fierce battle. Gu Ming furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. As the spiritual energies flickered, it was not long before Zhao Sandao and his companion emerged from the alley, their expressions grave as they turned to the others. "Damn it. Our carelessness allowed him to escape. This fellow lacks strength, but possesses blood escape techniques." Song Qian sheathed his blade, addressing the trio. "You should return and rest. Wei Cheng has been rather unsettled lately, plagued by mysterious demons wreaking havoc and cultivating on human essences. A mission will come soon. Prepare yourselves." The demeanor of the two was peculiar, as if they were concealing something. Shihu, with a straightforward mind, did not ponder deeply, finding such occurrences not unusual. Ji Lingyue and Gu Ming exchanged glances, both recognizing the doubt reflected in each other's eyes. Trusting in the two, Gu Ming chose not to inquire further, and they departed. Once the trio had left, Zhao Sandao's expression turned serious as he sighed lightly. "Let today's events remain buried within. We shall pretend we did not see anything." Song Qian nodded in agreement. "Understood. I merely hope that no trouble arises." After the departure of the five, a grotesque figure, writhing with flesh and blood, emerged from the shadows. Observing their retreat, it let out a chilling cackle, swallowing the bloodied heart in its grasp. Hehehe. The taste of an ordinary person's heart is utterly disappointing. I wonder what the heart of a demon hunting guard would taste like. I truly yearn to savor it. But alas, my father forbids it. The creature's smile twisted into a grotesque grin before vanishing into the darkness. In the depths of the alley, a lifeless female body lay, her pallid face devoid of blood, with a gaping wound in her chest where her heart once resided. The following day, at the Demon Suppression Department, all the demon hunters from Weicheng who had not received any assignments gathered in this place, abuzz with speculation. In the Grand Hall, a corpse draped in white cloth lay. The expression of the first-level copper token demon hunter, Zhu Kuei, was dark and grim as he sat silently. The five guardians approached, perplexed by the circumstances that had drawn such a gathering of demon hunters. Zhao Sandao glanced at Zhu Kuei, his brow furrowed, a flicker of unease passing through him. Familiar with Zhu Kuei, he stepped forward to inquire, "Brother Zhu, what has transpired?" Zhu Kuei raised his head, his eyes flashing with malevolence. Upon seeing Zhao Sandao, his demeanor softened slightly as he sighed. "After my daughter returned yesterday, she has not emerged from her room. This morning, I intended to wake her and ask about her matchmaking appointment yesterday, but she was not in her chamber. Later, someone discovered her body in the alley. She fell victim to an evil cultivator, her heart hollowed out, her essence devoured. Zhao Sandao's pupils trembled, a barely perceptible surge of wrath and horror coursing through him. The others finally comprehended why so many demon hunters had congregated here. Had it been an ordinary person or a rogue cultivator who had perished, it would have merely been a task assigned to a team. However, if it involved a demon hunter, the gravity of the situation escalated significantly. Meanwhile, Song Qian lowered his head, lost in thought, remaining silent. Gu Ming and Shi Hu exchanged glances, both recalling the events of the previous night. Yet, this was not the moment for such discussions. Gu Ming's expression remained calm as he approached, crouching down to unveil the white cloth, revealing a familiar yet strange visage. Just yesterday, Zhu Xini had been sharing laughter with him, a gentle and kind-hearted woman. Who would have thought that their parting would be eternal? Gu Ming sighed inwardly, lamenting the capriciousness of fate, and sensed that this matter was far from simple. Zhao Sandao and Song Qian appeared to know more than they let on, yet chose to conceal it. Covering the body once more, Gu Ming stepped before Zhu Kuei and spoke softly, "I am sorry." Zhu Kuei managed a bitter smile. Shaking his head, "It is not your fault. There is no need for guilt. Perhaps this was Xini's destiny. It is tragic that she lost her mother at a young age, and I raised her alone, yet, regardless of the circumstances, the perpetrator must pay for this crime." Gu Ming nodded in understanding and continued, "I possess some skills in concealing features, which may allow Miss Zhu to depart in beauty." The crowd regarded Gu Ming with astonishment, while Jilin Yue and the others appeared somewhat speechless, as Gu Ming seemed to possess a smattering of knowledge in every area. Upon hearing this, Zhu Kuei quickly rose, clasping his hands in gratitude. "It is indeed a troubling matter, dear brother. My daughter, being one who cherishes beauty, now finds herself in this state. It is entirely my fault. Rest assured, the perpetrator shall undoubtedly face justice and pay the price for his brutality." At this moment, two figures emerged from the inner hall. Chu Zhiliu, one of the 5 silver-ranked demon suppressors of Weicheng, accompanied by a young man. "Greetings, my lord." Chu Zhiliu announced his presence, prompting the assembly to bow respectfully, including Zhao Sandao and Zhu Kuei, who did not dare to show any negligence. The distinction between a first-level copper token and a silver rank may seem slight, yet traversing that chasm is akin to scaling the heavens. The foremost requirement to become a silver-rank demon suppressor is to possess the cultivation of the nascent soul, along with the necessity of accumulating a significant amount of merit. Although Zhao Sandao, as a squad leader, is not particularly rare in Weicheng, he is certainly not in abundance. Some demon suppressors possess late-stage or even perfected golden core cultivation and are still merely squad leaders. This illustrates the formidable challenge of ascending to the silver rank. Chapter 49. Tomorrow's meeting. Chu Zhiliu nodded gently, turning slowly to sit down while casting a glance at the assembly. This matter, involving the families of the demon suppression guards, is unforgivable. Regardless of the costs, we must apprehend the perpetrator and provide an explanation to Captain Zhu. The unassigned teams are to mobilize fully to seek out the assailant, leaving no stone unturned. The reward for this mission is a staggering 100,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, their excitement palpable. They cared little for who had perished. Their focus lay solely on the reward. 100,000 spirit stones equated to the bounty of approximately 20 ordinary missions. How could they not be stirred? It is only with such a substantial incentive that they would commit wholeheartedly. At this moment, a refined young man stepped forward, saluting the crowd with a slight bow, and spoke calmly. "Esteemed colleagues, this incident is a provocation from the malevolent forces against our demon suppression guards and an affront to the imperial authority of the Taishu dynasty. Such an act cannot go unpunished. My father has entrusted me to represent him. Whichever team captures the culprit, regardless of the cost, will receive a personal reward of 100,000 spirit stones from him, and the entire team will be credited with a significant accomplishment." This young man was Hu Yan, the sole heir of the second-ranked Silver Order Demon Suppression Guard of Weicheng, and his words carried the weight of his father's authority, earning the immediate trust of the assembly. As his declaration echoed, the crowd erupted in fervor, eager to take action and capture the villain. Zhu Kuei rose, His teeth clenched as he declared, "I shall personally contribute an additional 100,000 spirit stones, and I shall forever remember this kindness." Zhao Sandao, upon hearing this, sighed softly and placed a hand on Zhu Kuei's shoulder. "Brother Zhu, there is no need for such sacrifice. You have already suffered the loss of your beloved daughter. How can you be expected to part with more spirit stones? The brothers will strive with all their might to bring the fiend to justice." At Zhao Sandao's words, discontent rippled through the crowd. Captain Zhu is willing to increase the reward to aid in capturing the culprit. Why do you interfere? Indeed, this matter does not concern you. Do not assume the role of a benevolent figure. If you find it unjust, feel free to contribute your own 100,000 spirit stones as a reward. Some among them were hypocritical in their condemnation. Zhao Sandao was incensed. He understood that the true culprit might never be captured, yet he did not wish for Zhu Kuei to suffer further loss. Even if they were to capture the so-called perpetrator, he knew they would not be the genuine offender. However, he could not voice these reasons without endangering those in the know. Zhu Kuei intervened, offering a bittersweet smile to defuse the tension. "Brother Zhao, I appreciate your good intentions. But what significance does possessing more spirit stones hold when I have lost my beloved Xiane? My promise stands firm. Rest assured. With the esteemed Chu and young master Hu as witnesses, I shall not renege." Chu Zhiliu nodded in agreement. Alongside Hu Yan, "We both shall bear witness. You need not worry." After the assembly departed to undertake their mission, Gu Ming did not rush away. He carefully transported the body of Zhu Xian to the morgue, meticulously restoring her appearance in an effort to recreate her likeness in life. Half an hour later, Gu Ming halted his task, covering Zhu Xian with a white cloth. "Captain Zhu, it is complete." Zhu Kuei turned, gazing upon the lifelike visage of Zhu Xian, unable to contain the tears that welled in his eyes. "My dear Xian, it is my father's fault for failing to protect you. I am deeply sorry, and I apologize to your mother as well." Gu Ming stood silently by, offering no words. After a long pause, Zhu Kuei wiped his tears and carefully covered Zhu Xian with a white cloth before glancing at Gu Ming. "I see you smile. Thank you." No need for such politeness. Gu Ming declined Zhu Kuei's offering of spirit stones and turned to leave, saying little more. This matter was fraught with implications. Entangling Zhao Sandao and Song Qian, he did not wish to intervene. Perhaps this was her fate. Gu Ming felt powerless to alter his own destiny, let alone that of another. Upon departing from the Demon Suppression Department, the four awaited outside. Under the scrutiny of the four, Zhao Sandao hesitated before speaking softly. "In this matter, we shall do our utmost, but it is highly unlikely that we will capture the culprit." Ji Lingyue cast a meaningful glance at Zhao Sandao. "Captain, are we not the Demon Suppression Guards, sworn to uphold justice and righteousness?" Zhao Sandao remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Breaking the stillness, Song Qian spoke. "Trust in the captain. Has he ever deceived you or me?" At this, Ji Lingyue scoffed lightly and refrained from further comment. She was not naive enough to overlook the underlying issues. Yet she understood that sometimes knowing the truth does not lead to answers. "Let's depart." In that instant, Zhao Sandao appeared significantly aged, leading the four away to scour the city for clues. This incident stirred considerable uproar, even attracting the attention of nearby cities. However, after half a month, the perpetrator remained elusive, leaving no trace behind. Gu Ming followed Zhao Sandao and the others daily in search of leads, contributing little akin to a mere NPC. As dusk fell, Zhao Sandao gazed up at the bright moon, letting out a soft sigh. "We shall stop here for today and continue tomorrow." Gu Ming, feeling nonchalant, stretched his body. After 2 weeks of turmoil, he planned to indulge in a restful night, for acting was quite exhausting. Ji Lingyue let out a cold laugh, her sarcasm palpable. "Captain, pursuing answers with erroneous conclusions, I misjudged you before. Once a rift formed, a team could no longer unite as one." Sure, who scratched his head, hastily stepping forward to offer words of comfort. "Sister Yu, we cannot blame the captain. The deceased was his close friend's daughter. How could he not be anxious? Yet, the murderer is deeply concealed. We must proceed with caution." He then turned to Zhao Sandao, offering patient reassurance. "Captain, Do not harbor anger towards Sister Yu. She is merely anxious in the moment. He shot a glare at Gu Ming and Song Qian. Why aren't you two helping to mediate? In critical times, I remain the reliable one. The four gazed at Shi Hu simultaneously, envious of his innocence and endearing foolishness. Enough of this. It is time to return home. Gu Ming broke the silence. Jilin Yue huffed disdainfully and turned to leave without a backward glance. Shi Hu waved his hand, calling out loudly, Sister Yu, do not be upset. Tomorrow I shall bring osmanthus cake. Let's meet again and be joyful. He then turned to glare at Song Qian. You, usually the most composed. Why are you silent today? Let us go. See you tomorrow. Indeed, Song Qian replied softly before turning to depart. Shi Hu gently patted Zhao Sandao on the shoulder, expressing a hint of sympathy. Captain, do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. Rest well, and tomorrow I shall treat everyone to a splendid meal at Tiana Tower. Zhao Sandao managed a reluctant smile, his mind clearly elsewhere. All right, Brother Shi Hu, see you tomorrow. After Zhao Sandao departed, only Gu Ming and Shi Hu remained. Don't look at me. I know nothing, Gu Ming shrugged, maintaining an air of indifference. Shi Hu chuckled foolishly, rubbing his hands together, feeling somewhat awkward. Could you lend me 1,000 spirit stones? I'll treat everyone tomorrow, and will repay you once I receive the task reward. Gu Ming looked at Shi Hu in surprise. You, my friend, are not planning to squander it all at Xianyu Tower again, are you? At your age, you ought to save some spirit stones and consider settling down. As he spoke, Gu Ming transferred 10,000 spirit stones from his storage bag to Shi Hu. Use it sparingly. Brother Gu, you are even kinder to me than my own father. I adore you. Get lost. I have no such inclinations. But if you call me father, I might reluctantly accept. So, I need not repay the spirit stones? Absolutely not. Haha, farewell then. Gu Ming watched as Shi Hu's figure receded, and for some inexplicable reason, he waved goodbye today. Brother Shi Hu, see you tomorrow. Shi Hu turned around, grinning foolishly. See you tomorrow. Chapter 50. Never to meet again, only to shield the heavens the following day, as the dawn broke across the horizon, casting its radiant light upon the earth. Gu Ming had just completed his cultivation when he received a transmission from Jilin Yue. Shi Hu is in trouble. Come quickly. Gu Ming's pupils contracted slightly, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he swiftly exited his dwelling. Soon, he arrived at the Magic Suppression Division, where shouts of fury echoed within. It was unexpected that this seemingly foolish individual could exhibit such brutality. You know nothing. The more honest and simple-minded a person appears, the more twisted they may become. This is the essence of contrast. Alas, it was unfortunate that Wang Yun and his team had already apprehended the perpetrator. Zhao Sandao, how do you explain this? Your subordinate has committed such an atrocity. Don't dare claim ignorance. Pushing through the crowd, Gu Ming advanced to the forefront, his heart sinking at the sight before him. Shi Hu lay in a pool of blood, limbs contorted, a bloody heart clenched in his mouth, his eyes wide open, staring into eternity. Jilin Yue and her companions stood nearby, their expressions dark, emanating an aura of coldness. In an instant, Gu Ming deduced the grim reality. With a stoic expression, he approached Shi Hu's body, the echoes of Shi Hu's foolish laughter from the previous day resonating in his mind. What are you doing? Step back. Are you attempting to destroy the evidence? A figure blocked his path, preventing him from nearing Shi Hu's corpse. It was Zhang Yuan, one of the magic suppressors from Wang Yun's team. Stand aside. Gu Ming's eyes were profound and inscrutable, his voice low, revealing no trace of emotion. Zhang Yuan's pupils quivered, an inexplicable chill coursing through him. Instinct warned him that if a life-or-death duel were to ensue between the two, his demise would be inevitable. He involuntarily took a step back, his face growing increasingly pallid. You! Halt, withdraw. Hu Yen approached slowly, dismissing Zhang Yuan with a glance. Turning his attention to Gu Ming, he sighed softly, his tone imbued with a sense of tragic compassion. Gu Ming, I recognize your prowess as an exceptional magic suppressor. Yet there are matters and individuals you are still too inexperienced to comprehend. Do not allow your overwhelming sympathy to cloud your judgment. Last night, Shi Hu committed another heinous act, devouring a woman's soul and consuming her heart. He was captured by Wang Yun and his companions. He resisted, leaving no choice but to execute him. The evidence is irrefutable. Gu Ming met Hu Yan's gaze with calmness, speaking softly. The man is dead. Grant him some dignity. I shall not act recklessly. Hu Yan's brow furrowed, a hint of dissatisfaction evident. In Waicheng, none dared to oppose him. After a brief pause, his expression softened, and he stepped aside. Very well, the outcome is already determined. Suddenly, Zhu Kuei stepped forward, his eyes filled with fury. This man has slain my beloved daughter. It is a mercy that I do not tear him apart, and you wish for dignity? Gu Ming, in light of your respect for my daughter's remains, I may choose to overlook this, but you shall not retrieve his body. Gu Ming, expressionless, disregarded Zhu Kuei entirely, kneeling down to retrieve tools from an aged storage pouch, meticulously preparing to tend to Shihu's remains. Seeing this, Zhu Kuei's anger flared, and, as he prepared to strike, Zhao Sandao and his companions instinctively positioned themselves in front of him, their gazes hostile. Behind Zhu Kuei, 4 demon suppression guards drew their blades, and a fierce battle was imminent. Zhao Sandao, do you still wish to shield this individual? He demanded. If you dare to obstruct me, our bond shall be severed from this day forth. Zhao Sandao shook his head resolutely. He is my brother. His transgressions are a reflection of my inadequate guidance. Furthermore, all we have are the words of Wang Yun and his cohorts. How can we place our trust in that? If the true culprit is Wang Yun, framing Shihu, then what shall we say? Upon hearing this, Wang Yun let out a cold laugh. Turning the tables, are we? Well played, Zhao Sandao. I now suspect that Shihu acts under your command. Lord Chu, it is my humble opinion that these 4 demon suppression guards should be stripped of their titles and imprisoned. Before Chu Zhiliu could respond, Hu Yan shot a frigid glance at Wang Yun, causing him to recoil in alarm and hastily retreat. Enough. The true murderer has been dealt with. Zhao Sandao, your failure in discipline warrants a fine of 100,000 spirit stones for your squad, as promised by the Demon Suppression Department. This matter is not open for further discussion. Hu Yan's words held the weight of his father, and naturally, no objections arose. Chu Zhiliu furrowed his brow. He sensed an underlying enigma in this affair, as if a hidden puppet master were orchestrating everything. Casting a lingering gaze at Hu Yan, he ultimately opted for silence. If Hu Yan were indeed involved, the situation would become perilous. Not only would he incur the wrath of Hu Yan's father, but should this incident become public, the reputation of the demon suppression guards would be irrevocably tarnished. After restoring Shihu's body to its original state, Gu Ming cradled it and stepped outside, burdened with the knowledge that Shihu was merely a scapegoat. His heart had been replaced with an ordinary one. Gu Ming was unwilling to engage in arguments. He sought only retribution against those entangled in this affair. The other demon suppression guards retreated, their gazes towards Gu Ming revealing a myriad of emotions. Zhao Sandao sighed, relinquished a storage bag, and departed with the other 3. Once the quartet had left, Zhang Yuan, unwilling to concede, turned to Chu Zhiliu and clasped his hands respectfully. My lord, is such punishment not too lenient? Silence. This matter is concluded. Henceforth, no one is to speak of it again. Zhu Kuei, the 100,000 spirit stones shall be covered by the Demon Suppression Department, and you are granted a 3-month leave to recuperate. Dismissed. Chu Zhiliu, already irritable, admonished Zhang Yuan, eager to bring this farce to a close. Hu Yan smirked coldly before turning away. Observing this, the others dispersed, refraining from further discussion. Zhu Kuei stood rooted in place, gradually realizing the strangeness of the situation. However, Chu Zhiliu's stance signified the position of the Demon Suppression Department. He felt a sense of injustice, but was powerless to change it. In a room, Gu Ming carefully laid Shihu's body to rest, his gaze unervingly calm as he turned to Zhao Sandao. Captain, how long do you intend to keep this hidden? Is it not enough that he killed Shihu? Do you wish for Ji Lingyue to perish as well? Or perhaps me? Or everyone? At this moment, Ji Lingyue's aura grew even colder, her eyes glimmering like frost as she spoke icily. Do you plan to continue shielding him? Or are you simply afraid? Do you believe that Zhu Sini deserves death, that Shihu deserves death, or that those who fell by his hand deserve death? He is the one who should perish. Zhao Sandao let out a bitter smile and, with a heavy heart, knelt before the corpse of Shihu, releasing a long sigh. We are no match for him. In Waicheng, He truly has the power to overshadow everything. He is acutely aware that Song Qian and I have seen his face, yet he deliberately spared our lives. He is a madman, reveling in the dominion over human nature, deriving pleasure from its manipulation. By slaying Shi Hu, he sends a warning. He can effortlessly extinguish any of our lives. What can I do? If I perish, you are still young, with a bright future ahead. I fear not for my own life, but for yours. Tears streamed down Zhao Sandao's face, filled with regret and guilt, yet also a profound sense of helplessness and despair. He wished fervently that on that fateful night they had remained oblivious, never having glimpsed his visage. Upon hearing this, Jilin Yue fell silent, suddenly grasping why Zhao Sandao had consistently chosen to remain mute. Song Qian let out a soft sigh, casting his gaze upon Gu Ming and the others. Do not blame the captain. The burden he bears far exceeds your own. That man once summoned the captain in secret, threatening and toying with him. It is none other than Hu Yan. Otherwise, why do you think that over the years, incidents of devoured souls and missing hearts have frequently occurred in the city, yet the true culprit remains elusive? His father, Hu Yuan, a mid-stage nascent soul powerhouse and the second most powerful figure in Weicheng, is a person who wields tremendous influence within the Demon Suppression Division. How can one possibly contend with him? Chapter 51. The Tale of Mortals. Upon hearing these words, Jilin Yue's expression shifted subtly, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. The mention of a nascent soul expert in this era, where power reigned supreme, instilled a chilling realization within her. Even with irrefutable evidence, no one would lend credence to their plight, nor would anyone champion their cause. In that moment, Zhao Sandao appeared significantly aged, strands of white peppering his hair. As he spoke tremulously, we can only live like dogs beneath his feet, ensuring he perceives no threat. For that is our only slender chance of survival. Do you understand? To flee? The moment we dare to leave Weicheng, we would meet our demise in the wilderness. To report him? To inform a father of a murderer about his son's deeds. Do you think that is feasible? So tell me, what choice do I possess? To enlighten you with the truth? That would only hasten our deaths. I am left with no alternatives. You cannot perish, for you bear your own responsibilities. In this world, what rights do we have to choose? And what are the demon suppression guards? They too exist in a state of wretched survival beneath others' feet. To live another day is a victory in itself. Upon hearing Zhao Sandao's words, Jilin Yue opened her mouth, attempting to counter, yet no words emerged. In that instant, this proud and aloof woman appeared despondent, her pride stripped away, leaving her in a state of lethargy. Song Qian stood nearby, arms crossed over his blade, the scars on his face rendering him even more menacing. I fear not death. I am willing to fight, for I am but one. Yet you are different, Jilin Yue. You have a brother. Captain, you have family. Gu Ming, although you possess nothing, you should not perish here. The trio's gazes turned towards Gu Ming, whose silence exuded an eerie stillness that instilled a nameless dread. Despite Zhao Sandao being the captain, they all understood that Gu Ming was the true heart of their team. Regardless of the task, be it confronting demons or malevolent cultivators, Gu Ming's strategies were frighteningly sound, which was why the small team had endured without loss for 15 years. Gu Ming slowly raised his gaze, as calm as ever, revealing no hint of joy or sorrow. I wish to hear your stories. The three were taken aback, perplexed by Gu Ming's sudden shift in topic. Gu Ming smiled faintly and continued, having relied on one another for so long. I have never taken time to truly learn about your pasts. If one day we must part ways, would that not be a regret? Your stories could occasionally alleviate my ennui, would they not? The expressions of the three grew increasingly strange, entirely unable to fathom Gu Ming's intentions. Gu Ming disregarded their confusion, directing his attention to the figure of Shi Hu lying on the bed. Let us begin with him. This fellow is boisterous, yet has an inexplicable fondness for the pleasures of the brothels, truly peculiar. He retrieved a lone note discovered on Shi Hu, adorned with several crooked characters, borrowed from Brother Gu. 10,000 spirit stones out. He wishes to establish a family. Repay him in advance. The others are not in a hurry. Gu Ming chuckled helplessly, tucking the note into his storage pouch. Zhao Sandao rose and seated himself beside Shi Hu's lifeless form, murmuring, "You've misunderstood Xiaohu." While he may seem carefree and often speaks of the brothels, he is in fact timid. He has never set foot in one. It is Song Qian who truly enjoys such places. Song Qian's face flushed crimson as he cleared his throat to defend himself. As a solitary individual, what harm is there in visiting occasionally? Gu Ming's expression remained composed as he glanced at the slumbering Shi, choosing to remain silent. Zhao Sandao paused momentarily before continuing his explanation. Little Hu is an orphan who has often borrowed spirit stones from us over the years. This is because he has taken in many homeless children, providing them shelter in the homes of ordinary families in the northern part of the city. In this world, ordinary families struggle to support their own children, let alone take in wayward ones. Thus, Little Hu provides these families with spirit stones each month as a form of nurturing fee. Only then are they willing to accept and genuinely care for these children. The number of children is vast beyond our counting, yet Little Hu remembers each one distinctly. We have borrowed his spirit stones without ever considering repayment, yet he has never truly defaulted on us. Our attempts to assist him in secret have proven futile. In his own words, "I have family to support. Ling Yue has a younger brother, and Song Qian has theatrical pursuits, each of which incurs significant expenses." Song Qian's face reddened again, feeling the weight of embarrassment in the context of their conversation. Gu Ming remained silent for a long while before sighing softly. This fellow, striving to be a good person in a world devoid of justice. Good deeds go unrewarded. Perhaps in the next life, he should embrace villainy, for being a villain has its merits. The three of them were momentarily taken aback, sensing something amiss with Gu Ming's demeanor. "What about you?" Zhao Sandao shook his head. "I have little to say. As an average cultivator, I was fortunate to enter the Demon Suppression Division and fortunate to have survived thus far. I have a beloved, children, and friends. I am quite content. Unfortunately, I am not a good leader." Song Qian interjected, touching the gruesome scar on his face and offering a wry smile. "I have nothing to say either. I am merely a worthless individual who could not protect his family. All my kin perished at the hands of evil cultivators, and that scar was left from that time. On that occasion, I feigned death to escape a calamity, and this time, I do not wish to continue pretending. Living is exhausting." Ji Lingyue's cold voice then emerged. "I am an orphan, relying solely on my younger brother. During our time of wandering, he fell gravely ill with a high fever. I sought help from many, but none were willing to lend a hand. In the end, the fever damaged his mind, and he survived against all odds. Thus, I strived diligently in my cultivation, trusting no one until I encountered you all. Rest assured, my brother is immortal. With the aid of spirit herbs, he has lived for over 100 years, which is sufficient." Ji Lingyue's meaning was clear. She feared not death, for her brother's remaining time was limited. At that moment, the three turned their gazes toward Gu Ming, the most enigmatic among them, shrouded in secrets. Gu Ming smiled lightly and spoke in a leisurely manner. "As for me, I am simply an ordinary cultivator, lacking in talent, living long, and possessing a broader array of knowledge, yet fundamentally a solitary soul." The three stared in astonishment, incredulous at his response. "Wait, your answer. Are you deceiving us?" Gu Ming disregarded their gazes, his countenance serene as he continued. "The enmity of the stone tiger must be avenged in blood. I shall weave a formation here to transport you and your families away. Even those of the nascent soul realm shall not trace your whereabouts. Depart far from the Blood Yonder Prefecture." The three stood in stunned silence, until Song Qian spoke first. A cold smirk gracing his lips as he drove his demon-suppressing blade into the ground with a resounding thud. "Gu Ming, are you unafraid of death? Do you think I, Song Qian, fear it? I have long grown weary of life. I refuse to leave." Ji Lingyue remained as aloof as ever. "I have stated that my brother has little time left. I possess no attachments." Zhao Sandao hesitated for a moment, then cautiously spoke. "Well, please ensure the safety of my family. I shall remain behind." Chapter 52. The Tower of the Celestial Crane, Bloodshed. A hint of helplessness flickered across Gu Ming's face. If he could not perish, why should they accompany him to death? "I possess a means to survive. Should I take you with me, we would all meet our demise. Do you grasp my intention? Your presence would only hinder me. Do not become my burden." The three remained unmoved. fully aware that Gu Ming's words were merely a ploy to compel them to depart. They held no belief that Gu Ming could slay Hu Yin and then escape unscathed. Observing their steadfastness, Gu Ming felt a pang of frustration. While their loyalty warmed his heart, there was no necessity for them to accompany him to his end. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Ming raised his gaze to meet the unwavering eyes of the trio. Very well, I concede to your wishes. In triumph, we shall share glory. In loss, we shall share sorrow. However, let us not act with undue haste. Tomorrow, I will send for your families, and I shall establish a formation to facilitate their departure. Upon hearing this, the three softened their stances and nodded in agreement. Very well. At noon tomorrow, we shall meet without fail. After sending them off, Gu Ming began to prepare the teleportation array. He utilized the entire courtyard as the foundation, expending a considerable amount of spirit stones to set up a mid-grade, profound teleportation array. This array could transport one 100,000 miles away. Even a nascent soul expert would be unable to perceive or intercept it. After a night of tireless effort, Gu Ming finally completed the formation. Anyone stepping into the courtyard could teleport at their whim. This teleportation array differed from ordinary ones. It did not require standing in a specific position. That was beneath its caliber. At noon, Zhao Sandao and the others arrived at the courtyard with their families, having already made arrangements for their affairs. Thus no further words were needed. Ji Lingyue's brother was aged and frail, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, with little time left to live. Song Qian, on the other hand, was alone, with no one to concern himself with. Is the teleportation array ready? We can depart at any moment. Everything that needed to be said has been conveyed. Zhao Sandao's eyes were filled with determination, clearly resolved to face death. His family members bore sorrowful expressions. Yet at this moment, they did not selfishly obstruct Zhao Sandao from pursuing his desires. Gu Ming regarded the individuals entering the courtyard and approached Zhao Sandao and the others, placing a hand on each of their shoulders, akin to an elder surveying his descendants with satisfaction. The trio was taken aback, unable to comprehend Gu Ming's peculiar antics. Ji Lingyue raised an eyebrow, her voice icy. Gu Ming, should you dare to act recklessly, I will not let this matter rest. Gu Ming took a few steps back, standing on the steps with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at Ji Lingyue. Young lady, mind your manners. In terms of lineage, I am your forebear. A look of astonishment crossed Ji Lingyue's cold visage. Gu Ming's demeanor today was utterly incongruous with his usual self. You, what do you mean by that? When I roamed the world, you were likely still playing in the mud. Song Qian could not help but interject. Brother Gu, what exactly are you attempting to achieve? Alas, having suffered the loss of youth and handsomeness, it seems I have been taken advantage of. I shall be magnanimous and not hold a grudge. Song Qian. Zhao Sandao cleared his throat and stepped forward confidently, speaking with assuredness. Guardian, I have lived for over 4 centuries, and I am but a younger brother. Zhao Sandao was perplexed. Amidst the bewildered and furious gazes of the crowd, Gu Ming regained his calm demeanor. Chuckling softly as he spoke, no more jesting, let us depart. There is no need for you to accompany me to my demise. If fate permits, we shall meet again. As his words echoed, a radiant light erupted beneath the feet of the onlookers, the forces of space undulating and the laws of nature swirling. The three were taken aback. Shouting in alarm, Gu Ming, what do you intend to do? Stop this at once. We are still within the formation. Gu Ming, cease this immediately, or even in death. I shall not spare you. Gu Ming tossed a storage bag filled with spirit stones, elixirs, talismans, and erase stones into the formation, waving his hand nonchalantly as he declared, Farewell. In the next instant, a flash of brilliance enveloped them, and the figures of the crowd vanished, leaving Gu Ming alone in the courtyard. Stretching languidly, Gu Ming snapped his fingers to dismantle the formation, ensuring no one could trace the whereabouts of the others through it. As for Old Niu, he was merely a retired demon suppressor. The demon suppression division had no need to involve him. Having organized his belongings, Gu Ming ultimately sought out Old Niu, sharing one last drink with him. After inebriating him, he left behind 10,000 spirit stones and departed quietly. There were no farewells, no regrets. It was as if they were mere strangers meeting by chance, leaving no trace behind. With everything in order and no remaining attachments, Gu Ming shed his demon suppressor garb, donned his black robe, wore a wide-brimmed hat, and slung his wooden sword across his back, placing the coffin of the stone tiger into his storage bag as he made his way to the Tianhe Tower. At that moment, Wang Yun, Zhang Yuan, and their companions were reveling in fine wines and exquisite dishes within the tower, their spirit stones derived from the life of the stone tiger. Zhang Yuan laughed heartily. Ha! The stone tiger met its end justly. It has allowed us brothers to reap a windfall, thus its death bears value. Seated at the head of the table, Wang Yun smirked with a devilish charm. We owe our gratitude to young Master Hu. This incident should teach you a vital lesson. Choice outweighs effort. Aligning with the right master ensures our future is secure. The others hastily flattered him. What the captain says is absolutely correct. To the captain, to young Master Hu. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from the staircase. The group turned to see a figure in black robes, clutching a jar of wine, advancing step by step toward Wang Yun and his companions. They exchanged glances, sensing ill intent from the newcomer. The patrons in the tavern expressed curiosity, eager for the spectacle. For the Tianhe Tower belonged to the Hu family. Any trouble here would be met with dire consequences. The innkeeper, with keen perception, positioned himself before Gu Ming, sternly admonishing, "If you wish to dine, Tianhe Tower welcomes you. However, if you seek to cause trouble, you should inquire about." Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Ming's wooden sword appeared in his right hand, its cold gleam flashing, and the innkeeper fell lifeless to the ground. The crowd gasped in shock and scrambled to flee, desperate to escape the Tianhe Tower. However, no matter how they tried to leave, they found themselves inexplicably rooted in place, unable to exit the establishment. "Damn it! What is happening?" they exclaimed. "It is an array, a phantasmagoric formation. Your Excellency, this matter does not concern us. We beseech you to allow us to depart. We shall not interfere in your personal grievances." Gu Ming, feigning ignorance, halted before the solemn countenances of Wang Yun and his four companions. Wang Yun let out a cold snort, gradually rising to his feet as the aura of his nascent soul cultivation surged forth, causing the surrounding tables and chairs to tremble ominously. "Who are you to dare cause a disturbance in Weicheng, to lay hands on the demon suppression guards? Courting your own demise?" Gu Ming remained silent, uncorking a wine jar and pouring its contents towards the five men. "May this accompany you on your journey. Seeking death." Zhang Yuan erupted with the full cultivation of Foundation establishment, drawing the demon suppression blade to cleave towards Gu Ming. The blade's aura swept away the bamboo hat, revealing Gu Ming's true visage. "It is you, this useless wretch, daring to seek vengeance for sure Hu? You overestimate your capabilities." As the attack approached, Gu Ming wielded a wooden sword, exuding an aura of sword intent without any ostentatious techniques, striking forth with his blade. Crack! The demon suppression blade shattered, and the sword's energy pierced through Zhang Yuan's body, striking with such swiftness that the long sword flashed past his neck. Bang! Zhang Yuan's form disintegrated into a gruesome mass of flesh, falling to the ground. Chapter 53. Whether demon or monster, I only desire your death. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yun and the others were taken aback, filled with disbelief. Who could have imagined that Gu Ming, merely a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, the weakest among the demon suppression guards, could annihilate a peak Foundation establishment master in an instant, shattering their understanding? Regaining his composure, Wang Yun let out a cold smile. Very well, very well. So, you have been concealing your true strength all along. However, no matter how formidable you may be at the late Foundation establishment stage, how could you possibly contend with me, a Golden Core cultivator? The distinction between Foundation and Golden Core is an insurmountable chasm. And what of Array Masters? They are but practitioners of esoteric arts. True power is the only reality. Let us join forces to eliminate him. As his words fell, two peak Foundation establishment cultivators and a newly advanced Golden Core demon suppression guard charged forward. Wang Yun remained motionless, his caution unwavering. Even when facing Gu Ming, he did not let his guard down, coiling like a venomous serpent poised to strike. Faced with the three assailants, Gu Ming did not squander time. He chanted softly, "Heavenly Abyss Death Technique, First layer, activate. Utilizing only the first layer, though it would consume a significant portion of his lifespan and leave his body in peril, it would not lead to his demise. In an instant, Gu Ming's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, a sliver of the heavenly abyss gate opening, allowing tendrils of scarlet power to merge with him, infusing his foundation with a savage and ominous energy. As the trio unleashed their lethal strikes, a scarlet barrier coalesced around him, deflecting their deadly assault. With each blink, a scarlet golden core formed in his dantian, his aura ascending into the early golden core stage. Upon sensing Gu Ming's rise in power, the three experienced a drastic change in countenance. As they attempted to retreat, the scarlet barrier morphed into blood-red tendrils, ensnaring their bodies as they wielded the demon suppression blade. Blood debts must be repaid. With a swift motion, Gu Ming's figure flickered like a specter, his hands conjuring a crimson tempest, shattering the bodies of the Two Peak Foundation establishment guards, blood and flesh scattering. With a slight movement of his right hand, a wooden sword transformed into a blood-red blade, slicing through the air and leaving a trail of crimson. The last remaining early golden core guard was struck with disbelief as his head fell to the ground. Gu Ming stepped forward, crushing the fallen head beneath his foot, his expression eerily calm as he advanced towards Wang Yun, treading upon the remnants of flesh and blood. "You are a demon. How dare you? You are a demon cultivator. Kill me, and you shall not survive either." Wang Yun trembled with fear, his body quaking in trepidation. Summoning all his strength, he unleashed a blade imbued with the essence of a flaming serpent, striking towards Gu Ming. In a flash, Gu Ming appeared before him, their faces mere inches apart. "Whether demon or monster, I care not. I only desire your death." With a swift descent of his sword, blood flew as Gu Ming's crimson fist pierced Wang Yun's abdomen, rendering him utterly powerless to resist. A golden core cultivator is indeed formidable, yet under the influence of the illusion array and the heavenly abyss death technique, he was but an easy target. Gu Ming effortlessly lifted the barely breathing Wang Yun, indifferent to the excruciating pain gnawing at his bones and heart. Wang Yun, consumed by terror, succumbed to his primal instinct for survival, pleading desperately, "The matter of Shi who has nothing to do with me. It was Hu Yin who commanded me to find a scapegoat among the three of you. I merely encountered Shi Hu by chance. He was simply unfortunate. But all of this was Hu Yan's intent. I am but a mere copper order demon suppression guard. How could I dare defy his wishes? The stone tiger does not perish. If anyone dies, it shall be I. I am but a mere figure, devoid of the privilege to choose. Justice has its rightful claim, and the one who deserves vengeance is not Hu Yan." Gu Ming slowly released his bloodied hand, seated himself upon the table, cast the body onto the ground, and stood over it, a ghastly aura radiating from him, resembling a malevolent spirit from the depths of the abyss, as he gazed intently at Wang Yun. "Summon Hu Yin to the Tiana Tower. I can offer you a chance at life," he declared. Wang Yun, on the brink of collapse, managed to rasp a reply. "In the midst of such chaos, how could I dare risk my life by appearing at Tiana Tower?" Gu Ming reassured him, "Do not worry. The entire Tiana Tower is shrouded in a formation that conceals its interior from the outside. You need only ensure his presence there. The rest is not your concern. I am not one to indiscriminately take lives. Now that you know the truth, why would I continue to trouble you?" A faint, convincing smile graced Gu Ming's lips. "Look at them. Are they not thriving? Let them witness a grand spectacle. I, in truth, possess a kind heart." The crowd trembled at his words, momentarily speechless. "But your demeanor hardly exudes kindness. How are you any different from a deity of death?" Moreover, the assembly unearthed a terrifying realization. The rampant killings attributed to the malevolent practitioners in Weicheng seemed to be connected to Hu Yan. Knowing the truth, would these ordinary cultivators not be silenced? At that moment, they found themselves wishing fervently that Gu Ming would indeed eliminate Hu Yan. Otherwise, their own lives would be forfeit. Thus, an incongruous scene unfolded. A middle-aged cultivator, suppressing his fear, cautiously spoke. "Esteemed friend, the saying goes that one should not lose a friend to save oneself. What use is it for you to act as a pawn? Better to align with this esteemed individual and lure Hu Yan out. If he perishes, you may yet survive. If he lives, your demise is inevitable." Others soon echoed his sentiments. Indeed, this esteemed individual, while perhaps not overly affable, is at least reasonable. We are innocent. He has not harmed us in the slightest. Such rationality is rare. I can tell at a glance that this esteemed individual is virtuous, even in the dark arts. There may be hidden depths. For the sake of his brother, he dares to stain the Tiana Tower with blood and challenge the powerful. How could such a paragon be untrustworthy? Friend, should you continue to evade responsibility, you would be in the wrong. Though this esteemed individual has stripped you of your power and slain your subordinates, you remain alive. And while life endures, hope persists. Perhaps in the future, fortune may smile upon you, allowing you to restore your abilities and seek retribution. Bang! Enough. Shut your mouth. If you cannot persuade, do not speak. The one who had spoken was soon met with a flurry of blows. If you seek death, do not drag us along. Wang Yun hesitated, casting a glance at Gu Ming. Swear by the heavenly laws to spare my life. Otherwise, I cannot trust you. With a calm smile, Gu Ming extended his finger and spoke deliberately. I, Gu Ming, swear by the heavenly laws. Should Wang Yun lead Hu Yan to Tiana Tower, I shall not harm his life. Should I break this oath, may my soul be buried in the abyss, my body cast into hell, reborn nevermore, forever unable to rise. The crowd gasped, astonished. Is such a vow truly necessary? He has effectively severed his own fate. The oaths of heaven must not be uttered lightly, for they are bound to come to fruition. Otherwise, Wang Yun would not place his faith in them. You should hastily acquiesce, for the sincerity of this companion has even moved me. Such genuine souls are indeed rare in this world. Young man, if you do not comply soon, I shall be forced to take action against you. Do not waste everyone's time. Wang Yun, inwardly seething with fury, thought, you mere onlookers, do not add to the spectacle. You are but insignificant players in this drama. I shall comply. Wang Yun finally relented, for he did not believe that the decree would trade his life for another's. If that were truly the case, he would have gained substantially. Chapter 54. Beasts remain beasts. Unable to comprehend human speech, Wang Yun retrieved the communication talisman, conveying that Zhao San and his companions had threatened him, demanding he report Hu Yan unless he paid a sum for silence, urging him to hasten to Tianhe Tower to intimidate them. In the Demon Suppression Division, Hu Yan, having just devoured the heart of a maid, licked his lips and discarded the corpse aside, reveling in the thrill of the moment. After a brief pause, he curled his lip in disdain and muttered to himself, trash. How distasteful. The heart of a mere mortal is devoid of flavor. The readily obtainable essence of a heart holds no intrigue. Yet the hearts of the demon suppression guards are the most delectable. Alas, that old man never allows me to touch them. Reflecting on the stone tiger heart sent by Wang Yun and his companions, Hu Yan savored the memory, as the twisted and perverse heart within him stirred with anticipation. Visions of Gu Ming and Ji Lingyue flashing through his mind. Suddenly, the communication talisman flickered, delivering Wang Yun's somewhat flustered voice. Hu Yan's eyes gleamed with interest, a smile slowly contorting on his face. Ah, Zhao San, how delightful. I underestimated you. I did not anticipate your audacity to threaten me. I shall make you willingly offer your heart for my pleasure and the heart of that icy beauty to relish her form, allowing her to experience the exquisite agony of having her heart consumed by me. It will surely be most entertaining, ecstasy intertwined with despair. Eagerly, Hu Yan departed his quarters, hastening towards Tiana Tower. Suddenly, a figure from the demon suppression guards obstructed his path. The newcomer was a follower of Hu Yan's father, a distinguished member of the first-tier demon suppression guards, a consummate cultivator at the perfected golden core stage. One step away from breaking through to the nascent soul realm, he would ascend to the silver tier, standing shoulder to shoulder with Chu Zhiliu and Ping Qi. Young master, halt. I can procure whatever you need, but in recent days, the master has forbidden you from leaving the demon suppression division without permission. Hu Yan's gaze was filled with disdain, regarding Li Yu as one would a mere dog. Captain Li, what I choose to do is none of your concern. Remember your place. You are merely a hound of my father. Even if you reach the nascent soul realm, you will still be a dog of the Hu family. Li Yu's expression remained unchanged. He was already accustomed to Hu Yan's madness and arrogance. This is your father's command. If you insist on leaving, it will be a breach. Upon hearing this, Hu Yan's brow furrowed, and he recounted the threat posed by Zhao San and his cohorts. These individuals are a danger. As long as they live, the authority of the demon suppression guards will be undermined. Captain Li, what do you suggest we do? Li Yu pondered for a moment, a quiet sigh escaping him. He was unwilling to assist in wrongdoing, yet he found himself bereft of alternatives. I will accompany the young master to resolve this threat. Hu Yan smirked, patting Li Yu's shoulder, his satisfaction evident. Good boy, let us proceed. Li Yu felt a profound humiliation wash over him, but took a deep breath to steady himself. Following Hu Yan, soon, the two arrived at the entrance of Tiana Tower. With just a glance, Li Yu sensed the aura of an array and cautioned Hu Yan. Young master, Tiana Tower is enveloped by an array. Be cautious, do not be careless. With you here, what is there to fear? Besides, I possess the life talisman bestowed by my father. If I crush it, he can arrive in an instant. In Weicheng, who can harm me? Who dares to lay a finger on me? Li Yu furrowed his brows slightly. Although Hu Yan's words held some truth, an inexplicable instinct warned him that the Tiana Tower was fraught with peril. Let us go. The longer one lives, the more timid one becomes. No wonder you have been unable to break through to the nascent soul realm. Hu Yan mocked as he stepped into the tower first. Perhaps, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the fear of death. Li Yu was momentarily taken aback, murmuring quietly, before following suit. The instant he entered Tiana Tower, the formation sealed once more. The grand door loomed behind him, yet no matter how hardly you tried, he could not depart from the tower. At that moment, his expression turned increasingly grave, internally cursing Hu Yan for his foolishness. Young master, be cautious. Something is amiss here. This illusory formation is not of ordinary caliber, but a profound great array. I cannot break it. Just then, a thick scent of blood enveloped them. Hu Yan's eyes gleamed with fervor, revealing a gluttonous desire. What a delectable aroma. What is there to fear? I possess my father's life talisman. With those words, Hu Yan ascended the staircase. Li Yu's countenance grew ever more serious as he slowly drew his demon-subduing blade, trailing closely behind. Upon reaching the third floor, what met their eyes was a grisly scene of crimson remnants and a figure in black robes casually twirling a blood-red wooden sword atop a table. Ah, you've arrived. And you've brought friends, Gu Ming remarked with a faint smile, his foot resting atop Wang Yun's head, his voice laced with mockery. Hu Yan's cold gaze narrowed at the sight of Wang Yun's tragic state, yet he remained unfazed. Observing the mangled corpses on the ground, he lamented, "What a pity! Such a waste of heavenly resources. You shall not be forgiven. Wang Yun, you insignificant insect, resorting to deception to save your life. How bold of you." Hu Yan deduced the truth, but remained unconcerned. The more perilous the situation, the more exhilarated he became. Meanwhile, Li Yu regained his composure, remaining vigilant against Gu Ming. Prepare to strike him down should he make any sudden moves. I remember you, a guardian of the demon-subduing army under Zhao Sandao. What was your name? Gu Ming? Are you pretending to be a pig to catch a tiger? Quite intriguing. Where is Zhao Sandao? Tell him to come out. Does he fear me? Hiding away like a coward? Gu Ming raised an eyebrow, noting Hu Yan's impressive facade. He then rose, his foot descending with increasing force, nearly crushing Wang Yun's head. In a panic, Wang Yun exclaimed, "You promised not to kill me." Did I? I seem to have forgotten. My memory is quite poor. With a swift motion, Gu Ming crushed Wang Yun's skull, instantly extracting the still-beating heart with his sword, suspending it in the air while casting a glance at Hu Yan, whose expression darkened. "Here, I offer you this flesh. Bow down and make a few sounds, and this heart shall be yours." Hu Yan's demeanor soured immediately, seething with rage, wishing to dismember Gu Ming into countless pieces. Throughout his life in Weicheng, who had dared to humiliate him so? Ha ha, splendid. You display considerable courage. Though I cannot fathom the source of your audacity, as a reward, I shall annihilate your entire family, your brothers, and their kin shall perish as well. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. With a slight movement of his wooden sword, he shattered Wang Yun's heart, transforming it into a mist of blood. Beasts are merely beasts, incapable of comprehending human speech. Since you refuse to listen, your reward is forfeit. Hu Yan, consumed by fury, gritted his teeth, articulating each word with venomous intensity. Liu sees him. I shall subject him to the most excruciating torment, imprisoning his very soul until he perishes slowly. Upon hearing this, Liu flickered and instantly appeared before Hu Yan, wielding the demon-suppressing blade, his gaze calm as he addressed Guming. You ought not to meet your demise. Alas, you have wronged those who should not be offended. This formation was crafted by you, was it not? It is said that within the demon-suppressing guard, there exists an individual of modest cultivation, yet adept in the arts of formations and alchemy. Indeed, that must be you. What a pity. I do not desire your death, yet I find myself compelled. Guming promptly activated the second layer of the celestial death burial technique, his aura surging to the pinnacle of the golden core realm, accompanied by a derisive tone. How pretentious, even as a harlot. You wish to maintain an effete of virtue. Those who, though claiming purity, align themselves with tyranny, are far more deserving of death. Chapter 55, The Justice I Seek. I shall claim for myself the wooden sword transformed into a blood-red flame sword, striking directly at Liu. Caught by surprise, Liu could scarcely fathom that Guming would suddenly unleash his full cultivation of the golden core perfection, nor could he anticipate Guming's abrupt assault. With a resounding clang, Liu's body was thrown backward violently. Yet, no matter how far he retreated, he could not escape the confines of the Tianhe Tower. Regaining his footing, Guming enveloped himself in a torrent of blood-red sword intent and advanced once more. The sword moved in tandem with him, its intent morphing into a celestial dragon. With a single strike, Liu coughed up blood, his complexion pale as he half-kneeled on the ground. Young master, shatter the life talisman. This individual is too formidable, I am not. Liu's voice faltered as he gazed ahead in horror. Witnessing Guming's sword glide past Hu Yan's side, the hand that gripped the life talisman fell to the ground, revealing the talisman he had yet to crush. Guming's wooden sword slowly descended to Hu Yan's brow, and observing the terror etched upon his face, he chuckled softly. I had thought you were truly unafraid of death. It appears you are nothing more than this. Hu Yan's expression darkened, his teeth clenched as he enunciated each word with venom. If you kill me, not only will you perish, but Zhao Sandao, Jiling Yue, and Song Qian will meet the same fate. All who are connected to you shall die. Do you dare to kill me? Hu Yan's frenzied gaze fixated on Guming as he wagered on the notion that Guming would not sacrifice so many lives for his own. Liu coughed, propping himself up with his sword and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Guming, release Hu Yan. I assure you that you and Zhao Sandao will be safe. Furthermore, I represent Lord Hu Yuan and offer a compensation of 10 million spirit stones to Shihu. Such a sum is ample for your carefree enjoyment. Unmoved, Guming's left hand twitched, and a series of talismans appeared, affixing themselves to Hu Yan's body. This is the soul-devouring talisman. Should you dare to make a move, with but a thought, I can ensure your soul is scattered, never to reincarnate. As his words echoed, he dispersed the illusion array amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers. The true spectacle has only just begun. I shall not allow my brother to die unjustly. I will restore his name. With Hu Yan in his grasp, Guming's figure flickered and appeared atop the Tianhe Tower. Radiating a faint malevolent aura and sanguine light, he instantly drew the attention of the masses, who paused to observe the unfolding drama. What is that? A demon cultivator? How audacious to commit evil in Weicheng. This is a provocation to the Demon Suppression Division. Indeed, it has been many years since such an intriguing event has transpired. The crowd murmured in excitement. Amidst the discussions, Liu hastily shattered Hu Yan's life talisman, alerting Hu Yuan. He flashed to the rooftop across from them, his gaze fixed intently on Guming, his heart increasingly unsettled, fully aware that the heavens of Weicheng were about to shatter. Before long, figures of the Demon Suppression guards swiftly approached from all directions, landing upon the rooftops and encircling the Tianhe Tower. Guming remained unfazed by the murmurs and skepticism of the crowd, his hands resting on his sword, allowing the cold wind to whip through his long hair and dark garments. Hu Yan, I shall reveal a secret to you. They have long since departed Weicheng in secret. Hu Yan's expression shifted dramatically. This time he was genuinely afraid, gripped by the terror of death. The only leverage that could threaten Guming has vanished, leaving him unable to maintain his composure. With a quivering voice, he implored, "Gu Ming, I bear you no grudge, no enmity. That Shihu was merely an ordinary cultivator. Is it truly worth exchanging your life for a semblance of justice? Spare me, and I can ensure your smooth ascent to the Golden Core realm, or even a nascent soul realm. Whatever you desire, I can provide." Gu Ming scoffed disdainfully and shook his head. "Ordinary cultivators, in your eyes, their lives are so cheap, yet to me, his life is worth 1,000 times more than yours." In a fit of rage, Hu Yan's voice twisted into a deranged shriek. "Huh, a mere ant. What right does he have to compare with me? In Weicheng, if I so wish, I can take the life of anyone I please. Gu Ming, do not overreach." With a flicker of thought, Gu Ming activated a soul-devouring talisman, which detonated, tearing a rift in Hu Yan's very soul. The agony of a shattered soul is far worse than the loss of a limb. In an instant, Hu Yan emitted a wretched howl, collapsing onto the eaves, curled up and trembling, utterly debased. "Gu Ming, I too am a pitiful soul. In my youth, Gu Ming placed a foot on his head, his expression inscrutable as he admonished, "Silence. I have no interest in your past. Are you implying that those deserving of hatred must possess something pitiable? What concern is that of mine? In my eyes, you are condemned, and thus you must perish. The justice I seek, I shall reclaim with my own hands, irrespective of any other matter." At that moment, the demon suppression guards of Weicheng arrived. Among them formidable Golden Core experts. However, none dared to act without clear authority, paralyzed by the unfolding scene. When Zhu Kuei arrived and witnessed the spectacle, he could not help but surmise the underlying circumstances. Could it be that the true culprit is indeed him? Have I misjudged Shihu? The four individuals behind him remained silent, aware that they were in no position to intervene. Just then, ominous thunder rolled through the void, enveloping the area in thick fog, as a terrifying celestial might swept across. A figure clad in a silver robe appeared, resembling a middle-aged man with features somewhat akin to Hu Yan. Suspended in midair, he radiated an overwhelming nascent soul aura, distorting the very fabric of the void. Following closely behind him was Chu Zhiliu. Witnessing this scene, he felt a sense of inevitability, realizing that today, as events would likely not conclude amicably. Prior to this, he had already visited the residence of Zhao, Sandao, and the others, only to find it abandoned. "Brother Hu, allow me to handle this. Do not act impulsively." Hu Yuan reined in his aura, nodding slightly, curious to see Gu Ming's next move. Chu Zhiliu stepped forward, his gaze calm as he addressed Gu Ming in a covert transmission. "Gu Ming, must it come to this? Release Hu Yan, and I can ensure your safety." Gu Ming stood tall, regarding Chu Zhiliu with an air of indifference. What is it that cannot be spoken openly? Why resort to secretive communication? Are you afraid that the world will learn of the Demon Suppression Division's unseemly dealings? Chu Zhiliu's expression shifted slightly, pausing for a moment before he spoke. "The death of Shihu may be a misunderstanding, but the truth of this matter requires investigation. Accompany me back to the Demon Suppression Division, and I swear on my life that you shall remain unharmed." Gu Ming let out a derisive laugh, tinged with faint mockery. Lowering his gaze upon the feeble and soiled figure of the young master Hu, "I implore you to reveal the truth to the world." Hu Yan, with his eyes tightly shut and his body trembling, remains resolutely silent. He understands that to utter the truth would undoubtedly seal his fate. Calm and unhurried, Gu Ming softly interjects, "Choose silence? I possess myriad means to compel your confession. The soul-devouring talisman may very well end your life. But why not sample my ant's agony elixir? True to its name, consuming it will subject your body to the torment of 1,000 ants gnawing at your flesh. Should you endure the ant's agony elixir, I have in store the bone erosion pill, the heart incineration pill, the skin peeling pill, the Lingqi pill, the flesh and bone separation pill, an abundance of torturous delights." Upon hearing these words, not only does Hu Yin tremble in terror, but the surrounding onlookers are equally struck with dread. They suddenly perceive that this usually unassuming and affable young man may indeed be the embodiment of true malevolence. Chapter 56. Regardless of right or wrong, merits and demerits will be judged in time. Gu Ming offered no time for Hu Yin to respond to his nonsensical remarks, compelling him to ingest the 10,000 ants pill. In an instant, crimson blood seeped from his skin, every inch of flesh and hair trembling, as he emitted a wretched wail akin to that of a malevolent spirit. This concoction was a product of his own invention, a creation he had devised during his idle hours, with a sense of ownership over it. After living for centuries, he had squandered much of his time on such eccentricities. Observing Hu Yuan's distress, Gu Ming smiled faintly and issued a reminder. This is the soul-devouring talisman. Feel free to attempt to kill me in an instant, though I doubt you possess the capability. With unwavering confidence, Gu Ming spoke as ripples emanated from his body. In a single thought, array stones scattered in every direction, transforming into a formidable defensive formation. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Goodness! To conjure a formation with but a thought, far superior to any formation master I have encountered. This individual was alarmingly adept, having surpassed his own cultivation in both alchemy and formations. Such a talent, undetected by the Demon Suppression Division, was a lamentable oversight, but alas, it was too late now. In the hearts of the onlookers, regardless of the outcome today, Gu Ming was undeniably doomed. Hu Yuan's expression was frigid, yet he gradually reigned in his aura, reluctant to make a move. Chu Ji Lu sighed in resignation, aware that today's events could not conclude amicably unless the individual from Weicheng intervened. However, he had remained in seclusion for a century, absent from the world. Gu Ming, you must understand the consequences should Hu Yan reveal the truth. It would shatter the world's trust in the Demon Suppression Division. Hu Yan is at fault, yet the division is innocent. For all these years, the division has sacrificed for the greater good. Have you ever acknowledged this? Would you destroy the hard-earned reputation of the entire division for the sake of one individual? Upon hearing Chu Ji Lu's transmission, Gu Ming smiled indifferently. Even as his body and soul endured the backlash from the Tianyu Burial Command, he remained unfazed. Right or wrong, I care not. I merely wish to live freely and without regret. Hu Yan, since you choose to persist, then let it be. Hearing Gu Ming's voice, which resonated like echoes from the abyss, Hu Yan hesitantly murmured, I plead with you in my life. I was the one who orchestrated the murder of Shi Hu by Wang Yun and his associates, framing him in the process. Zhu Sini's death was at my hands, and all the soul-devouring incidents that transpired in Weicheng were my doing. As his words fell, a chilling silence enveloped the realm, and disbelief spread among the crowd as they turned to Hu Yan, struggling to reconcile that the amiable young man, the offspring of a silver-ranked demon suppression guardian, was indeed the mastermind behind such malevolent acts. In that moment, a cacophony of discussions erupted, with many guardians exchanging incredulous glances, their demon suppression blades dropping as they ceased to direct them at Gu Ming. To become a guardian was not only a privilege of noble birth, but also a pursuit of justice and righteousness. Most guardians within the division harbored hopes for peace, yet they were merely ordinary guardians, lacking powerful connections or backing, risking their lives to uphold tranquility in this vast realm. But it was insufficient. Subsequently, Hu Yan recounted how he had threatened Zhao Sandao, unraveling his twisted and perverse psyche with a gaze filled with hatred directed at Hu Yuan. It is entirely your fault, driven by a misguided sense of justice. You have offended the dark forces and countless malevolent cultivators. They took my mother, imprisoned and tormented me, shattering my spirit, my cultivation, and everything I held dear. You shall never comprehend the depths of suffering that life can inflict, merely for the sake of your so-called justice. You disregarded the lives of both my mother and me. Can you truly justify your actions before the world, or before my mother and me? Hu Yuan, even in death, buried beneath the 9 underworlds, I shall never forgive you. You have destroyed me, and the lives that perish by my hand will haunt you as well. You have ruined me, and I shall ruin your most cherished reputation in return. What? Are you angered? Then why did you choose to shield me when I first took a life? How hypocritical. Hearing Hu Yan's deranged laughter, the crowd fell into a heavy silence, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. Chu Ji Lu sighed deeply. Were it not for the convoluted circumstances, could he truly remain indifferent to right and wrong? Gu Ming's pupils narrowed as he looked incredulously at the middle-aged man whose face bore the intent to kill. After a long pause, Hu Yuan exhaled softly. Pushing aside Chu Ji Lu, his gaze disturbingly calm as it fell upon Gu Ming. It is time to bring this to an end. All of this is my fault. Gu Ming, kill him, and I shall take my own life to atone for my sins against the world. Upon hearing these words, Chu Ji Lu's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried to intervene. Brother Hu, you mustn't. My mind is made up. There is no need for further persuasion. I, Hu Yuan, have lived a life of integrity. I cannot bear the peculiar gazes of the world. To me, death is the finest refuge. The numerous demon suppression guards all changed color, for while Hu Yan's character had fallen, Hu Yuan had once been an idol to countless admirers. Every deed he performed resonated deeply within the hearts of many. Years ago, when demonic cultivators threatened him with the lives of his wife and child to hand over the suppressed demon, Hu Yuan remained unmoved, publicly executing the demon cultivator, annihilating both body and soul. He had once ventured alone into a den of demons to rescue countless innocent lives. In the face of a monstrous tide, he had led the charge. Each of these actions attested to the righteousness within his heart. Perhaps out of guilt for Hu Yan, he ultimately embarked on an irretrievable path, committing a grave error. Gu Ming remained silent for a long moment before slowly raising his wooden sword, plunging it down with a soft thud, ending Hu Yan's life. At that moment, as blood stained the eaves, the crowd felt a jolt of disbelief wash over them. A flicker of imperceptible sorrow and guilt crossed Hu Yuan's eyes, before he suddenly threw back his head and laughed maniacally, his mid-stage nascent soul cultivation breaking through its shackles, ascending to the late stage. He had already reached the late stage of the nascent soul, but because of Hu Yan, he had been unable to reveal his true power. Yet today, he would face his final battle, avenging his son by killing Gu Ming, and then taking his own life to atone for his sins against the world. Ha! A fitting end. Hu Yan deserved a myriad of deaths. Is there no way in this world to achieve both familial and worldly harmony? Gu Ming, I cannot kill you in reason, yet in sentiment, I cannot spare you. Fear not, for on the path to the underworld, I, Hu Yuan, shall accompany you. With those words, Hu Yuan raised his hand, summoning a silver demon suppression guard that tore through the air, crackling with relentless thunder and exuding a force of devastation. With each step he took, the void trembled, fissures appearing in its wake, as the heavens roared in response. At this moment, even the formidable Chu Zhiliu dared only to observe, refraining from intervening. Gu Ming slowly raised the wooden sword in his hand, the defensive formation dissipating. As the heavenly abyss burial command flowed steadily within him, preparing to invoke the third layer, ready to perish alongside Hu Yuan. Right or wrong, the merits and demerits shall be judged by others. This consequence I shall bear. Come forth. Just as the great battle was on the verge of eruption, a sigh suddenly resonated throughout the vast city of Weicheng. The two, originally brimming with martial fervor, abruptly halted, rendered motionless. Gu Ming furrowed his brow, murmuring within. Has arrived? Very well. Killing Hu Yan would avenge Shi Hu. Thus, to die here would be without regret. Gu Ming bore no malice towards Hu Yuan. Though he was indirectly responsible for Shi Hu's demise, he was, after all, a pitiable soul. For him, life was a torment far more agonizing than death. Chapter 57. If in the future you possess strength, decide life and death, an overwhelming celestial power surged forth, enveloping the area. All present expressed their reverence, especially the demon suppression guards, who bowed in respect. Chu Zhiliu's expression revealed a hint of joy, and he too maintained a posture of deference. Only Hu Yuan and Gu Ming exchanged cold glances, showing little reaction. The void shattered, and a figure clad in white with long hair, remarkably youthful, stepped forth, treading upon the air. With each step, frost and snowflakes manifested in the void, a chilling aura sweeping across the land, reminiscent of winter's arrival. Bai Li Qinghan slowly raised his gaze, and the presence of the two men strangely dissipated. He regarded Gu Ming with a deep and astonished look, intrigued by Gu Ming's cultivation method. Halting his steps, Bai Li Qinghan's eyes flickered slightly, and the two regained their mobility. You have employed a forbidden technique. Though I am unaware of its repercussions, the price must be exorbitant. If you do not recover promptly, you will inevitably perish. Gu Ming was momentarily taken aback, puzzled that this person seemed, unwilling to kill him. Having already resolved to accept his fate, Gu Ming was surprised by this sudden change. After a brief pause, he sat cross-legged, inserting his wooden sword beside him. With a wave of his hand, a formation materialized, coalescing into a green spiritual light. A healing formation he had specifically crafted to counteract the repercussions of the Tian Yu Zongming Ju. As long as he refrained from utilizing the third layer of the technique, he was confident in his ability to heal. After all, the Tian Yu Zongming Ju targeted one's lifespan. His life was boundless, and he merely needed to address the latent dangers left by the power of Tian Yu. With a subtle thought, hundreds of pills floated around him, exploding into pill mist that enveloped his form, gradually merging with his body to swiftly rectify the inherent risks brought forth by the technique. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left in astonishment. Wow, the alchemical formations can be utilized in such a manner? Who said it was a side path? This is immensely useful. I too wish to practice it. Dream on. The art of alchemy and formation is far more challenging than cultivation. Those who reach Gu Ming's level are undoubtedly prodigies. Perhaps this individual lacks talent in cultivation, hence his pursuit of alchemical formations. Yet, one cannot deny it is quite impressive. In that moment, even Bai Li Qinghan felt a wave of astonishment, impressed by Gu Ming's mastery of alchemy and formations. This young man truly is a rare talent. Turning to Hu Yuan, Bai Li Qinghan sighed softly. Hu Yuan, whom he had nurtured himself, had been observed growing. How could he not understand his nature? Unfortunately, that catastrophe ultimately led to his downfall. Hu Yuan, do you acknowledge your crimes? Hu Yuan bowed, his voice calm. My lord, I acknowledge my transgressions. Since I cannot kill him, I beseech you to allow me to atone with my life. Bai Li Qinghan's anger flared, his icy gaze fixated on Hu Yuan, exuding an overwhelming pressure. You seek death? What of your former justice, your original intent? Tell me, what is the answer? His voice echoed in Hu Yuan's mind like thunder, leaving him momentarily dazed, as though awakening from stupor. Lowering his body further, he dared not meet Bai Li Qinghan's gaze. I am unworthy of your cultivation. Yet, I am too ashamed to continue living. With a soft sigh, Bai Li Qinghan felt a profound headache. Hu Yuan, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, was a challenging individual to nurture. Moreover, his original intentions remained intact, yet they had been clouded by Hu Yan's deceptive words. In both sentiment and reason, Bai Li Qinghan believed he should not die, at least not in this place. If one fears not death, what is there to fear in life? You are to be penalized with a fine of 10,000 spirit stones and demoted to a third-grade copper order in the Demon Suppression Guard. Furthermore, you must continue living for the Demon Suppression Department, living for the common people of the world. The sins committed by Hu Yan require your atonement, and until then, you cannot perish. Hu Yuan remained silent for a long while, letting out a complex sigh. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and spoke, I shall obey. Rising, he looked expressionlessly at Gu Ming. The death of Shi, who is inextricably linked to me. I bear the burden of Hu Yan's crimes. You may slay Hu Yan, for he deserves it. Yet as a father, how could I turn a blind eye? This grudge shall be remembered. If one day in the future you possess sufficient strength, we shall settle this in a life-or-death battle. What say you? I fear not death, but this frail body of mine still holds value. Gu Ming collected himself, slowly rising and drawing forth a wooden sword, locking eyes with Hu Yuan. Very well, you may seek me at any time to avenge your child. I, Gu Ming, shall await your call. Since death was not an immediate necessity, Gu Ming certainly would not seek it himself. After all, the Demon Suppression Department seemed quite different indeed. Both Bai Li Qinghan and Hu Yuan bore their own stories, neither deserving of demise. He was curious to see whether the Demon Suppression Department was merely superficial or truly lived up to its reputation. Hu Yuan cast a deep glance at Gu Ming, his figure flickering as he stored away Hu Yan's corpse and vanished from sight. Moreover, with Bai Li Qinghan present, should he wish to kill, he would need the requisite strength. Bai Li Qinghan surveyed the surroundings, his authoritative voice resonating. Is there nothing to do? As his words fell, the crowd instantly dispersed, none daring to linger. Chu Zhiliu bowed respectfully. My lord, I take my leave. Bai Li Qinghan replied with a faint acknowledgement, turning his gaze to Gu Ming. The two locked eyes, neither willing to avert their gaze. Bai Li Qinghan found himself taken aback, unable to suppress a quiet critique. This young fellow's demeanor bore a resemblance to my own in my youth. Shall we converse? Indeed, upon Gu Ming's words, the world spun and then settled, revealing a quaint courtyard. The courtyard was simple, featuring a pavilion, a stone table, a phoenix tree, and a thatched cottage. No one would suspect that the powerful ruler of Weicheng, a first-grade Silver Order demon suppression guard and a nascent stage cultivator, resided in such a place. Please, have a seat. No need for formality. Before he could finish, he was astonished to find Gu Ming had already seated himself, casually pouring tea, entirely unconcerned with his surroundings. Bai Li Qinghan paused, a light laugh escaping him as he settled across from Gu Ming, his curiosity piqued. You seem unafraid of my presence? Why should I fear you? Gu Ming's retort left Bai Li Qinghan momentarily stunned. Indeed, why should he fear himself? If he was unafraid of death, what else could instill fear? Upon closer inspection, Bai Li Qinghan noted that the young man before him exuded an air of mystery. Every action appeared spontaneous and natural, devoid of any pretense. Wholly in harmony with the principles of the Tao. In such a state of mind, even Bai Li Qinghan could not help but feel a pang of emotion. He was indeed a natural prodigy in cultivation, yet his accomplishments in practice left much to be desired. Bai Li Qinghan did not perceive Gu Ming's innate talent as lacking. Rather, he believed that Gu Ming had squandered an excessive amount of effort on alchemy and array formations, resulting in his insufficient prowess. Do you believe my actions are unjust? Gu Ming raised his gaze towards Bai Li Qinghan and shook his head. There exists no absolute right or wrong, nor any true sense of fairness. All is relative. From the perspective of the Tai Su Empire, Hu Yuan's transgressions pale in comparison to his merits and can be disregarded entirely. If I were to compel you to take his life, you would refuse, and what authority do I possess to force you to slay a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? I am self-aware. Bai Li Qinghan fell silent, contemplating how your insights rendered me a transformation stage cultivator akin to an NPC. Gu Ming, undeterred by Bai Li Qinghan's silence, continued, even in the eyes of the demon suppression guard, as well as ordinary cultivators and mortals alike, Hu Yuan's death would be deemed unwarranted and forgivable. Yet to me, he has never bestowed any favor. Instead, my brother lost his life due to Hu Yuan's indulgence of his son. Therefore, should an opportunity arise, I would still seek to end his life. There is no need for you to inquire about my thoughts. I bear no ill will towards you. In my current state, I am unworthy of standing on a fair ground. Your willingness to protect me is already a testament to your kindness and conscience. Bai Li Qinghan was rendered utterly speechless, momentarily a loss for words in his conversation with Gu Ming. Chapter 58. The legendary figures suddenly. Gu Ming smiled faintly and spoke slowly. Hu Yuan is a respectable opponent. I actually look forward to the day when I can personally slay him, or perhaps he will be the one to end my life. Bai Li Qinghan sighed deeply, helplessly rubbing his temples. You are as mature as an old monster. If it weren't for your youthful vitality, I would almost believe you to be a disguised ancient being. Well, my prepared words are of no use now. I shall not intervene in the grievances between you two. If you possess the ability, then you may kill Hu Yuan. However, given your current cultivation, it seems quite challenging. Rest assured, Hu Yuan will not take advantage of you. At the very least, he will not strike at you from the shadows. I can guarantee that. Gu Ming nodded, trusting his instincts. He believed Hu Yuan to be an upright individual, and that their life-and-death confrontation would occur under the light of day. Is there anything else? Gu Ming stretched lazily, feeling somewhat fatigued. Although the after-effects of the Tianyu burial fate technique had been alleviated, he still longed for a good night's sleep. Bai Li Qinghan felt a tinge of helplessness. As a silver-ranked demon suppression guard and the ruler of Weicheng, he was a notable figure throughout the entire Tai Su Empire. Yet, in the presence of Gu Ming, he always felt as though he were being led by the nose. Do you have no demands? Bai Li Qinghan could not help but inquire. Gu Ming looked at him with a peculiar expression. What demand could I possibly have? I have neither grievances nor accomplishments, and instead have committed grave mistakes. Logically speaking, your refraining from killing me is already a grace. Bai Li Qinghan raised an eyebrow. Gu Ming was exceedingly astute, seeing through all matters clearly. Such a presence, appearing affable, was indeed difficult to manage. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly. I hereby appoint you as a bronze-rank demon suppression guard. You shall form a small team. During ordinary times, you will only need to assist the Demon Suppression Division in concocting elixirs and talismans, and I shall grant you 200,000 spirit stones each month. How does that sound? Gu Ming stood up, stretching his limbs as he leisurely walked toward the courtyard, casually responding, I accept the identity of a bronze-rank demon suppression guard. But as for forming a team, no need. I prefer to work alone. Rest assured, I will fulfill my responsibilities and will not seek special treatment. The rest is up to you. With a creak, Gu Ming pushed open the door and departed, leaving by Li Qinghan in a state of disarray. After a long while, the silhouette of Chu Zhilio appeared behind him. My lord, this young man harbors no faith and feels no sense of belonging to the Demon Suppression Division. He may not remain here for long. He seems indifferent to all things. I have never encountered a youth so devoid of desire, living entirely according to his whims. Bai Li Qinghan nodded slightly, letting out a soft sigh. Let him be. There is no need to pay him undue attention. A master of alchemy and formations at the profound level cannot possibly be an ordinary person. As you command, Chu Zhilio bowed respectfully before departing. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Gu Ming patted his head, suddenly remembering Zhao Sandao and the others. Well, the spirit stones I left for them should suffice for years of cultivation. The Demon Suppression Division is not a long-term solution. Leaving might be for the best. With a murmured thought, Gu Ming cast aside the matter from his mind, returning to his chamber where he set up a formation and soon fell into a deep slumber. Time flowed like water, swiftly elapsing. Seasons changed, and before he knew it, 18 years had passed. During these 18 years, Gu Ming had diligently undertaken tasks daily, refining countless pills and crafting myriad magical artifacts, runes, and formations for sale, while also retaining a portion for personal use. His storage bags were brimming with spirit stones, and he had filled several bags to accommodate them. He habitually used the storage bag gifted by the old man Zhao, which appeared quite antiquated. On this day, Gu Ming opened his eyes for meditation, his entire being radiating with a vast reservoir of spiritual power, surging through his meridians like a tempest, expanding outward and shaking the formation. Gradually calming his aura, he finally experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation, reaching a new pinnacle as he stepped into the great perfection of foundation establishment. Clenching his fist, Gu Ming beamed with satisfaction. He had indeed become a formidable practitioner. The minor achievement of great perfection in foundation establishment was easily within his grasp. However, he recognized the importance of humility in the path of cultivation, taking each step with care, learning from the experiences of predecessors, and striving for further progress. After a moment of self-encouragement, Gu Ming checked his status panel. Name, Gu Ming. Race, human. Cultivation level, great perfection of foundation establishment. Physique, ordinary body. Techniques, falling wind palm, celestial abyss death technique. Divine abilities, none. Lifespan, infinite. Talent, life borrowing. Occupation, superior grade alchemist, superior grade formation master, intermediate grade artifact master, superior grade spirit her master, superior grade beast tamer. He had made a breakthrough in the path of formations, reaching a superior grade, while other aspects had seen little advancement, primarily due to the 18 years spent in focused cultivation. Rising, he prepared an exquisite meal and indulged in it. Gu Ming donned the uniform of a copper-ranked demon suppressor, armed with the demon-suppressing blade, exuding an invigorated demeanor. It was time to report to the Demon Suppression Division. He could not afford to be complacent and needed to work diligently. Soon, Gu Ming arrived at the Demon Suppression Division, where many new faces greeted him, with the familiar ones from 18 years ago dwindling. That Zhu Kuei met his demise during a mission 11 years prior, encountering a mid-stage Golden Core demon, resulting in the annihilation of his entire team. In recognition of his connection to Zhu Sini, Gu Ming erected a monument in his honor, ensuring he was laid to rest alongside her. Gu Ming's return instantly stirred commotion. Who could forget his monumental deeds from 18 years ago, which had left an indelible mark on the entire Waicheng? becoming a common topic of conversation. Many of the newly joined demon suppressors idolized Gu Ming, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they approached him. Captain Gu, you have returned. It's been a while. How have you been, Captain Gu? Oh, you've changed. Congratulations. My goodness, Captain Gu has actually broken through to great perfection of Foundation establishment. What a joyous occasion. We must celebrate at Tiana Tower. Laughter and playful banter ensued. For it was no secret that Gu Ming had remained at the late Foundation establishment stage for 33 years, transforming into a curious tale within the Demon Suppression Division. Chu Zhiliu personally stepped forward to elucidate on behalf of Gu Ming. He devoted a significant portion of his energies to the realms of formation and alchemy, resulting in a somewhat gradual advancement in his cultivation. No one should leverage this as a basis to question his position. Gu Ming responded with a serene smile, addressing each remark with grace, unfazed by the light-hearted jests of those around him. Upon arriving at the task allocation area within the inner hall, numerous team leaders were engaged in selecting suitable missions. Upon noticing Gu Ming's arrival, they all clasped their hands in greeting. Even those who had attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage dared not underestimate Gu Ming. They had witnessed firsthand the astonishing events that had once transpired in Weicheng. Confronting a late-stage nascent soul powerhouse and severing his progeny, such audacity left an indelible impression. They understood that should Gu Ming resort to forbidden techniques once more, his prowess would likely rival their own, rendering them cautious in their demeanor. Brother Gu, it has been some time since we last met. Have you found a task that piques your interest today? If it conflicts with mine, I am more than willing to yield, remarked Qin Bin, the captain of the Demon Suppression Squad, who had become quite familiar with Gu Ming over the years. Qin Bin, a consummate Golden Core adept, was a prominent figure in Weicheng. Gu Ming maintained his smile, replying softly, I shall peruse at my leisure. Chapter 59. The Return to the Origin Heaven at this moment. A figure entered the rear hall. It was Chu Zhiliu. Having reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, his status had significantly elevated. Upon his arrival, the crowd, aside from Gu Ming, respectfully saluted. Greetings, my lord. Indeed, he glanced at Gu Ming, smiling and nodding. Then his expression turned serious as he began to speak. Due to the alterations in the heavens and earth, the forbidden zone known as the Return to the Origin Heaven has been activated. We have received intelligence that the demon cult, the Harmony Sect, and the Ghostly Abyss Sect have allied to send a multitude of demonic cultivators into the Return to the Origin Heaven. They intend to exploit the chaos to slaughter disciples from various major families and sects, as well as rogue cultivators, using their flesh and blood to enhance their own cultivation, thereby disturbing the order of the world. As the enforcers of the Taishu dynasty, we must uphold our principles, maintain peace, and vanquish demons. By imperial decree, every city's Demon Suppression Division is required to dispatch enforcers into the Return to the Origin Heaven. The dual purpose of this mission is to confront the demonic forces and to gather valuable resources. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement. The Return to the Origin Heaven was an ancient forbidden land, teeming with countless opportunities. Legend spoke of individuals who found fortuitous encounters within, retreating for a millennium to break through the illusory void realm and becoming renowned powerhouses. There were tales of eminent beings on the verge of passing who, in a desperate gambit, entered the Return to the Origin Heaven and discovered life essence that prolonged their existence for another 1,000 years. There were also accounts of seemingly ordinary cultivators who acquired extraordinary physiques, defying fate itself. Such occurrences were not uncommon, and each opening of the Return to the Origin Heaven brought forth similar tales. Chu Zhiliu, perceiving the crowd's eagerness, cleared his throat to regain their attention and continued. This time is distinct from previous occasions, according to reports from our spies. The three major demonic factions are conspiring to use the blood and souls of cultivators to challenge the authority of the Taishu dynasty. Therefore, we must remain vigilant. For the sake of the Taishu dynasty, for the Demon Suppression Division, and for the well-being of all living beings, your primary task is to eradicate the demonic forces. By the command of Lord Bailey, Weicheng shall dispatch 5 elite enforcers to the Return to the Origin Heaven, led by Captain Hu. The crowd fell silent, their expressions turning peculiar as they looked towards Gu Ming. Captain Hu referred, of course, to Hu Yuan, who, through his achievements, had risen to the rank of a first-tier copper enforcer. He could have reclaimed his silver rank, but had chosen to decline. Gu Ming remained unfazed, his demeanor unchanged. Noticing Gu Ming's composure, Chu Zhiliu continued, "The team's requirement is that all members must be at the Golden Core stage." His gaze swept over the expectant captains as he began to call names. Qin Bin, Lan Puxian, Liu, Shun Lang, Yi Shuanghong. You five prepare accordingly and inform your subordinates. We depart for the return to the Origin Heaven in 3 days. The 4 men and 1 woman who were named displayed expressions of joy and stepped forward to bow deeply. Understood. As Chu Zhiliu rose to take his leave, Gu Ming suddenly spoke, capturing the attention of the crowd. "I wish to go as well." Chu Zhiliu halted, turning to regard Gu Ming with a slight furrow in his brow. "Gu Ming, although you are a captain, you are alone without subordinates, and your cultivation does not meet the requirements." Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. It was Bailey Qinghan. After a brief pause, he nodded and said, "Very well. You may accompany the team into the return to the Origin Heaven. Exercise utmost caution." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, but upon recalling Gu Ming's capabilities, they soon understood. The means employed by Gu Ming are no less formidable than those of the perfected Golden Core practitioners. With a mere flick of his fingers, he can establish formations. And, coupled with that forbidden technique, safeguarding his life is hardly a challenge. Upon returning to his residence, Bai Li Qinghan had long awaited him there. "The journey to Guwei Yuantian is fraught with peril. Are you certain you wish to proceed? I am aware of your exceptional skills. Yet the adversaries you face are far beyond mere Golden Core cultivators. Moreover, the opportunities and dangers within the Forbidden Grounds coexist." Gu Ming responded with a calm smile and a nonchalant demeanor, expressing his desire for a diversion, having grown weary in Wuya City. This rationale took Bai Li Qinghan by surprise, yet it was also quite understandable. He patted Gu Ming on the shoulder, hesitating to speak before finally sighing. "Rest assured regarding Hu Yuan. Even if he does not assist you, he will at least refrain from causing you trouble. I am uncertain of your desires, and I know you feel no sense of belonging to the Demon Suppression Division. Yet I hope that after this journey to Guwei Yuantian, you may re-evaluate your perception of the Demon Suppression Division." After Bai Li Qinghan departed, Gu Ming fell into silence for a moment before dismissing the matter from his mind. A sense of belonging? As an immortal, what place in this world could he truly call home? Soon enough, 3 days slipped by in an instant. The expedition commenced, led by Hu Yuan, who commanded the flying vessel towards Guwei Yuantian. Gu Ming and Hu Yuan exchanged nothing more than a fleeting glance, devoid of any communication. A day later, the flying vessel arrived at the entrance of Guwei Yuantian. The entire realm was shrouded in chaotic spatial currents, extending over countless billions of miles, the exact dimensions unknown to any. Surrounding the entrance, turbulent spatial flows and the chaotic laws of the great Tao coexisted with the vengeful spirits born from the fall of ancient powers. Under such compounding factors, Guwei Yuantian transformed into a forbidden zone of existence, where even those of the Great Ascension realm would not dare to force their way in. Only when the time was right and the laws reconfigured to unveil a pathway could one step into Guwei Yuantian. Countless ancient powerhouses lay buried within, and dangers lurked at every turn. As the vessel descended, it was stowed away, and Hu Yuan cast a cool, composed gaze over the group, distributing tokens into their hands. "Should danger arise, crush the token, and I shall sense your exact location. Remember, Guwei Yuantian opens for a span of 10 years. Do not linger beyond that. For the next opening may not occur for an indeterminate period, perhaps a century or even a millennium. Remaining within Guwei Yuantian could lead to certain death." The group acknowledged his instructions. Gu Ming regarded the token in his hand with a peculiar expression. After the others had departed, Hu Yuan turned his gaze to Gu Ming. "Lord Bai Li instructed me to look after you, though I suspect you may not require it and will surely decline." Gu Ming nodded in agreement. "This is not about personal grievances. I prefer to travel alone." "Very well. Take care of yourself." With that, Hu Yuan led 5 Golden Core Realm Demon Suppressors into Guwei Yuantian. Gu Ming surveyed his surroundings, noting the arrival of various cultivators entering the realm, including numerous demon suppressors. They merely acknowledged one another with nods, lacking any further interaction. He hoped this journey would hold some intrigue. With hands clasped behind his back, Gu Ming leisurely stepped into Gui Yuan Tian, unhurried in his pace. A month later, Huang Feng Ridge awaited. The ground was carpeted with crimson maple leaves, and dismembered corpses lay scattered about. Gu Ming meticulously wiped the blood from the enchanted blade with a black cloth before sheathing it, resolutely continuing his journey. Upon reaching this location, he encountered a group of a dozen or so practitioners from the ghostly door, engaged in further discussions. Gu Ming swiftly dispatched them. They were merely foundational cultivators, far too weak. Over the course of a month, aside from gathering various spiritual herbs and plants, he had encountered little in the way of fortuitous opportunities. The surrounding environment bore no distinction from the outside world, and were it not for the rich spiritual energy present, he would have doubted whether this place was truly an ancient forbidden ground. During this time, he met numerous cultivators, yet no conflicts arose. The sight of his enchanted guard uniform commanded respect, and they dared not act recklessly. 3 days later, Gu Ming stumbled upon a cave filled with an abundance of spirit kite flowers. A glimmer of delight crossed his features as he began to gather them, murmuring to himself, "These are splendid, the primary ingredient for brewing the ancient spirit kite wine. I shall collect some to take back for the brewing process." In this era, spirit kite wine was a rarity, its brewing requiring specific techniques to gather the natural energies of heaven and earth, seasoned with 5-element elixirs, with the spirit kite flower as the main ingredient. The growth conditions for these flowers were exceedingly stringent, making artificial cultivation exceedingly challenging. They could only flourish in an ancient forbidden realm like this one. Chapter 60. Cultivation is not about violence, but human affairs. As the collection was completed, Gu Ming prepared to turn and leave when 3 figures appeared at the entrance of the cave, blocking his path. The leading woman gasped softly, expressing her surprise. "Has someone gotten here first?" The 2 men beside her cast their scrutinizing gazes towards Gu Ming within the cave, their bodies emanating a faint spiritual glow, filled with vigilance. On the left, Sun Jian snorted coldly, retrieving a cherry blossom spear from his storage bag, radiating a golden, chilling light. "Friend, this place is our opportunity. To seize another's fortune is akin to murdering their parents. Is this not inappropriate?" On the right, Zhou Ke manifested a large knife in his hand, its emerald glow flickering as he spoke. "Leave behind the spirit kite flower, and we shall allow you to depart." Ordinary spirit kite flowers are worth 1,000 spiritual stones in the outside world, yet the ones Gu Ming collected were over 100 years old, of exceptional quality, and their value was immeasurable. For the 3, this represented a significant fortune, and having expended effort to uncover the information about the flowers, they certainly would not let it slip away. Gu Ming's expression remained calm, unperturbed by their threats, instead responding with curiosity. "Your opportunity? The spoils belong to the one who arrives first. This is a rule of the cultivation world. Since when has it become your opportunity?" "Ridiculous." Lu Ru Yin let out a light snort, crossing her arms over her ample chest, and replied arrogantly, "This is a treasure trove we acquired at great expense from an auction. How could it not be ours? You dare to seize our fortune and even question us so shamelessly? Huh! I have never encountered such audacious individuals." Their brazen confidence left Gu Ming momentarily dazed, almost convincing him that he was indeed in the wrong. After a brief pause, he stepped out of the shadows, revealing his true appearance. At the sight of Gu Ming in uniform, the trio's expressions shifted, fear creeping into their eyes. "A demon suppression guard? Curse it! How could we encounter a demon suppression guard? It is said that they appear in teams." "No, he is alone. Merely a full-fledged foundation establishment cultivator like the 3 of us." Exchanging glances, Lu Ru Yin suddenly flashed a charming smile, swaying her alluring figure as she approached Gu Ming step by step. It turns out to be the esteemed demon suppression guard. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Since it is something you have set your sights on, how could we scattered cultivators dare to covet it?" As she reached Gu Ming's side, Lu Ru Yin exuded an enchanting fragrance, her demeanor soft and alluring, making it difficult to resist. Gu Ming's expression remained serene as he quietly observed her. Internally, Lu Ru Yin sneered, deliberately accentuating her voluptuous figure as she leaned closer to Gu Ming. Sir, I've always admired the demon suppression guards, and my dream is to give myself to you for the first time. The moment is just right, why not? As she spoke, a poison dagger emerged from her flowing sleeve. Before she could make a move, a flash of blade light cut through the air. Lu Ruyin was taken aback, her dagger clattering to the ground. As she clutched her bleeding neck, her gaze filled with resentment towards Gu Ming. Why? Women will only disrupt my path, die. Another slash of the long knife cleaved Lu Ruyin in two, leaving no room to react. The sudden turn of events shocked Sun Jian and the other man, as they had never anticipated that the esteemed demon suppression guard would suddenly strike down a woman. As realization dawned upon them, Sun Jian and Zhou Ke erupted in fury, joining forces to attack. You are doomed for daring to slay the wives of both of us, they declared. As esteemed guardians against evil, we shall not hesitate to retaliate against one who preys upon defenseless women. Gu Ming paused, taken aback. Their wives? One might question the antiquity of customs, but these two were evidently far from conventional. Shaking his head, Gu Ming remained unfazed in the face of their lethal onslaught. As they approached within mere feet, he gradually sheathed his blade and snapped his fingers. The two men were taken aback, their pupils constricting in disbelief as they surveyed their surroundings. At some unknown point, an array of talismans had materialized, encircling them and radiating a menacing aura. When did this happen? How would you have set a deadly trap in advance? They exclaimed. Gu Ming merely shook his head, a hint of boredom in his demeanor as he sauntered past them, making his exit. Such trivialities hardly require my intervention, he remarked. Farewell. Upon exiting the cave, he snapped his fingers once more, and with a resounding boom, multiple explosive talismans detonated, obliterating the cave and leaving no trace of the two men behind. Have I truly wasted my time on formations? Cultivation is not merely about conflict. It encompasses the nuances of human relationships. Had the three of them approached with civility, refrained from harboring ill intent, and clarified their grievances, perhaps I would have been inclined to offer them some spirit kite flowers. After all, such things hold little significance for me. Regrettably, they were oblivious to the subtleties of human interaction, fixated solely on violence. Upon leaving the cave, Gu Ming continued to wander aimlessly. As for fate, he firmly believed that what is destined to be will manifest in due time. What is not meant to be should not be forcibly pursued. Rather than actively seeking it out, why not allow it to come to him? Suddenly, Gu Ming halted, his gaze drawn to the ground beneath him. Beneath a broken, withered tree lay a stone tablet, obscured by fallen leaves. Crouching down, he cleared the debris, unveiling the ancient monument. The inscriptions were hastily scrawled, belonging to a bygone era. Fortunately, Gu Ming, an avid reader, recognized the script from his studies. After a brief moment of contemplation, intrigue flickered across his face. Yun Tingjinren, a powerful being from antiquity who transcended tribulations. This seems to be his resting place. Surveying the area, he noted the flat terrain, which bore no resemblance to a heavenly sanctuary or grave. After a moment's pause, Gu Ming erected the tombstone, revealing an entrance below. Is it truly this simple? The resting place of a transcendent should harbor some intriguing treasures. Without a hint of hesitation, Gu Ming's figure flickered as he entered the tomb. Though he found it perplexing that such an evident burial site had remained undiscovered by a powerful being, it mattered little. Perhaps this was indeed a fortuitous encounter. Who could say for certain? As he stepped inside, ethereal green bronze lamps ignited, illuminating the surroundings. Gu Ming could not help but scoff. Must tombs be so uninspired? They all seem so uniform. If I were to pass on, my resting place would be grand and magnificent, akin to a paradise, interred amidst a sea of flowers, with the heavens as my canopy and the earth as my bed. Surrounded by the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms, what a delight that would be. Ahead, a figure appeared, seated upon a stone platform, devoid of life and having long since passed. However, due to his status as a transcendent, the body remained relatively well-preserved, albeit somewhat withered. Approaching the esteemed figure of Yun Tingjinren, Gu Ming fell into a momentary silence, his hand subtly moving to conjure 3 incense sticks, which, once ignited, he placed before the venerable master. Esteemed elder, I am here. Where is the opportunity? Yunting Jinren offered no reply, and Gu Ming chose to overlook this discourtesy. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a high platform where a reflective stone lay. It flickered with light, automatically activating to reveal a fragment of Yunting Jinren's slumbering consciousness. Remarkably, it was voice-activated and of an advanced nature. Gu Ming praised, and within the reflective stone, the projection of Yunting Jinren emerged, his eyes fixed upon Gu Ming. Congratulations, seeker from the future. You shall inherit my legacy. Ah, thank you. Gu Ming responded courteously, expressing his gratitude. Yunting Jinren's consciousness momentarily faltered, his gaze scrutinizing Gu Ming with an oddity, as if this encounter diverged from his expectations. By all conventional wisdom, a powerful figure such as himself, leaving behind a legacy, would elicit an ecstatic tremor of gratitude and reverent bows from the fortunate recipient. Chapter 61. The flame of the purple spirit. Gu Ming observed the dazed figure of the master Yunting and urged, "Please continue. Do not pause." Master Yunting replied, "Cough. Young one, are you perplexed by the ease with which you have acquired my legacy?" Gu Ming nodded, indeed intrigued. "Please elaborate." Master Yunting, feeling somewhat irked by Gu Ming's demeanor, found himself devoid of any sense of accomplishment. He longed for the astonishment, curiosity, and gratitude that once characterized the reactions of those who came after him. He had deliberately left behind this legacy to once again savor the thrill of being revered. Yet now he felt utterly unsatisfied, even a bit stifled. With a slight pout, Master Yunting abandoned his pretense, his will aligning with his true nature. Sitting upon the ground, he spoke in a low voice, "This is simply the way of the Tao. I merely set a random date. When the time comes, whoever discovers my tombstone shall be permitted to enter." Gu Ming idly surveyed the cavern, finding it devoid of anything extraordinary, far removed from the treasures and fortunes he had envisioned, resembling instead an ordinary ancient tomb. "Ah, how fortuitous. I appreciate your attitude," he remarked. "Thank you for the compliment, Wait. You seem mistaken. I am the senior here. Might you show a bit of respect and refrain from such casualness?" Master Yunting retorted, feeling slightly defensive. Gu Ming rolled his eyes, cleared his throat, and turned with a serious expression, performing a respectful bow. "I, Gu Ming, pay my respects to you, esteemed senior." A commendable attitude. I quite like it. I had originally prepared some trials, noticing Gu Ming making his way toward the exit. Master Yunting's face fell, and he spoke with a hint of desperation. "What are you doing? Trials are a waste of time. It seems you possess nothing particularly intriguing here. As for any techniques or insights, I have no interest in them, nor do I covet any divine weapons. Please, rest easy and await the next fated individual." Seeing Gu Ming truly intent on leaving, Master Yunting panicked and called out, "Wait, you are my brother. May I refer to you as senior then? Trials are unnecessary. At least consider my legacy." Gu Ming halted, casting an odd glance at the unrefined Master Yunting, which piqued his curiosity. If he were merely to put on airs and turn away, he would have no interest in any legacy at all. "Oh, Gu Yi, are you intrigued?" "Not exactly. I find you rather amusing. Your legacy should possess some merit. Let us discuss it, and I will consider." Master Yunting, feeling a tinge of helplessness, was not adamant about Gu Ming receiving his legacy, but the barrier had been breached, and his essence could not linger for long. If Gu Ming left, the legacy would be lost. Ultimately, he was indifferent to worldly hierarchies. Such matters held no significance for him. Clearing his throat, Master Yunting organized his thoughts before speaking. "My legacy is divided into 5 parts. The first is my cultivation experience. A glitch. Please continue." The second is the techniques. Sensing Gu Ming's disdainful gaze, Master Yunting sighed. "Aren't legacies typically like this? Can I possibly hand over my wife to you?" Gu Ming couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Your words may be coarse, but they carry profound meaning. You are quite the orator." "Haha, likewise," replied Master Yunting with a hint of yin and yang in his tone. "As for the third item, it pertains to the influence I have left behind. However, after so many years, it may have dissipated. If you have the time, do take a look. If not, then let it be." As he spoke, Master Yunting tossed out his identity token, an ancient medallion that, while sturdy and aged, bore little practical use. Gu Ming nodded, signaling for him to continue. The fourth, then, is my alchemical legacy. Gu Ming's eyes flickered with interest, a spark igniting within. You are an alchemist? So am I. The two exchanged surprised glances, both taken aback. Gu Ming leisurely extended his right hand, revealing the ethereal bone fire, illuminating the entire tomb with a frosty glow. I am no great talent, merely an upper-tier alchemist of the Xian grade. Master Yin Ting's pupils quivered in astonishment. How could Gu Ming, a mere consummate foundation establishment cultivator, possess a prominent, exotic flame, and hold the title of an upper-tier alchemist? Typically, one would expect a Xian-grade alchemist to possess at least the cultivation of the nascent soul realm. Gu Ming's case was indeed extraordinary. Yet, to regain his composure, Master Yin Ting feigned depth, smirking with disdain as he subtly conjured a wisp of deep purple exotic flame. Gu Ming, well-versed and knowledgeable, gasped softly. The seventh-ranked flame on the exotic fire list, the burning sky purple spirit fire. Young one, you possess some discernment. I was once a low-tier alchemist of the heavenly grade. What do you think? Do you feel an urge to bow in reverence? Master Yin Ting spoke with pride, feeling a sense of clarity and exhilaration, finally regaining some ground. Gu Ming was intrigued, a heavenly grade alchemist with the seventh-ranked exotic flame. Ahem. I beg your pardon for my lack of insight, esteemed senior. Please forgive my earlier disrespect. Gu Ming adopted a respectful demeanor, bowing earnestly. Face, what good is that? Does it carry the fragrance of exotic flames? Or the allure of a heavenly grade alchemist? That would be absurd. Master Yin Ting sighed, slightly exasperated, as he waved his hand dismissively. I still prefer your proud and untamed attitude. Return to that. You are quite an intriguing little fellow. Not fond of cultivation, but rather of alchemy. Gu Ming chuckled lightly, casually sitting upon the ground. As for cultivation, I pursue it at my own pace and interest, without regard for worldly conventions. Master Yin Ting remained silent for a long while, then sighed deeply. There is wisdom in your words. If I possessed your mindset, perhaps I could witness the scenery along the path to immortality. Alas, it is better left unspoken. My final inheritance is a world embryo. Gu Ming was momentarily taken aback. A world embryo? As the name suggests, it is the nascent form of a world. The birthing and nurturing of myriad realms require a process, harnessing the powers of heaven and earth to cultivate a world embryo into a full-fledged world. However, this process is exceedingly lengthy, often requiring billions of years. The effort involved in artificial cultivation is immense. One might as well focus on personal cultivation and strive for the immortal king realm to create their own inner world. That said, a world embryo is an extraordinary treasure of heaven and earth, a coveted prize even among immortals. However, this phenomenon is akin to giving wings to a tiger for Gu Ming, especially considering his boundless lifespan and the artificially cultivated world. It is perfectly timed. Observing the green gleam in Gu Ming's eyes, Master Yin Ting gently cautioned him. Though the realm embryo is indeed advantageous, it bears both benefits and drawbacks. One must not expend excessive energy on it, lest it impede your cultivation. Alas, in my earlier days, I too succumbed to such greed, devoting vast amounts of energy and resources to the realm embryo, which resulted in my stagnation at the tribulation stage, unable to ascend to the celestial path, ultimately leading to my melancholy demise. Gu Ming nodded in understanding. Rest assured, I possess my own discernment. Internally, he mused, it is merely a few 100 billion years. A trivial matter. Chapter 62. Where do monsters come from? Upon witnessing Gu Ming's expression, Master Yin Ting realized that his counsel would likely fall on deaf ears. After a brief pause, a trace of reluctance glimmered in his eyes as he surveyed the surroundings and let out a deep sigh. Little one, my time is running short. At this moment, I find myself somewhat reluctant to part with this world. Gu Ming remained silent, his heart untroubled. Death is merely a passage. Even the mightiest tribulations cannot elude this journey. Rolling his eyes, Master Yin Ting helplessly remarked, at least offer me some comfort. With a faint smile, Gu Ming addressed Master Yin Ting. There are those who live, yet have long since departed, and there are those who have perished, yet remain immortal. Senior, I shall always remember you. As long as I exist, so shall you. Why concern ourselves with life and death? After a moment of silence, Master Yin Ting smiled in understanding and regarded Gu Ming earnestly. You are quite an intriguing little fellow. Had you been born in my era, we could have engaged in profound discussions and become dear friends. Alas, I was born before you, and you have come into this world after my time. A frown crossed Gu Ming's brow. Although he wished to preserve the mood, he couldn't help but feel that Master Yin Ting's thoughts were rather peculiar. Stop. I'm getting goosebumps. Time is of the essence. Please bestow the inheritance upon me, and may you rest in peace. Fear not, when time permits. I shall certainly visit your descendants to see if they still thrive, Master Yin Ting replied with a smirk. He longed to continue sharing thoughts with Gu Ming, yet he recognized that his time was indeed limited. Little one, I believe you are not devoid of compassion. To entrust the legacy to you is to not have wasted my efforts. As he spoke, his figure began to slowly dissipate, merging with the universe. As fragments of luminous essence entered Gu Ming's mind, his inheritance, the celestial flame of destruction and a thumb-sized gray orb floated before him, radiating a brilliant glow. Remember, the name of the sect I established is Yun Ting Sect. If they still exist, do lend them your assistance, he lamented. The path of the Tao is immensely fascinating, but alas, it no longer pertains to me. His sigh echoed through the tomb as Gu Ming gradually opened his eyes. Gazing at the celestial flame of destruction and the embryonic sphere, and with a soft sigh, he bowed deeply. I bid you farewell, esteemed senior. After rising, Gu Ming set up a formation to refine the celestial flame of destruction and the embryonic sphere on the spot. The experience of a heavenly tier alchemist was not urgently needed. As for Master Yin Ting's techniques and insights, he chose to leave those for his descendants. Having little interest in them himself, seated upon the ground, Gu Ming embarked on a long path of refinement. Unbeknownst to him, 8 years swiftly passed. One day, Gu Ming slowly opened his eyes. His left eye flickered with purple flames, while cold white fire danced at his right. After 8 years, he had finally refined the celestial flame of destruction and the embryonic sphere. Raising his hand, a gray sphere gently rotated in his palm, emanating a faint primordial aura. The embryonic sphere had only opened a sliver, akin to cultivating a fertile patch of land from chaos, a feat that Master Yin Ting had accomplished through immense effort and resources. Gu Ming gazed down upon the embryonic sphere. Like a deity surveying the world, his eyes akin to the sun and moon, piercing through chaos as he overlooked the earth. Gazing upon this plot of land, barely 100 square meters, Gu Ming pondered for a moment. If a spiritual vein could be harnessed and embedded within, it might cultivate a prosperous site for growing spiritual herbs. Muttering to himself, Gu Ming withdrew his gaze, surveying the dim, gray planet. From this day forth, I shall name you Kuan Ling, a fitting title indeed. With Kuan Ling and the burning heaven purple spirit fire nestled in his mind, he rose, brushed off his robe, and calculated the time. A sudden exclamation escaped him. He had already squandered 8 years in this place, and it was time to depart. Thankfully, he had not exceeded the deadline, or it would have posed significant trouble. Before leaving, Gu Ming stored the body of the Cloud Court true man in his storage bag, hoping to return it to his descendants someday. At this moment, chaos reigned in the return to Origin Heaven. The 3 major demonic sects had allied, sealing the exit and hunting down the Taishu cultivators. The demon suppression guards engaged in fierce combat with these sects, rivers of blood flowing in their wake. Just as Gu Ming exited the tomb, he spotted 2 demonic cultivators pursuing a nascent Golden Core member of the demon suppression guard. Sinister voices echoed from above as the 2 assailants relentlessly attacked their target. Cackling, they remarked on the formidable reputation of the demon suppression guard, claiming that if they could consume his Golden Core, it would undoubtedly enhance their power. Nowhere to escape, the duo, flanking him, suddenly surged forward, unleashing a devastating blow that sent the guard plummeting from the heavens. Lu Feng, engulfed in despair, coughed up blood as he fell, having separated from his team to chase down the demonic cultivators. After a fierce battle, he had slain an enemy of the same realm and was on the verge of regaining his strength when the 2 ambushed him, inflicting further injuries. Adjusting his stance, he crashed down onto a mountain peak, sending debris flying. Gripping the demon suppression blade, He wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the two figures above, unprepared to continue fleeing. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of Gu Ming. However, before he could rejoice, he noticed Gu Ming's perfected foundation establishment cultivation, and his expression shifted dramatically. Flee. I will hold them off. Although Lu Feng was not acquainted with Gu Ming, as a fellow demon suppression guard, he instinctively felt it was his duty to shield him. Without a moment's hesitation, he shattered the mountain beneath him and surged forth with a fierce, murderous intent, unleashing his formidable power as he charged at the two demonic cultivators. The two demons let out a chilling laugh, having also noticed Gu Ming. A Foundation Establishment Demon Suppression Guard? Huh. It seems the Demon Suppression Office has fallen into disarray, allowing such insignificant beings to enter the return to Origin Heaven. How sentimental. Alas, you cannot stop us. Not only will you perish, but so will he. The pair joined forces, their bodies enshrouded in swirling black mist, as they unleashed a terrifying skeletal roar, encircling Lu Feng. It would not be long before he succumbed to their relentless assault. Seeing that Gu Ming had not fled, but rather approached on his sword, Lu Feng's fury ignited. With all his might, he swung his blade, barely repelling the two. His eyes, filled with rage, roared, "Hurry and escape. You are no match for them. Do not throw your life away." Huh, too late. One of the demonic cultivators sneered, slicing through the air, brandishing a severed skull as he advanced toward Gu Ming. "Insect, I am coming for you." Gu Ming steadied his stance, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon the approaching demon cultivator. As the adversary drew near, an enigmatic smile suddenly graced his lips. The demon cultivator paused, only to hear Gu Ming's voice resonate. "Farewell." In the next instant, an intricate array of runes materialized in the void, transforming into a profound-level killing formation. Countless explosive talismans surged towards the demon cultivator with alarming speed. The demon cultivator was taken aback, observing the talismans adhering to his body, his eyes widening in disbelief as he turned to Gu Ming. "What is this?" "Oh, a killing formation." Gu Ming shook his head, deeming the question rather foolish. With a flick of his sword and a snap of his fingers, a violent explosion erupted, engulfing the heavens for miles, as terrifying spiritual energy relentlessly tore through the void, stirring the winds and clouds, and causing the very earth to tremble and boulders to roll. Gulp. Lu Feng and the remaining demon cultivator were left in a state of shock, staring incredulously at Gu Ming, who approached leisurely on his sword amidst the tempestuous aftermath. Which city harbors such a monster, capable of conjuring formations with a mere snap of the fingers? "This is utterly extraordinary." Lu Feng sniffled, feeling a sense of surrealism, questioning whether he was trapped in a dream. As for the other demon cultivator, he was paralyzed with fear, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 63. The killing array. Gu Ming approached Lu Feng, and with a snap of his fingers, a healing elixir materialized. Lu Feng gazed at the high-grade healing pill. Swallowing hard, he desired it, yet it felt excessively lavish. It was not a matter of affordability, but rather a gradual recovery, seemed more cost-effective. Especially considering the intricate patterns flowing upon its surface, this single pill was worth no less than 10,000 spirit stones. Why delay? Should I feed you? Gu Ming's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Could it be that this man harbored some peculiar inclination? Lu Feng forced a bitter smile, hastily sheathing his blade and bowing his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, my friend, for saving my life. I lack sufficient spirit stones." "Who requires your spirit stones?" Gu Ming waved his sleeve, and the elixir flew into Lu Feng's mouth. At this critical juncture, this man willingly embraced death without dragging him into it. One could not deny his admirable character, worthy of rescue. Upon consuming the elixir, Lu Feng's breath quickly steadied, his complexion gaining a touch of color. Observing Gu Ming's demeanor of an eminent figure, Lu Feng bowed once more. "I am Lu Feng from the Demon Suppression Division in the city of Dian. I sincerely appreciate your life-saving grace and the boon of the elixir. I shall repay you in due time." Gu Ming shook his head calmly. "I am Gu Ming from Weicheng. No need for formalities. As fellow demon suppression guards, there is no need for such distance. As long as you are unharmed, that is sufficient." Lu Feng etched this name into his memory. Once he had regained some vitality, he suddenly posed a question. "Brother Gu, Why did you not slay the other demon cultivator, allowing him to escape? He may continue to slaughter innocents. Gu Ming appeared somewhat speechless, casting a glance at Lu Feng. I am at the consummate stage of foundation establishment. He is merely at the initial stage of the golden core. If he chooses to flee, can I truly impede him? The other was caught off guard and fell into my killing array, which is why he was easily dispatched. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng offered an awkward smile, scratching his head. You make a valid point, Brother Gu. I spoke out of turn. Not at all. 2 hours later, Lu Feng had fully restored his breath to its peak state. The two kindled a campfire, roasting 8-tailed chicken while sipping spirit wine and conversing. Brother Gu, with your prowess, how can Wei Qing entrust you alone into the Guiyuan realm? With your talents akin to a sleeping dragon or a phoenix chick, the Demon Suppression Division must surely treasure you. Lu Feng looked at Gu Ming with curiosity. Given Gu Ming's skills in alchemy and formations, he was a gem wherever he went, regardless of his cultivation level. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow, pondering the phrase sleeping dragon and phoenix chick. It felt less like a compliment. We are both demon suppression guards. There is no distinction of rank or wealth. If you can enter without fear of death, why should I be afraid? In that instant, Gu Ming appeared majestic in Lu Feng's eyes, his gaze tinged with admiration, almost becoming a fervent admirer. After all, with Gu Ming's capabilities, his status would not be inferior to that of a third-tier silver-ranked demon suppression guard. Brother Gu, you are truly a role model for our kind. I am in awe. In the ensuing dialogue, Gu Ming learned from Lu Feng about the current state of the Guiyuan realm. Various sects of cultivators were being hunted by the 3 great demon sects, while the demon suppression guards hunted the demons in return. Both sides were embroiled in a bitter conflict, with the demon suppression guards suffering heavy losses, and the 3 great demon sects also enduring significant casualties. As the conversation turned to this topic, Lu Feng expressed his indignation. Those ruffians only seek opportunities. Had they allied with the demon suppression guards, the 3 great demon sects would have long been defeated. Alas, they see only their own interests. Gu Ming nodded lightly, gazing into the flickering campfire, watching the sizzling roasted chicken, and spoke softly. Human nature is such, selfish and greedy, driven solely by profit, lacking in grand vision. What are your plans? Lu Feng paused, tending to the charcoal, and replied, I intend to reunite with the team and continue hunting the demonic cultivators. Those despicable fiends are treacherous and malevolent. They have committed unspeakable atrocities. One of our team members was killed by them, and this grudge cannot go unavenged. Gu Ming pondered for a moment, and suddenly an idea struck him. Hunting them one by one is too arduous, wasting time and energy and fraught with danger. Why not set a trap to eliminate them all at once? Lu Feng looked at Gu Ming with curiosity. Brother Gu, what do you mean? A sinister smile crept onto Gu Ming's lips. My formation has its drawbacks, but if we can lure them into the array, we could ensnare them all at once, achieving a complete victory. Lu Feng's expression brightened, but he soon wore a wry smile as he pointed out the impracticalities. Firstly, they are not fools. How could we possibly lead them into the formation? Secondly, while your mastery of formations is indeed formidable, a profound-level array may struggle against several perfected golden core cultivators working together. It is overly optimistic. Should they break free, you and I would be in grave danger. Gu Ming smiled confidently, leisurely taking down the roasted chicken and eating it at a measured pace. Under Lu Feng's puzzled gaze, Gu Ming continued, Fear not. I have my own methods to deal with them. It depends on whether you dare to risk your life alongside me. Lu Feng raised the wine jug, drank deeply, and laughed heartily. What is there to fear? You saved my life. I will follow you into the depths of peril. Since you are confident, I will join you in confronting the 3 major demonic sections. Very well, let's challenge them. Gu Ming raised his wine jug and drank deeply as well. 3 days later, the 2 men arrived at a perilous canyon. Lu Feng, curious, inquired, Brother Gu, what is this place? This is a natural formation, a locale where thunder and miasma converge. If properly guided, we can harness the elemental forces within and transform them into a lethal thunder poison array. Follow my instructions and lay down the array stones and talismans. Give them a surprise. Understood, I will obey your commands. Although Lu Feng was perplexed, he complied. Subsequently, Gu Ming assigned Lu Feng to keep watch while he retreated to a cave to cultivate the array stones and talismans. As a day passed, Lu Feng found himself in silence, staring at the thousands of array stones and talismans. Brother Gu, how did you accomplish this in just one day? Gu Ming's face was slightly pale. He consumed a recovery pill and smiled. With effort, anyone can achieve it. Here is the array diagram. Follow the marked points to arrange the stones and talismans. The stones form the array, while the talismans serve as the killing blows. Upon receiving Gu Ming's diagram, Lu Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. One after another, profound-level killing arrays, 360 in total, sprawled throughout the canyon. Gulping nervously, Lu Feng could not resist asking, Brother Gu, without delving into the potency of this formation, could you simply inform me of the total expenditure in spirit stones for the entire array? Gu Ming had never calculated it. Over the years, he had exchanged various trinkets for spirit stones, supplemented by task rewards and an assortment of miscellaneous commissions. In any case, he was not in want of spirit stones. Perhaps several hundred million, but that hardly seemed excessive. Lu Feng fell into silence. Unable to muster even 10,000 spirit stones from his own resources, with his entire fortune barely amounting to a few 100,000. Gu Ming's casual mention of several 100 million felt like a mere drizzle, an unbearable comparison that left Lu Feng disheartened. Sigh, had I known, I would have inquired. I shall take my leave. Well, do take care. Gu Ming continued his relentless crafting, incorporating the enigmatic bone fire into numerous talismans. Once tainted, even a nascent soul cultivator would find it troublesome. The entire process of arranging the formation spanned 8 months, and Lu Feng, responsible for placing the array stones and talismans, appeared considerably more haggard compared to 8 months prior. In contrast, Gu Ming remained as spirited as ever. At the moment the last array stone was positioned, Lu Feng collapsed to the ground, devoid of any desire to continue. He was utterly exhausted. No more formations for me in the future. It is far too taxing. Let us not rest just yet. We must devise a plan to lure the demon cultivators into the killing array for a decisive ambush. Chapter 64. The Slaughter of Demonic Cultivators. Subsequently, Gu Ming emulated the ancient secret realms, relocating all items from the tomb of the Yunting True Man to create a sanctuary for transcendent beings. After a month of diligent labor, the location appeared, from an external perspective, to be devoid of any semblance of a killing array. It was unmistakably a place of fortuitous opportunity. The gravestone of the Yunting True Man was erected at the entrance, slightly embellished, exuding an imposing aura, deep and unfathomable, radiating sophistication. Gu Ming gazed upon his masterpiece, nodding in satisfaction. Truly, the predecessor is commendable. Even in demise, he aids me in vanquishing demonic cultivators and safeguarding the fragile peace of this chaotic era. I express my gratitude on behalf of the common folk for his noble sacrifice. Lu Feng, intrigued, inquired from the side, Brother Gu, how did you come to possess such precise knowledge of the Yunting True Man's tomb? It seems you share a certain connection with him. Gu Ming did not withhold the truth, nodding affirmatively. Not long ago, I received his legacy. Hence, we indeed have a connection. He has shown me kindness. Lu Feng fell silent, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. So you relocated his tomb to ensnare demonic cultivators? Brother Gu, that seems rather unscrupulous. Gu Ming rolled his eyes, defending his actions with conviction. What do you understand? This is the essence of a true, celestial being, an exemplar for our generation. Even in death, he strives to assist us in subduing demons and banishing evil. Lu Feng replied, but he did not consent to this. Did he refuse? Gu Ming pondered. It seems. He did not. Gu Ming regarded Lu Feng earnestly, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Brother Lu, you are still young. Many matters elude your understanding. Sometimes, the absence of refusal signifies tacit approval. Lu Feng chuckled, dismissing Gu Ming's convoluted reasoning. It had been countless years since the Yunting True Man's passing. It would be a miracle if he were to consent. Step back. I must activate the array. It is time to invite the unwelcome guests into our trap. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng hastily retreated. Gu Ming's gaze flickered as he activated the array. Radiant spiritual light surged skyward. piercing the heavens and evoking extraordinary phenomena across the realms. The vast celestial glow summoned vibrant clouds, enveloping the sky in resplendent brilliance, cascading countless streams of light. Resembling an ethereal paradise, the resonant sounds of the Tao echoed through the cosmos, shaking mountains and rivers, while various auspicious signs manifested abundantly in the heavens. Observing this, Gu Ming nodded in satisfaction. This is the grandeur befitting the inheritance of a transcendent being. Oh, predecessor, your humility is excessive. Allow me to spread your fame throughout the world, for who would remain unaware of your name? I know you are aware in your resting place, and I'm certain you are deeply moved. There is no need for thanks, for I have received your legacy. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. Yenting true man. The figures of the two men concealed themselves within the array, fixated on the entrance. Lu Feng, somewhat apprehensive, spoke up. Brother Gu, what if the visitors are other cultivators from the Taishu dynasty or the Demon Suppression Guard? What if they inadvertently enter the killing array? Gu Ming reassured him, fear not. Presently, cultivators from the Taishu dynasty are consumed with trepidation, having no leisure to seek fortuity here. They are too busy fleeing for their lives. As for the Demon Suppression Guard, they are preoccupied with hunting down demonic cultivators and are unlikely to have the inclination to venture here. Even if they enter the array, I can control it and will not turn against them. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng sighed in relief, never expecting Gu Ming's words would take a sudden turn. However, those who seek opportunities without valuing their lives, if they perish, it is merely a reflection of their ill fate, and I bear no blame. Lu Feng, Gu Ming continues to deceive. An ancient saying goes, what is destined to be will inevitably come to pass. What is not meant to be should not be forced. If they happen to meet their end here, it is preordained, and I cannot be held responsible. Lu Feng. Lu Feng stared wide-eyed at Gu Ming, his voice low and contemplative. But my dear Gu, this seems a touch unreasonable. Pray tell, the demonic cultivator you recently vanquished, was it his destined fate to die? Had you not intervened, would he not have lived? Gu Ming responded calmly, thus, I assert that his fate, his destiny was to fall by my hand, and this cannot be altered. Everything is decreed by the heavens. So, fret not. Those who perish are meant to do so, while those who survive are destined to live. Lu Feng pondered deeply, feeling a slight throb in his head. According to Gu Ming's logic, whether one lives or dies, all is predestined. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on this, realizing that engaging in debate with Gu Ming would lead to his own demise. Gu Ming smiled faintly, nodding in satisfaction. To argue with oneself? Preposterous. Even the old man Meng Wenxiu could not withstand his wit. Before long, the rustling of the surrounding forest could be heard. A multitude of bizarre figures, exuding demonic and ominous energy, certainly not the visage of the virtuous, emerged. Ha ha! This place indeed holds the fortune left behind by those of transcendent tribulation. Look at this auspicious sign. It must be a legacy granted to us by the heavens. We toil tirelessly to slay cultivators for the sake of power. If we could obtain the legacy left by these formidable beings, stepping into the realm of transcendent tribulation, who could stand against us in the Taisu Empire? Hey. Once I grasp this opportunity, I shall eradicate the Demon Suppression Department, and the head of the Taisu Emperor shall serve as my chamber pot. What you say is most true. Once you are finished, allow me my turn as well. A dozen or so demonic cultivators, all at the Golden Core stage, ranging from the initial to the perfected stages, entered without suspicion of the artificial nature of this fortune, cautiously stepping in. The moment they crossed the threshold, an illusionary formation activated, instantaneously separating them from their companions. Gu Ming chuckled coldly, immediately activating the killing array. Celestial thunder clashed with earthly fire, toxic miasma enveloped the area, and a plethora of chaotic killing talismans erupted, targeting both soul and flesh. In an instant, lamentations echoed throughout the killing array, particularly for those at the perfected Golden Core stage, who were given special attention by Gu Ming and sent into the Xian Yu Bone fire-killing array, leaving not a hair behind. Lu Feng gaped in astonishment, experiencing the terrifying might of the killing array for the first time. Various types of killing formations emerged endlessly. Even if one managed to break through one, over 300 more waited. Swallowing hard, Lu Feng gasped. Even a nascent soul cultivator, if alone within this array, would meet their end here. No sooner had he spoken than another wave of demonic cultivators arrived, shouting boisterously before stepping into the killing array. The same grim fate unfolded. Cries of anguish filled the air, with curses resounding within the array. For full 10 days, Lu Feng became numb, having witnessed over 1,000 demonic cultivators fall victim to the deadly trap. Indeed, the guardians of the demon suppression and the cultivators of the Taishu Empire have appeared, being teleported away by Gu Ming. He, who does not indiscriminately slay the innocent, surely would not eliminate them all without discernment. With a light sigh, Gu Ming expressed a hint of regret. Alas, the array has been significantly depleted. The remaining power will likely not ensnare many demon cultivators. Lu Feng nodded in agreement. That should suffice, Brother Gu. Perhaps it is time for us to retreat. Even the most foolish of demon cultivators will eventually notice the signs. Gu Ming hesitated for a moment, then nodded in affirmation, preparing to depart with Lu Feng. Suddenly, ominous demonic clouds surged from the horizon, a terrifying malevolence sweeping forth, transforming into a tempest that swept through the mountains and forests with lightning speed. A figure clad in blood-red robes emerged, leaving a trail of withered flora in its wake, an embodiment of dread. Lu Feng's expression changed dramatically. Damn it, it is a Yuaning-level powerhouse. He seems to be Kai Wuhuan, an elder of the demon cult. Brother Gu, can this formation defeat him? Gu Ming furrowed his brow and shook his head. It might have been possible at the outset, but now, he is likely to discern the truth. You should leave first. I can use the array to hold him off. Chapter 65. The demon guardian is here. Upon hearing the words, Lu Feng hastily shook his head, displaying an unwavering demeanor in the face of death. Brother Gu, I cannot abandon you. Just as he spoke, Gu Ming activated the teleportation array, whisking Lu Feng away. If he were to depart, the array would remain unmonitored, and they would be instantly discovered. Such verbosity, Gu Ming muttered in disdain. He was not afraid of death, for he could always return. However, if Lu Feng perished, it would be final. Kai Wuhuan's eyes glimmered with a ghostly light as he gazed intently at the tombstone of Master Yunting, remaining silent for a long period. Behind him, a dozen figures of demon cultivators emerged, all at the Golden Core stage. Elder, why do we not enter? One of them inquired ominously. Kai Wuhuan shook his head, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His eyes, swirling with malevolent energy, surveyed the surroundings. Taking a deep breath, he spoke softly. The scent of blood, though well concealed, cannot escape my senses. You have traveled from afar to this place, where the opportunity has long since manifested, yet there is not a soul in sight. Do you not find this peculiar? The air is thick with the stench of death. If my conjecture is accurate, it appears that a hidden hand has set a deadly trap. This so-called opportunity is merely a snare, designed to lure us into a deadly ambush. Such ruthless tactics. Reveal yourself. I have unraveled your schemes. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of the demon cultivators behind Kai Wuhuan shifted slightly, their vigilance heightened as they prepared their inner energy for confrontation. Gu Ming merely scoffed, uninterested in engaging. You think you can deceive me? Am I a mere child of 3? After a considerable time passed without any response, the demon cultivators exchanged bewildered glances, turning their eyes to Kai Wuhuan. Kai Wuhuan snorted in disdain, feeling slighted. With a flourish of his sleeves, a myriad of Black Death swords materialized, undulating in the void, exuding an aura of terror. Not coming forth? Then I shall compel you to appear. With a cold huff, Kai Wuhuan's demonic energy surged, his sleeves billowing as if they contained the universe, stirring the winds and shaking the earth. He drew his arms together, and the myriad death swords converged from the heavens, transforming into a colossal demonic sword, accompanied by black thunder, descending to shatter the array. As it approached, Gu Ming coldly huffed, rising to wave his sleeves, channeling the array's energy to send forth a brilliant beam of light skyward. Then let us engage in battle using this array. The clash between the array's light and the demonic sword unleashed a tempest of spiritual energy, creating shockwaves that reverberated across the land, fracturing the earth. The demon cultivators' faces paled, retreating hastily to avoid collateral damage. Kai Wuhuan let out a chilling laugh, his sleeves vibrating with energy as he infused it with immense power. The demonic sword roared as it broke through the array's light, descending relentlessly. In response, Gu Ming pointed skyward, summoning thousands of explosive talismans from the array, enveloped in the forces of thunder and fire, closing in on the demonic sword. Explosion. The thunderous roar was akin to a mushroom cloud, stirring the winds and clouds, surging forth in all directions. The illusion array was shattered, revealing layers of concealed, deadly formations. Gu Ming stood at the heart of the array, his gaze calm as he regarded Kai Wuhuan. Kai Wuhuan snorted dismissively. Array techniques are but trivial arts. They're nothing to be concerned about. Come again. Blood Cloud Demonic Palm. With a cold snort, Kai Wuhuan unleashed a torrent of dark malevolence, transforming it into a colossal hand that spanned 100 zhong, descending from the heavens to strike at the formation. Gu Ming calmly raised his head, marveling at the display. Truly, as a nascent soul cultivator, even in the early stages, the power was formidable. As his words fell, Gu Ming's sleeves burst forth with spiritual light, a multitude of talismans erupting from the formation, swiftly extracting various killing arrays and symbols, coalescing into a talismanic dragon. Roar. The talisman dragon let out a thunderous cry, clawing its way upwards against the heavens, preparing for another clash. Stop the theatrics. Though this individual-esque cultivation is not high, with the aid of the formation, he barely holds his ground against me. Yilaz should strike, tear apart his array, and let us see who dares to ensnare the three great demonic sections. Upon hearing this, a dozen golden core demon cultivators joined forces, unleashing their mightiest strike towards the formation. Thunderous booms echoed as the mystical array shattered inch by inch, unable to defend itself, leading to a cataclysmic explosion. The dark hand from the sky then broke through the talisman dragon, smashing the entire gorge into ruins. All eyes were fixed on the swirling dust, and as the mist dissipated, a figure clad in black appeared, wielding a demon-suppressing blade, looking down upon the crowd with calm authority. Upon sensing Gu Ming's cultivation, the astonishment in their eyes swiftly morphed into disdain. A mere foundation establishment cultivator had the audacity to lay traps and slay members of the three great demonic sects. What a foolhardy endeavor. Kai Wuhuan let out a cold hum, his tone dripping with contempt, completely dismissing Gu Ming. With a single hand, Gu Ming twirled the demon-suppressing blade, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded the demon cultivators. Slaying over 1,000 demon cultivators was worth it. So, if you wish to battle, then come forth. Witnessing Gu Ming's disdainful demeanor ignited fury among the demon cultivators, especially when they heard of the thousands he had slain. No wonder my brother has suddenly gone missing. It was you. That wretched creature. Did you also kill my senior brother? Unforgivable. My wife also perished abruptly, and it must be connected to him. The crowd erupted in accusations against Gu Ming, their desire to tear him apart palpable. Kai Wuhuan, hands clasped behind his back, assumed a posture of strategic contemplation and spoke coolly. You, boy, lack the qualifications to set up such extensive arrays or to slay so many of my fellow practitioners. Speak. Who is the mastermind behind you? How laughable to have an ant like you take the fall. A flicker of oddity crossed Gu Ming's eyes as he couldn't help but retort. What of low cultivation? Does low cultivation preclude me from slaying you? It is absurd. I have stated they all fell by my hand. Do not attribute my achievements to others. What say you? Slowly raising his blade, Gu Ming's spiritual energy flowed forth, scattering the dust as he provocatively whispered. Upon hearing this, you must feel as though I am mocking you. Your fury is palpable, and your icy glares are fixed upon me. If gazes could kill, I would have perished countless times. Gu Ming chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. Had you not been fortunate enough to arrive late, it would have been you who perished. Thus, in a way, the deaths of your loved ones were not in vain. They were merely shielded from calamity by me. You, old wretch, ought to consider yourself fortunate for arriving a tad late. Had my formation been complete, slaying you would have been as effortless as butchering a dog. Kai Wuhuan, seething with rage, let out a chilling laugh as he subtly moved his right hand, summoning a crimson whip made of human bone, within which countless souls were imprisoned, emitting haunting and sorrowful wails. Very well, since you seek death so eagerly, I shall oblige. Yet you stand alone, a pitiful sight indeed, presumably thrust forth by the demon suppression guard to meet your demise. Suddenly, a multitude of formidable presences approached rapidly from the distant horizon, startling the onlookers. Who claims that the demon suppression guard is without allies? Have you dared to inquire of us? We shall never abandon anyone, and to overpower the few with the many requires a prior consultation with us. We are here to vanquish demons and safeguard tranquility. The demon suppression guard stands resolute, as waves of murderous intent surged forth. Dozens of members of the demon suppression guard materialized from all directions, encircling Kai Wuhuan and his companions. Chapter 66. The Demon Extermination Array, Subduing Demons. Gu Ming gazed in astonishment, taken aback by the timely arrival of the demon suppression guards. His perception of their unwavering principle of never abandoning their comrades shifted significantly. He felt a flicker of warmth he hadn't experienced in a long time. Just then, a mournful voice drifted from behind him. "Brother Gu, you lack martial ethics." "Ha! I shall never trust you again." Lu Feng approached, resembling a scorned lover, his face pale, evidently having expended considerable energy in rallying support. Gu Ming smiled faintly and patted Lu Feng on the shoulder. "Indeed, you have proven somewhat useful. I am quite pleased." Lu Feng. Behind Lu Feng, a perfected golden core cultivator approached, casting a satisfied glance at Gu Ming, nodding appreciatively and revealing a kind smile. "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for saving my little brother's life. I am aware of your deeds. The ensuing matter shall be handled by us. You may take a moment to rest." Gu Ming nodded slightly and stepped back. "I appreciate the assistance. It is all part of the duty." Yu Chunyang advanced slowly, and the demon suppression guard around them drew their swords in unison, their energies surging, forming the demon extermination array, encircling Kai Wuhuan and his companions. Kai Wuhuan's expression darkened, not merely due to his failure to eliminate Gu Ming, but because they now appeared to be in grave danger. "Ha! No matter how many golden cores you possess, how can you hope to defeat me? If I wish to leave, you cannot stop me." Hearing this, the demon cultivators behind Kai Wuhuan grew anxious. "Elder, you must not leave. What shall we do if you abandon us?" "Leave? Your lies mean nothing to me," Kai Wuhuan retorted coldly, showing no concern for the fate of his comrades. At this, the other demon cultivators displayed their anger, yet they had no choice but to seek their own salvation. Yu Chunyang scoffed, drawing his demon suppression blade. The blade sang like a dragon-esque roar, conjuring a tempest that surged violently. "Alone, you may evade me, but our demon suppression guards are all capable fighters of equal rank. Coupled with the demon extermination array targeting demon cultivators, we shall see if we can retain you." With that, dozens of demon suppression guards launched their assault simultaneously, activating the demon extermination array and transforming the area into a barrier. Their powers fused harmoniously, creating a formidable defense and offense, directing their combined strength toward any breach Kai Wuhuan attempted. Even though he was a nascent soul cultivator, he could not withstand the coordinated effort of the numerous demon suppression guards. Blade light coalesced from the void, multiplying into thousands, shattering the air as it descended. The demon cultivators were taken aback, each forced to fend for themselves, utterly incapable of withstanding a single strike. Aside from Kai Wuhuan, the nascent soul cultivator, the other demon cultivators soon fell amidst pools of blood, their lives extinguished. "Harness the power within me. Exterminate demons," Yu Chunyang bellowed, as the other demon suppression guards seamlessly channeled their strength into him, combining it with the energy of the demon extermination array, culminating in a ferocious strike. The golden blade light surged through the air, and Kai Wuhuan was alarmed. The force of this strike nearly rivaled that of a mid-nascent soul, far beyond what he could withstand. "Ghostbat shield!" Kai Wuhuan shouted in fury, his entire body enveloped in demonic mist that transformed into a swarm of ghostly bats, forming a dark shield before him. A cold smile crept across Yu Chunyang's lips as he suddenly retracted his blade. "You have fallen into my trap, fool." Kai Wuhuan gazed at the dissipating golden aura and felt an unsettling chill run down his spine, prompting him to turn in astonishment. Behind him emerged another fully realized golden core guardian of the Demon Suppression Division, converging a shimmering blade of golden light. Kai Wuhuan, the intricacies of your being are already well known to our demon suppression division. The flaws of the Ghostbat shield are too pronounced, and my demon extermination array is perfectly tailored to counter it. With a swift motion, the golden blade flashed past his midsection, causing his body to disintegrate instantaneously into a mist of crimson, leaving no room for final words. Gu Ming observed the demon extermination array with intrigue, unable to suppress his thoughts. Quite fascinating indeed. Yu Chunyuan sheathed his blade, casting a knowing smile toward Gu Ming. You appear somewhat astonished. The most fundamental demon extermination array requires 5 participants, working in perfect harmony, capable of vanquishing opponents a tier above us. With our combined 38, dealing with an initial stage nascent soul is hardly a challenge. Gu Ming remained silent. During his time teaming with Zhao, Sandao, and the others, he had never learned the demon extermination array, for he had always taken the lead, utilizing talismans with ease to defeat foes without the need for such formations. After Zhao, Sandao, and the others departed, he had been left to fend for himself, making the study of the array even less feasible. Noticing Gu Ming's silence, Yu Chunyuan did not press further, but instead inquired curiously, "My friend, where are your companions? Could it be?" A somber expression spread across the faces of Yu Chunyuan and his companions. Clearly, Gu Ming had been fighting alone, suggesting that his allies had. Lu Feng interjected, unable to restrain himself. "Captain, he entered the Guiyuan heaven alone, and he is quite unique. He has no teammates, for he is a team unto himself." The group was taken aback, their sorrow dissipating, replaced with curiosity directed at Gu Ming. He offered a brief explanation, and they finally grasped the situation. Someone exclaimed, "No way. You are the one who challenged the Silver Order Demon Suppression Guardian 18 years ago, seeking justice from a Demon Suppression Guardian? Gu Ming, so it is you." That name sounded so familiar, Lu Feng exclaimed, finally coming to the realization. Yu Chunyuan shot him a glare and kicked him away. With a kind and amiable demeanor, he turned to Gu Ming and remarked, "Ah, it is indeed you, Brother Gu. Your reputation precedes you, renowned for your mastery of formations and alchemy. If you could slay so many demonic cultivators, it is indeed comprehensible. Yet, how could Wei Cheng be so callous as to allow such a treasure as you to venture into Guiyuan heaven alone? Could it be that Wei Cheng intentionally seeks to isolate you? If that is the case, I shall certainly lodge a complaint. How about this? If Wei Cheng does not value you, why not come to my city of Yin?" At this, Lu Feng's expression brightened, filled with anticipation as he looked at Gu Ming, genuinely considering him a brother in arms and wishing to share the same city. The other captains, hearing this, eagerly extended their offers. "Brother Gu, why not join my team? Whether in compensation or rewards, you shall always be prioritized." "Nonsense. Your team is already at full capacity. My team recently lost a member. Come join us." Gu Ming chuckled helplessly, shaking his head. "I appreciate everyone's kindness, but Wei Cheng does not bear any ill will towards me. I'm simply accustomed to working alone." My entry into Guiyuan Heaven was also a voluntary decision. Upon hearing this, the group felt a mix of disappointment and relief. Had Wei Cheng truly been so inept, they would have certainly reported it. After a lengthy conversation, as the moment of parting arrived, Chun Yang expressed his concern. "Brother Gu, it is rather unsafe for you to travel alone. Why not accompany us instead? The deadline for the closure of the Guiyuan Heaven is drawing near, and there is no need to continue tempting fate. Moreover, having slain so many demonic cultivators, it is unlikely that they will let you off easily. Before their demise, Kai Wuhuan and others will surely spread word of you. Those Yuaning demonic cultivators may seek vengeance, challenging the Taishu dynasty." Upon hearing this, Gu Ming shook his head and, with a courteous gesture, replied with a smile, "Thank you all, but I prefer to travel alone. As members of the Demon Suppression Guard, if we dare to venture into the Guiyuan Heaven, we must not fear death." At his words, the group felt a tremor in their hearts, their admiration for Gu Ming deepening. They all bowed respectfully before parting ways. Chapter 67, Conspiracy. The peril of the Demon Suppressing Guard after parting ways with the others, Gu Ming calculated the time. Just over a year remained. The scheme to set a trap for the demon cultivators seemed unfeasible, so he decided to gather some materials to brew spirit kite wine, which appeared to be a more practical endeavor. Additionally, he planned to concoct some ancient poison pills, substances that were predominantly found in the realm of Guyuan Tian. Gu Ming mumbled to himself as he casually chose a direction and moved swiftly onward. 1 year later, at Dongting Mountain, Gu Ming emerged from the makeshift retreat he had crafted, sporting dark circles under his eyes. After a year of relentless pursuit for materials, brewing, refining various poison pills, and setting formations, he felt utterly exhausted. Unbeknownst to him, with the guidance of Master Yunting, his alchemical skills were on the verge of reaching the lower tier of the earth grade. Just as Gu Ming stretched and prepared to yawn, he noticed 3 figures materializing before him. Both parties stared at each other, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Gu Ming hastily composed himself, clearing his throat as he scrutinized the trio. The leader, adorned in resplendent attire and wearing a jade crown, appeared to be a distinguished middle-aged man, clearly not an ordinary individual. The other 2 were clad in fitted long garments, exuding a sense of competence, likely serving as bodyguards. After exchanging glances, the middle-aged man's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. Gu Ming? Taken aback, Gu Ming pondered, am I truly that renowned? As he examined the man more closely, he furrowed his brow, sensing that the middle-aged man was overly enthusiastic, akin to encountering prey. And you are? Cough. I am Zhang an elder of the Zhang family. Please do not be alarmed. Gu Ming regarded Zhang with skepticism, pondering, the Zhang family? What is that? How could I possibly know them? The man to Zhang left snorted disdainfully, his demeanor haughty. What is this? The esteemed demon-suppressing guard is so uninformed as to not recognize the Zhang family? Gu Ming maintained a calm expression as he turned his gaze toward the speaker. I am now acquainted. It seems you rely heavily on your connections. You. The bodyguard, infuriated, was about to unleash his fury when Zhang raised a hand to halt him. Do not be rude. This gentleman is a dignitary of the demon-suppressing guard, in our Tai Su dynasty. Who would dare disrespect him? Dear Taoist Gu, I implore your forgiveness. My subordinates lack the proper etiquette. Indeed. Remember to hold the leash tightly. Gu Ming replied indifferently, preparing to leave. Zhang shook his head at his subordinates, a fleeting glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, well concealed. Taoist Gu, please wait. I have long been aware of your great name. Presently, all the demon cultivators of Guyuan Tian are seeking you. You must exercise caution. Gu Ming paused, a smile gracing his face. Thank you for the warning. Do the 3 of you have further matters to discuss? Zhang was taken aback, internally berating the individual before him for not adhering to conventional customs. He had reminded him multiple times, yet he did not invite him inside for a discussion. He mused internally. Very well. If I can capture him and hand him over to the 3 major demon sects, it may yield some valuable rewards. Just as he intended to take action, Gu Ming suddenly spoke. Since we have crossed paths, why not step inside for a conversation? I have recently brewed some spirit wine and was lamenting the lack of company to share it with. Zhang calming the spiritual energy within him, nodded. Since Taoist Gu has extended such a warm invitation, I shall not be modest. Ha ha! Zhang was intrigued by how a mere foundation establishment cultivator could orchestrate a massacre, claiming the lives of 1,000 demonic cultivators. This individual must possess numerous fortuitous treasures. Acquiring such opportunities and then eliminating him without a trace would be most delightful. Should these treasures fall into the hands of the 3 great demonic sects, they would no longer belong to him. Thus, the 4 entered Gu Ming's temporary cave. Upon stepping inside, they were greeted by the brilliance of azure crystals illuminating the surroundings. Gu Ming welcomed the 3, pouring them each a cup of the freshly brewed Ling Yuan wine from his storage bag. Zhang eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Ling Yuan wine? The intoxicating aroma was captivating, even leaving Zhang who was in the early stages of the nascent soul realm, utterly astonished. Ling Yuan wine was known for its ability to invigorate the mind and enhance one's comprehension of the Tao. In the outside world, a single cup of this exquisite wine could fetch a fortune and was exceedingly rare to encounter. Gu Ming smiled faintly and poured himself a cup. Acknowledging the rarity of the ingredients needed to brew Ling Yuan wine, which could only be gathered in the realm of return to origin. Please, he urged. The three remained motionless, well aware of Gu Ming's proficiency in alchemy and apprehensive of potential treachery. Gu Ming chuckled, downing his drink in one go before finishing the cups in front of the others and refilling them. Knowing that you three are righteous cultivators from esteemed lineages, I harbor no ill intentions, rest assured. Zhang Er raised his cup and drank it all in one go, explaining with a smile. The other two, eager to raise their cups, were outpaced by Zhang Er. Faced with their elder, they could only suppress their indignation and silently curse. My friend, please forgive me. It is always prudent to be cautious when out and about. I wonder how much Ling Yuan wine you have brewed? Gu Ming sighed softly. Not much. Just a few thousand jars. Unfortunately, I could only find a limited amount of brewing materials, he replied. The three fell silent, while Zhang Er's eyes gleamed with elation, realizing he had made the right wager. Rather than handing Gu Ming over to the demonic sects, it would be far better to secretly eliminate him and seize his fortunes. The rewards from the demonic sects paled in comparison to the bounty of Ling Yuan wine. Cough, cough. I wonder what other opportunities you possess, Gu Daoist. Gu Ming paused momentarily, recounting the various fortuitous encounters, rare spiritual herbs, and exotic flames he had obtained, leaving nothing unspoken. As Gu Ming detailed his acquisitions, Zhang Er could no longer contain his greed. His eyes turned crimson as he suddenly stood, fixated on the startled Gu Ming. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Gu Ming rolled his eyes, remarking dryly, what is so wonderful? All of this belongs to me. Zhang Er dropped his pretense, letting out a chilling laugh. While two Golden Cloud cultivators positioned themselves on either side of Gu Ming, swords drawn. Heh, you are indeed a person of great fortune. What I mean is, all these opportunities rightly belong to me. Gu Ming leisurely took a sip from his jug, appearing somewhat speechless. Are you so eager? I am curious. As an elder of the Zhang family, a righteous figure in the Tai Su Empire, why would you conspire with the demonic path? The moment Zhang Er uttered his name with a predatory gaze, Gu Ming had already suspected something was amiss. Though Zhang Er was astonished by Gu Ming's calm demeanor, he could not fathom how a mere foundation establishment ant could best a formidable nascent soul cultivator like himself. With a cold sneer, Zhang Er revealed his deep-seated hatred for the Demon Suppression Guard. Under the guise of maintaining peace, and emboldened by the support of the Emperor of the Void, the Demon Suppression Guard acted with unbridled arrogance and disdain. My brother, merely accused of accidentally taking the lives of a few hundred insignificant mortals, was ruthlessly suppressed by the Demon Suppression Guard, stripped of his cultivation, and left in a fate worse than death. How laughable is that the various factions within the Taishu dynasty have long suffered under the oppression of the Demon Suppression Division. Do you truly believe that the Demon Suppression Guard commands respect in the Taishu dynasty? Absurd. Gu Ming remained silent, for such inquiries were beyond his capacity to answer and held little significance for him. Zhang Er continued to vent his inner discontent. We, the exalted families of cultivation, are forced to compensate mere mortals for their lives. How ludicrous. The lives of mortals are of little worth. What right do they have to compare with us? The Demon Suppression Guard purports to protect the peace of these insignificant beings, encroaching upon the interests of our esteemed cultivation families and sections. Can you fathom why the three major demonic sects were able to easily infiltrate the Guyuan Heaven? And can you guess how many members of the Demon Suppression Guard remain alive in the current Guyuan Heaven? From beginning to end, this has been a conspiracy targeting the Demon Suppression Guard. None of you shall escape Guyuan Heaven alive. This is the retribution from various factions against the Demon Suppression Guard. Chapter 68. A desperate situation. Gu Ming's expression gradually turned frigid. He did not comprehend the grand principles of the world, but to strike against that which he identified with was simply unacceptable. The judgments of the world mattered little to him. He was concerned solely with his own sense of right and wrong. Are you angered? Infuriated? This is merely the self-destructive folly of the Demon Suppression Guard. The scheme against the Demon Suppression Guard has only just commenced. Various forces will unite to compel the Emperor of the Void to abolish the existence of the Demon Suppression Division and restore true fairness to the Void Dynasty. Gu Ming shook his head slowly, rising with deliberate calmness. allowing the swords of the two men to rest against his neck without concern. His gaze was terrifyingly tranquil as it fell upon Zhang Er. Your justifications do not concern me. The fairness you seek is of no interest to me either. However, to target the demon suppression guard at this moment is unequivocally wrong. Zhang Er was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into unabashed laughter, mocking Gu Ming. Ha ha! A mere foundation-building insect dares to discuss right and wrong with me? Ridiculous. Your life and death lie solely within my thoughts. What can you do? How can you possibly contend with me? Gu Ming's eyes were deep and serene, as if gazing at a fool, fixated on Zhang Er. That gaze gradually froze the smile on Zhang Er's face, filling him with unease. Insect, what is this look you give? I find it most displeasing. Do you not sense the obstruction of your internal spiritual energy, the sharp pain emanating from your dantian, the fatigue in your meridians? At these words, the expressions of Zhang Er and his two companions shifted slightly as they sensed their conditions, precisely as Gu Ming had described. A look of disdain and contempt surfaced on Gu Ming's face as he continued softly. Fools, knowing well my expertise in formations and alchemy, yet you act so recklessly. I truly wonder how you have survived until now. Disable him. Zhang Er shouted in alarm, and his two subordinates immediately raised their hands, gathering their lethal moves to attack Gu Ming. In the next instant, Gu Ming's figure dissipated like a bubble, reappearing at the entrance. I have no time to play with you. The game is over. A smile tugged at Gu Ming's lips as he snapped his fingers. The azure crystals illuminating the cave shattered explosively, and streams of green poison gas instantly filled the entire cavern. As the three men attempted to react, the moment they activated their internal spiritual energy, their bodies became rigid, collapsing straight down. How is this possible? You also drank the spirit kite wine. Why are you unharmed? Zhang Er's eyes brimmed with resentment and unwillingness. He had never expected that as a dignified, nascent soul cultivator, he would be rendered incapacitated by someone else as poison. Gu Ming shrugged nonchalantly, saying, the spirit kite wine is not the issue when combined with this poison. It serves as a catalyst. Even a nascent soul cultivator cannot withstand the synergy of the two. Holding your breath is futile. The moment you circulate your spiritual energy, the poison will enter your body instinctively, complementing one another, rendering you defenseless. Of course, if your strength were greater, I might indeed have difficulty dealing with you, but alas, you are merely at the early stages of a nascent soul. Zhang Er was incensed. He had never encountered such a cunning and treacherous demon suppression guard, more sinister than demonic cultivators, completely devoid of martial ethics. And so what? Once this poison dissipates, I can instantly recover and slay you like a dog. You two have consumed the spirit kite wine. Do you dare to step into the poison to strike at me? Steadfast and resolute, Gu Ming dared not venture forth, and Zhang Er's inner turmoil dissipated significantly. Gu Ming regarded Zhang Er with an expression of incredulity, his right hand summoning the ethereal bone fire, which surged from the ground, swiftly engulfing the entire cavern. Such folly! The air was soon filled with the anguished wails that echoed throughout the cave, and in no time, the three were reduced to charred remains, utterly lifeless. Gu Ming dispersed the poisonous miasma, gathered his belongings, and departed from the scene. In this chaotic world, I cannot intervene nor control, but as for the matter of the Yuan heaven, I, Gu Ming, shall take charge. The deadly haze forest lay shrouded in a somber gloom, the air thick with mist, obscuring the sun's rays. Yu Chunyuan wielded the demon-subduing blade, summoning his life essence in the form of a golden pill above his head, resembling a miniature blazing sun that dispelled the suffocating atmosphere and illuminated the surroundings. Crimson droplets of blood fell from the dark fabric of his attire, splashing into the verdant abyss below, creating ripples. The surrounding dead forest was cleaved in twain, revealing a figure ahead, a yuaning demon cultivator brandishing a blood-red crescent blade, casting a mocking gaze towards Yu Chunyuan, laced with disdain. Run! Yu Chunyuan, hair disheveled, bore a ghastly wound emanating a sinister aura upon his chest, his voice a low, rasping growl. Lu Feng, pallid-faced, carried his nearly lifeless comrade on his back, his eyes ablaze with determination as he looked towards Yu Chunyuan's retreating silhouette. No! Captain, even in death, we must perish together, as we once vowed, shared glory and shared ruin. In a sudden turn, Yu Chunyuan faced them, his expression a terrifying mask of rage. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he spoke each word with gravitas. Leave at once. Do you truly wish for my brothers to die in vain? To see my sacrifice wasted? Let us leave a spark of hope for our team. Return and inform our superiors that the various factions have betrayed the Tai Su dynasty and colluded with the three great demon sections. Lu Feng hesitated for a moment before abruptly turning and fleeing with haste, murmuring as he ran, 18 squads demon, subduing guard. Lu Feng, obeying orders. The demon cultivator let out a cold laugh, gradually raising his crescent blade, summoning the deathly aura from a 10-mile radius, transforming it into a 1,000-foot blade shadow. Yu Chunyuan, do you genuinely believe that this insignificant insect can escape the Guiyuan heaven? The Guiyuan heaven shall be your grave, and I shall personally escort you on your journey. The chilling aura howled like a chorus of wailing spirits, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. In the face of the Yuan Ing cultivator's full force strike, Yu Chunyuan sighed softly, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes, which swiftly morphed into resolve and lethal intent. The demon-subduing guard shall eradicate demons and safeguard the realm from chaos, unwavering until death. As his words fell, Yu Chunyuan abruptly raised his hand, grasping the source of the golden pill, and with a resounding explosion, the pill transformed into a cascade of golden radiance, merging with his essence. Sacrificing the golden pill, he fought with his very life. Yu Chunyuan surged forth from the golden brilliance, wielding the demon-subduing blade, unleashing a 1,000-foot beam of golden light directed at the demon cultivator. With an awe-inspiring strike that defied the heavens, it erupted from the void, wreaking havoc in all directions, the residual force so powerful that it spared Lu Feng, transforming instead into a gentle breeze that carried him away from that place. However, Yu Chunyuan's form was obliterated by the demon cultivator's blade, extinguished in both body and spirit. As the brilliance faded, the demon cultivator coldly regarded the direction in which Lu Feng had vanished, brushing his fingers across the severed edge of his hair. His expression dark as the depths of water. Ah, to sacrifice oneself for a companion, such remarkable courage, yet he cannot escape. His demise is certain. With a cold snort, the demon cultivator turned and continued the pursuit of the remaining demon suppressors. The tide of battle had shifted unexpectedly. Numerous cultivators from the Tai Su dynasty suddenly allied with the demon practitioners to confront the demon suppressors. Caught off guard, the demon suppressors suffered devastating losses, with many of their Yuaning leaders falling amidst the chaos. Lu Feng escaped the deathly shadow forest, but the breath of his comrade on his back had already faded. Yet, he refused to relinquish his hold, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. Even in utter exhaustion, he would not cease his flight. I shall fulfill the captain's orders. I must. Suddenly, an icy chill infused with malevolent energy spread from the ground, freezing his feet in place. Stumbling, Lu Feng collapsed onto the cursed ice. Dark tendrils swiftly ensnared him, piercing through his limbs and lifting him into the air, while the corpse of his comrade was instantly torn apart, reduced to mere flesh and blood. We've caught another elusive prey. 2 early-stage golden core demon cultivators emerged from behind the rocks, wearing triumphant and mocking smiles as they assessed their captured quarry. Chapter 69. The Green Mountains may conceal bones. Yet I shall guide you home. Lu Feng reluctantly opened his weary eyes, gazing at the approaching demonic cultivator, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he murmured softly, Captain, I have failed. He sensed the shattering of his golden core, the malevolent energy infiltrating his being, and realized his time was fleeting. Slowly lifting his gaze toward the distant horizon, the exit of the returning Yuan heaven, the direction of home. Home! His pupils blurred, and in a fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse a familiar figure, suddenly appearing just as before, deftly setting up a lethal formation. Gu brother, it seems I cannot forget you. Even at death's door, you remain the last person on my mind. Lu Feng gently closed his eyes, utterly exhausted, longing for a peaceful slumber, wishing to catch up with Yu Chunyuan and the others, not wanting to traverse the cycle of reincarnation alone. Gu Ming arrived in haste, hands weaving a deadly formation, casting out a toxic pill recklessly, instantly enveloping the two adversaries. Alarmed, they were about to break the formation when hundreds of thunder explosion talismans appeared, detonating with a thunderous roar, consuming them entirely, leaving no trace behind. Gu Ming swung the demon suppressing sword skyward, and Lu Feng's body fell from the heights, landing in his embrace. Producing a plethora of healing elixirs, he infused them into Lu Feng's body. Upon sensing the depletion of his life force, Gu Ming's countenance darkened ominously. Cough, cough. Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes, a grin spreading across his face upon seeing Gu Ming. Gu brother, you have saved me once more. We truly are fated. Do not speak. I shall mend your injuries. Gu Ming snapped his fingers, conjuring a series of spiritual talismans that transformed into a healing array, drawing upon the powers of heaven and earth to sustain Lu Feng's life essence. Subsequently, he retrieved a high-grade recovery pill from his storage bag, preparing to refine it to restore Lu Feng's meridians. With great difficulty, Lu Feng raised a hand to halt Gu Ming's actions, speaking softly, Gu brother, enough. I am aware of my condition. I am beyond salvation. Not even an Earth-level alchemist could rescue me. Gu Ming's movements froze. He understood all too well. Yet, what could he do? If only he were a celestial-level alchemist, perhaps he could possess the means to bring back the dead. Setting the pill aside, Gu Ming sighed deeply, a complex expression crossing his face as he gazed at Lu Feng. I am sorry. I cannot save you. The inevitability of life and death was a cycle he would not interfere with, yet the demon-suppressing guard ought not to perish. Lu Feng should not meet his end here, for they still had their missions, and it was unacceptable for them to die in the returning Yuan heaven. Lu Feng coughed, blood spilling from his lips, and shook his head. Gu brother, do not say such things. The debt of this life I owe you is insurmountable. If it burdens you, how can I find peace? To encounter you is a blessing for me, though there are regrets in this life. The cycle of life and death is beyond human intervention. It's all predestined, a truth you once imparted to me. Gu Ming understood, having witnessed too many lives extinguished around him. He had grown accustomed to it. Yet, he remained human, possessing emotions, and he felt that Lu Feng should not fall victim to this conspiracy. Forcing a smile, Gu Ming produced a bottle of Lingyuan wine. Brother Lu, this is a delightful brew I have crafted over the past year. To partake in it would be a true delight, lest it become a regret in life. Lu Feng was taken aback, his mouth agape as he drank deeply, smacking his lips with a chuckle. Ah, you rascal! If only you had brewed this earlier, but alas, at the brink of death, I can still savor this earthly delicacy. It is worth it. Lu Feng's pupils gradually dulled, vitality swiftly waning as he murmured softly. The demon suppression guard exists to quell demons and restore peace amid chaos. Brother Gu, do not lose faith in the demon suppression guard. It is commendable. If it is within your power, please continue its noble mission on my behalf. Gu Ming retrieved a coffin from his storage bag, gently placing Lu Feng within. He then gathered the remains of another fallen demon suppression guard, laying them in a separate coffin. After securing both in his storage bag, Gu Ming rose, wielding the demon suppression blade with one hand, and softly declared, There are countless mountains where corpses may lie, yet I choose to bring you all home. Thus, Gu Ming traversed the realm of return, collecting the bodies of the deceased demon suppression guards and placing them in coffins. When confronted by formidable demon cultivators, he chose to retreat for the time being. He could not afford to perish yet, as he had his own mission. Soon, a peculiar rumor spread throughout the realm of return. Someone was gathering the bodies of the demon suppression guards. The fleeing members of the guard, upon hearing this news, chose to halt their retreat. Rather than be hunted to death, they would rather fight fiercely, taking one down with them. Brothers, someone is collecting our bodies. Why should we fear dying far from home? Damn it, I have long been unable to endure this. A proud demon suppression guard, chased and hunted like a dog. How can we face our ancestors? Come now, let us confront these hypocritical families and sects, and clash with the three great demon sects, fighting until the bitter end. In no time, a multitude of demon suppression guards ceased their hiding, boldly revealing themselves, trading life for life. The demon cultivators and those who had betrayed the Void Dynasty became aware of Gu Ming's presence and began a relentless pursuit. Many nascent soul demon cultivators even offered substantial rewards for Gu Ming's head, promising earthly tier spirit artifacts and millions of spirit stones. Particularly upon discovering that Gu Ming had previously slain thousands of demon cultivators, their hatred for him reached a fever pitch. Were it not for Gu Ming's cautious approach and the establishment of numerous small teleportation arrays, he would have been captured long ago, having narrowly escaped the demon cultivator's pursuit. Gu Ming murmured in exasperation, "What is the meaning of this? Am I not worsening the casualties of these demon suppression guards? I'm a demon suppression guard, not a grave digger." Days later, Gu Ming arrived once more at a battlefield where 3 demon suppression guards were locked in a fierce battle against 5 demon cultivators. Shortly thereafter, they succeeded in slaying all 5, though they themselves bore various injuries. Upon Gu Ming's arrival, the 3 guards were initially startled, but upon recognizing him, their tension eased considerably. "Ah, Brother Gu, we are well aware of your contributions to the demon suppression guard. Without you, we would have no assurance of safety." Yi Xuanhong's complexion was pallid, forcing a smile even as blood streamed from a gaping wound in her abdomen. Gu Ming approached the trio, and one of them consumed a healing pill, recovering significantly in an instant. The 3 were taken aback, their faces lighting up with joy. Yi Xuanhong sighed. "It is said that Brother Gu is a master of alchemy, and indeed, the rumors ring true. I shall repay you for this elixir once we leave the realm of return. Should we fail to survive, seek out our families, and we shall provide you with a written acknowledgement." Gu Ming gazed at Yi Xuanhong, shaking his head gently. "Should you continue to be courteous, it would imply that you regard me as a stranger." Yi Xuanhong paused for a moment, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Very well, we are indeed good brothers. The demon suppression guardians of the world are one family." After a brief silence, Yi Xuanhong retrieved 2 corpses from her storage ring, a trace of sorrow etched upon her face. "Please, could you return them to Weicheng and bring them home?" Gu Ming nodded, expertly extracting a coffin, meticulously arranging their appearances before placing them into the storage bag. The 3 of them regained a semblance of composure, casting a profound glance at Gu Ming. Yi Xuanhong, shouldering the demon suppression blade, smiled gently. "Let us proceed. We must continue our mission. It is impossible to exit Guiyuan, as it has been entirely sealed off by the various families and sects, and news cannot escape. By the time the Demon Suppression Division realizes, we may already be lost. Gu Ming, I rely on you. I believe that with your capabilities, you will surely bring us home." The 3 bowed deeply and spoke. Chapter 70. The Great Moral Dilemma. Before Gu Ming could utter a word, a chilling voice echoed around them. "Leave? You shall not escape." Yi Xuanhong's expression shifted dramatically as she looked up, her eyes widening in horror at the sight of figures of demonic cultivators emerging from all directions, encircling them completely. The 3 leaders were all at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. In that moment, despair flickered in the eyes of Yi Xuanhong and her companions. Yet, after a fleeting moment of despondency, they regained their composure, reviving the spiritual energy within them. Faces devoid of fear as they stood resolutely against the onslaught of the demonic cultivators. The 3 nascent soul elders from the 3 major demonic sects arrived in unison, their formidable presence overwhelming, commanding nearly 100 golden core cultivators at their backs. It appeared to be a certain death trap, the elder of the desired demon sect. Chen Kuan sneered coldly, casting a knowing glance at Gu Ming. "So you're Gu Ming? I have long heard of your illustrious name. Capturing you has required considerable effort. Each time, you manage to slip away. This time, I shall see how you intend to break free from our encirclement." Yi Xuanhong's countenance shifted subtly, her pupils trembling in disbelief as she regarded Chen Kuan. "You used us 3 as bait to deal with Gu Ming?" Another alluring demonic cultivator, enchanting in her demeanor. With only a piece of silk concealing her bosom and intimate areas, revealed skin as white as jade. With every movement, she exuded an irresistible charm, captivating all who beheld her. She giggled lightly, teasingly. "My dear, did you think you 5 could repeatedly break through the encirclement at the mere cost of 2 lives? We have conducted thorough investigations. You and Gu Ming hail from the same city. using you as bait. It is only a matter of time before we hook this big fish. Now that the fish is caught, the other demon hunters from Weicheng have no need to continue living. Yi Shuanghong's pupils froze as she turned to the calm Gu Ming, guilt etched on her face. Gu Ming, I am sorry. We have put you in danger. Had we perished sooner, you might have remained unharmed. Gu Ming shook his head, his expression serene. This has nothing to do with you. It is all part of their conspiracy. It is merely unfortunate that I cannot continue to retrieve the fallen bodies of the demon hunters. At this declaration, not only Yi Shuanghong and her companions were stunned, but the other demonic cultivators were equally taken aback, finding him particularly intriguing. The seductive Yao Yuaner smiled alluringly, her gaze fixed on Gu Ming as she licked her lips. Even at this moment, he thinks of retrieving the fallen. What an amusing individual. Perhaps I should turn him into a puppet to enjoy nightly pleasures. Chen Kuan, however, snorted coldly, his gaze piercing as he addressed Gu Ming. You killed our Elder Kai from the Desire Demon sect. Perhaps you should contemplate how to prepare for your own demise instead. Delay, and the situation may change. Kill those three. Yao Yuaner, since you're fond of him. Divide his fortune among yourselves. His flesh shall be yours to dispose of as you wish. Yao Yuaner smiled faintly. Then I thank you for your generosity. My dear subordinates, slay them. With Yao Yuaner's command, a tide of murderous energy surged from the 100 golden core cultivators above, descending upon the four. Yi Shuanghong and her companions instinctively formed a protective circle around Gu Ming. Gu Ming, we shall exhaust our source of golden core energy to self-destruct, unleashing power comparable to a nascent soul strike. You must seize this opportunity to escape. It is your only chance. Do not concern yourself with retrieving our bodies. Leave and return to the realm of Yuan and live. As the voices of the three fell, they summoned their golden core essence, willing to sacrifice their lives to pave the way for Gu Ming. Deeply stirred, Gu Ming had never imagined that such selfless souls existed in the world, willing to embrace death for the sake of others. Stop. I have a way to deal with them, Gu Ming declared coldly as the ethereal force within him surged, enveloping him in a flickering blood-red glow. Yi Shuanghong's expression shifted slightly as she retorted, Gu Ming, stay alive. Without giving Gu Ming a chance to respond, the three ascended into the sky, their golden radiance becoming increasingly resplendent, akin to a sun on the verge of exploding, startling the surrounding demonic cultivators into a panicked retreat. This is bad. They've been a self-destruct. Chen Kun and the others evaded the impending disaster, retreating cautiously, aware that the self-detonation of those at the peak of the golden core stage posed a grave threat to their nascent soul stage. Gu Ming abruptly looked up. He needed time, but the three would rather perish than allow him to employ forbidden techniques, fully aware of the tremendous cost associated with such actions. In the present realm of Guiyuan, being severely injured was no different from facing death. At this critical juncture, a gentle aura suddenly enveloped the three, forcefully suppressing their tumultuous energy. A voice filled with murderous intent echoed from the heavens, summoning rolling thunder, seeking death. As the voice resonated, a blade of light cleaved through the air, accompanied by the power of thunder. In an instant, it obliterated a nascent soul demonic cultivator. The onlookers turned towards the source of the sound and beheld Hu Yuan descending amidst the thunder, his figure as swift as lightning, arriving in a heartbeat. Pointing skyward with his left hand, he summoned towering thunder that rumbled down like divine retribution, consuming hundreds of golden core demonic cultivators. The terrifying malice he exuded was no less formidable than that of the demonic cultivators. Chen Kuan and Yao Yuan's expressions changed dramatically. They recognized Hu Yuan all too well. Without a moment's hesitation, they tore through the void, intent on fleeing the scene. Hu Yuan's icy gaze fell upon the two, and he scoffed, too late to escape. Thundercloud break. The long blades sliced through the air, unleashing a torrent of thunder that ensnared the void. The blade's arc filled the space, enveloping the two and voraciously devouring their life force. With a swift motion, he appeared behind them, his hands claw-like as he grasped their heads. No! With a sickening crunch, blood erupted as Hu Yuan brutally crushed their skulls, transforming them into a mist of crimson. The thunder surged forth, consuming their souls and reducing them to nothingness. With his garments billowing, Hu Yuan gestured with his bloodied hand. seizing the demon suppression blade and instantly appearing before the three, suppressing the violent energy within them. Gu Ming, assist me. Without hesitation, Gu Ming snapped his fingers, weaving a formation that enveloped the three, drawing upon the powers of heaven and earth to mend their damaged meridians. He retrieved 3 recovery pills and soul-restoring elixirs, administering them to the trio, thus quelling the impending explosion of their golden cores. Having survived the ordeal, the 3 hurriedly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Brother Gu." "Foolish," Hu Yuan replied coldly, exuding an air of disappointment. Behind him, 5 perfected golden core cultivators arrived, surveying the surroundings with vigilance. Hu Yuan turned to Gu Ming, his gaze softening slightly. "Are you all right?" "I am fine." Gu Ming shook his head, in the face of significant moral dilemmas. Personal grievances with Hu Yuan were trivial in comparison. Hu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze toward the 3 individuals who resembled wayward children. With a gentle sigh, Hu Yuan reassured them, "Do not worry. Since I have brought you out, I will also ensure your safe return home. This is a one-time occurrence. It shall not happen again." The 3 promptly expressed their agreement. Hu Yuan surveyed his surroundings and spoke again. "Let us take a brief respite. We must gather the remaining demon suppressors from the realm of return to unite our strength and break free from this place. Once we escape the realm of return, we will be able to send word to our master. This is our only chance for survival." He turned his attention back to Gu Ming. "Gu Ming, I require your cooperation. I, Hu Yuan, will bear the brunt of all your losses in this endeavor." Gu Ming shook his head, his expression serene, revealing no emotion. "Do not forget, I'm also a demon suppressor." With this single statement, Hu Yuan regarded Gu Ming with newfound respect, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Chapter 71. Paving the Way Before Death. Gambling for survival in the ensuing moments. Under the leadership of Hu Yuan, a multitude of demon suppression guards congregated, forming a formidable force capable of contending even against the encirclement of the 3 great demonic sects' nascent soul experts. However, before long, the 3 demonic sects vanished without a trace, seemingly having disappeared entirely. The nascent Soul Silver Order demon suppression guards of Deyong City displayed expressions of joy. "Brother Hu, could it be that they have retreated in fear?" Hu Yuan's countenance grew increasingly grave as he shook his head. "No. They have laid an intricate net, waiting for us to walk into their trap." At these words, the expressions of the crowd shifted, filled with trepidation and unease. Liu spoke with a heavy tone. "My lord, do you mean to say that if they merely block the exits, we will be left with no options but to force our way through?" Hu Yuan nodded affirmatively. "It appears so, but we have no alternative. We must break through the encirclement and convey our message to the Demon Suppression Division." With a sense of resolve, Hu Yuan turned to the assembled crowd. "There are 5 months remaining until the closure of the Guiyuan realm. You shall disperse and gather all the demon suppression guards, meeting at the suspended prison peak outside of the Guiyuan realm. Remember, you must reach the suspended prison peak within 5 months." Upon hearing this, those present, led by the perfected Golden Core and early nascent soul guards, accepted their orders and scattered in all directions. 5 months later, at the suspended prison peak, all the surviving demon suppression guards converged here, numbering less than 1,000, among whom there were 28 in the early nascent soul stage, 11 in the mid-stage, and 1 in the late stage. Hu Yuan gazed at the severely diminished ranks of the demon suppression guards. A flicker of sorrow welled within him. Hundreds of cities existed within the Great Void Empire, and over 10,000 guards had entered the Guiyuan realm. Now, scarcely 1,000 remained, a mere fraction of their former strength. As the highest-ranked cultivator, Hu Yuan naturally took the lead. He drew his demon suppression blade and pointed it to the heavens, the blade resonating like a dragon's roar. With a frigid demeanor, he spoke deliberately. "The demonic sects have colluded with various prominent families and sects to betray and slaughter our demon suppression guards, a crime beyond forgiveness." His gaze swept over the faces of the crowd, each one a tapestry of grief and indignation. Having lost brothers, comrades, and friends, their hearts ablaze with vengeful intent. Unafraid of death. Not a single early Golden Core demon suppression guard survived. This is an affront too great to bear. Suddenly, Gu Ming felt the astonished eyes of others upon him. He did not wish to shatter the atmosphere of sorrow, yet he softly clarified, I am a perfected foundation establishment cultivator, not an early golden core. The crowd fell silent. Hu Yuan continued, this time, we must survive and relay our message, ensuring they pay a bloody price. However, we cannot all escape unscathed. Some must sacrifice themselves to cover the retreat of their comrades. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into contemplative silence. Soon after, figures began to step forward. I am willing to pave the way for you. Count me in. I am gravely injured and cannot escape. I would gladly trade my life for that of a comrade. My team has perished, and I have no face to return alive. I shall go. One after another, individuals stepped forward, each eager to be the one who would face death. Hu Yuan's gaze, both intentional and inadvertent, drifted towards Gu Ming. He was acutely aware of Gu Ming's lack of allegiance to the demon suppression guards, yet today, withdrawing his gaze, Hu Yuan had already made up his mind. And he spoke slowly. Those of you at the nascent soul stage, please step forward. 39 nascent soul cultivators of the Silver Order demon suppression guards moved forward without the slightest hesitation. They smiled at the crowd, saying, "Ye young ones, you still have your lives ahead of you. This is a task that should naturally fall to us. It is not your time yet. Indeed, we have enjoyed the blessings we were meant to, held our positions within the Silver Order, and witnessed the grandeur of the wider paths. However, you're different. There are many experiences yet to be had. Live well, walk the paths we have traversed, and behold the vistas we have seen. If possible, do us the favor of witnessing the sights we have yet to behold." Hu Yuan took a deep breath to calm the tumult within. Do not grieve. The nascent soul cultivators will undoubtedly receive special attention. We cannot escape this fate. You, being of lesser cultivation, might find greater opportunities, do you understand? Pausing briefly, Hu Yuan continued, those who have suffered foundational injuries or whose cultivation has been impaired by more than 30%, step forward. Hundreds of golden core cultivators gradually emerged. Those who remain with only one person, return to your ranks. Remember, you are the legacy, the hope, the mark of our journey. At the very least, ensure that one remains, so that the same team may be reassembled. After a moment of hesitation, over 100 retreated. Hu Yuan let out a soft sigh and looked towards the 39 nascent soul demon suppression guards and the 296 golden core guards. With a smile, he addressed them, esteemed comrades. Are you willing to join me in carving a bloody path for our brothers? Yes, came the resounding, resolute voices echoing through the valley. Hu Yuan nodded, turning his attention to the other guards who hung their heads. Remember, your mission is to survive. Even if you witness your comrades fall, do not falter. Leave at the first opportunity and relay the news. Do you understand? Understood. Hu Yuan's gaze shifted back to Gu Ming, and he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Gu Ming, I must trouble you. Gu Ming felt a pang of sorrow, yet there was no alternative. Without this approach, none would survive. This was their fate, and what could he do? He retrieved a bottle of pills from a storage bag and distributed them to everyone. This is a high-grade blood-boosting pill. Once consumed, your strength will be dramatically enhanced, allowing you to unleash power beyond your limits. However, the extent of this enhancement depends on your cultivation, physique, and willpower. Remember, after consuming the blood-boosting pill, you will have only the time of an incense stick before your blood runs rampant and you perish. Gu Ming refrained from elaborating further. He merely reminded them to make their own choices. The final outcome would be either death in battle or mutual destruction. He emptied his possessions, handing out various talismans and poison pills imbued with lethal techniques. Apart from those paving the way, each remaining guard received a wind speed talisman, maximizing their speed and chances of survival. With each departing individual, Gu Ming meticulously noted their names. The chorus of gratitude echoed repeatedly, each thank you grating harshly against his ears. After the conclusion, Hu Yuan turned to Gu Ming. You shall mingle with them, with your prowess. I am confident you can escape from Guiyuan heaven. Gu Ming remained unresponsive. His intentions did not require the orchestration of others. Observing this, Hu Yuan chose not to elaborate further, as he understood Gu Ming possessed strong convictions and his own aspirations. If he were to perish, it would be his fate. Follow me. Pave the way before death, allowing them to depart. Pave the way before death. The crowd murmured in unison. The demon's suppressing blade was drawn in perfect synchrony. Their internal spiritual power swiftly rejuvenated, and their eyes gleamed with a fierce, bloody brilliance. Without a backward glance, the 336 demon suppressing guards transformed into a streak of light, enveloped by an overwhelming intent to kill, charging towards the exit of Guyuan Heaven. Chapter 72. What I owe you, I shall repay today. What I owe Sure Hu, I shall repay in the next life. Among the remaining individuals, Li Yu, Yi Shuanghong, and others are present. As the leaders of the perfected Golden Core stage, they exchange glances, each seemingly harboring their own strategies. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Shuanghong reveals a gentle smile and turns her gaze towards Gu Ming. Gu Ming, do you still have any of your frenzy blood pills? I would like them. Gu Ming remains silent, looking at Yi Shuanghong, who smiles and elaborates. We naturally dare not contradict Lord Hu's orders, but those old and wounded folks are of little use. It is we, the young ones at the perfected Golden Core stage, who are best suited to forge ahead. If they cannot hold their ground, we will inevitably need a second wave to sacrifice themselves. Rather than letting chaos ensue at that moment, it would be wise to arrange things in advance. Kind brother, please help your sister just this once, will you? Yi Shuanghong rarely resorts to such endearing tactics. And Gu Ming shakes his head, retrieving the remaining pills and handing them all to her. Thank you. This kindness shall be repaid in the next life. Yi Shuanghong turns and distributes the pills to the other perfected Golden Core leaders. Remember, do not consume the frenzied blood pills until the very last moment. The primary objective is to survive. Understood. The group shares smiles, unperturbed by the specter of death. In the distance at the exit on the plain, terrifying fluctuations of spiritual power sweep across a 100-mile radius, shaking the mountains and rivers and stirring up fierce winds. The resounding echoes of battle reverberate through the heavens and earth. The fight has commenced. Yi Shuanghong draws her demon-suppressing blade, her expression frosty, and softly commands, "Kill! Kill!" The remaining 500 demon-suppressing guards tread upon the air, swiftly approaching the battlefield, where a brutal clash erupts. Gu Ming, with a calm gaze, watches the departing figures. Slowly raising his head to the heavens, murmuring softly, "This world is indeed fascinating, with its myriad human experiences. Talent, oh talent, this time lend a hand." As his words fade, he retrieves a recording stone and places it at his waist, intent on documenting evidence of the collusion between the Tai Su clan and the three major demonic sections. Subsequently, Gu Ming unsheathes his demon-suppressing blade, leaping down and rushing forward, charging into the fray. At this moment, the battlefield is chaotic, the land shattered and stained with blood. The demon cultivators and the Tai Su Empire's practitioners join forces to besiege the demon-suppressing guards. Figures clad in black, wielding the demon-suppressing blade, charge fearlessly into the throngs. All the Golden Core practitioners among the demon-suppressing guards find themselves besieged by their demonic counterparts or other Golden Core practitioners from the Tai Su Empire. Just as Hu Yuan had speculated, they are being specifically targeted. There is no way they could escape unscathed. A dense throng of demon cultivators and Tai Su Empire practitioners outnumbers the demon-suppressing guards by tenfold or even more. Were it not for the guards' fearless approach, exchanging their lives for those of their foes, they would have long since faltered. Barely moments into the battle, some already wounded demon-suppressing guards, unable to wait for the frenzied blood pill's last moment, choose to self-destruct, taking dozens of similarly ranked practitioners with them. The terrifying force of a Golden Core practitioner's self-detonation resembles a miniature nuclear explosion, each instance generating a mushroom cloud that shatters the earth and leaves deep crevices in its wake. Seizing the opportunity, the demon suppressors surged towards the exit of the Guyuan Heaven. The ones tasked with breaking through understood that only by escaping Guyuan Heaven and relaying the message could the remaining demon suppressors have a glimmer of hope. As Gu Ming approached the battlefield, the Tianyu burial technique was instantly unleashed to its first level, stepping into the realm of perfected Golden Core. A crimson blade of light tore through the air, swiftly slaying two demonic cultivators. In that fleeting moment, numerous demonic cultivators recognized Gu Ming and were drawn to him, encircling him for the kill. With a cold snort, Gu Ming faced those below the nascent soul stage without a trace of fear. The blade wind roared as he crushed a poison pill in his right hand, bestowing its essence upon his blade. Surrounded by dozens of golden core cultivators, each of Gu Ming's strikes exacted a toll, exchanging injury for injury, his blade laced with poison, claiming lives with each cut. Yet, he too bore many wounds upon his body. Cursed be it, who truly is the demon here, him or us? As a demonic cultivator drew near, they were instantly ensnared by soul-corroding talismans, their very essence torn asunder. Countless insidious tactics emerged from Gu Ming, rendering them utterly defenseless. Half an hour later, Gu Ming wiped the blood from his blade, his expression frigid as he stood atop the last fallen foe, a river of blood flowing beneath him, his body adorned with streaks of crimson. He swallowed a spirit pill, forcibly suppressing his injuries. Just then, a nascent soul cultivator from the Taishu dynasty charged forth, wielding a massive hammer, unleashing a chaotic hammer technique that stirred the winds and summoned a tempest from all directions, encircling Gu Ming. You little thing, quite the killer. Daring to slay a member of the Ouyang clan, you seek your own demise. Gu Ming's steady gaze met that of the oncoming nascent soul cultivator, and he spoke softly. Ouyang clan, I shall remember this. I will eradicate your clan afterwards. Arrogant, in my grasp, you shall not survive to speak again. Gu Ming dismissed their threats. As the gate of Tianyu trembled, opening a sliver anew, the terrifying power of Tianyu enveloping him with a pain that seared to the bone. His blood-red golden core surged, evolving into a blood-soaked nascent soul. With his eyes opening and closing, Gu Ming activated the second layer of the Tianyu burial technique, stepping into the initial stage of nascent soul. The Ouyang clan's nascent soul cultivator stood aghast, witnessing Gu Ming's sudden ascension into the nascent soul realm. I shall send you on your way. Without any ostentation, the long blade coalesced with the crimson power of Tianyu, his eyes raging like a tempest. Emitting a beastly roar as the blade light shattered the void, a torrent of blood cascading down, shaking the very ground beneath. The battlefield fell momentarily silent. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound, only to see the Ouyang clan's nascent soul cultivator consumed by the crimson light. A figure draped in blood emerging step by step, more demonic than any of them. Is this Gu Ming? He has invoked a forbidden technique. By the heavens, this fellow is a demon. You demon suppressors lack martial virtue, allowing a demon to become a demon suppressor, the thief shouting to catch the thief. The battlefield erupted once more into chaos, as numerous nascent soul cultivators took notice of Gu Ming, rushing towards him. Li Yu and the others exchanged glances, swallowing their blood fury pills, and appeared at Gu Ming's side. Come, we shall shield you from them. Li Yu slowly began to speak, his gaze fierce as he directed it towards the approaching nascent soul cultivators. Harnessing the power of the frenzied blood pill, he too could engage in battle with the nascent soul practitioners. Gu Ming was unable to prevent a few of them. They had already ingested the frenzied blood pill. The price of consumption was nothing less than death, an irreversible consequence akin to the heavenly abyss buried life technique, albeit one that consumed vitality and essence, while the other dealt with the cycle of lifespan. Let us go, Gu Ming, fight your way out, Yi Shuanghong exclaimed, leaping into the air with a commanding presence and a bold smile. Today, she intended to test the strength of the nascent soul and slay one to accompany her in death. The other leaders of the Demon Suppression Guard glanced at Gu Ming before turning to confront the oncoming nascent soul cultivators. Li Yu paused for a moment, speaking softly with a hint of remorse. Regarding Shi Hu, I apologize for having forgotten my original intentions and the ideals of my youth. I must also thank you for bringing me back to my senses. Furthermore, I, Li Yu, have never acted insincerely. Committing one error does not imply that I fear death. What I owe you, I shall repay today. What I owe to Shi Hu, I shall repay in the next life. With these words, Li Yu drew upon the utmost power of his origin golden core, fueled by the frenzied blood pill, his aura comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator, as he ascended defiantly to confront the demonic practitioners. Chapter 73. Today, all who dwell in the realm of return must perish. Gu Ming withdrew his gaze. The time for the Tianyu burial technique was fleeting, and he needed to carve a path of blood swiftly. Brotherly, we shall meet again in the next life. In a flash, Gu Ming transformed into a streak of crimson light, charging towards the exit. He dispatched the intercepting golden core cultivators with a single strike, their blood staining his eyes, rendering the identities of those before him nearly indistinguishable. Upon hearing the term brotherly, Liu revealed a smile of resignation. I harbor no regrets. Let us kill. With a thunderous roar, Liu's murderous intent surged as he clashed with the demonic cultivator, battling fiercely in the heavens and the earth. Yet, he was ultimately merely leveraging the power of medicinal elixirs, barely able to contend with an early-stage nascent soul. Unable to slay him. In the distance, mountains crumbled with a thunderous roar, terrifying spiritual energy intertwined, unleashing a wave of annihilation that engulfed all directions. The Demon Suppression Guard is here to vanquish evil and restore peace. The echoes of their battle reverberated throughout the realm as Liu and the nascent soul cultivator met their demise, their bodies obliterated in the realm of return. Such tragic valor unfolded in numerous places, with little regard for Liu's death. Even the formidable Hu Yuan found himself besieged by late-stage nascent soul demonic cultivators. Unable to escape, he could only watch helplessly as his trusted subordinates, the Demon Suppression Guards who had followed him for years, perished at this location. His eyes, blood-red and ferocious, let out a low growl reminiscent of a mad beast as he charged at the late-stage demonic cultivator, venting all his pent-up fury upon him. Gu Ming sighed inwardly, yet his steps did not falter. As he fought fiercely, he signaled for the Demon Suppression Guards to follow closely. Do not disperse. I shall carve the path for you. As they neared the exit, a late-stage nascent soul demonic cultivator suddenly appeared, thrusting out both palms. The skeletal whales morphed into a giant serpent, releasing a chilling shriek that sent Gu Ming reeling backward. Elder Yu Yin of the ghostly shadows chuckled coldly, his entire being enveloped in overlapping skeletal apparitions. Each step he took caused the surrounding flora to wither. Behind him, figures of golden core demonic cultivators from the ghostly shadows emerged, manipulating various puppets and employing sinister tactics to obstruct their path. Gu Ming, you have slain thousands of my kind. Do you truly believe you can leave alive? The forbidden techniques of cultivation. I wonder how long your forbidden art can sustain you, and whether you can slay me. His voice dripped with amusement, as in Yu Yin's eyes. Gu Ming was but a mere junior, not worthy of his full attention. Gu Ming's expression remained serene, and the Demon Suppression Guards exchanged glances, speaking softly. Gu Ming, we shall hold him off for a moment. Seize the opportunity to escape the realm of return. Gu Ming shook his head, his aura still climbing. He understood that this encirclement was far from simple. A more formidable presence was undoubtedly lurking behind, guarding this place. Suddenly, a figure emanating overwhelming murderous intent descended from the heavens. The Demon Suppression Blade, accompanied by rolling thunder, struck down with a resounding crash, transforming Yu Yin and his companions into dust, not even granting them the chance to scream in despair. As the dust settled, Hu Yuan was engulfed in a torrent of malevolent energy, blood gushing from a gaping wound in his abdomen. To extricate himself from his adversary and clear the path for Gu Ming and the others, he chose to exchange his grievous injuries for his opponent's life. Move. Do not linger. Do not mourn. Hu Yuan's expression was terrifyingly calm, his aura soaring, standing resolute as a bulwark against the oncoming tide. Gu Ming silently gazed at Hu Yuan as they brushed past each other, then paused, standing behind him, observing the oncoming demonic cultivators and the disciples of the Tai Su imperial dynasty. Leave, he commanded. The other Demon Suppression Guards did not hesitate, committing the faces of the two men deeply to memory as they rushed towards the exit. Aren't you leaving? Hu Yuan wiped the blood from his blade with his sleeve and unhesitatingly swallowed a frenzied blood pill. In that instant, his previously diminished aura surged dramatically, comparable to that of a perfected nascent soul reaching its zenith. Gu Ming smiled faintly. I want to leave. If you perish, with whom shall I engage in a life and death battle? Hu Yuan turned back in astonishment to look at Gu Ming. After a brief pause, A smile finally graced his face. Had it not been for that past grievance, we might have become close friends. Such a pity. Since you wish for death, I shall not impede you. Gulme, let us see who among us survives longer. Gu Ming fixed his gaze ahead, a flicker of emotion passing through him. All the demon suppression guards had nearly perished, with but a few remaining. Yi Shuanghong was dead, Liu was dead, Shen Lang was dead, Lan Shuanpa was dead. Of the 6 captains of Weicheng, only Qin Bin, dragging his heavily injured body, approached the two. The surviving demon suppression guards positioned themselves on either side of Hu Yuan and Gu Ming, forming a barrier in front of them. Behind them, fewer than 100 golden core demon suppression guards remained. Ah, what a truly moving scene. Even I am nearly stirred. How unfortunate. The voice of the speaker resonated. This game is destined for failure for your demon suppression guards. Elders of the late-stage, nascent soul from the Yuma sect, the Hahuan sect, and the Guillomin led the remaining thousands of demonic cultivators, along with various factions of the Tai Su imperial dynasty, standing before them. As the speaker finished his words, a mysterious figure in a black robe suddenly appeared at the exit. With just a single step, an aura like a torrent erupted, invoking celestial phenomena. The resounding golden light of the Hun Yuan enveloped the area, forcefully repelling the fleeing demon suppression guards and severing their escape route. Hu Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. He recognized this technique, the royal technique of the Tai Su imperial dynasty, a low-grade, earth-level skill, the Hun Yuan golden cloud technique. I am here. You shall not escape. The cold voice echoed, despair sweeping over the hearts of all present. This conspiracy was flawless. Orchestrated from the highest echelons of the Tai Su imperial dynasty down to the 3 major demonic sects, with various factions of the Tai Su involved, all aiming to eradicate this contingent of demon suppression guards. Although it could not shake the upper echelon of the demon suppression guards, the losses sustained this time would undermine their very foundation. The demon suppression guards destined for the return to Yuan heaven were the backbone of every city, the future essence of the organization. Why? Hu Yuan's deep voice emerged, his confusion evident as to why the royal members of the Tai Su would interfere. The figure chuckled coldly, speaking softly. The Demon Suppression Division is a sharp blade for the Tai Su imperial dynasty, but not everyone appreciates it. What do you think? Realization dawned upon Hu Yuan, a sense of inexplicable sorrow washing over him. Internal strife within the dynasty had turned the Demon Suppression Guards into sacrificial pawns. It was not difficult for him to deduce the mastermind behind this orchestration. Heh, what a remarkable third prince, so bold and ruthless. With a soft sigh, Hu Yuan exhaled a breath of rancid air, murmuring softly, "Ladies and gentlemen, as long as one person escapes from the realm of return, this conspiracy shall not be deemed a defeat for my Demon Suppression Guard. Whosoever survives and upholds the will of the Demon Suppression Guard shall ensure that the puppeteers behind this scheme pay the price they duly deserve." The crowd did not inquire why Hu Yuan suddenly uttered the name of the third prince. At this moment, when life and death hang in the balance, such matters seemed trivial. "Come forth, kill! Kill!" Hu Yuan abruptly turned, leading the charge towards the enigmatic cultivator. With the strength granted by his consumption of the frenzied blood pill, he could barely contend with the foe. Yet, for the others, in just a fleeting encounter, nearly the entire army was annihilated. Gu Ming watched helplessly as familiar faces fell one by one, self-destructing in a mutual demise, powerless to intervene. With a furious roar, Gu Ming raised his voice to the heavens, invoking the third layer of the heavenly burial life-ending technique. A blood-red aura, ominous and violent, imbued with the essence of slaughter, surged forth, sweeping across the battlefield in an instant. The onlookers beheld Gu Ming advancing through the sanguine mist, enveloped in a shroud of crimson fog, each breath exuding a scarlet haze. He set down the demon suppression blade, his right hand gesturing slightly, and a wooden sword emerged from his storage pouch, enveloped in layers of blood-red light, resembling a demonic deity. Today, in this realm of return, should any of you manage to leave alive, it shall be a testament to my inadequacy. Chapter 74. He returned from hell like an angry demon at the moment when Gu Ming's aura reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. He abruptly reversed his position, appearing at the exit. The crowd was taken aback. initially believing he intended to flee. To their astonishment, Gu Ming slowly raised the blood-colored wooden sword in his hand, unleashing a torrent of crimson sword energy that spiraled into a myriad, tumultuously disrupting the chaotic spatial rules and residual malevolent force, effectively sealing the passageway completely. Gu Ming understood that today, no member of the Demon Suppression Guard would escape alive. Although his heavenly grave death technique was formidable, the sheer number of foes present rendered him incapable of exterminating them all in time. Moreover, there were powerful figures lurking in the shadows, overlooking the battlefield. With a calm and profound expression, Gu Ming elevated the blood-colored wooden sword, gazing at the astonished onlookers. "Come forth. Today, this blood debt shall be repaid in blood." Without delay, seeking death, roared a fully realized nascent soul cultivator, enraged by Gu Ming's audacity to forcefully manipulate the chaotic flow of space, sealing off their escape route and intending to trap them all in this place. With a palm radiating golden light, he repelled Hu Yuan, who, in a fit of rage, charged at Gu Ming. His form shimmered like gilded gold, manifesting a towering golden shadow, colliding with Gu Ming. With a thunderous roar, the clash of golden and blood light swept across the land, flattening mountains and intertwining terrifying auras of gold and crimson, each surge pushing back the crowd. The two combatants, filled with murderous intent, clashed violently in the void, causing the heavens and earth to tremble and lose their color. Clouds, the earth, mountains, and rivers. Their figures traversed hundreds of miles in an instant, repeatedly colliding, their terrifying power leaving immense fissures in the void with every impact. After a moment of shock, Hu Yuan murmured to himself, "This fellow is truly defying the heavens. He possesses the confidence to confront a fully realized nascent soul. No wonder he was so audacious back then." Yet the repercussions of this forbidden technique, Hu Yuan realized that Gu Ming could not hold out for long. Regardless of the outcome, his demise was inevitable. So be it. If death is certain, I might as well take a few more with me. With a sharp shout, Hu Yuan led the remaining 10 or so members of the Demon Suppression Guard to attack the thousands of cultivators. Relying on the enhancement from the Blood Frenzy pill, Hu Yuan disregarded the 3 late-stage nascent soul cultivators, slaughtering the other practitioners with abandon. The 3 late-stage nascent soul cultivators could do nothing to him, venting their fury on the remaining members of the Demon Suppression Guard instead. Before long, all the members of the Demon Suppression Guard had perished, leaving only Hu Yuan, who continued his frenzied massacre of the demonic cultivators and the practitioners of the Taishu dynasty. At that moment, ripples of the void emerged, stirring up a tremendous wave. As a figure approached Gu Ming, stepping forth like a blooming fire lotus, his right hand coalescing into a flaming azure dragon, striking at Gu Ming from behind. With a fully realized nascent soul in a stalemate ahead and a half-step transformation god attacking from behind, the situation appeared undeniably fatal. Yet, Gu Ming remained unperturbed. He was betting that, this time, heaven would favor him. With a thunderous crash, Gu Ming felt a powerful force collide with him, though it bore no intent to kill, sending him hurtling thousands of meters away. Looking up, he saw Hu Yuan sacrificing his nascent soul essence, merging with his human form to withstand the full force of the half-step transformation god-s attack. The flaming azure dragon roared, erupting from all directions, engulfing Hu Yuan's body in a maelstrom of flames. Overestimating oneself, courting death, the figure, embodying a half-step transformation into divinity, spoke with an air of indifference. One hand resting behind his back while the other conjured a flame that morphed into a blazing spear. With a series of piercing sounds, the spear pierced through his form, suspended in midair. Hu Yuan coughed, his palms gripping the blazing spear tightly, his visage twisted in fury as he let out a final roar. "My life is paramount. I must survive. The guardian of the demon suppression bears no guilt. It is I who have sullied its name. Countless ancestors forged the guardian with blood and soul, a legacy that shall endure through the ages. Even as life and death cycle and the years flow like an endless sea, the will of the guardian remains eternally immortal. I am the guardian, destined to vanquish demons and uphold peace in times of chaos." As Hu Yuan's furious cry subsided, he resolutely gathered his remaining strength for self-detonation. The terrifying force shattered the spear, sending even the half-step divine Li Chunma reeling, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Gu Ming stood amidst the void, gazing at the place where Hu Yuan had perished, ripples forming in his eyes. Even as the perfected Yuan Ying Zhao Hong approached, he remained unfazed. A whirlwind swept in, causing his long hair to dance wildly and his garments to flutter, snapping him back to reality as he whispered softly, "Is this the guardian of the demon suppression? To slay demons and safeguard the realm, to fight to the death without respite. Hu Yuan, our grievances are settled, yet I owe you a promise, one to Lu Feng, Yi Shuanghong, Qin Bin, Li Yu, to all the brave guardians who fell in battle. I shall protect the guardian of the demon suppression until the end of the Taishu dynasty." With a mocking chuckle, Zhao Hong's golden hand pierced through Gu Ming's body, the terrifying primordial golden light ravenously consuming his life force. Protect? You cannot even safeguard yourself. How can you speak of protection? Such a lowly foundation cultivator has managed to survive until now. You truly possess some skill. But you think that by trapping us here, you can kill us? Ridiculous. A century hence, when the Guiyuan sky reopens, we shall depart safely as well. Coughing blood, Gu Ming gazed calmly at the golden hand piercing his abdomen, feeling his life, energy swiftly ebbing away. Death is merely a new beginning. My friends, I shall return from hell once more, if you do not perish. How can they find peace? A presumptuous fool. Zhao Hong roared in fury, the golden light rampaging and instantly tearing Gu Ming apart, reducing him to blood mist, leaving no trace of his corpse. At the moment of Gu Ming's demise, Zhao Hong felt a sudden pang in his heart, as if a blood relative had fallen. He exchanged a glance with Li Chunma, both sensing an inexplicable unease, an instinctual warning from their cultivation. At the moment of Gu Ming's death, the talent to borrow life was once again activated, sacrificing Zhao Hong's mother to resurrect him. Awakened in the suspended prison peak, Gu Ming's expression remained serene, ignoring the panel notifications that appeared within him. Feeling the passage of time, a smile graced his lips as he looked up to the heavens. Thank you. This time, the resurrection point was not random. It was the Guiyuan sky at the suspended prison peak, and the revival time was no longer a day but a mere instant. Rising slowly, a wooden sword materialized in his hand, his aura being swiftly devoured. His eyes turning crimson as he unlocked the third layer of the heavenly tuned death technique, re-entering the perfected Yuan Ying state. The game had only just begun. With a whispered word, Gu Ming transformed into a crimson mist, vanishing in an instant. Having confirmed that the appointed guardian was utterly vanquished, Li Chunma finally directed his gaze towards the remaining 1,000 cultivators below. Esteemed ones, in a century's time, the Guiyuan heaven shall open once more. There is no need for haste. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of unease was quelled within the hearts of the crowd, and they collectively bowed to Li Chunma. As you command. Suddenly, a splatter of blood erupted from the distance, claiming the lives of several dozen cultivators in a single strike. Following this, a figure cloaked in bloodlight surged forth, exuding an astonishing and terrifying intent to kill, akin to an enraged demonic deity, descending with a bloodied sword from the heavens. The sky transformed into a crimson expanse, with sword intent raining down in torrents, overwhelming in number. In an instant, the ranks of cultivators dwindled from 1,000 to merely a few hundred, most of whom were at the nascent soul stage or had achieved the completion of the golden core. With a thunderous roar, the earth shattered, sending debris flying and revealing a colossal pit. The bloodied figure advanced from the depths of the underworld, its murderous aura freezing the void, as the blood mist spread like wind and fog from the heavens. At this moment, even those as formidable as a half-step into the god transformation stage were struck with disbelief, let alone the others. Li Chunma stood in a daze, murmuring to himself, his expression grim. How could this be? How can such an extraordinary phenomenon exist in this world? Chapter 75. You are the nightmare of this seat. The crowd, gripped by terror, staggered back, their eyes fixed in fear upon the monstrous figure amidst the blood-soaked haze. Li Qinma and Zhao Hong exchange a glance, both feeling an overwhelming disbelief. This aura. As the crimson mist dissipated, a pair of blood-red eyes pierced through the void. Gazing intently at the onlookers, it was Gu Ming, resurrected. In that moment, an indescribable chill swept through the hearts of all present. How could this be possible? He had just perished at my hands, his body reduced to nothingness. How could he return once more? Zhao Hong shouted in fury, unable to accept this reality. Engulfed in a sense of inexplicable dread and unease. Li Qinma felt similarly. Despite having lived for millennia, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary occurrence that shattered his understanding. Gu Ming stood with his sword poised, a single hand resting on its hilt, as a blood-colored tempest engulfed the earth, swirling with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He advanced like a demon emerging from the cycle of reincarnation, each step defying gravity, his feet leaving ripples of crimson that bloomed like lotuses. The malevolent aura sweeping towards the distant ravines, where shadowy figures seemed to watch Gu Ming intently. As Gu Ming drew nearer, the surrounding demonic cultivators and void practitioners were already paralyzed with fear, retreating in terror. Zhao Hong, unsettled, spoke coldly, each word laced with ice. "What manner of creature are you? How can you defy death?" Gu Ming's expression was frigid, devoid of compassion. The ancients proclaimed that to cease slaughter is to descend into the abyss. Only through the cycle of reincarnation does one attain the path. Yet in this chaotic era, where hearts have grown callous, the guardians of peace are regarded as anomalies, doomed to an untimely end. Only through bloodshed can peace be restored, and justice delivered to the deceased. Today, you shall all perish, regardless of good or evil, for the sake of justice owed to the demon suppressing guard. Li Qinma erupted in fury, his voice reverberating through the heavens. Arrogance. Behind him, flames ignited into a fiery phoenix, soaring high, unleashing a thunderous cry as it dove downwards. Gu Ming cast a dispassionate glance, his figure flickering as he swiftly evaded the phoenix's assault. However, under Li Qinma's command, the phoenix seemed to possess a life of its own, honing in on Gu Ming's presence, relentlessly pursuing him. Gu Ming's figure flickered and shifted, suddenly appearing before others. Their expressions shifted dramatically, believing Gu Ming would strike at them. In the next moment, the phoenix descended, unleashing its destructive power, consuming them in a cloud of dust. "You shall die." Li Qinma's wrath surged, spiraling into madness as he began to weave intricate gestures. The firmament transformed into a sea of flames, a tumultuous inferno swirling with dark mists. Countless heavenly flames rained down, carrying an obliterating force that blanketed the land for miles, cascading downwards. In that instant, aside from Zhao Hong and Gu Ming, who managed to withstand the onslaught, other cultivators fell, their anguished cries echoing as they succumbed to Li Qinma's indiscriminate attack. Gu Ming snorted coldly, channeling his sword intent into a dragon, relentlessly countering the heavenly flames, his gaze locking onto Zhao Hong, suddenly appearing behind him. "You shall die." With a thunderous roar, Gu Ming gathered all his strength, the blood dragon howling as it crashed against Zhao Hong's primordial golden body barrier. In an instant, the barrier shattered, golden light piercing like splintered blades, critically wounding him. "I got you." Li Qinma's triumphant voice echoed as he concentrated his formidable blade flames, directly shredding Gu Ming's body into a mist of blood and dust. "This time, let us see how you manage to resurrect once more." With a furious roar, Li Qinma unleashed a terrifying inferno that swept through the void, cleansing the surrounding area of 100 miles to ensure Gu Ming's soul was utterly annihilated. At that moment, Zhao Hong's face turned pale as he descended to the ground, striving to recuperate. His gaze towards Li Qinma was laden with deep apprehension. A formidable half-step transformation master displaying signs of madness revealed the profound impact Gu Ming had inflicted upon him. However, at that instant, a sharp pain pierced Li Qinma's heart, and in the depths of his mind, he envisioned his beloved father succumbing to madness, his form suddenly exploding into blood mist. "Know what is happening? Why do I see the scene of my father's demise? Gu Ming? Could it be related to him? Impossible. Even a tribulation transcendent cannot wield such horror. What manner of monster is he? Li Chenma's eyes brimmed with madness as an overwhelming sense of unease enveloped him. An instinct whispering that his father's death was connected to Gu Ming, who was not dead. Though it seemed absurd, the ground shattered, and a multitude of crimson beams erupted, tearing Zhao Hong's remaining form to shreds, transforming him into blood mist, depriving him of even the chance to scream in anguish. Li Chenma's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed towards the distant mountains. A figure cloaked in black mist, brandishing a blood-colored wooden sword, approached step by step, defying belief. How can an immortal exist in this world? Even celestial beings merely possess extended lifespans. Immortality is unattainable. Who are you? Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that you must die today. Gu Ming unleashed his full power, transforming into a torrent of blood, charging straight towards Li Chenma without any ostentation of killing techniques, merely a life-for-a-life approach. In less than 5 breaths, after paying a certain price, Li Chenma once again struck down Gu Ming. Yet, in the depths of his consciousness, he beheld his beloved son suddenly explode and perish. No! Li Chenma howled at the sky, embodying a madman, a smile that was both joyful and sorrowful. An enemy who cannot be killed, a beloved relative lost. He could not comprehend the existence of such bizarre phenomena in this world. Gu Ming, emerge for a battle. I fear you not. Very well. Li Chenma fell silent, his manic smile frozen, his neck rigid as he gazed into the distance. The figure that instilled fear within him appeared once again, charging towards him without hesitation. I refuse to believe I cannot slay you. Li Chenma bellowed to the heavens, his hands coalescing into a scarlet fire lotus, devoid of any technique, mirroring Gu Ming's life-for-a-life strategy. In a single exchange, his abdomen was pierced by a crimson hole, leaving behind a terrifying sword intent that exuded a murderous aura. Gu Ming was shattered by his 2 palms, dead beyond resurrection. After a brief pause, that dreadful sensation returned. He seemed to witness his eldest daughter perish, that paragon of celestial beauty. Why is this happening? Li Chenma, utterly unfazed by his grievously injured state, spoke in an unexpectedly calm tone, murmuring softly to himself. He could neither comprehend nor fathom why such a reality existed. The very presence that shattered his understanding had come to him. If he would not slay him, then he would take his own life. By killing him, his beloved kin perished one by one, yet he could never truly extinguish his existence. To confine him? Though Gu Ming's strength was inferior, should he fail to exert his utmost effort, he risked a calamitous downfall, with his own life hanging in the balance. He pressed on. That familiar voice, akin to a haunting melody, reverberated in Li Chenma's mind. He glared fiercely at Gu Ming, who had reappeared. Although Gu Ming had yet to employ the heavenly ghost's death technique, fear had already gripped him, devoid of his initial arrogance and haughtiness, replaced instead by a profound terror that penetrated to his very core. You are the nightmare that haunts me. You deserve to perish. You wish to manipulate me into murdering my dearest? If I cannot slay you, can I not evade your lethal intent? With that, Li Chenma turned and fled, dragging his battered body away. Gu Ming did not impede him. He had already left a trace of sensing energy within Li Chenma, ensuring that no matter where he fled, he could be tracked. What lay before him now was to recover the bodies of the demon suppression guards who had fallen in this place and return them home. Chapter 76. A return to one. Gu Ming gathered his breath, meticulously collecting the scattered remains of the fallen and placing them into coffins. When the coffins proved insufficient, he crafted new ones on site. Each piece of the demon suppression order represented an individual, serving as the sole evidence to discern their identities. The slain demon suppression guards had remains to honor, yet for most, like Li Yu, Yi Shuanghong, Qin Bin, and Hu Yuan, there were no bones left. Only a bloody demon suppression order to attest to their existence, to their past as demon suppression guards who had perished and returned to the heavens. Once everything was arranged, Gu Ming cast a lingering glance over the blood-soaked battlefield and murmured softly, "If I kill him, I will bring you all home," with his words echoing Gu Ming activated the third layer of the celestial abyss burial technique. Enveloped by a shroud of sanguine malevolence, he sought the resonance and advanced towards Li Qinma. Hidden in the forest, Li Qinma's expression shifted abruptly. Disbelief washed over him as he looked up at the sky. A blood-red haze blanketed the heavens, spreading ominously. Rising slowly, he gazed coldly at Gu Ming, shrouded in crimson light above. "Did you leave a tracking mark on me? Quite a clever tactic. Gu Ming, what do you intend to do? You cannot kill me, so why engage in mutual destruction? Follow me, and I can recommend you to the Taisu dynasty. With your abilities, you can at least become a gold-ordered demon suppression guard with boundless prospects. What do you say?" With the tip of his sword directed, Gu Ming replied calmly, "I only desire your death. Arrogant, even in my wounded state, I am not a mere nascent soul to be trifled with." Li Shamu Ruara Dafianli. Flames swirling at his feet like a celestial dragon, surging skyward. Gu Ming, with a horizontal sweep of his sword, unleashed a sword aura akin to the Great Wall, extinguishing the fiery dragon. In this moment, Li Qinma was far from his zenith, his strength diminished, nearly equal to Gu Ming's. Observing this, Li Qinma's eyes twisted with fury. Flames encircled him as he unleashed a terrifying force, shattering the earth and erupting molten rock, which transformed behind him into a towering flame tiger, roaring at the heavens. "If so, we shall perish together." With a fierce cry, Li Qinma surged forth atop the flame tiger, his essence ablaze, resembling a world-destroying inferno, incinerating the clouds and summoning celestial phenomena. He struck his chest with a palm, his vital blood like magma, merging into the sky, birthing a terrifying celestial fire, a vivid red interspersed with ominous black. "I do not believe you can truly be immortal." Gu Ming scoffed, his body engulfed in a sea of crimson, as a mysterious ancient gate materialized from the blood mist behind him. Within the gate, it seemed a fearsome entity was pounding, resonating with a sound that reverberated through the cosmos. Infusing the celestial power into the gate, Gu Ming became one with his sword, murmuring, "This sword is named Justice." Layers of blood mist erupted, intertwining around him, evolving into phantoms of gods and demons, saturating the sky and transforming it into the Nine Nether Blood Realm. The two figures clashed in the heavens, their immense powers tearing the sky apart for miles, causing the earth to crumble in an instant, echoing with resounding thunder. With a mournful wail reverberating through the universe, Li Qinma's form was penetrated by Gu Ming, who too suffered a fatal wound. Casting a final glance at the unwillingly fallen Li Qinma, Gu Ming's lips curled into a slight smile as he whispered softly, "It is over." As the voice fell, his figure gradually disintegrated, vanishing into the winds. The city of boundless waves. Bai Li Qinghan's heart grew increasingly uneasy. The time had come, and as per the usual routine, the demon suppressors from the city of boundless waves should have already returned. Furthermore, they would have surely sent word to him at the first opportunity upon their departure from the return to Origin Realm, informing him of the situation. Yet this time, a profound sense of anxiety rendered him unable to remain composed. A somber and resolute voice echoed instantaneously in the ears of all the demon suppressors. "All demon suppressors, heed my command. Immediately cease your tasks and proceed with me to the return to Origin Realm." The crowd was taken aback, sensing an imminent storm. Regardless of who they were, they promptly set aside their affairs and appeared outside the demon suppression office. Chu Zhilio, along with two rarely seen silver-rank demon suppressors, made their appearances. "What has transpired?" inquired Su Zhoushan, a refined scholar in the mid-stage of the nascent soul, directing his question towards Chu Zhilio, who was responsible for nearly all matters in the demon suppression office. Another silver-rank demon suppressor, a woman clad in plain garments, Yin Yijian, stood by. Chu Zhilio shook his head, his expression grave. "It seems there has been an incident in the return to Origin Realm. According to protocol, the demon suppressors should have returned by now." Suddenly, a figure emerged. It was Bai Li Qinghan, who wasted no words and quietly stated, "Destination, return to Origin Realm." "Understood." Just as they were about to set forth, Bai Li Qinghan's complexion changed slightly. His pupils quivered as he gazed down the street. Everyone followed his gaze and beheld a figure clad in black, approaching them step by step. His expression was calm, yet it exuded an inexplicable heaviness and sorrow. At that moment, the faces of the crowd shifted to unease, as if they already sensed something amiss. When Gu Ming halted before them, no one dared to inquire about what had occurred. Meeting Gu Ming's weary gaze, Bai Li Qinghan's heart trembled. He suppressed his unease and forced a stiff smile, slowly speaking. "It is well that you have returned. Why, you little rascal, are you still at odds with Hu Yuan and did not accompany them? What of Hu Yuan and the others? Liu Yishuanghong, Qin Bin." With each name uttered, Gu Ming lowered his head, his lips moving but no sound escaping. He slowly retrieved a coffin from his storage bag, upon which a name was inscribed, Lu Feng. The crowd was bewildered, staring at Gu Ming in shock. Then, as they beheld the trembling sight before them, coffins piled high filled the entire street. They recognized several familiar names. And when the coffins of Hu Yuan and his companions appeared, the crowd's expressions turned ashen. Even Bai Li Qinghan, a formidable being of transformation, could not help but shudder and retreat. The number of coffins was overwhelming, enough to contain every demon suppressor who had entered the Return to Origin realm this time. Chu Zhuliu trembled as he reached out, touching each coffin, a fierce aura emanating from him, as he uttered each word with gravity. Who is responsible for this? The three great demonic sects, in collusion with the various families and sects of the Tai Su imperial dynasty, have conspired to slay the demon suppressors. All those who participated in this venture, save for myself, have perished in battle. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, save for the sound of the demon suppression blade being unsheathed, reverberating through the heavens and earth. Bai Li Qinghan appeared outwardly composed, yet internally he bled and trembled. Engulfed by sorrow, his gaze was fixed intently on Gu Ming, where he discerned a profound weariness and an ineffable sadness. Why had it come to this? For the sake of personal gain, to orchestrate the demise of my demon suppression guards. How audacious. In pursuit of power, they truly disregard the humanity of my guards. A cold laugh escaped Bai Li Qinghan as a terrifying force within him surged, summoning thunderous wrath that wreaked havoc unceasingly, casting a stifling atmosphere over the entire Weicheng. And what of them? I have slain them. Upon uttering these words, the crowd turned in astonishment towards Gu Ming. Gu Ming offered little explanation, merely directing his gaze at Bai Li Qinghan and softly stating, "I promise to take them home. Our immediate priority is to inform the various cities to come to Weicheng and reclaim the demon suppression guards. I will explain to you what has transpired. This blood debt is far from settled. Those behind the scenes must pay a price." Chapter 77. The demon suppression blade hangs high above the Taishu Empire in the courtyard. Gu Ming recounted the events in meticulous detail, omitting only how he eradicated the remaining demon cultivators and Taishu practitioners. From his storage bag, he retrieved a shadow stone, a testament to the veracity of his claims. As he beheld the harrowing battles captured within the stone, witnessing the involvement of the imperial party, Bai Li Qinghan sighed softly. He was acutely aware that the puppet masters were not merely the three great demonic sects, but also individuals within the imperial court. The existence of the Demon Suppression Division encroached upon their interests. They would rather plunge the world into chaos than allow it to persist. Pausing momentarily, Bai Li Qinghan turned his gaze upon Gu Ming. "How did you manage to slay everyone and depart from the Guiyuan sky unscathed? I require a reason, even if it is merely to shroud the truth." Gu Ming lifted his gaze, looking at Bai Li Qinghan with calmness. "I possess my own means. This is my secret. Should you press for answers, I shall take my leave. If you seek to kill me for this secret, then come forth. I harbor no fear." As their eyes locked, Bai Li Qinghan felt an inexplicable chill emanating from Gu Ming's inscrutable and frigid gaze. For the first time, he experienced a sense of dread and unease from a mere foundation establishment cultivator. He found it difficult to articulate this sensation, yet his instincts whispered to him that he could not kill Gu Ming. In this world, it seemed no one could truly bring about his demise. After a prolonged silence, Bai Li Qinghan rose, facing a gentle breeze, gazing skyward. "I merely seek a reason to placate the Taishu Empire. Since you are reluctant to speak, I shall find a reason to shield you." But I ask you one thing. Answer me truthfully. Gu Ming felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. All he desired was a deep, uninterrupted slumber. Asked by Li Qinghan turned, fixating on Gu Ming's enigmatic eyes. Tell me, do the current demon suppressors earn your regard? Are they worthy of your protection? Gu Ming remained silent, not hastening to respond. In his mind, a series of figures flashed by, beginning with Zhao Sandao, Shihu, Song Qian, Ji Lingyue, Zhu Kuei, and later, Hu Yuan, Lu Feng, Liu, Yu Chunyang, Yi Shuanghong, even those with whom he shared but a fleeting encounter. Names unknown to him among the demon suppressors. They willingly faced death for their beliefs, for the peace they cherished. Closing his eyes, Gu Ming spoke softly. I do not know, but I promised them I would fulfill their unfinished wishes and protect what they sought to guard. Until I am utterly disillusioned with the Taishu Empire, I shall honor that promise to the best of my abilities. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Qinghan's lips curled into a smile, his eyes glimmering with satisfaction. Very well, I pledge to keep this secret. As for seeking justice, as a member of the Demon Suppression Division, it is my inescapable duty. You need not worry. Rest assured. I shall strive to ensure they pay the price. Pausing again, Bai Li Qinghan regarded Gu Ming earnestly. Gu Ming, to safeguard your secret, it will be prudent henceforth for you to conceal your true appearance and name. I will instruct the demon suppressors of Weicheng to forget all they have heard and seen today. In matters concerning the Shadow Stone and the coffin, I shall, under your newly assumed identity, claim this merit on your behalf. Do not fret. I am not merely the commander of the demon guards in the town of Weicheng. My master is one of the 3 commanding officers of the Demon Suppression Division, a formidable force stationed in the Taishu dynasty. In Taishu, all must accord him a modicum of respect. Your affairs require merely a veil of concealment. Here's what we shall do. You shall temporarily assume the position of Hu Yuan, becoming a Silver Order demon guard, assisting me in the governance of Weicheng. As Gu Ming prepared to speak, Bai Li Qinghan interjected once more. Do not decline. This is also his dying wish. Gu Ming nodded slightly and rose to exit, his voice calm and steady. Very well. After Gu Ming's departure, a fierce glint of murderous intent and coldness flickered in Bai Li Qinghan's eyes. He instructed the demon guards to hasten their steeds and disseminate the news throughout all cities of the Taishu dynasty. He ordered Chu Zhiliao to temporarily oversee Weicheng, calming the demon guards, while he himself would journey to the Taishu Imperial City to personally meet with the 3 commanding officers of the Demon Suppression Division, to inform them of all that transpired and seek justice from the world. Thereafter, Gu Ming chose not to involve himself further. He felt unqualified and unwilling to meddle in such royal power struggles. If others sought justice, they could pursue it themselves. All he desired was a peaceful slumber, to forget the troubles of the mortal realm. This time, Gu Ming slept for an entire month, and, upon awakening, he was timely informed by Chu Zhiliao of the events that had transpired during his slumber. Upon receiving word, the 3 commanding officers of the Demon Suppression Division, upon witnessing the brutal battles captured in the Shadow Stone, were consumed by rage when they learned that all the demon guards dispatched to the return of Yuan Tian had perished. On that day, the entire Taishu Imperial City was thrown into turmoil. A terrifying aura of vengeance enveloped the royal city, as long-hidden Golden Order demon guards led their subordinates, swords drawn, to demand justice. The demon guards were willing to sacrifice their lives for peace in chaotic times due to the promises made by the Taishu Emperor on the unique standing of the Demon Suppression Division, free from external interference. Yet now, due to power struggles and vested interests, the demon guards had suffered grievously. How could these elder figures remain indifferent? It was they who had assured the cultivators who joined the Demon Suppression Division that they would create a world free from concerns, a righteous sword to uphold justice in their hearts. Now, they had betrayed that trust, and they felt ashamed before the souls of those demon guards who perished in the netherworld. In that moment, the Demon Suppression sword hung ominously over the Taishu Imperial City, instilling fear in every heart. The noble families trembled with unease as a stifling atmosphere spread throughout the entire royal city, reaching every corner of the Taishu dynasty. The three commanding officers declared with one voice that if justice could not be obtained, they would disband the Demon Suppression Division, and the demon guards of the Taishu dynasty would act without further interference. The Taishu emperor personally intervened to placate the three commanding officers, promising that justice would indeed be served. Shortly thereafter, a series of orders were dispatched from the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division to all cities within the Taishu dynasty. The demon guards of the realm mobilized, abandoning their current tasks to strike against the families and sects involved. In just a few days, blood flowed like rivers throughout the Taishu dynasty, as countless noble families paid the price of their choices in blood. The three major demonic sects have suffered a catastrophic blow, with the esteemed Demon Suppression Guard personally leading its formidable warriors with a singular purpose: to annihilate the sects. In the span of a single night, the three demonic sects crumbled to dust, leaving only a handful of practitioners to flee, clinging to life and hiding in the shadows, too fearful to reveal themselves. Within the imperial city, many officials faced extermination, their entire families wiped out without exception. Over the course of this month, the world has come to understand the terrifying might of the Demon Suppression Guard. At this moment, those sects and families who remained uninvolved in these events felt as though they had narrowly escaped disaster, relieved that they had the foresight, albeit lacking the courage, to distance themselves. They have truly witnessed the esteemed status of the Demon Suppression Guard within the Taishu imperial dynasty, reporting directly to the Taishu emperor, obeying only the commands of the three chief commanders, and showing no deference to any members of the imperial lineage. As for the mastermind behind it all, the third prince, he has been imprisoned in the clan residence by the Taishu emperor. Rather than mere confinement, it can be considered a form of protection. Otherwise, the three chief commanders would not care for his princely status and would not hesitate to eliminate him if provoked. Out of respect for the Taishu emperor, the three commanders have chosen to maintain a semblance of peace, as too many have already paid the price. Should the third prince be killed, it would sow discord between the Taishu emperor and the Demon Suppression Department, undermining their efforts to maintain peace in the world. For the sake of the populace, they have opted for temporary patience. For an entire month, all cities within the Taishu dynasty have flown mourning banners, flapping in the wind, guiding the fallen warriors of the Demon Suppression Guard home. Whether commoners or wandering cultivators, they have voluntarily made their way to the Demon Suppression Department to pay their respects to the deceased. Though humanity can be flawed, they nonetheless recognize that the Demon Suppression Guard is the sole beacon of hope amidst this chaotic and tumultuous world. Chapter 78. Time flies like a galloping steed, my lord? Chu Zhiliu softly inquired, rousing Gu Ming from his thoughts. Gu Ming had recently been appointed as a first-tier Silver Order Demon Suppressor by the Grand Command of the Demon Suppression Division, placing him on par with by Li Qinghan. It seemed rather absurd for someone at the Foundation establishment stage to hold such a rank. However, considering his merits, Chu Zhiliu felt that the title of the first-tier Silver Order was scarcely befitting. Were it not for Gu Ming's insufficient cultivation, a direct promotion to Gold Order would not have been beyond reach. Gu Ming turned his gaze towards Chu Zhiliu. Understood. Inform me if there are any developments. Understood. Chu Zhiliu swiftly acclimated to the shift in their respective statuses. Whether it was Gu Ming avenging the fallen cultivators of the Yuan realm or collecting the remains of the demon suppressors to bring them home, he earned profound respect, independent of rank and strength. To the demon suppressors of the vast Taishu Empire, Gu Ming was akin to a deity, an embodiment of faith and a source of spiritual solace. Under the guidance of the three commanders, Gu Ming was portrayed as a mysterious and formidable demon suppressor, one who, in the name of justice, had vanquished thousands of cultivators, embodying the principle of retribution. The faith of the demon suppressors, once shaken, was rekindled upon hearing Gu Ming's resonant proclamation, "No matter where you fall, I shall bring you home." Once again, they were infused with youthful fervor, placing their trust in him, convinced that within the Demon Suppression Division, there existed one who would steadfastly guard them and ensure their safe passage home, regardless of their demise. His name was Mr. Tiangong. After Chu Zhiliu departed, Gu Ming finally scrutinized his panel. He had perished 5 times and borrowed life 5 times, sacrificing Zhao Hong's mother, Li Qimao's father his own child, his eldest daughter, and his youngest son, as he beheld the faint apparition of black cards materializing before him. Gu Ming steadied his mind and began to draw them one by one. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the superior grade Xian tier skill, Frenzied Dragon Palm. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a novice-level storage ring. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Xian tier spiritual weapon, Xianfeng Sword. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Earth tier spiritual artifact, the Wuxiang Mask. Congratulations, host, for receiving a pouch of spiritual herb seeds. He examined the panel. Name, Gu Ming. Race, human. Cultivation, perfected foundation establishment. Physique, mortal body. Techniques, falling wind palm, heavenly ghost life burial technique, frenzied dragon palm. Divine powers, none. Lifespan, gifts, borrowed life. Profession, superior grade Xian tier alchemist. Intermediate grade Xian tier array master. Lower grade Xian tier artifact master. Superior grade Xian tier spirit plant master. Superior grade Huang tier beast tamer. Heavenly and earthly spiritual materials. Bone profound ghost fire. Burning sky purple spirit fire. Gu Ming gazed upon the Wuxiang mask in his hand, split between a sinister red and a shadowy black, exuding an air of enigma. This artifact, drawn from Li Qimao's father, was of earth-tier quality, quite commendable, perfectly suited to conceal his true visage and cultivation level. Given his current standing, it was just right, sparing him from the scrutiny of others regarding his cultivation, for his identity had indeed transformed. As he donned the Wuxiang mask, it seamlessly adhered to his face, fitting just right, with long, flowing hair cascading naturally to his waist and shoulders. Gu Ming donned the silver-embroidered attire of the Demon Suppression Guard, securing the silver token and demon-slaying blade at his waist before departing the courtyard. A month had passed, and as Gu Ming appeared, masked before the crowd, they were initially taken aback, but quickly composed themselves and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, my lord. Greetings, my lord. Greetings, my lord." Ahead, Chu Ji and Lu, upon seeing Gu Ming, exchanged glances and approached him, bowing in deference. "My lord, you have arrived. There is no need for such formalities," he replied. Following this, he delivered a courteous address, primarily aimed at declaring to the world the existence of the enigmatic Tiangong. As the years slipped by and a century swiftly passed, the faces of old friends among the Demon Suppression Guard in Weicheng dwindled. Many had either retreated into seclusion due to injuries or had perished in battle to uphold peace. Even old Niu had recently departed from this world, and Gu Ming had personally seen him off, ensuring a peaceful end to his journey. Throughout this century, Gu Ming, as the mascot of the Demon Suppression Division, had no tasks to fulfill. His mere presence was enough to reassure the hearts of the new recruits, encouraging them to face perilous challenges for the sake of tranquility. Over the century, Gu Ming had refined numerous elixirs and talismans, donating some to the Demon Suppression Division while selling others for spirit stones. With the spirit stones amassed over the years, and with the assistance of Bai Li Qinghan, he acquired a low-grade spirit vein, which he placed within the Kuan Ling to cultivate spiritual fields and nurture spiritual herbs. Unbeknownst to him, his alchemical skills had unwittingly advanced to the lower tier of the earth grade, marking the first of his many skills to reach such heights. His mastery of formations had ascended to the upper tier of the profound grade, and he had successfully condensed his first 5 spirits Golden Dan, barely entering the Golden Dan realm. As Gu Ming had surmised, he needed to condense 360 Golden Dawn to truly step into the Golden Dan realm. Nevertheless, his current prowess was already comparable to that of a genuine Golden Dan cultivator in the early stages. He sensed that upon condensing the required number of Golden Dawn, he would likely become invincible within the Golden Dan realm. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Gu Ming wiped the sweat from his brow and gazed at the earth great elixir in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his features. "Not bad. This is my first earth grade elixir. I must continue to strive and avoid complacency." With a slight smirk, he stowed the elixir in his well-worn storage bag, which he favored over the storage ring, now relegated to a nested position within the bag. The Kuan Ling also had storage capabilities akin to a spatial system, though its current utility was limited to the cultivation of spiritual herbs. At that moment, Gu Ming's eyes flickered as he sensed a presence approaching from beyond the room. The formation had been triggered. Someone was arriving. Tidying up, Gu Ming rose and made his way to the courtyard, where he encountered Bai Li Qing Han. Upon seeing Gu Ming, Bai Li Qing Han displayed a gentle smile, and upon sensing the aura of the Earth Great Elixir, astonishment flashed in his eyes. Congratulations, Taoist Gu, on successfully advancing to the rank of Earth Great Alchemist. Earth Great Alchemists were few and far between, even in the powerful Tai Su Empire. Gu Ming returned the greeting with a bow and humbly acknowledged the praise before inviting Bai Li Qing Han to sit in the pavilion. Upon witnessing Gu Ming retrieving the Ling Yuan wine, Bai Li Qing Han ceased his pretense and seized the vessel, indulging in a hearty gulp that exuded sheer bliss, akin to that of an immortal. What fine nectar! This ethereal brew, available solely in Gu's domain, is a rarity to savor, as opportunities to even catch a whiff are infrequent in mundane days. Gu Ming, with a resigned shake of his head, procured another flask and jested. Bai Li, your visit this time surely isn't merely for my Ling Yuan wine, is it? Ever since learning of Gu Ming's ample supply of Ling Yuan wine, Bai Li Qing Han has periodically concocted reasons to visit and partake. Over time, the two have forged a profound friendship that transcends age. Although Gu Ming is not youthful, Bai Li Qing Han is indeed considerably his senior. Clearing his throat, Bai Li Qing Han, maintaining a composed demeanor, replied nonchalantly, "Nonsense. Am I such a brazen individual? I do have serious matters to discuss on this occasion." Gu Ming rolled his eyes, realizing that previous visits had merely been pretexts. Chapter 79. The Commander. Gai Jiuju. Gu Ming did not pay much attention to the matter at hand. He remained merely to fulfill a promise, showing little concern for other affairs. Bai Li Qing Han paused momentarily, lifted his cup, and gazed at Gu Ming. News had arrived from the general headquarters of the Imperial City, wishing to summon you for a meeting. The purpose is quite straightforward. You are the embodiment of faith for the Demon Suppression Division, a revered figure among the younger generation, and they seek your wisdom, encouragement, and camaraderie. Moreover, your expertise in alchemy and formations is unparalleled within the Tai Su Empire. The General Headquarters intends to establish an academy for alchemy and formations, desiring to appoint you as the principal to educate aspiring alchemists and formation masters for the Demon Suppression Division. Most importantly, the three commanders wish to meet you, as does the Emperor of Tai Su. I am aware that you have always been averse to such encounters, yet some matters must be confronted, and this occasion is not one you can easily decline. Gu Ming nodded. As a member of the Demon Suppression Guard, it would be unfeeling to repeatedly refuse. He was not one to disregard reason. Very well. Upon receiving Gu Ming's consent, Bai Li Qing Han felt an inexplicable sense of relief. The current Gu Ming is not someone easily manipulated, not even by the three commanders. He is the faith of countless members of the Demon Suppression Guard. Should anything happen to him, the morale of the guard would undoubtedly collapse. Though it may sound absurd, the venerable reputation of the Demon Suppression Guard, established over a millennium, rests upon a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Yet this is indeed the reality. No one can compare to Gu Ming's contributions to the Demon Suppression Division. That is reassuring. Rest assured, although the three commanders have differing temperaments, they are all individuals who harbor a sense of justice and will not make things difficult for you. Should you encounter trouble in the Imperial City, do not hesitate to seek my master, Gai Jiuju. He is a consummate expert in the realm of cultivation and the strongest commander within the Demon Suppression Division. Gu Ming cast an odd glance at Bai Li Qing Han, realizing that he indeed had a powerful backing. With your background, it should not be challenging to remain in the general headquarters of the Imperial City. Why then, do you find yourself in this remote city? Bai Li Qing Han hesitated briefly, a flicker of melancholy crossing his eyes, though he masked it well with a faint smile. That wretched place is rife with intrigue and strife. I find it exhausting. Otherwise, with my credentials, I could easily attain a third-tier golden order in the Demon Suppression Guard. But it holds no allure for me. Being a local overlord in this boundless city is quite satisfactory. Gu Ming nodded, refraining from further inquiries. The Imperial City of the Tai Su Empire is a place where powerful families and various factions intertwine. For someone like Bai Li Qing Han, who values freedom, it is indeed an unsuitable environment. Suddenly, Gu Ming's gaze turned contemplative as he regarded Bai Li Qinghan. You know my disposition. Do you truly intend to keep me in the imperial city? Bai Li Qinghan coughed awkwardly and shook his head. It is the old man's directive. I have no choice but to consult with you repeatedly. However, rest assured, with your unique status, even in the chaotic imperial city, you may act as you please. Who would dare disregard the reputation of the Demon Suppression Division? Of course, do not overstep your bounds. Bai Li Qinghan earnestly advised him on matters of caution, whom to befriend, whom to be wary of, and whom to ignore. Naturally, Gu Ming paid little heed to his warnings, dismissing the idea of avoiding their brilliance as sheer nonsense. At last, Bai Li Qinghan paused momentarily before cautiously uttering, "The third prince has been released. You must handle it as you see fit. I am unaware of anything, but should you encounter trouble, remember to seek out my old man. He will undoubtedly do everything in his power to protect you." Bai Li Qinghan blinked, the implication clear. Upon hearing the name of the third prince, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Gu Ming's eyes. He was one of the masterminds behind the events of a century ago concerning the return to Yuan, merely being imprisoned for 100 years. The Lord of the Void ultimately chose personal interest over justice, much like Hu Yuan, a stern and incorruptible guardian of the demons, who ultimately strayed from his original intentions due to misguided words. Bai Li Qinghan patted Gu Ming's shoulder, letting out a long sigh. The third prince is no ordinary individual. His thoughts are profound, his actions unpredictable and ruthless. Moreover, he possesses exceptional talent, endowed with the evil moon spirit body, making him well-suited to become a tyrant in chaotic times. The Lord of the Void has placed too much hope in him. Even when faced with pressure from the three chief commanders, he still chose not to retreat. If you wish to deal with him, it will be quite challenging. Gu Ming chuckled softly, opting not to delve further into this serious topic, for he had his own plans that no one could alter. Instead, he jested with Bai Li Qinghan, "You rogue, do you not fear your old man seeking retribution against you?" Bai Li Qinghan laughed arrogantly, responding, "Fear him? Will he really come all the way from the imperial city to settle scores with me?"